World. Revolution Winter 1967. Volume 1, Number 1. In this issue. U.S. defeat in Vietnam inevitable. Indonesian CP. Politburo self-criticism. Marxism-Leninism vs. Castroism. China's Great Cultural Revolution. Underground Soviet Bolshevik Call 1966. Lessons of the Arab War against Aggression. Progressive Labor Party. Quotations from Mao Tse-tung. Military Writings. Selected works I-4. Mao. Books and periodicals in English imported directly from China. 1967-68-95, Fifth Avenue 924-113 Cable, Chinapo. And in policy it must implement the unified anti-Japanese policy of the central government. He also said that all the anti-Japanese armed forces in North China must be unified, as far as possible, under the direct command of the local, North China, and Central Supreme Military Commands. On July 10 of the same year, he wrote to Peng Chen, the ringleader of the counter-revolutionary revisionist clique of the old Peking Municipal Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. In the letter, he not only did not express any disagreement with the capitulationist fallacy of everything through the United Front and everything must be submitted to the United Front which Peng Chen advocate at the Party Congress of the Shanxi Shahar Hopi border area, but he instructed Peng Chen to cater to the needs of the big warlord Yan Xishan and to sing the same tune as Yan Xishan. Cultural Revolution 15. Our great leader Chairman Mao published his works of genius on coalition government and the situation and our policy after the victory in the War of Resistance against Japan before and after the victory of the war. Chairman Mao pointed out clearly that the policy of Chiang Kai-shek, the political representative of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie, was to fight civil war. He said that, with regard to the Kuomintang reactionaries, our policy was to give them tit for tat and to fight for every inch of land. Chairman Mao warned the whole party and the whole army, if there is any opportunism during this period, it will UE in failing to struggle hard and in making a voluntary gift to Chiang Kai-shek of the fruits which should go to the people. The top party person in authority taking the capitalist road heard these words of Chairman Mao and raised his hand in approval when Chairman Mao's political report on coalition government was adopted at the 7th Party Congress. Yet, on August 28, 1945, he instructed the Jifang Ribao to publish an editorial to spread illusions about peace, saying that everyone, provided he is not a maniac, not an idiot, no matter what class or nationality he belongs to, will certainly ask for peace in the present situation. On March 1, 1946, he made another report on problems concerning the Iran situation in which he asserted that the instigators of civil war and the advocates for war have met with failure. The main form of the struggle of the Chinese Revolution has become peaceful and parliamentary. In this report he advocated the so-called six beliefs, the belief that the civil war will come to an end / the belief that the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek will not fight us, the belief that the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek will carry out democratic reform, the belief that the Kuomintang and Chiang Kai-shek will be able to carry out democratic national construction together with us / the belief that China will move to the new stage of peace and democracy, and the belief in the statement of Truman, the chieftain of U.S. imperialism. On the basis of this, he also put forward the so-called three exchanges: hand over our army and unify it under the Ministry of National Defense in exchange for democracy in the whole country, hand over our party power in exchange for the legal status of our party, and hand over the fruits of victory won by the great Chinese people by their courageous struggle and sacrifices and bloodshed in exchange for official positions, posts in the central government for some persons and for the $200,000 US loan. This is out-and-out betrayal on a big scale. What he said, had also been said on many occasions by U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek. U.S. imperialism had told us, you should listen to Hurley and send a few men to be officials in the Kuomintang government. Chiang Kai-shek had stated that the Communist Party would have to turn over its army before it could acquire legal status. Chairman Mao seriously refuted these nice words. Chairman Mao said, "It is no easy job to be an official bound hand and foot, we want to do it / without a people's army the people have nothing and the arms of the people, every gun and every bullet, must all be kept, must not be handed over." It is very clear that the party spirit spoken of by the top party person in authority taking the capitalist road was the party spirit of the Kuomintang, the party spirit of the U.S. Democratic Party. The discipline he obeyed absolutely was what U.S. imperialism and Chiang Kai-shek called military orders and administrative decrees. He has a clear-cut stand, being servile towards Harry Truman and Chiang Kai-shek, worthy of a docile tool full of slavish obedience, but showing the perverse arrogance of an overlord towards our great leader Chairman Mao and the revolutionary masses. This is the class essence of slavishness he advocated. 4. Different classes have different types of organizational discipline. A person can obey only the organizational discipline of his own class. The proposition of obeying all organizational discipline unconditionally or opposing all organizational discipline is extremely false and deceptive. Chairman Mao has instructed us, unified discipline is a necessary condition for the victory of the revolution. Sharp class struggle enables the proletariat to understand that only with strict organizational discipline is it possible to form a resolute and powerful contingent which will advance in step and which has a unified will. Only with strict organizational discipline is it possible to ensure the carrying out of the political line, to concentrate the force of the proletariat on a common target of attack and to defeat a mighty enemy. When we oppose slavishness, we do not oppose at all subordination to party organizational discipline. On the contrary, our intention is to strengthen the revolutionary organizational discipline of the proletariat. We must firmly carry out and act completely in accordance with the organizational discipline of the Chinese Communist Party headed by the great leader Chairman Mao and his close comrade in arms Comrade Lin Piao and the wise instructions of the great leader Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao is the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era. Every sentence uttered by Chairman Mao is truth. Mao Zedong's thought is universal truth tested in revolutionary practice and is living Marxism-Leninism at its highest in the present era. Therefore we must act according to Chairman Mao's instructions whether or not we have already fully grasped its significance. We must establish the absolute authority of Mao Zedong's thought. This is the funda. 16 World Revolution. Mental interests of the proletariat and our supreme discipline. A proletarian party must have its own true outstanding leader and it is necessary to establish his absolute revolutionary authority throughout the party. Without this condition the party's discipline cannot become an iron discipline and there will be no guarantee for the victory of the party's cause. Lenin said, without influential party leaders, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and its unity of will, remain a phrase. 5. It is most fortunate for the Chinese people and for the revolutionary people all over the world that the Chinese Communist Party has such a great teacher, great leader, great supreme commander and great helmsman as Chairman Mao. With regard to a leading organization which carries out Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line, it is necessary to safeguard its prestige and to uphold its authority. Its correct directives and decisions should be obeyed consciously and carried out resolutely. It is permissible to raise different opinions, if any, but it is absolutely impermissible to treat proletarian revolutionary discipline with the attitude used in dealing with revisionist organization and discipline. The criterion for whether to obey a directive or decision by a leading organization must be whether it conforms with the revolutionary interests of the proletariat and with Mao Zedong's thought. This must not be determined by one's own preferences, carrying it out when one likes it and refusing to carry it out when it does not suit one. Observance of revolutionary organizational discipline cannot be opposed and taken as slavishness. To oppose all leadership, all authority, all organization, and all discipline is an anarchist trend of thought. This must be criticized and repudiated resolutely. Slavishny cannot be opposed with anarchism. Slavish SS and anarchism on the surface seem exact opposites. But in essence they are linked together. They are both ideologies of the exploiting classes, and are both metaphysical and idealist in their world outlook. Slavishness upholds blind faith instead of truth, anarchism advocates the doubting of everything and overthrowing of everything, while worship of anarchism as an absolute also means the denial of truth and upholding of blind faith. We are opposed to both Slavishness and anarchism, and still more we oppose to substituting anarchism which overthrows all political power and opposes all organizational discipline for Slavishness. We must never go from one extreme to the other. Anarchism, which advocates the doubting, overthrowing, and negating of everything, is a reactionary idea propagated by the handful of top party persons in authority taking the capitalist road. When they were in power they preached slavishness and used obscurantism in order to maintain their counter-revolutionary revisionist dictatorship. However, when they lost their power, they came out with anarchism in order to create full confusion and oppose the dictatorship of the proletariat for the handful of top party persons in authority tolling the capitalist road. Slavishness and anarchism are in essence, the same. Both are ideological weapons used to oppose the dictatorship of the proletariat and to safeguard revisionist rule. We must use Mao Zedong's thought as the weapon to criticize and repudiate slavishness and to appall anarchism. We must take a sniff at everything, and accept or reject it blindly. We must act according to Chairman Mao's teachings. We should always up our brains and think everything over carefully, get rid of the blindness which exists to a serious extent at our party, and to learn the method of analysis and to cultivate the habit of analysis. Everything must be tested by revolutionary practice and examined with Mao Zedong's thought. Conscious observance of revolutionary discipline is necessary for the revolution. On the eve of nationwide victory in the Liberty War, Chairman Mao called this to the attention of the whole party, the whole army and the people of the whole country. It is necessary resolutely to overcome certain manifestations of indiscipline or anarchy existing in many places. There are people who, without authorization, modify the policies and tactics adopted by the Central Committee or other higher party committees and apply extremely harmful policies and tactics, which go against the united will and discipline but which they opinionatedly believe to be correct. There are also people who, on the pretext of pressure of work, adopt the wrong attitude of neither asking for instructions before an action is taken nor submitting a report afterwards and who regard the area they administer as an independent realm. All this is extreme, harmful to the interests of the revolution. Party committees at every level must discuss this matter again and again and work earnestly to overcome such indiscipline and anarchy so that all the powers that can and must be centralized will be concentrated in the handle of the Central Committee and its agencies. We must bear this teaching of Chairman Mao's firmly in many and resolutely oppose anarchism and resolutely struggle against every action which goes against the unified will and discipline of the party and which therefore is extremely harmful. 1-6. Lenin, Collected Works, Moscow, 1966, Volume 31, pages 24-25. Progress. 2 JV. Stalin, Works, Foreign Languages Publishing House, Moscow, 1953, Volume 6, pages 59-60. 3 VI. Lenin, OPCLT, Volume 28, p. 292. 4 Ibid, Volume 13, p. 53. 5 Ibid, Volume 32, p. 517. Armed Struggle in India. Peasants in Darjeeling seize lands. A roundup by W.R. Staff. What may well be the beginning of a full-scale revolution in India has broken out in the Darjeeling area where the peasants have taken up armed struggle and seized land on the feudal estates. Leadership in the revolt comes from a group in the Communist Party of India whose members reject the peaceful transition, parliamentary road and other revisionist views of the party's top officials. India's reactionary government has been jolted by the rural revolution in Darjeeling and has sought to suppress news indicating the scope and intensity of the struggle lest hundreds of millions of peasants in other areas follow the example. Although the armed struggle has been going on for several months, the major U.S. news media have carried only fragmentary reports. In the face of widespread hunger and famine, the peasants in the Darjeeling area took over the grain hoards and weapons as well as land from the big landlords and feudal estates. According to initial reports of sympathetic observers, they have successfully repulsed the police forces sent in to suppress them and their resistance has strengthened. The Indian government has been applying the usual dual tactics of counter-revolution on the one hand, sending in some 1,500 state police in early July and, on the other hand, promising to speed up land reform. The Indian Express said, the West Bengal government tonight gave the green light to the police to go ahead with all necessary steps to combat lawlessness in the Naxalbari area. The police may arrest whomsoever they consider it necessary to arrest. At present, there are about 800 persons on the wanted list, more police stations will be set up and patrols will be intensified. The same paper later reported that police authorities had divided the rebel strongholds into 5 zones and a force of 300 police assigned to each zone. At the same time, the Chief Minister of West Bengal A.K. Mukherjee made it clear that land distribution measures would be used to isolate the extremists who were committed to armed struggle. To implement the policy of isolation, he said, the cabinet has taken some new steps, including the speeding up of the work of land reform and land distribution. Cynically echoing this note, the Indian Express said the state ministers were hopeful of winning over the peasantry from the rebels by speedy distribution of land, once the Vil. 17. 18 Indian Revolt. Loggers were won over, the task of mopping up the leadership would be easy. The failure of this maneuver was indicated, however, by a laconic item in an Indian newspaper which said, the Naxalbari Thana Land Distribution Committee meeting scheduled to be held at Hatayasa on Monday last could not be held as no one turned up. The revolutionaries in the Indian Communist Party and the peasant insurgents publicly declared that Naxalbari has blazed a new trail, which will keep on burning, and see that the issue is no longer agrarian but political liberation of the peasants from the bourgeois-dominated government propped up by the new revisionists. This latter reference is to the fact that a number of revisionist officials of the Communist Party hold office in the non-Congress government of West Bengal and, like the Dange clique, have been openly slandering and opposing the armed uprising. The non-Congress government of West Bengal is acting as a willing tool of the Congress Party, despite its claims of independence, was seen by a debate that took place in mid-June. After Interior Minister Chauhan reported to the Parliament at Delhi on events in Naxalbari, a heated debate broke out within the Congress Party, some of whose members urged a presidential takeover of the non-Congress government in West Bengal. However, the top officials of the Congress Party vetoed this proposal, obviously counting on the left tinge of the non-Congress government to help in luring the peasants back on the parliamentary road. An editorial in China's Renmin Raibao characterizes India as a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country and an accomplice of U.S. imperialism. It says, the Congress government represents the interests of the Indian feudal princes, big landlords and bureaucrat comprador capitalists. Hailing the action taken by the Indian revolutionists in Darjeeling as absolutely correct, it declared, what road to take in the Indian Revolution is a fundamental question affecting the success or failure of the revolution and the destiny of the 500 million Indian people. The Indian Revolution must take the road of relying on the peasants, establishing base areas in the countryside, persisting in protracted armed struggle and using the countryside to encircle and finally capture the cities. This is Mao Zedong's road, the road that has led the Chinese Revolution to victory, and the only road to see victory for the revolution of all oppressed nations and people. Peasants in many parts of India join in rebellion. Inspired by what has been done in Darjeeling, the peasants in various parts of India have taken up the armed struggle and are rebelling against the big landlords and the reactionary government. They are being led by revolutionaries in the Communist Party who have renounced the parliamentary road of the revisionists. The Hindustan Standard reported that the peasants at Danmisha, Tufungunj subdivision of the Cooch Behar district in West Bengal, have seized land under the leadership of revolutionaries in the Indian Communist Party. The landlords said they were frightened because they fear a second Naxalbari there. In the Sai-Takakai region of the same district and in the Nagrikota district on the Bhutan border, peasants also attacked the landlords and occupied the land. The statesman reported a Naxalbari-type conflict had broken out between peasants and landlords at Kalathour in Kerala state. High police said the situation was tense as a result of organized resistance and the non-Congress state government was apprehensive. Kerala's chief minister hastily sent a deputy inspector general of police with extra men to clamp down on the peasants. The Times of India stated that a Naxalbari-type struggle was being carried out by tribal villagers in the forest areas in the southern part of Tripura in the eastern section of India. Some 1,000 tribesmen took part in the destruction of the local forestry office. According to the statesman, posters which read "The Naxalbari way is our way" have appeared in large numbers over many parts of Assam state. Similar struggles have also been reported in Andhra state, Nalgonda district, and also in the southern part of Sundarbans in West Bengal. A willing tool of U.S. imperialism. Israel's role in plundering Arabs of oil. A roundup by W.R. Staff. Israeli leaders have long been eyeing the oil riches of their Arab neighbors and hatching schemes for a share in the plunder. Their ambitions have been encouraged by the US and European oil interests, which in the face of growing Arab national unity have been finding it more and more difficult to play the old game of divide and rule. Publicly, the big US oil companies have maintained a strict silence on political issues in the Mideast, disguising themselves as innocent bystanders rather than appearing as active participants. They have tried to shrug off direct comments by talking about large surpluses of oil supplies in the US and the availability of substitute supplies for meeting Vietnam needs which formerly were supplied by shipments from Arab countries. But the act is not at all convincing. Mideast oil is, as Businessweek observed, the world's cheapest, $6 to $15 per barrel, and Venezuelan oil costs 3 to 5 times that. As a result of its six-day war in June, Israel is now in control of valuable oil installations, which its leaders show no signs of relinquishing, and neither the big oil companies nor the U.S. government seem at all interested in urging that they do so. From the United Arab Republic, Israel seized 10 oil fields in the Sinai, producing 150,000 barrels a day or 2/3 of the UAR's pre-war output. Israel has already begun pumping oil from the Sinai wells, which had previously been operated jointly by the UAR and ENI, the Italian government oil monopoly. Since these wells are capable of more than fulfilling Israel's oil requirements of about 60,000 barrels daily, Israeli officials boast that they have shifted their status from that of an importing nation to an exporting one. While Italian government and ENI representatives have refused to comment publicly on the terms of the takeover, their failure to lodge any protests strongly suggests that a deal with Israel was made. Another prize seized by Israel from Syria is a portion of the pipeline, known as Taplin, which runs from Saudi Arabia to the Mediterranean port of Sidon in Lebanon through Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. After the nationalization of the Suez Canal in 1956, Tapline was built by the Arabian-American Oil Co., which is owned by Standard Oil of New Jersey, Texaco, Mobil, and Standard Oil of 1920 World Revolution. California. High purpose was to lessen the dependence of U.S. oil companies on the Suez Canal, and while royalties were paid to the countries in exchange for transit rights, the cost was considerably less than the Suez tolls. Last year, the Syrian government began pressing for higher pipeline royalties. It first tackled the Iraq Petroleum Co., which is chiefly controlled by European interests, although Standard Oil of New Jersey and Mobil have an 11 7/8% interest apiece in it. Since IPC's pipeline runs from northern Iraq to the Mediterranean ports of Banias in Syria and Tripoli in Lebanon and has no line connecting it with the Persian Gulf, IPC could not opt to ship oil through the Persian Gulf and the Suez Canal. IPC was, therefore, in a weaker bargaining position than Aramco, whose Taplin provided an alternative route to the Suez. After shutting down its Kirkuk wells and shipping no oil through its pipeline from December until March, IPC finally agreed to increase its payments by 50%. Under the new terms, Syria's annual income from the pipeline was expected to increase from $28 million to $42 million. Lebanon, also affected, negotiated a similar increase, raising its payments from $3.8 million to $5.6 million a year. Still under negotiation at the time of Israel's thrust was Syria's demand for $112 million in retroactive payments, and also a demand by Iraq that a loan of $39 million made by IPC to ease the financial strain caused by the shutdown of its operations be converted into an outright gift. When Syria demanded equal concessions from the U.S. oil companies owning Taplin, they flatly refused. Banded together in Aramco, they threatened to shut off Taplin, which carries only about 20% of their output from the region, and route it through the Suez Canal instead. While such a move might have been countered by a hike in tolls on the Suez Canal, they knew that the UAR was reluctant to raise canal charges because the threat of the super tankers which economically bypass the canal by carrying huge tonnages around the Cape of Good Hope. At this critical juncture, Israel began threatening Syria, and while making preparations for a concerted attack, Israeli officials explained that they were being forced to retaliate against Syrian commando raids. Although Syria denied the charges, Israel continued its preparations, which were nicely timed to get Aramco off the hook. Other evidence, too, supports the belief that Israeli officials have been devising their military strategy with oil as more important objective than honor. When the UAR exercised its right to close the Straits of Tiran, Israeli officials screamed that this was a mortal blow directed against the economic life of their nation. Although most of Israel's trade flows through Mediterranean ports and only about 15% by way of Eilat and Die Straits of Tiran, Israeli propagandists claimed that the latter route was indispensable. Granted that Eilat was important to Israel, but why indispensable? Once again the answer, although not given in Israeli or US news media, is oil. With only some temporary inconvenience, Israel could have found a substitute means of acquiring oil, bringing it into ports on the Mediterranean instead of Eilat. Israeli officials were outraged, however, not because of the immediate effects but because their long-range plans being worked out with the oil cartel were being jeopardized. They are developing Eilat in a feverish effort to capture for themselves a larger share of the oil transshipping business and eventually displace the Suez Canal by providing substitutes, first expanding their pipeline capacity and then building a new canal. In an article for the Oil and Gas Journal, a U.S. trade publication, Frank Gardner declared that Israeli pipeline authorities are thinking of doubling the capacity of the Haifa-Eilat pipeline and offering it to world oil shippers as a substitute for the Suez Canal. The present capacity of Israel's Haifa-Eilat pipeline is only 100,000 barrels a day, so that, even if doubled, it would not siphon off more than a small part of the 3.5 million barrels a day that had been moving through the Suez Canal before it was blocked. Nevertheless, this bid by the Israeli officials clearly reveals what they are up to, their eagerness to aid the imperialists in robbing the Arab people. According to Gardner, the Israeli officials have also been drawing up plans to build a new Trans-Israel Canal from Eilat to the port of Ashdod on the Mediterranean. A feasibility study recently completed, he says, shows that the canal would cost $4 billion to $5 billion and could be in operation in about 10 years. Since the U.S. oil companies would be the major beneficiaries, the Israeli compradors probably expect the U.S. government to put up the money for this Trans-Israel Canal to replace the Suez. Another Israeli scheme, mentioned by Gardner, is to restore operation of the old pipeline between Haifa and Iraq, which has not been used since 1948 when Israel got its independence. This, Israel says, would forever still the transit fee troubles of Iraq Petroleum Co. and leave Syria and Lebanon out in the cold as transit troublemakers, wrote Gardner. Reopening this pipeline would require the consent of the Jordanian government, and thus the Israeli officials seek to pit Jordan against Syria and Lebanon, whom they call transit troublemakers. But obviously it is the Israeli comprador capitalists who are the transit Mideast aggression troublemakers, and who are so anxious to sell their services in this dirty business to the imperialists, even though the cost will be paid in the blood of both the Israeli and Arab people. High Soviet revisionist leader Brezhnev has proclaimed his sympathy for the Arab countries which, he said, are now passing through a difficult period. Thanks to the role of the Soviet revisionists in collaborating with the US imperialists, the difficulties of the Arab people are greater than they would otherwise have been. Not only did the Soviet leaders lull the Arabs on the eve of aggression and deceive them about the danger of an imminent attack, thus restraining them from taking effective measures for self-defense, but also later by joining with the US and Britain in pushing through ceasefire resolutions at the UN, they shielded the Israeli aggressors and then, by sending UN ceasefire observers, helped to establish Israel's occupation of Arab territory as an accomplished fact. As soon as the Israeli forces launched their attack, Kosygin began his hotline conversations with President Johnson and, according to US news sources, assured the president that the Soviet Union had no intention of becoming involved militarily in the Mideast or of ending their rapprochement with the US. Since the overriding objective of Soviet revisionist foreign policy is to maintain and strengthen its alignment with US imperialism, the Arabs cannot get any genuine help from the Soviet Union, and if the Arab rulers persist in putting their trust in the Soviet revisionists rather than relying upon their own people, they must expect another and more monstrous betrayal. People's doily blasts. Soviet neo-colonialist aid from Sinhua news agency September 13, 1967. On September 12, the People's Daily published a report on the Soviet revisionists' exploitation of the Indian people through their aid. The report was published together with a commentary entitled Neo-Colonialist Aid of the Soviet Revisionists. Excerpts from the commentary follow. What stuff is Soviet aid to the Afro-Asian countries? Its aid to India provides abundant evidence. Like US aid, Soviet aid is the policy of the Soviet revisionists to buy over the Indian reactionaries. With large sums of rubles and quantities of arms, they have encouraged and supported the Indian reactionaries' rabid anti-China activities. The more frenziedly the Indian reactionaries attack China, the greater is the reward from the Soviet revisionists. Like US aid, Soviet aid has been used to foster the Indian reactionaries and to check and suppress the revolutionary struggle of the Indian people. The reactionary rule of the Indian big landlords and bourgeoisie represented by TO Congress Party is in a serious crisis. The Soviet revisionists have been giving the Indian reactionaries heavy shots in the arm to help them maintain their tottering rule. Like US aid, Soviet aid aims at reducing the recipient countries into Soviet dependencies. Through its aid, the Soviet revisionist clique has gained control over many vital departments of India's economy and made India depend heavily on it for investments, technique, equipment, and trade. The Indian government has been borrowing heavily in order to repay old debts. It is in debt to the Soviet revisionists up to its neck. The more aid India receives from them, the more harmful is it to its independence and sovereignty, and the farther it is on the road to becoming a colony again. Like US aid, Soviet aid is also a means of exploiting and plundering the recipient countries. In the case of India, for example, the Soviet revisionist ruling clique has used aid to rob the country of its resources and suck the blood of the Indian people through usurious loans, dumping of goods, export of arms, exchange of unequal values, and even the establishment of so-called joint Soviet-Indian enterprises. This sort of thing done by the Soviet revision. Lessons of the Arab War Against Aggression. Zhou Tianqi. Peking Review, Volume 10, Number 37, September 8, 1967. U.S. imperialism and its stooge Israel not long ago mounted a full-scale armed aggression against the Arab countries. The gunfire in the Middle East has had immense repercussions throughout the world. This war was no sudden incident. It was a frenzied counter-move and desperate struggle launched by the imperialists led by the United States in face of the surging national liberation movement in the Arab world and throughout Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and in a world situation in which the east wind prevails over the west wind. This war reflects the sharpening of the class struggle in the international arena and the deepening development of the revolutionary movement of the people of the world. For various reasons, this war of the Arab countries against aggression was not very successful. Under pressure from US imperialism and Soviet revisionism, they then accepted a ceasefire. But the Arab people are boiling with anger at this attack by the imperialists and the betrayal by the revisionists. They are carrying on the struggle, and an anti-imperialist, anti-revisionist wave is rising on a scale never before seen. The war has awakened the people, educated them and tempered them. The losses sustained by the Arab people on the battlefield are temporary, while the moral benefits they have gained in this war will have a long-term effect. On the eve of the victory of the Chinese Revolution, our great leader Chairman Mao made a deep analysis of how the series of aggressive wars launched by the imperialists against China had educated the Chinese people. He also reviewed the tortuous road traveled by the Chinese people in their revolutionary struggle. He said, all these wars of aggression, together with political, economic, and cultural aggression and oppression, have caused the Chinese to hate imperialism, made them stop and think, what are all this about, and compelled them to bring their revolutionary spirit into full play and become united through struggle. They fought, failed, fought again, failed again and fought again, and accumulated 109 years of experience, accumulated the experience of hundreds of struggles, great and small, military and political, economic and cultural, with bloodshed and without bloodshed, and only then won today's basic victory. These are the moral conditions without which the revolution could not be victorious. The Arab people too are experiencing just such a tortuous course of struggle. This latest war has increased their revolutionary militancy, enriched their experience and provided them with new lessons, thus creating the necessary moral conditions for them to win future struggles. In the past 2 months or more, the Middle East war has become a subject of discussion throughout the world. Views vary according to the protagonist's class origin and political affiliation. What are the lessons to be drawn from this war by the Arab people in particular and the revolutionary people of the world in general? In the present article we set forth our viewpoints as follows. The greatest lesson the Arab and all other revolutionary people in the world have learned from this war of the Arab countries against aggression is to recognize even more clearly the sinister features of US imperialism as their implacable enemy, their enemy number one. The war has made it clear that the contradiction between the Arab people and the neocolonialists headed by the United States is the main contradiction in the Arab region. This latest war is an outcome of the sharpening of this contradiction. The 1956 Suez Crisis in the main revealed the true sinister features of the British and French aggressors, while the United States then tried hard to pass itself off as a good friend. Later, in 1957 when it engineered the attack on Syria, and in 1958 when it sent its troops to Lebanon, US imperialism revealed only part of its cloven hoof. But this time in the Middle East events it has revealed its ugly face completely. This is of tremendous importance for the solution of a question of the first importance for the revolution of the Arab people, the rallying of their forces and identifying and attacking their main enemy. 22. Mideast aggression. 23. The Arab region is one of those regions where the contradictions of the modern world are concentrated. It teems with complex conflicts and struggles. This region is geographically the hub of Asia, Africa, and Europe and is of great strategic importance. It has rich oil resources with deposits accounting for about 2/3 of the world's total. Most of the oil used by the West European countries has been plundered from this region. The oil profits grabbed from here by the American and West European monopoly capitalists exceed $2,000 million each year, of which over half goes into the pockets of Wall Street magnates. This region has long been a target of acute imperialist rivalry. Since the end of World War II, as an important step in seizing the intermediate zone and promoting its global counter-revolutionary strategy, US imperialism has made deep inroads into the Arab region in order to gradually replace Britain and France there and to extend US neocolonialism. On the other hand, the Arab people have been roused on a mighty scale and the national liberation movement has grown there vigorously. The Arab people's anti-imperialist revolutionary struggle has greatly weakened the British and French colonial forces. It has overthrown one imperialist lackey after another and given the positions of US neocolonialism a heavy pounding. The Arab national liberation movement has become an important force in the storms of the world revolution that are hitting imperialism directly. To preserve its colonial interests and control in this important strategic region, U.S. imperialism is bound to savagely suppress the Arab national liberation movement. Year after year it has gone on engineering subversion, intervention, coups d'état and even armed aggression in this region. Israel, groomed and backed by US and British imperialism, has launched 3 wars of aggression against the Arab countries in the past 20 years. This fact shows in a concentrated way that the Arab people's struggle against imperialism headed by the United States is a matter of life and death. The post-war history of the Arab countries is mainly the history of the Arab people's repeated trials of strength with imperialism headed by the United States and its lackeys. Chairman Mao has pointed out, war is the continuation of politics by other means * when politics develops to a certain stage beyond which it cannot proceed by the usual means, war breaks out to sweep the obstacles from the way. The latest war of aggression launched by US imperialism and its lackeys in the Middle East was the continuation of the policy of oppression, plunder, and enslavement which it has long pursued against the Arab countries. When US imperialism finds that political methods do not serve its purpose, it resorts to the means of war to attack the Arab people's anti-imperialist struggle to control and enslave the Arab countries, to serve and increase its exploitation there, and, in particular, to suck huge oil profits out of this region. This latest war was essentially a war to grab oil and an inevitable product of US neocolonialist policy. The war in the Middle East proves once again that US imperialism is the root cause of modern wars. For the purpose of aggression against and oppression and plunder of other countries, US imperialism will invariably threaten military action today in one place and launch armed intervention tomorrow in another place. It will ceaselessly engineer aggressive wars. If they are to make revolution, resist oppression, and win complete liberation, the oppressed nations and peoples of the world must all make every effort to be ready to deal with armed attacks from US imperialism and its lackeys. This is one of the important conclusions the revolutionary people of the world should draw from the recent Middle East events. But the Soviet revisionist clique has done its best to cover up the US imperialist crime of launching this aggressive war. It has never ceased to advertise the need to stop wars * throughout the world and make wars a thing of the past. This is merely a reproduction of the fallacy of a world without war, without armies, and without arms loudly advocated by Khrushchev a few years ago. It is nothing but an out-and-out counter-revolutionary fallacy. This handful of renegades, the Soviet revisionist clique, are driving themselves frantic opposing all revolutionary wars and all wars against aggression, and preventing the people of countries which are victims of aggression from taking up arms to resist and drive out the aggressors. They are serving as a ready fire brigade for US imperialism. They are also doing their utmost to spread illusions about US imperialism and to put up a big smoke screen to cover the wars of aggression US imperialism is conducting or launching. The revolutionary people of the world must not believe in the deceitful rubbish spread by the Soviet revisionist clique. The Middle East events serve to show that US imperialism, though at the end of its rope, is growing more reckless with the help of this clique. The US aggressors are now bogged down in the war in Vietnam and a large part of their military strength has been transferred to Southeast Asia. This, however, does not mean that US imperialism will abandon or relax its control of, or aggression against, the other parts of the world. With the Soviet revisionist clique as its big accomplice, US imperialism is more likely to start new military adventures when it believes that it can reach a quick settlement by means of a blitzkrieg against peoples who it thinks are unprepared for war. All the peoples should take full cognizance of the fact that the US imperialists may suddenly unleash war against them. They should maintain a high state of vigilance against such an eventuality. They should be mentally prepared well in advance. This is a very important point. It makes a world of difference whether or 24 World Revolution. Not there is such preparedness. In a state of preparedness, the people will be able to take appropriate measures to deal with various complicated situations. the aggressive war waged by U.S. imperialism in the Middle East did not and could not resolve the contradictions between the Arab people and U.S.-led neocolonialism. Instead, it has further aggravated these contradictions. The war has, in fact, added fuel to the raging flames of the Arab people's struggle against U.S. imperialism, and has trained and expanded the ranks of the gravediggers of U.S. imperialism. The facts have shown once more that no illusions should be entertained about this ferocious enemy, U.S. imperialism, nor should any idea be entertained of winning easy victories by good luck. The only correct policy is to cast away illusions, prepare for struggle, give tit for tat, and carry through protracted and repeated trials of strength with the enemy. The war in the Middle East has enabled the Arab and other peoples of the world to see more clearly who their real friends and enemies are. Our great leader Chairman Mao has pointed out. It is the task of the people of the whole world to put an end to the aggression and oppression perpetrated by imperialism, and chiefly U.S. imperialism. So long as the Arab people and the people throughout the world unite still more closely, so long as all the countries subjected to U.S. imperialist aggression, domination, intervention and bullying further unite and persevere in untiring struggle, they will certainly accomplish this great historic mission. The Arab people and the revolutionary people of the world have learned another important lesson from the Arab people's war against aggression. They are getting a clearer picture of the renegade features of the Soviet revisionist clique, a clearer picture of the deceptive nature of its policy of sham opposition to imperialism, sham support and sham assistance to the peoples, and a clearer picture of its reactionary, neocolonialist features. The war has clearly shown that the two types of neocolonialism, U.S. British imperialism and Soviet revisionism, have openly joined forces. During the Suez Crisis in 1956, the Soviet revisionist clique, seeing that Britain and France had to withdraw their troops because of the contradictions between them and the United States, hurried forward to make political capital out of the situation by uttering a few high-sounding words. To cover up the neocolonialist policy it has been pursuing, this revisionist clique for the past 10 years or more has worked assiduously and carefully to pass itself off as a friend of the Arab people. In the recent Middle East events, however, a quick succession of facts in a matter of a few days showed up this clique as a dangerous, false friend betraying the Arab people, a vicious hangman strangling their anti-imperialist struggle, and, in every sense of the term, the number one accomplice of U.S. imperialism. The activity of the Soviet revisionist clique during the Middle East events was an utterly shameless renegade performance. Before the outbreak of the war, they first resorted to deception and intimidation to bind the Arab countries hand and foot. At the difficult moment when the Arab countries were taken unawares by the surprise attack of the United States and Israel, they were openly perfidious and looked on with folded arms. Then, so as to give the aggressor a free hand, they hastily informed U.S. imperialism of their real intention over the hotline after the United States and Israel had on the whole accomplished their plan of armed aggression. The Soviet revisionist clique conspired with the United States and Britain to impose a ceasefire on the Arab countries through the United Nations so as to stabilize the fait accompli created by the aggressor. After that the Soviet revisionist chieftain Alexei Kozylgin went to Glassboro in the most shameless manner to beg for rewards from Lyndon Johnson for services rendered, and to carry out a global betrayal on an even bigger scale. Lenin said that war has transformed the seen alliance between the opportunists and the bourgeois into an open one. The string of treacherous acts of the Soviet revisionist clique in the course of the Middle East events proves conclusively that it has thrown Italy into the arms of U.S. imperialism in an even more undisguised manner. A naked counter-revolutionary alliance between the Soviet revisionists and the U.S. imperialists has taken the place of their former thinly veiled collusion. It can be seen from the Middle East events that although the Soviet revisionists may, in ordinary times, make a show of having an equal say with the United States, they will go down on their knees and submit to the orders of the U.S. imperialists when the Latin begin to rattle their sabers. The Soviet revisionists may utter some empty, high-flown phrases in ordinary time but once the anti-imperialist *T struggle reaches a crucial point, they will go back on their words and resort to open betrayal. This gang of renegades acted in this watchel both in the Caribbean crisis and during the recent Middle East events. They will continue to do so in the future. This is determined by their nature as renegades and will never change. It can also be seen from the Middle East events that the military and economic aid provided by the Soviet revisionist clique for the Arab and other Asian, African, and Latin American countries is by no means aimed at giving genuine support to the anti-imperialist struggles of these countries. This so-called aid only serves the Soviet revisionist clique's neocolonialist policies and its counter-revolutionary general line of Soviet-US collaboration for world domination. It uses aid not only to exploit and plunder other countries, it tries, by means of its aid to wangle a say in matters concern Mid-East aggression 25. In these countries, to represent them, interfere in their internal affairs and control them. All this is an attempt to make more political capital in order to strike dirty deals with the United States. This is a typical imperialist and colonialist policy. In 1925, criticizing the danger of nationalism and degeneration in Soviet foreign policy, Stalin penetratingly exposed the ugly soul of those afflicted with this disease. Support the liberation movement. But why? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Wouldn't it bring us into conflict with other countries? Wouldn't it be better if WC established spheres of influence, in conjunction with other advanced powers and snatched something for our own benefit? That would be both useful and safe. The Soviet revisionist clique of today has sunk much lower than the nationalist degenerats of that time. Not only has it sold out the interests of the oppressed nations, made many political bargains with the imperialists and used the methods of the imperialists to exploit and dominate other countries, it also willingly serves as the valet of US neocolonialism, suppresses the national liberation movement jointly with the United States and plays the role of an international gendarme. It is no accident that the Soviet revisionist clique has embarked on neocolonialism. Since, at home, this handful of renegades has usurped the leadership of the Communist Party and government, restored capitalism wholesale and subjected the broad masses of the people to their oppression and exploitation, they are bound, in their foreign policy, to completely betray proletarian internationalism and pursue a policy of big nation chauvinism and national egoism, to practice the power politics of the bourgeoisie, the politics of selfishness and profit-grabbing, the politics of the jungle, in short, to act in the same way as the imperialists. The revisionists of the Second International advocate the so-called socialist colonial policy. Whereas in their time these people only represented the interests of a handful of labor aristocrats and were begging monopoly capital for the crumbs left over from its colonial exploitation, the Soviet revisionists of today are flaunting the banner of socialism and communism and are using the state power they control to push ahead neocolonialism in the interests of the privileged bourgeois stratum in their country and in the service of the big bosses of Wall Street. In short, the US imperialists and Soviet revisionists are birds of a feather. To put one's faith in USLR imperialism and subsist on its aid is to fall inevitably under its control and become its dependency. Likewise, if one blindly trusts the Soviet revisionists and relies on their aid, he will inevitably fall under VLC control and become their dependency and, in the LN-L analysis, a dependency of US imperialism. An Arab who wrote to the Soviet embassy in the THIRD Arab Republic was quite right when he said, "Gentlemen, we now understand everything you did. We have come to realize what revisionism is. If we have been deceived by you in the past, it serves as a bitter lesson that we shall never forget. Never again shall we be deceived by you." Following the Middle East events, it has obviously become more difficult for the Soviet revisionists to deceive people. But this handful of renegades cannot make a living without swindling. Having failed in their swindles today, they will try new tricks to deceive people tomorrow. It is therefore imperative not to let the Soviet revisionists get by but to unmask them completely in connection with the Middle East events so as to enlighten the broad masses of the people. The fighting tasks of the revolutionary people of the Arab and other countries in the world today are to relentlessly reveal the reactionary nature of the neo-colonialist alliance of the US imperialists and Soviet revisionists and to carry through to the end the anti-imperialist, anti-revisionist struggle and the struggle against neo-colonialism headed by the United States. 3. Militarily, the Arab people and the revolutionary people of the world have also drawn an important lesson from this war of the Arab people against aggression. This war once again tells the people that to defeat the armed attacks from imperialism and its lackeys, the oppressed nations and people can rely only on the theory, strategy, and tactics of people's war. No other strategy and tactics will work. This war against aggression proves that it will not do to place one's reliance on modern weapons. It will not do to rely on aircraft, tanks, or long-range artillery. Chairman Mao says, weapons are an important factor in war, but not the decisive factor. It is the people, not things, that are decisive. If the oppressed nations are to defeat the imperialist aggressor, they should not rely on modern weapons, still less have blind faith in them, but they should rely on the political awareness of the people, rely on the courage of the people's armed forces, and employ the strategy and tactics of utilizing one's own strong points to attack the enemy at his weak points. History abounds in examples in which well-armed forces could not win while the poorly equipped revolutionary people finally emerged triumphant over the well-equipped aggressors and reactionaries. During the War of Resistance against Japan and in the War of Liberation, the Chinese people did not have any modern weapons. Yet, they defeated Japanese imperialism and the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries who were fully supported by US imperialism. In the war to resist US aggression and aid Korea, the Chinese people's volunteers were, in equipment, far inferior to the US aggressors, yet together with the Korean PEOPLE we won the victory. Now the South Vietnamese people have furnished another brilliant example. They 26 World Revolution have trounced and put in a tight spot the million and more US aggressor troops and puppet and satellite troops that have every type of modern weapon as well as air supremacy. All these victories have been won not because of modern weapons but by relying on PEOPLE's war. This war against aggression also proves that to defeat armed imperialist attack, it will not do for the oppressed nations to adopt the strategy of a war of quick decision. They should use the strategic principles of a protracted war. The imperialists are aggressors who are afraid of the people and have blind faith in weapons. That is why they always adopt the strategy of the blitzkrieg seeking a quick victory. They are deadly afraid of a long, drawn-out war. When Israel launched its recent armed attack, it too resorted to the blitzkrieg after the Hitlerite fashion. In face of such an attack, the victims of aggression and the oppressed nations should not be too concerned over the loss or gain of a single city or piece of land, but should preserve their own effective strength, rely on the strength of the masses of the people and wage a protracted war against the enemy. By so doing, the enemy's blitzkrieg will fail completely, favorable factors for eliminating the enemy's effectives will be created, a change in the unfavorable balance of forces will be brought about gradually, and the final outcome will be the defeat of the enemy and our victory. This war against aggression also proves that Allied forces without a main force will not do. All Allied forces which have been victorious in history have had a unified command and an overall strategic deployment as well as a strong main force. Otherwise, they would have been defeated by the enemy one by one instead of being able to deal fatal blows at the enemy whenever the opportunity arises. This war of the Arabs against aggression has given people an important lesson militarily. It proves that none of the old military theories will work. It is futile to employ the military methods of the imperialists, and copying from the Soviet revisionists will likewise result in defeat in war. In the past and today, military experts of the bourgeoisie and other exploiting classes have written volume after volume on military science. But such books are of no use to the oppressed nations and people. We maintain that in the present era the only thing to do is to rely on the military theory and the whole set of strategy and tactics of Chairman Mao if one is to win victory in a revolutionary war and defeat imperialism and its lackeys in that war. Chairman Mao's great works on People's War are the most comprehensive, most systematic, and the richest works of military science of the proletariat, the highest peak of Marxist-Leninist military thinking, and a magic weapon with which the international proletariat and all oppressed nations and people can overcome the enemy and win victory. So long as the revolutionary people master this magic weapon, they can defeat all imperialists and redeonorize, while the latter will be nonplussed in dealing with the revolutionary people. 4. Their war against aggression has confronted Arab people with a series of questions that call deep thought. Why did the Arab countries with the 4 million people and more than 10 million square kilometers of land suffer a setback in the war? What Rajah should the Arab people follow in order to achieve complete victory in the anti-imperialist struggle? Eve, November 1966. The situation which we, revolutionaries, are coping with at present is a complicated but a very favorable one for our struggle. While people in all corners of our planet are rising up in arms against Yankee imperialism, reactionaries and revisionists, headed by the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, unite making desperate efforts to bring these wars to a standstill, dealing hard blows at the Marxist-Leninists and trying to disrupt their organizations. The Marxist-Leninists of the whole world should deal a counter-blow at this reactionary Holy Alliance, counterbalancing it with a grand revolutionary, anti-Yankee, and anti-revisionist alliance. It is precisely for this reason that this unity of Marxist-Leninists and the unity of all the people of the world is a fact which reality as well as our enemies impose upon us. For our party, the problem of unity is, in essence, a problem of principle. It is these principles that determine and condition unity. Our party adheres only to unity based on the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism and of the war against the Yankee imperialists, reactionaries, and revisionists. Like all other reactionaries, the modern revisionists, in their attempts to achieve their goal and waylay the people, resort to twofold tactics. On the one hand, they launch delirious attacks against Albania, the People's Republic of China and other parties. They try to isolate and liquidate Marxist-Leninist parties and to conspire against the revolutionary struggle of the people of the world, while, on the other hand, they resort to the tactics of joint action toward Vietnam and cessation of the ideological struggle embodied in international polemics. These are two sides of the same coin and constitute direct support for Yankee imperialism and betrayal of world revolution. As a means to avert its complete isolation, to cover 14, its true features and to penetrate into revolutionary ranks, Soviet revisionism proposes joint actions in support of the war of the Vietnamese people. But can there be joint actions with those who facilitate the withdrawal of Yankee troops from Europe in order to concentrate them in Vietnam, with those joining the anti-Chinese chorus conducted by Yankee imperialists, with those who try to draw the heroic battle of the Vietnamese people? 28. Chile 29. For independence and national reunification into the sphere of the Soviet U.S. alliance to share the world between them. Can there be united action in support of people who resist the ruthless aggression of the Yankee imperialists with those who do nothing to isolate and oppose these imperialists but who keep strengthening their relations, who conduct warm telephone talks and conclude pacts of collaboration with them? Can there be joint actions with those who have raised the corrupt life of imperialism and its decadence into an ideal and pattern for the life of the Soviet youth? Can there be united action with those who are not satisfied with sharing the world with Yankee imperialists but pretend to share also outer space as far away as the moon? We are of the opinion that there can be no united action with those who behave this way, with those who have nothing in common with us, from whom everything divides us. Our party, while opposing the betrayal of die Chilean revisionists, will keep doing everything which leads to, inspires and helps the triumph of the grand cause of the Vietnamese people and which leads to the isolation and destruction of Yankee imperialism. While refusing adherence to united actions with revisionists, we at the same time reject adherence to centrism, for we believe there exist no converging points or parallel lines between the two attitudes which are different in their nature and mutually exclusive. The struggle of the Chilean people has shown that Yankee imperialism and modern revisionism in our country are, likewise, united and have a common general line which they follow with persistence. There are people who, basing their views on differences of conditions in various countries or in given situations, deny in practice the need for Marxist-Leninists to unite, formulating a common international line of action. We think this stand is erroneous because it not only favors Yankee imperialism and modern revisionism but is also contrary to the international nature of proletarian revolution. Our party considers it necessary for Marxist-Leninists of the world not merely to seek formal unity but also to work out a common general line emanating from their revolutionary experiences in the struggle against Yankee imperialism, reaction, and modern revisionism. At present, the Marxist-Leninists in Latin America are faced with a peculiar situation, the collaboration of certain individuals who pose as revolutionaries with Latin American revisionists and with the leading clique of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. When the tides of revisionism were at their lowest ebb in Latin America, when the revisionists were ideologically and politically discredited and their organizations disintegrating, when the Caribbean crisis had laid bare the capitulating and treacherous features of the Soviet revisionists and Khrushchev himself had fallen, those so-called revolutionary individuals, responding to the call of the Khrushchevite revisionists, ran to their assistance. This is precisely the character of the meeting of the revisionist parties of Latin America which was held in Havana in December 1964. Coming in a special plane by way of Moscow, there gathered all the opportunist dregs, renegades, traitors, and discredited elements, those held in contempt and consigned to oblivion by the Latin American masses, who formulated their nefarious line of cessation of polemics and attacks against the left-wing revolutionaries. They tried to isolate the Marxist-Leninists and neutralize the revolution, to misconstrue Marxist-Leninist ideas and principles and to substitute class collaboration for class struggle. They tried to check the spread of revolutionary ideas and to suppress them. We think we have acted right in denouncing this gathering as a meeting of traitors. We consider these individuals as collaborators with opportunists whose true identities they try to cover up and disguise as revolutionary, but they will not succeed in deceiving the masses, for these opportunists have already exposed their revisionist nature. Our struggle against our principal foe, Yankee imperialism, we cannot seriously speak of revolution without first exposing the revisionists, just as we cannot seriously speak of an armed uprising without opposing revisionist treason and their peaceful transition and revisionist peaceful coexistence. With a view to averting their disgrace and total isolation, those self-styled revolutionaries raise a hue and cry about resorting to armed struggle but, at the same time, they follow a twofold tactic in order to oppose it. First, they support the revisionists, saying that no armed struggle should be resorted to. Secondly, they support the military venture of petty bourgeois groups behind the backs of the masses, as a means after all of lowering the prestige of an armed uprising and forcing the sacrifice of many patriots. They set themselves the task also of attacking and dealing blows at Marxist-Leninist parties. Just like the revisionists and imperialists, they have resorted to intrigues, slanders, denunciations and sabotage against these parties. They also try to liquidate Marxist-Leninist parties or deny the necessity for a proletarian vanguard to guide the revolution. They, therefore, state that it is enough to set up a hotbed of uprising of the petty bourgeoisie sent from the city to the countryside to seize state power. 30 World Revolution. And that the basic task of creating an ideologically, politically and organizationally Marxist-Leninist party can be left aside. They also claim that the union of the peasants and workers, the united front and the creation of the armed forces of the people emerging from the armed struggle of the masses under the guidance of the party can also be left aside. These neo-revisionists in the attack on us try to justify themselves by saying that in order to live it is necessary to make concessions and submit to the strategy of the revisionists. To accept revisionist blackmail is, after all, the same as to accept imperialist blackmail. In sharp contrast with this opportunist attitude, the Party of Labour of Albania has set for us a great internationally significant example, unwaveringly uncompromisingly resisting both the aggressions and blockades by the imperialists as well as those by the revisionists. The guarantee of independence should be sought in the Marxist-Leninist Party, in the people, the army, and in independent economy, not in the disgraceful compromise or capitulation of the revisionists to imperialism. Friendly Soviet Youths in Colombia. By Bruce Franklin, Paris, France. What kind of friendship and cooperation the Soviet revisionist leaders are trying to promote in Latin America is indicated by the visit of a youth delegation to Colombia. During its month-long visit in July, the Soviet youth delegation publicly denied that various governments of Latin American countries were recessionary and said, "We wish to build friendship with the governments of all countries." According to Bogotá Newsman, the delegation hobnobbed with Colombian reactionaries and U.S. lackeys, visiting offices of the major newspapers and radio stations, called on the Colombian revisionist renegades and danced at the notorious Café Agogo. What endeared them particularly to the reactionary newspapers and radio stations were the never-ending supply of anti-Chinese interviews and articles which they readily provided. As the delegation left the country, a spokesman declared, "It is a pity that we have not been able to visit the National University." To this the revolutionary university students retort, "It is indeed a great pity because we have missed an opportunity to punish them as we did Rockefeller and Laras, since all of them are jackals of the same lair." Fascismo, urban terror or popular war. From una línea pequeña burguesa en la revolución chilena. Revolutionary Communist Party of Chile. Santiago, Chile, Ediciones Espartaco 1967. The leaders of MIR claim to combine in their ranks all groups of the petty bourgeoisie who hope to establish socialism in our country through armed insurrection. Since those who have heeded its call are, for the most part, small groups of intellectuals with Trotskyite or *foco, although related to the English word focus, the Danish word toko, when used in the context of military science, has no exact equivalent in English. It generally refers to a center of guerrilla activity rather than a definite geographic location or specific military base. Occasionally, it is used to mean a single guerrilla band. Fascismo, then, is a term which has come to be synonymous in Latin America with the Cuban theory of revolutionary warfare and can be briefly summarized as follows: the guerrilla toko, multiplied many times over throughout the countryside, in much the same way as cells divide, can develop into a strong revolutionary army capable of defeating the enemy and taking power, at which time the military leaders then become the leaders of a new vanguard party and the national government. MIR, a left-wing group in Chile which espouses the Cuban fascismo form of armed struggle. Unlike most of the Melrillista parties of Latin America, VHLCH had their origins in bourgeois reformist parties. Registered *MIR of Chile was formed in August 1965 by various dissident militants and the old socialist and communist parties together with some of the top leaders of the Trotskyite groupings. Old left backgrounds along with youths deluded by Castroism, anarchism, etc., their difficulties in formulating a program continue to be insuperable. The existing ideological mosaic permits everyone to think what he wants to about this armed insurrection, about the strategy and tactics of establishing socialism. Despite this lack of ideological clarity, they hope to lead the working class in a frontal attack against all of its class enemies. To speak of armed insurrection without explaining what is meant by this, without indicating clearly the strategy and tactics to be used in this struggle, without indicating with precision the contradictions inherent therein, without identifying the principal enemy and the secondary enemies, to dream of defeating them all at once, can only be called demagogy and irresponsibility. The form in which the armed struggle is organized and undertaken always represents the interests of the class that directs it. The MIR and other small petty bourgeois groups identify very closely with the methods of insurrectional struggle which triumphed in Cuba, that is, the guerrilla foco and urban terrorism. This is 31. World Revolution. One of the few things that is clearly set forth in their writings. As one would expect, this insurrectionist theory urged on the whole of America by the Havana leaders is an obvious expression of the moods, inclinations, and thinking of petty bourgeois elements. Urban terrorism does not involve the masses, is based on isolated actions which can be carried out by a very few individuals, does not need popular support and can cause enemy losses without enlisting the proletarian masses. This is the petty bourgeoisie's favorite type of struggle, reflecting its individualism and its misgivings about joining the proletariat. Many of these people are capable of throwing a bomb, but very few of them are disposed to go out and share the hardships of the workers and peasants, to learn about class consciousness from the workers and peasants. The theory of the guerrilla Foucault also has its class roots. It is based on the assumption that a group of petty bourgeois revolutionaries grafted onto the countryside can carry out armed assaults capable of rallying the peasant masses to its ranks, of arousing the revolutionary conscience of the whole country and, finally, of taking power. It is not a question of winning the support of the masses in order that they will wage their own war of liberation but, on the contrary, of waging the war so as to win the support of the masses. It is not a question of raising the level of the mass struggle to the point where the people will be able to form their own army, led by the ideology and the party of the proletariat, but of winning the support and admiration of the masses by heroic actions while leaving them on a secondary plane, disposed to take what the military group chooses to offer them when it takes power, deprived of the possibility of determining the future of the society which generated the struggle and of establishing a real dictatorship of the proletariat. The guerrilla group without the direction of a proletarian party may be able to realize some military successes and even, in some cases, do away with an unpopular government, but if it is not controlled by the proletariat, it inevitably transforms itself into a new oppressor. The political tendency of Castroism is characterized by an elemental revolutionary pragmatism which precludes a commitment to a completely systematized ideology. This tendency has been manifested in all of Latin America under the influence of the Cuban Revolution, and the Mir of Chile is simply one of its expressions. The alleged attempt, urged from time to time, of searching for a revolutionary road to socialism, based on the history of the country and of forging a program to meet the specific national conditions, is a cover-up for the desire to exempt the revolutionary struggle from the need to conform to the revolutionary ideology of the proletariat, that is, Marxism-Leninism. Under the pretext of a nationalist formulation, it tries to avoid any commitment to a clearly defined ideology. It tries to ignore the international experiences of the proletariat because from these one can only deduce the necessity of creating a working-class party, armed with Marxism-Leninism, capable of mobilizing the masses in a revolutionary manner, of guiding them to form their own armchair and of leading them in an extensive popular war which can destroy the enemies of our people one by one. This approach is intolerable for the Trotskyists and not much more attractive to the other petty bourgeois elements of Mir. The theory of Foucaultismo guerrillero has been tried in the Latin American Revolution with disastrous results. The hope that the Cuba example can be repeated is an illusion. No armed group can hope to reduce the struggle to a simple confrontation with the bourgeois army of a single country. The brutal intervention of the Yankee army in the Dominican Republic should have disabused everyone of any illusions about a short struggle and an easy success. Yankee imperialism is the principal NMJ of all the Latin American peoples. Hence we must confront it with all the pro-revolutionary forces in every one of our countries in a concert manner. It is a powerful enemy and only way to defeat it is by means of a populage war, coordinated with all the liberation struggles of the oppressed peoples, with all the revolutionary struggles of our America, in which the popular masses have the fullest opportunity of developing their enormous forces and of applying the methods of struggle developed by the great revolutionaries of our era and applied to the concrete realities of their own countries. People's war is based on the revolutionary mobilization of large masses, led by the party of the proletariat, in a struggle for their concrete interests and with the clear objective of conquest of power. It teaches the masses to take advantage of their own forces and awakens their creative genius to solve the problems encountered in the course of the struggle. It teaches them to systematize their experiences so that these can serve as an orientation and guide and help them to raise the level of their many formae of struggle. It teaches the masses to dare to struggle against an enemy that is initially more powerful and to develop their own forces, Con H sent raiding them to annihilate the enemy piece by piece until they gain the superiority which makes it possible to crush him decisively. People's War is the most advanced type OI. Focusmo 33. Struggle against a powerful enemy. It is the fruit of a long international experience in the application of Marxism-Leninism. The principles of People's War, formulated by Mao Zedong, are the logical consequence of the correct application of Marxism-Leninism to the struggle of the people against an enemy of superior military force. These principles proved to be correct in the anti-Japanese war, in the long war of liberation of the Chinese people, in the Korean War and in the anti-fascist war waged by the Soviet people. Today they are receiving their most definitive substantiation in the Vietnamese War. The heroic struggles of the Vietnamese people are a treasury of the proletariat, and only our responsible people or those who have never seriously thought of revolution can ignore or underestimate the importance of their great contribution. People's War is an expression of proletarian ideology in the same way that Fouquismo and urban terrorism are the expression of petty bourgeois ideology. Our differences with Mir are not, as they claim, those of following or sympathizing with this and that country, but very profound ones reflecting the different classes which we represent. The position on Cuba. Despite its repeated affirmations of independence, Mir numbers itself among the semi-official representatives of the Cuban line. They cannot hope for more because the official representation and direct contacts with Cuba's Communist Party are in the hands of the leadership of the revisionist CP in Chile. Mir's relations with the Cuban leaders have to be carried out under the stigma of an illicit love affair. They even have to share a sort of concubinage with the Socialist Party and other groups previously mentioned, including the group of orators who direct the Chilean Revolution from Radio Havana. But Mir's ideological devotion is total. In its Declaration of Principles, it says, Mir proclaims its support to the Cuban Revolution because its methods of insurrectional struggle, its policy of liquidation of the oligarchy and national bourgeoisie, its anti-imperialist posture, and its plans for building socialism, including its proposals of not permitting sectarianism or bureaucratism, constitute an example for the guidance of the revolutionists of the continent. The Cuban Revolution has had an enormous influence on the development of the struggle our people. For the first time, in Latin America, armed forces supported by the people were able to overthrow and destroy a professional army and a corrupt regime supported by Yankee imperialism. For the first time, a Latin American government was capable of confronting imperialist fury, defeating it at the Bay of Pigs, and of synthesizing its revolutionary practice by a remarkable document valid for the Latin American Revolution, the Second Declaration of Havana. Because of this and because of the affection and admiration which the Cuban Revolution has earned among the proletarian masses of the entire continent, the actions and statements of its leaders, and the road that they have chosen for the building of socialism, must be carefully analyzed by the Latin American revolutionaries. Successful revolutions should be studied with great care by those who aspire to lead the struggle of their peoples. We have to learn from their successes and errors, and every revolution has both. A blind and uncritical admiration lends no service to the proletariat and offers it no guidance in the complicated struggle with its class enemies. But all the followers of Havana, including the leadership of Mir, deny even the right to discuss the position of the Cuban leaders or their direct action in the politics of our country. Their favorite argument is that we have no right to criticize the heroes of the Sierra Maestro since we have never made a revolution ourselves. This is ridiculous and infantile. It is a typically dogmatic argument which would exempt heroes and successful leaders from all dialectic process, all possibility of change or of error. Lenin would have no right to criticize Koski, a brilliant Marxist leader who made important contributions to revolutionary theory before becoming a renegade. Nor would we be able to judge Tito of Yugoslavia, a hero of the anti-fascist war who later became a traitor to the proletarian cause and an ally of imperialism. One could go on indefinitely citing similar historical examples. The greater the merits of revolutionary leader, the greater his responsibility and the greater the damage that can result from his mistakes. We have serious criticisms of the Cuban leaders and consider it a duty and a responsibility to formulate them clearly. But it seems to us to be the most detestable petty bourgeois opportunism to keep silent in order not to detract from the prestige which the Cuban Revolution rightfully deserved, and especially during that 34-world revolution period when Yankee imperialism considered Cuba its greatest enemy. We criticize the present Cuban leaders for the following things: for having departed from the correct and independent line maintained up until the Caribbean crisis and giving in to the pressures of Soviet revisionism. This departure became increasingly apparent when Cuba lent itself as the seat of the meeting of the 22 revisionist parties of Latin America in 1964, thereby joining ranks with the corrupt, double-dealing opportunists of Latin American revisionism and even signing a pact of unity with them against revolucionaries. Later, in 1965, the Cuban leaders attended the Moscow meeting. Finally, on the last night of the Tricontinental Conference, they unjustifiably launched a surprise attack, a slanderous assault against the Communist Party of China. For having ordered the cessation of public polemics between Marxist-Leninists and revisionists on the grounds that the ideological struggle could wait 10 years and that the defense of principle was Byzantinism. This thesis, an extreme form of opportunism, was in open contradiction to the Second Declaration of Havana. A fundamental duty of revolutionaries is to spread revolutionary ideas, and the cessation of public polemics was designed to muzzle these ideas in order to preserve revisionism and gain the approval of the reactionaries, revisionists and imperialists. For spreading throughout all Latin America a line of adventurist armed struggle based on a petty bourgeois guerrilla foco transplanted from the city to the country, isolated from and acting in place of the masses, who are left under the ideological leadership of the revisionists. For having its leader, Fidel Castro, sign a joint declaration with Luis Corvalán, head of the clique of renegades who direct Latin American revisionism, indicating a unanimity in point of view. This was a cowardly blow at Chilean revolutionaries but, more fundamentally, at the prestige of the Cuban Revolution and the Second Declaration of Havana. Revolutionaries must draw the conclusion that, if the Cuban leadership has an identity of views with Corvalán, it has nothing in common with us nor with the interests of the proletariat and the Chilean Revolution. For having imposed on the Tricontinental Conference an opportunist line for Latin America, excluding revolutionary parties and organizations but always including the revisionists. As a matter of fact, the Cuban leadership thereby did a great service for international revisionism, helping it in its efforts to split the Afro-Asian movement, and did no service to the Latin American Revolution. But Yankee imperialism can be thankful to them. The revolutionary proposals approved at this conference will only serve to camouflage the enemies. The Latin American Organization of Solidarity, the ideal organ for propagating those proposals, will become, in the final analysis, a center for Latin American revisionism. For having systematically opposed the Marxist-Leninist parties of Latin America to the point of direct attack on them and resorting to intrigue, conspiracy and bribes to break them up and organize factionalism against their directives. Our Colombian, Dominican, Guatemalan, Peruvian, Brazilian, Argentinian comrades, as well as we ourselves, can testify to this. The petty bourgeois class origins of the mere leadership and, to a great extent, its super militants explain its devotion to the Cuban leaders, its line and methods. In Cuba, all its dreams are realized. The Trotskyite group of mere applauds because Cuba proclaimed socialism by decree, all at once. These people are not interested in objectively analyzing what kind of socialism has been instituted there. They do not seem to take notice that the greater part of Cuba's land is in the hands of small owners who exploit the manual labor of others, that capitalist, not socialist, forms of agricultural production have developed, that the bourgeoisie has not been relieved of its positions of leadership in the bureaucratic apparatus and in the cultural institutions but that, on the contrary, the bourgeoisie is becoming more secure and gaining new positions of power. They consider exemplary the Cuban line of building socialism and do not stop to ask whether it corresponds to the interests of the revolutionary people of Cuba, an economic policy based on the international division of labor and directed by Moscow, which relegates to Cuba the role of a one-crop, sugar producer, totally dependent on the Soviet revisionist leadership, instead of encouraging the Cuban people to build a diversified, self-sustaining economy. Nor do they question whether it is prudent to depend on external help and foreign markets when they are in constant danger of a total blockade by Yankee imperialism. It seems never to have occurred to them that the whole present-day setup in Cuba is predicated on the illusory assumption that there will be a very long period of peaceful coexistence with imperialism. Enver Hoxha. On the struggle against modern revisionism. From a speech to the 5th Congress of the Albanian Party of Labour, November 1966. For the realization of their counter-revolutionary aims, the bourgeoisie and imperialism have always practiced two courses, the two main instruments, the hangman and the priest, violence and fraud. And experience goes on to show the bigger are the victories scored by the revolutionary movement, the stronger becomes its positions and might, the more so the bourgeoisie and imperialism place their hopes on the method of undermining revolution and socialism from within, on the support and propping up of opportunism. The treacherous social democracy has been for a long time, and still continues to be, the agency of the bourgeoisie and imperialism in the workers' movement, to restrain revolution, to safeguard and consolidate the capitalist order. Immediately after the Second World War, imperialism found in Trotskism a new social backing, which it sustained and encouraged by all means as a specialized detachment at the service of U.S. imperialism, to undermine socialism and sabotage the liberation struggle of the peoples. But after the emergence of Khrushchevite revisionism, world imperialism secured a new ally, new very powerful agents whom it had great need, faced as it was by failures and defeats caused by historic victories of socialism and of the liberation struggle of the peoples marching forward with an irresistible impetus. High Soviet revisionist leaders joined a holy alliance with U.S. imperialism, the biggest enemy of the peoples of all the world. This Soviet-American partnership and all-around collaboration is one of the most fundamental characteristics of today's international situation. On the basis of this alliance stand their hegemonist interests and common aims for the partition of areas of influence and for the establishment in the world of the domination of two great powers. Standing on the same strategic positions, USA and USSR, as two big powers with a powerful economic and military potential, cannot but take each other into account, they need each other, they undertake common actions and coordinate their plans. At the same time, these two world powers strive to win preponderance, each one for its sake, to strengthen the groupings of friends around itself, to fight against the groupings of the other party, in order to detach allies from the other, to expand the sphere of its influence at the expense of its partner. But they unite in 36 World Revolution. A close alliance with each other in order to attack the revolutionary peoples and socialism. This alliance is developing in all directions, political, economic, ideological, and cultural. In many directions it has been sanctioned by official documents, by various treaties and agreements, open and secret. They are going deeper and deeper toward the conclusion of military agreements, toward aggressive and oppressive plans and plots. He said, the help which the Khrushchevite revisionists give to the imperialists is great and many-sided. It finds its expression in the efforts to embellish imperialism and drive off the peoples from their liberation wars, in spreading illusions that freedom and independence will come as a gift from outside or through UN resolutions, by intimidating the peoples with the horrors of war and atomic blackmail. It also finds its expression in the attempts to suppress the national liberation wars, by approving the dispatch of counter-revolutionary repressive UN forces, or by supporting and arming reactionary cliques in various countries and so on and so forth. It is a fact that the revisionist slogans of peaceful coexistence / of peaceful competition / of peaceful transition / of complete general disarmament / or of a world without arms / without armies and without wars / etc., are enthusiastically embraced by imperialists as well as by all international reaction, including the Vatican, because with these peaceful slogans, they can throw dust in the people's eyes, they can camouflage the warmongering activities of imperialism and the realization of the common Soviet-American plans for world domination. But the Soviet revisionist clique did not obtain the results of the diversion expected by US imperialism and world reaction. The treason of the Khrushchevites and the slogans with which it was camouflaged, are being more and more exposed before the people. They have burst into chain reactions and deep contractations, which are bringing to imperialism and revisionism heavy and inevitable defeats, one after the other. In discussing the war in Vietnam, Hoc Ha extolled the heroic courage of the Vietnamese people and characterized Vietnam as the epicenter of the international struggle against US imperialism. One cannot be a friend and ally of the Vietnamese people, he said, while one is also a friend and ally of US imperialism. While making a big fuss about their so-called aid and support for Vietnam, the Soviet revisionists are, he said, pursuing a tree-share-us policy of sham support and real betrayal and, by their collaborationist policy in Europe and elsewhere, are actually giving the US imperialists a free hand to murder the Vietnamese. The Khrushchevald revisionists, in order to camouflage their treason, talk a lot about our alleged unity on the Vietnamese question. Bulletin: what kind of unity on the Vietnamese case can be spoken of between Marxist-Leninists and revisionists when the Soviet leaders under I take common anti-Vietnamese and anti-revolutionary actions with US imperialists? What are the revisionists and those who echo their demagoguery for united action on the Vietnamese question demanding? Do they want that even we, Marxist-Leninists and our socialist countries, coordinate our actions with US imperialists and be transformed into their collaborators against the Vietnamese people according to the example of the Khrushchevite revisionists? No, this will never happen. Hoc has said that the PLA considers it the right and duty of every Marxist-Leninist part, to defend the teachings of Marxism-Leninism against any rightist or leftist deviation, both to its ranks and in the international communist movement, and to make principled criticisms of any Marxist-Leninist party which violates 01 distorts Marxist-Leninist principles. He characterized Khrushchevite revisionism as a direct successor to the revisionism of Bernstein and Kosky, Trotsky and Bukharin, Braudy and Tito, and said, the PLA considers the open and uninterrupted struggle against modern revisionism with the Soviet revisionist leadership as its center as one of the main tasks of all the Marxist-Leninists, for modern revisionism is the main enemy of the international communist movement, it is the Trojan horse of world imperialism and capitalism, it is the second front of imperialism in opposing socialism and communism. Its strategic aim is to perpetuate the capitalist rule where it is still in power and to restore capitalism when it has been overthrown. Revisionism and social democracy are, he said, two manifestations of the same bourgeois ideology, the first, in the communist movement, and the second to the workers' movement. The revisionists, said Hoc Ha, directed the main spearhead of their struggle against Marxism-Leninism, the correct theory of work revolution and of the struggle for the defeat of imperialism and capitalism. They replaced this theory with an opportunistic and counter-revolutionary theory in the service of the bourgeoisie and imperialism. Under the false slogans of the struggle against dogmatism and of the creative development of Marxism under new conditions, y actually declared Marxism-Leninism outworn and sought to turn it into a doctrine that would be not merely harmless but even helpful to the imperialists. Anver Hoc Ha 37. They replaced materialism with idealism, dialectics with metaphysics, accepted the recessionary philosophy of pragmatism. They negated the class struggle, the socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, replacing these with bourgeois and opportunist theories of class reconciliation, social reform, peaceful transition, and liberal bourgeois democracy. The second goal of the struggle of the revisionists is to weaken and destroy the Marxist-Leninist parties, to turn them into social democratic parties which could support the counter-revolution, undermine socialism and defend and re-establish capitalism. They trampled underfoot the Leninist principles of building the party of a new type, introduced into the party life forms and methods of work alien to Marxism-Leninism, eliminated the old revolutionary cadres and brought opportunists, careerists, and adventurers to leading positions, entered into coalitions with the bourgeois, liberal and social democratic parties, and now prepare to liquidate the communist parties under the pretext of creating unique parties of the working class. The Khrushchevites negated the proletarian class nature of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and declared it the party of the entire people. Another goal of the Khrushchevite revisionists, said Hakha, is to undermine the socialist system and liquidate the dictatorship of the proletariat. To radically transform the Soviet Union and socialist countries into bourgeois countries and states of a new Titoid and Trotskyite type under the false pretext of the struggle against the cult of the individual and its consequences, the revisionists made slenders in a most sinister way against Marxism-Leninism, against communist parties and against the dictatorship of the proletariat, against the whole socialist system and world communism. Another object is, he said, to disrupt the workers' international unity, to smash the international communist movement and force the submission of communist parties to the Soviet revisionist leadership. They have introduced to the international communist movement the method of the conductor's baton and of the mother party, trampling upon correct norms of relationships between fraternal parties and establishing the feudal and patriarchal relations of submission and domination. The Soviet U.S. friendship and cooperation, the establishment of a new alliance between U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionist imperialism for world domination is the essence, the Khrushchevite revisionists' line, their loftiest ideal and dream. CHLIA's new alliance aims at dividing the spheres of influence and putting all the states of the world under the dictate of these two big powers. It is an undeniable fact that the Khrushchevite revisionists headed by the Soviet leaders, do not make now any distinction between friends and enemies of socialism and peoples. They have broken with Marxism-Leninism, with revolutionaries, and with the peoples. They have made common cause with imperialism in opposing socialism, with the USA in opposing the peoples, with all the reactionaries in opposing the revolutionaries, with the Titoid clique and all the other renegades from the working class in opposing Marxism-Leninism and the parties and forces which are loyal to it and the cause of revolution. There have been people friendly to our party and people who did not understand from the beginning that our party was right in its decision to resist revisionism by every means and to conduct against it a tit-for-tat struggle. And there were among them some who considered our party's stand as immature, hasty, tactically wrong, stubborn, and subjective. We patiently listened to these groundless judgments and were sure that we would be understood and supported later, as actually happened. It is not difficult for those who are aware of the history of our relations with the Soviet leaders to see how correct and well thought out, how steady and resolute has been our party's stand. The struggle of our party against Khrushchevite revisionism was not guided by economic or other trivial and practical considerations, false pride or narrow national interests, which they thought could be easily solved in 1 or 2 meetings with the Soviet leaders. Our differences with the Soviet leaders were not only as a consequence of the grave mistakes committed by them in regard to our party and country. The Soviet revisionist leadership committed mistakes in regard to Albania because they betrayed Marxism-Leninism, and it was the consequence of this betrayal and departure from principles. Therefore, the mistakes of Khrushchevites in regard to us could not be rectified apart from their treacherous general line. The differences were first of principle and general, and afterwards became particular and partial. Those were differences between the two lines in the international communist movement and not only between the PLA and the leadership of the CPSU. What are the main results of this historic struggle between Marxism-Leninism and modern revisionism? First, while revisionism at the outset enjoyed a period of easy development, hidden as it was behind the mask of Marxism-Leninism and capitalizing on the prestige and authority of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, now the struggle of the Marxist-Leninist parties and forces has completely unmasked the 38 World Revolution, Khrushchevite revisionists and exposed their treachery. Since then the revisionists have not been able to conceal their perfidy and to get off without condemnation or punishment. High struggle against revisionism has made it possible to draw a clear-cut line between truth and falsehood, between Marxism-Leninism and revisionism, between revolutionaries and counter-revolutionaries. It has helped the communists and the people to recognize the Khrushchevite revisionists and their ilk for what they are, what they represent and whom they serve. Second, while the revisionists succeeded at first in deceiving a lot of people with their boastful promises of creating abundance, with their pompous plans for achieving communism within a short period of time, with their demagogic slogans about the attainment of an everlasting peace and of the creation, not later than 1960, of a world without weapons, without armies, and without wars, etc., etc., now their domestic and foreign policies have suffered a general fiasco, their promises have proved false and their demagogy has been discredited. As a result of their bourgeois and capitalist domestic policy, which has brought about economic, political, ideological, military, and cultural chaos and confusion, and which has thus created the diversion for the restoration of capitalism, the Khrushchevite revisionists are enmeshed in a deep, irreconcilable contradiction with the Soviet communists and people who stand for the development along the socialist road opened by the October Revolution and are against the capitalist road that the counter-revolutionary revisionists are taking. At the same time, as a result of their treacherous, counter-revolutionary, capitulationist foreign policy, the Khrushchevites have become involved in a general conflict with all anti-imperialist forces in the world, which see in the Soviet-US line of collaboration a conspiracy to oppress the people everywhere and establish the domination of these two powers. THIRD, while earlier the revisionists seemed to have a single front more or less united, now their treacherous line and the struggle of the Marxist-Leninist parties and forces have caused them difficulties and brought contradictions that have undermined its foundations and sapped its internal unity. It now resembles a pack of hungry wolves ready to tear one another into pieces. The conductor's baton no longer has all of the revisionist orchestra under its control. Centrifugal and polycentrist tendencies are being increased. Big power chauvinism has spawned local narrow nationalism as an inevitable reaction. Various types of revisionism are quarreling with one another for spheres of influence and demand to be as free from rubles as possible in order to become increasingly dependent upon the dollar. Everyone is making efforts to advance his own economic, political, and military interests at the expense of the interests of other revisionists. The Soviet revisionist leaders are trying by hook and by crook, now by threats and pressure, by concessions and rubles, to plug the holes of the battered and sinking revisionist ship. But all these efforts have come to naught and will never succeed because the revisionists are unprincipled bearers and transmitters of bourgeois ideology, they are nationalists and chauvinists, and there can, therefore, never be unity among them. The firm and principled struggle waged by the Marxist-Leninists will sharpen these contradictions more and more so that the revisionist front will be weakened and the wave of revolution heightened. In the course of the struggle, however, care should be taken not to overestimate the effect of these contradictions and not to foster illusions, since, irrespective of the shades and distinctions among them, all the revisionist leading groups represent a single regressive anti-Marxist trend. All of them have the common goal of struggling against Marxism-Leninism and revolution, all their maneuvers and preoccupations aim at saving revisionism, consolidating its positions and prolonging its life. Fourth, while earlier the revisionist groups seemed to be powerful and to have secure bases at home, now all can see that they are weak and unstable, their bases unsteady. Without analyzing all the groups, let us nevertheless dwell a bit on the two main groups, the Soviet revisionist group and the THIRD group. The general weakness of the Soviet leading group becomes evident with the shameful failure of their leader and inspirer, the arch-traitor and Khrushchev. His failure was an inevitable consequence of the revisionist course, of the deep contradictions of revisionism, of the resistance by the genuine Soviet revolutionaries and the struggle of the Marxist-Leninist parties and forces that exposed and finally defeated this traitor. Khrushchev's followers, his loyal disciples and collaborators ousted him from the political scene to save revisionism and to practice Khrushchevism without Khrushchev. Together with Khrushchevism, however, they had to face the problems left unsolved by Khrushchev as well as all the difficulties and contradictions their revisionist course brings about, which become increasingly serious with every passing day. The new Soviet leading group used demagogy and all sorts of maneuvers to try to extricate themselves from their difficulties, but to no avail. Their tricks were Enver Hoxha 39. Exposed by the Marxist-Leninist parties and forces, while in the Soviet Union itself the genuine communists and revolutionaries in cities and on the collective farms, in the army and elsewhere, continued in various ways to increase their anti-revisionist efforts, here by setting up committees in defense of Stalin, there committees for the defeat of revisionism, etc. Our party is confident that the day will come when the peoples and the revolutionaries in the Soviet Union will smash the revisionist treacherous clique that has usurped power and will again raise aloft the victorious banner of the October Revolution, the banner of Lenin and Stalin. Fifth, while previously the revisionists had managed to some degree to establish their rule in the communist parties and in the international communist movement and to impose their treacherous line, now thanks to the struggle of the Marxist-Leninist parties and forces, to the reaction against the revisionist line and methods, a great process is taking place and is deepening, that of the differentiation of the forces of Marxism-Leninism and revisionism, both on a national and on an international scale. Tens of new parties and Marxist-Leninist groups have been founded in different countries of the world, including some socialist countries. We wholeheartedly hail these Marxist-Leninist parties and groups and wish them ever greater successes in their just struggles for the lofty revolutionary ideals of the working class. The PLA, caring not a straw for the revisionist slanders and accusations that we have been allegedly carrying out factionalist and splitting activities, has helped and will help with everything she can the new Marxist-Leninist forces, all those who fight against imperialism and revisionism and who are for revolution. We regard it to be our lofty internationalist duty, for in the growth of these new revolutionary forces we see the only just way to the triumph of Marxism-Leninism and the destruction of revisionism. From the above-mentioned results of the struggle until now between Marxism-Leninism and modern revisionism, it is evident that revisionism is undergoing a deep crisis, without a way out, and its final doom is inevitable. Our party, like all other faithful revolutionaries, feels duty-bound to intensify the struggle for the defense of Marxist-Leninist positions and exposure of revisionism. We must contribute to the process of deepening and hastening the crisis which revisionism is undergoing. The PLA thinks the struggle against modern revisionism in general and against Khrushchevite and Titoid revisionism in particular must be carried to a new height. The phenomena of degradation and degeneration to be found among the revisionists, the successive defeats they are suffering, the national rivalries and the struggles for power that are appearing everywhere, will undoubtedly bring forth the heightened resistance on the part of the peoples and revolutionary communists where the revisionists are in power. The revolutionary struggle against the revisionist cliques will find active support among the broad working masses, in the ranks of the working class and especially among the peasantry who are being increasingly exploited by the revived kulaks and bourgeois elements nurtured by revisionism. Our party is confident that the struggle against revisionism will grow and develop even in the dens of treason itself with a new unprecedented force. Enver Hoxha warned against the harmful consequences of nurturing illusions about the possibility of any basic change in the outlook of the present leaders of the CPSU. He pointed out that they were intimate collaborators with Khrushchev in preparing counter-revolution in the Soviet Union, in applying the revisionist line, and in undermining socialism and world revolution. He went on. Marxist-Leninists are not to be deceived by the outward appearances and demagogy that the new Soviet leaders so freely make use of. Behind it they should see the content, the essence of the matter, and distinguish words from deeds. If we look at things in this way, then it is clear that the present Soviet leaders have not changed and do not intend to change. They are determined to follow their treacherous path. This is no more than logical. They cannot turn into a just path without sentencing themselves to death. So, no hope should be nourished that the revisionist traitors will change their course. The change will surely happen some day, but it is not the revisionists who will make it it is the Marxist-Leninists who will put an end to the revisionists' rule and will bring them before the court of revolution. In what do those who have illusions on this question see the change and turning point of new Soviet leaders? In nothing concrete but only in Khrushchevite demagogy, into whose trap they have fallen willy-nilly. And it must be said that as far as demagogy is concerned, new Soviet leaders, Brezhnev, Kosygin, and their ilk, are much more cunning and better masters than their teacher. They swear by Leninism and even allow others to speak more objectively of Stalin, but at the same time they swear by 20th and 22nd Congresses of CPSU. Is this turning point? Certainly not. It could be spoken of as a turning point only if they openly refuted revisionism and treachery outright, publicly renounced as anti-Marxist decisions of the 20th, 21st, and 22nd Con. 40 World Revolution. Greases and proclaimed as revisionist the program of the CPSU, which was worked out during the 22nd Congress and all its theses on the party and state of the whole people. It could only be spoken of as a turning point if they fully and unequivocally rehabilitated Stalin. Our party has stressed and stresses it again that this is a basic question, for the revisionists concretized their attack on Marxism-Leninism and the proletarian dictatorship with their attack on J.V. Stalin. Our party is of the opinion that the Marxist-Leninists and all the revolutionaries should defend Stalin from all the slanders and attacks of the revisionists, and by their struggle make Stalin's name and deed gain the honorable place they deserve. For Stalin was and remains a great revolutionary and a great Marxist-Leninist. He pursued a just and revolutionary general line, on both domestic and foreign policy. Said Hakha, the Soviet revisionists raise a hue and cry for unity of action against the imperialists, asserting that there are more filings uniting us than dividing us, and at the same time they loudly declare that they are working for all-around Soviet-American cooperation. Does this mean we have here a change? Certainly not. The evidence shows that the Khrushchevite revisionists are anti-imperialists in words only, while in deeds they are pro-imperialists. They more and more expand their economic, political, and scientific relations with the U.S. All of their diplomatic efforts, especially their secret negotiations, all met strengthening their ties with the imperialists and agents of the imperialists, the American, Japanese, West German, etc., with the Indian reactionaries, with the Indonesian fascist clique, with all the enemies of the peoples of socialism and revolution. And now what is that unites the Marxist-Leninists with the modern revisionists? Nothing. Everything divides them. Their ideology, politics and final aim are diametrically opposite. The anti-imperialist front of the PEO should be set up on a solid foundation. It must be a true anti-imperialist front which should unite all who are effectively waging a struggle against imperialism and who recognize U.S. imperialism as the number one enemy. Khrushchevite revisionists, by their policies and activities, have excluded themselves from the anti-imperialist front. To include the revisionists in this front means to bring into it the fifth column, the Trojan horse, to undermine it from within. Our party firmly upholds the great Lenin's idea that it is impossible to successfully fight against imperialism unless you simultaneously, resolutely fight against its offspring and intimate ally, revisionism. The struggle against imperialism/Lenin stresses, if not closely connected with the fight against opportunism, becomes an empty talk and fraud. Our party firmly rejects the idea that united actions with Khrushchevite revisionists against U.S. imperialism are a touchstone for a useful and effective struggle against revisionism. Actually, to cooperate with the revisionists, to take united actions with them is to slip gradually into the revisionist positions, to accept their treacherous line. It would mean denying that U.S. imperialism is the number one enemy of the peoples and the international policeman, and to accept as correct the Khrushchevite policy of peaceful coexistence with imperialism, Soviet U.S. collaboration, to consider as just the Moscow Treaty and all the other open and secret agreements of the Soviet leaders with the U.S. imperialists and the reactionaries of other countries. It would mean abandoning the struggle against imperialism and adapting oneself to the interests of Soviet U.S. cooperation, thus sacrificing the liberty and independence of the peoples. This is just what the revisionists are trying to do with their proposals for united action. Our party thinks that the situation is such that every party and person who calls himself a communist and a revolutionary should not be mere onlookers, should not wait passively until attacked by the revisionists or only hail the struggles waged by others against revisionism. It is now high time for the Marxist-Leninists to be on the offensive and not on the defensive. They should attack and not retreat. We think it is high time to draw a demarcation line with modern revisionism, with all its groups, especially with the Soviet leading group, and to wage a tit-for-tat struggle, so as to isolate them from the people and from the revolutionary Soviet communists. We have never and will never confuse the Soviet revisionist leadership with the Soviet Union and the Soviet people, with whom we have been and will be good friends forever, rain or shine. In the struggle against modern revisionism, as in other problems, the only just attitude is the principled stand. There is no room for bargaining in matters of principle. In defending the principles one must not stop halfway, never should a wavering and opportunistic stand be adopted. The struggle between Marxism-Leninism and revisionism is an expression of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between socialism and capitalism. There is no middle way in the struggle. The golden middle way, as the historical experience of thousands of years has shown, is the way of the reconciliation of opposites that never reconcile, is an unstable and temporary position. Naturally, all the parties are equal and in Anverhakha dependent. Each party, as has been stressed in the Moscow statement, works out for itself its general line based upon Marxist-Leninist principles and in conformity with the concrete particularities and conditions of the country and time. It is an undeniable historic fact and a great stroke of luck for the peoples and international communism that in the forefront of the present-day struggle against us-led imperialism, against modern revisionism with the Soviet leaders at the top, stands strong and steadfast the Communist Party of China, headed by the renowned Marxist-Leninist, Comrade Mao Zedong. 41. The PLA thinks that all the parties and Marxist-Leninist forces, as equal and independent, must closely unite with the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China to form an iron bloc against which our enemies would break their heads. We do not care at all for the slanders of the revisionists and their imperialist masters that by joining China we became her satellite and lost independence. Slanders of this kind have never and should never prevent the Marxist-Leninists from strengthening unity with People's China and her Marxist-Leninist party. Soviet revisionists encourage growth of private economy. From Xinhua News Agency, September 7, 1967. The Soviet countryside is inundated with privat enterprise as a result of a number of measures taken by the Soviet revisionist ruling clique in agriculture in past years to encourage the growth of private economy, according to reports from Moscow. On the instructions of the Brezhnev-Kosygin Group, the Soviet revisionist press is advocating a further fostering of capitalist operation and management in agriculture. The past few years, with the degeneration of the public-owned economy in Soviet agriculture, private agriculture and animal husbandry have had a disproportionate development, according to a recent article in the Soviet revisionist journal, Agricultural Economy. It was reported that up to January 1967, the numbers of cows and sheep under personal ownership increased by 500,000 and 5,700,000 respectively over the totals for January 1, 1967. It was disclosed that at present the share of private production in the total output of the following farm products in the country is as follows: 63% of potatoes, 41% of vegetables, 54% of fruits and berries, 40% of meat, 39% of milk and 67% of eggs. The journal said that the share of the products of private production is fairly big in the total marketed production of the country. For instance, the share of potato is 44%, registered 8ks 37% and meat 17%. This is 311 important source for meeting the demands of the population in cities and district centers, the journal added. The journal asserted that ensuring the necessary products is a material stimulus to personal production, and the possibility of selling products at high prices on free markets is a supplementary stimulus to the development of personal economy. Therefore, much attention must be paid to free markets, and it is necessary to ensure them commercial equipment and good sites. The journal claimed that it is necessary to further develop personal economy, and that all attempts to infringe upon the interests of personal economy must be stopped in a most resolute manner. It urged collective farms and state farms to give much help to the operation of personal economy. It went so far as to say that the more help is given to members of collective farms and state farms in private production, the more energetically will they work in the public sector. The various practices of the Soviet revisionist ruling clique for restoring capitalism in agriculture have aroused strong discontent and opposition among the Soviet working people, and have made them see more clearly the vicious features of the handful of counter-revolutionary revisionists who are completely betraying the socialist cause. The Soviet people, with the traditions of the Great October Revolution, will one day rekindle the raging flame of revolution and sweep the Soviet revisionist clique off the face of the earth. Build the PKI along the Marxist-Leninist line to lead the People's Democratic Revolution in Indonesia. Self-criticism of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the PKI. Indonesian Tribune, January 1967, Volume 1, Number 3. In the statement of the Political Bureau, issued in commemoration of the 46th anniversary of the founding of the party, it was stated among other things that the fact that counter-revolutionary forces within a short time have succeeded in their attacks and inflicted such a great damage to the PKI demands from us, who are still capable to continue the revolutionary struggle, to make criticism and self-criticism as the only correct way to find our shortcomings and mistakes in the theoretical, political, and organizational fields, in order to correct them. The disaster which has caused such serious losses to the PKI and the revolutionary movement of the Indonesian people after the outbreak and the defeat of the September 30th movement has lifted up the curtain which for a long period had hidden the grave weaknesses of the PKI. The PKI leadership had been engaged in adventurism. Violating organizational rules, they had easily involved themselves in the September 30th movement that was not based on the high consciousness and conviction of the masses. And therefore they had caused the isolation of the party from the masses of the people. On the contrary, after the defeat of the September 30th movement, the party leadership carried out a right opportunist line, by entrusting President Sukarno with the fate of the party and the revolutionary movement. These were the climax of the serious shortcomings and weaknesses of the PKI in the ideological, political, and organizational fields. The Political Bureau is aware that it has the greatest responsibility with regard to the grave weaknesses and mistakes of the party during the period under review. Therefore, the Political Bureau is giving serious attention to and highly appreciates all criticisms from cadres and members of the party given in a Marxist-Leninist spirit, as well as honest criticism from party sympathizers that have been expressed in different ways. The Political Bureau is resolved to make self-criticism in a Marxist-Leninist way, putting into practice the teaching of Lenin and the example of Comrade Musso in unfolding Marxist-Leninist criticism and self-criticism. Lenin has taught us that the attitude of a political party towards its own mistake is one of the most important and surest way of judging how earnest the party is and how it in practice fulfills its obligation towards its class and the toiling masses. Frankly admitting a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the conditions which led to it, and thoroughly discussing the means of correcting it, that is the earmark of a serious party, that is the way it should perform its duties, that is the way it should educate and train the class, and then the masses. In August, 1948, Comrade Musso set an example in the Political Bureau of the Central Committee on how conduct criticism and self-criticism in a free, Marxist-Leninist way, against the serious mistakes and weaknesses of the PKI in the years of the August Revolution of 1945. Thanks to the merciless criticism and 42. PKI 43. Self-criticism against the weaknesses and mistakes, a way out was found so as to re-establish the PKI as the vanguard of the Indonesian working class, restore the good tradition of the PKI in the period before, during and after the World War II, and enable the PKI to wrest the hegemony in the leadership of the revolution. The internal party struggle which took place during the rebuilding of the party after the heavy blow of the Madlun provocation and during the realization of the New Road brought into being the new political bureau in 1951. The experience of the party until the outbreak of the September 30th movement has shown that the political bureau, which was elected in 1951 and re-elected by the Central Committee of the VTH and the VLTH Congresses, not only had failed in implementing the great correction of Comrade Musso that was stated in the New Road but had committed serious deviations from Marxism-Leninism. As a result, the PKI was unable to fulfill its historical mission as the vanguard of the working class and leader of the liberation struggle of the Indonesian people. In view of the seriousness of the weaknesses and mistakes involving the whole party, the Political Bureau considers it necessary to make a complete analysis, to enable every party member to make the most thorough study of them, so that the recurrence of the same weaknesses and mistakes in the future can be avoided. However, under the situation where the most vicious and cruel white terror is being unleashed by the Nacion Suharto military dictatorship of the right-wing army generals, it is not easy to make as complete criticism and self-criticism as possible. To meet the urgent necessity, we consider it necessary to point out the main mistakes and weaknesses of the party in the ideological, political, and organizational fields, in order to facilitate the study of the weaknesses and mistakes of the party during the current rectification movement. With all modesty and sincerity, the Political Bureau presents the self-criticism. The Political Bureau expects all members to take an active part in the discussions of the weaknesses and mistakes of the party leadership, critically analyze them, and do their utmost to improve the self-criticism of the political bulletin RIA by drawing lessons from their respective experiences, collectively or individually. The Political Bureau expects all members to take firm hold of the principle, unity criticism unity and learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones, and curing the sickness to save the patient, in order to achieve the twofold objective of clarity in ideology and unity among comrades. The Political Bulletin RIA is convinced that, by holding firmly to this correct principle, every party member will take part in the movement to study and surmount these weaknesses and mistakes with the determination to rebuild the PKI along the Marxist-Leninist line, to strengthen communist unity and solidarity, to raise the ideological, political, and organizational vigilance, and to heighten the fighting spirit in order to win victory. The main weaknesses in the ideological field. The New Road resolution, in pointing out the main cause of the principal mistakes made by the PKI in the organizational and political fields during the period of the August Revolution, states, the Political Bureau considers that these principal errors are mainly caused by the ideological weaknesses of the party. The serious weaknesses and mistakes of the party in the period after 1951 certainly had as their source the weaknesses in ideological field, too, especially among the party leadership. The source of these ideological weaknesses is the petty bourgeois class origin and the lack of knowledge of Marxism-Leninism among the party leadership. Lenin has taught us that without a revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement and that the role of vanguard fighter can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory. The experience of the Indonesian communists fully testifies to the truth of Lenin's teaching. The serious weaknesses and mistakes which had made the PKI unable to fulfill its role as the vanguard of the Indonesian working class had been caused not only by the failure of the party leadership to integrate revolutionary theories with the concrete practice of the Indo-44 World Revolution, Indonesian Revolution, but also by the adoption of the road which was divorced from the guidance of the most advanced theories. This experience shows that the PKI had not succeeded as yet in establishing a core of leadership that was composed of proletarian elements, which really had the most correct understanding of Marxism-Leninism, systematic and not fragmentary, practical and not abstract understanding. The ideological weaknesses of our party have a long historical root. The source of these weaknesses is subjectivism. The social basis for this subjectivist ideology is the petty bourgeois class. Indonesia is a country of the petty bourgeoisie, where small owners' enterprises, in particular individual farms, are found in great number. Our party is surrounded by a large petty bourgeois class, and many party members have come from this class. Inevitably, petty bourgeois ideas and habits are brought into the party. The petty bourgeois method of thinking in analyzing problems is subjective and one-sided. It proceeds not from objective reality, nor from objective balance of forces among classes, but from subjective wishes, subjective feelings, and subjective imagination. Subjectivism is the ideological root of dogmatism and empiricism in the theoretical field, of right or left opportunism and the political field, and of liberalism or sectarianism in the organizational field. These are diseases that have afflicted our party. During the period when we were implementing the New Road Resolution, an internal struggle took place within our party against subjectivism. But as it turned out, the struggle did not succeed in completely eradicating this ideology of subjectivism. This was shown by the VTH National Congress of the party. During the Congress, sharp criticism were directed at subjectivism, which constituted a stumbling block in the implementation of the New Road Resolution. But at the same time, the Congress committed the same mistake by adopting the Manifest for General Elections of the PKI, which put forward the program for the establishment of a people's democratic power through the general elections. This was a simultaneous manifestation of left and right opportunism. Viewed as a program that went too far and beyond the reach of the existing objective conditions, it was a leftist error. But viewed from its line of thinking that a people's democratic power could be achieved through general elections, thus by peaceful means, it was a rightist error. During the period after 1951, subjectivism continued to grow, gradually became greater and gave rise to right opportunism that merged with the influence of modem recarrot visionism in the international communist movement. This was the black line of right opportunism, which became the main feature of the mistakes committed by the PKI in this period. The rise and the development of these weaknesses and errors were caused by the following factors. First, the tradition of criticism and self-criticism in a Marxist-Leninist way was not developed in the party, especially among the party leadership. One of the many examples was the revocation of the Manifest for General Elections of the PKI. After it was discovered that the manifest was erroneous, it was then withdrawn and replaced by another program, the Program for a Government of National Coalition. But this measure was not followed by an extensive and profound criticism and self-low criticism concerning the ideological root of the mistake, merely because the prestige of the leadership must be safeguarded. Consequently, the substitution of the Manifest for General Elections by the Program for a Government of National Coalition had failed in thoroughly eradicating the opportunist stand towards the general elections in the framework of bourgeois democracy. We will deal more with this problem later. The rectification and study movements which from time to time were organized in the party were not carried out seriously and persistently, their results were not summed up in a good manner, and they were not followed by the appropriate measures in the organizational field. Study movements were aimed more at overcoming certain weaknesses among the rank and file, and never at unfolding criticism and self-criticism among the leadership. Criticism from below, far from being carefully listened to, while even suppressed. The failure to promote the tradition of criticism and self-criticism in a Marxist-Leninist way in the party, especially among the ## leadership, on the one hand, and the lot theoretical level of party cadres in general on the other hand, had blunted the critical power and the ideological vigilance of party cadres general, and of leading cadres in particular. Second, the penetration of the bourgeois ideology along two channels, through contacts with the national bourgeoisie when the party established a united front with them, and through the bourgeoisification of party cadre, especially the leadership, after the party obtained PKI 45. Certain positions in governmental and semi-governmental institutions. The increasing number of party cadres who occupied certain positions in governmental and semi-governmental institutions, in the center and in the regions, crested the rank of bourgeoisified workers, and this constituted the real channels for reformism. Such a situation did not exist before the August Revolution of 1945. Third, modern revisionism began to penetrate into our party when the fourth plenary session of the Central Committee of the VTH Congress uncritically approved a report which supported the lines of the 20th Congress of the CPSU, and adopted the line of achieving socialism peacefully through parliamentary means as the line of the PKI. This peaceful road one of the characteristics of modern revisionism, was further reaffirmed in the VLTH National Congress of the PKI, which approved the following passage in the party constitution, there is a possibility that a people's democratic system as a transitional stage to socialism in Indonesia can be achieved by peaceful means, in parliamentary way. The PKI persistently strives to transform this possibility into a reality. This revisionist line was further emphasized in the VLLTH National Congress of the PKI and was never corrected, not even when our party was already aware that since the 20th Congress of the CPSU, the leadership of the CPSU had been following the road of modern revisionism. In facing the modern revisionism of the CPSU leadership, the PKI leadership, who had been tightly bound by the alliance with the national bourgeoisie, took an unprincipled stand. The main consideration for such a stand did not start from the independent interests of the proletariat, but rather from the need to save the fiancé with the national bourgeoisie. Though in later years the PKI leadership criticized the various modern revisionist lines of the CPSU leadership and, thanks to this stand, the PKI earned a respectable position in the ranks of the world Marxist-Leninists, they nevertheless continued to maintain their good relations with the leadership of the CPSU, and the influence of modern revisionism in our party was by no means eradicated. The experience of the PKI provides us with the lesson that by criticizing the modern revisionism of the CPSU leadership alone, it does not mean that the PKI itself will automatically be free from errors of right opportunism, the same as what the modern revisionists are doing. The experience of the PKI provides us with the lesson that modern revisionism, the greatest danger in the international communist movement, is also the greatest danger for the PKI. For the PKI, modern revisionism is not a latent but not an acute danger, but had voluntarily given concessions in the theoretical field. The PKI leadership maintained that there was an identity between the three components of Marxism, materialist philosophy, political economy and scientific socialism, and the so-called three components of Sukarno's teachings. They wanted to make Marxism, which is the ideology of the working class, the property of the whole nation, which includes the exploiting classes hostile to the working class. The main errors in the political field. High mistakes of right opportunism in the political field which are now under discussion. 3 problems, the road to people's degree *m democracy in Indonesia, the question of state power, and the implementation of the policy of the National United Front. Right opportunism in the political field reveals itself first and foremost in the choice of 46. World Revolution, the road to be taken to achieve people's democracy in Indonesia as a transitional stage to the socialist system. One of the fundamental differences and problems of disputes between Marxism-Leninism and modern revisionism, both classic and modern, lies precisely in the problem of choosing the road to socialism. Marxism-Leninism teaches that socialism can only be achieved through the road of proletarian revolution, and that in the case of colonial or semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries like Indonesia, socialism can only be achieved by first completing the stage of the people's democratic revolution. On the contrary, revisionism dreams of achieving socialism through the peaceful road along which process had these mistakes in the political field grown and developed. For full 15 years since 1951, the PKI had conducted a legal and parliamentary struggle. Legal and parliamentary form of struggle is a method that must be used by a revolutionary proletarian party in a definite situation and under certain conditions, as Lenin explained in his work, Left-Wing * Communism, an Infantile Disorder. It is a mistake refusing parliamentary struggle when it is needed, and to play with revolution when the conditions are not yet ripe. The parliamentary struggle as a form of legal struggle carried out by the party in 1951 was in the main correct, and in accordance with the objective conditions existing at that time. The objective conditions at that time were as follows: the revolutionary tide was at the low ebb, the driving forces of the revolution were not reawakened as yet, and the great majority of the people who had never enjoyed political independence before the August Revolution still cherished great hopes in the bourgeois democracy. During the initial years of this period, our party had achieved certain results in the political struggle as well as in the building of the party. One important achievement of this period was the formulation of the main problems of the Indonesian Revolution. It was formulated that the present stage of the Indonesian Revolution was a new type bourgeois democratic revolution, whose tasks were to liquidate imperialism and the vestiges of feudalism and to establish a people's democratic system as a transitional stage to socialism. The driving forces of the revolution were the working class, the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. The leading force of the revolution was the working class. And the principal mass strength of the revolution was the peasantry. It was also formulated that the national bourgeoisie was a wavering force of the revolution who might side with the revolution to certain limits and at certain periods, but who, at other times, might betray the revolution. The party furthermore formulated that the working class, in order to fulfill its obligation as the leader of the revolution, must forge a revolutionary united front with other revolutionary classes and groups based on worker-peasant alliance and under the leadership of the working class. However, there was a very important shortcoming which in later days developed into right opportunism or revisionism, namely that the party had not yet come to the clearest unity of minds on the principal means and the main form of struggle of the Indonesian Revolution. The Central Committee of the party had once said this problem in broad lines, but in the subsequent period had never discussed this problem intensively so as to reach the most correct single understanding, as a prerequisite to reach the most correct single understanding of this problem in the whole party. It is a great mistake for a party with a historical mission to lead a revolution like the PKI not to make the question of the principal mean and the main form of struggle of the Indonesian Revolution a problem which concerned the Holy Party, but rather a problem that concerned a few persons among the leadership and certain cadres in the party. Consequently, the minds of the majority in the party was rendered passive with regard to this most important problem registered of the revolution. Though the leadership of the Indonesian Revolution forms the working class, its principal mass supporters are the peasantry. In view of the small number of the working class in Indonesia, the method of struggle typical to the work-in registered class, such as general strikes which are intended to lead the awakening of other driving force, of the revolution and which will develop into an armed insurrection, as in the case of Russian bourgeois democratic revolution of 1905, can never become the main form of struggle or the method of the Indonesian Revolution. The Chinese Revolution has provided us with the lesson concerning the main form of struggle of the revolution in colonial or semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries, namely, the people's armed struggle against the armed counter-revolution. In line with the essence of the PKI 47 revolution as an agrarian revolution, then the essence of the people's armed struggle is the armed struggle of the peasants in an agrarian revolution under the leadership of the working class. The practice of the Chinese Revolution is first and foremost the application of Marxism-Leninism to the concrete conditions of China. At the same time, it has laid down the general law for the revolutions of the peoples in colonial or semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries. To achieve its complete victory, the Indonesian Revolution must also follow the road of the Chinese Revolution. This means that the Indonesian Revolution must inevitably adopt this main form of struggle, namely, the people's armed struggle against the armed counter-revolution which, in essence, is the armed agrarian revolution of the peasants under the leadership of the proletariat. The agrarian revolution, which is the essence of the present stage of the Indonesian Revolution, is not an agrarian reform according to the bourgeois fashion that will only pave the way for the development of capitalism in the countryside. This revolution will liberate farm laborers, poor peasants, and middle peasants from the feudal oppression by foreign or native landlords, by confiscating the lands of the landlords and freely distributing them to farm laborers and poor peasants individually to be their private property. Such a revolution will be victorious only when it is carried out by force of arms under the leadership of the working class. This revolution cannot be enforced from without. It will break out on the basis of the high consciousness and conviction of the peasants themselves obtained through their own experience in the struggle and through the education by the working class. It is clear that in a situation where the conditions for a revolution have not existed as yet, the task of the PKI should be directed at educating party members, the working class and the peasantry, through political work, agitation, and propaganda, as well as through organizational work with regard to the main form of struggle of the Indonesian Revolution. All forms of legal and parliamentary work should serve the principal means and the main form of struggle, and must not in any way impede the process of the ripening of armed struggle. The experience during the last 15 years has taught us that starting from the failure to reject the peaceful road * and to firmly hold to the general law of revolution in colonial or semi-colonial and semi-feudal countries, the PKI gradually got bogged down in parliamentary and other forms of legal struggle. The party leadership even considered this to be the main form of struggle to achieve the strategic aim of the Indonesian Revolution. The legality of the party was not considered as one method of struggle at a given time and under certain conditions, but was rather regarded as a principle, while other forms of struggle should serve this principle. Even when counter-revolution not only has trampled underfoot the legality of the party, but has violated the basic human rights of the communists as well, the party leadership still tried to defend this legality * with all their might. As has been stated before, the peaceful road * was firmly established in the party when the fourth plenary session of the Central Committee of the VTH Congress in 1956 adopted a document which approved the modern revisionist line of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. In such a situation, when the revisionist line was already firmly established in the party, it was impossible to have a correct Marxist-Leninist line of strategy and tactics. The formulation of the main lines of strategy and tactics of the party started from a vacillation between the peaceful road * and the road of armed revolution, in the process of which the peaceful road finally became dominant. Under such conditions, the general line of the PKI was formulated by the VLTH National Congress. It reads, to continue the forging of the National United Front, and to continue the building of the party, so as to accomplish the demands of the August Revolution of 1945. Based on the general line of the party, the slogan "Raise the Three Banners of the Party * was decided. These were, the banner of the National Front, the banner of the building of the party, and the banner of the 1945 August Revolution. The general line was meant as the road to people's democracy in Indonesia. The party leadership tried to explain that the three banners of the party were the three main weapons to win the people's democratic revolution which, as Comrade Mao Zedong has said, were a well-disciplined party armed with the theory of Marxism-Leninism, using the method of self-criticism and linked with the masses of the people, an army under the leadership of such a party, a united front of all revolutionary classes and of all revolutionary groups under the leadership of such a party. Thus the second main weapon means that there must be a people's armed struggle against counter-revolution under the leadership of the party. The party leadership tried to replace this with the slogan "Raise the Banner of the 1945 August Revolution *." It is true that they had explained that the banner of the August Revolution establishes the importance of using the experiences of the struggle during the August Revolution of 1945, and that in defending the sovereignty of Indonesia, the role of guerrilla warfare is of the utmost importance, yet in practice not a single effort was made in this direction. In order to prove that the road followed was not the opportunist peaceful road, the party leadership always spoke of the two possibilities, the possibility of a peaceful road and the possibility of a non-peaceful road. They held that the better the party prepared itself to face the possibility of a non-peaceful road, the greater would be the possibility for a peaceful road *. In fact, such statements show precisely the existence of dualism concerning the road followed by the party leadership. By doing so, the party leadership cultivated in the minds of party members, the working class and the masses of the working people the hope for a peaceful road which in reality did not exist in practice. The party leadership did not prepare the whole ranks of the party, the working class and the masses of the people to face the possibility of a non-peaceful road. The most striking proof of it was the grave tragedy which happened after the outbreak and the failure of the September 30th movement. Within a very short space of time, the counter-revolution succeeded in massacring and arresting hundreds of thousands of communists and non-communist revolutionaries who found themselves in a passive position, paralysing the organization of the PKI and the revolutionary mass organizations. Such a situation surely would never happen if the party leadership did not deviate from the revolutionary road. The party leadership declared that our party must not copy the theory of armed struggle abroad, but must carry out the method of combining the three forms of struggle. The three forms of struggle according to this theory were guerrilla warfare in the countryside, revolutionary actions by the workers in the cities, and intensive work among the enemy's armed forces. The party leadership criticized some comrades who, in studying the experience of the armed struggle of the Chinese people, were considered seeing only its similarities with the conditions in Indonesia. On the contrary, the party leadership put forward several allegedly different conditions that must be taken into account, until they arrived at the conclusion that the method typical to the Indonesian Revolution was the method of combining the three forms of struggle. Adopting the experience of other countries dogmatically is a mistake. But refusing to use another country's experience whose truth as the theory of people's revolution has already been tested, is equally a mistake. Lenin has taught us that a movement that is starting in a young country can be successful only if it treats the experience of other countries critically and tests it independently. Facts have shown that the theory of the method of combining the three forms of struggle was not the result of treating the experience of another country critically and linking it with the concrete practice of Indonesia, so as to create a revolutionary theory typical to Indonesia. In any case, this is not a method typical to Indonesia. The Russian Revolution of 1905. As Lenin explained in his lecture on the 1905 revolution, was a combination of strikes by the workers, anti-feudal struggle by the peasantry in the countryside and mutinies by the army, among which the strikes by die workers served as the vanguard. The Chinese Revolution also combined the revolutionary agrarian war, the work in the countryside and in the cities under enemy occupation and the work among the enemy's armed forces, with the revolutionary war as the main form. The three forms of struggle that should be combined, instead of having been led along the road of revolution, each was led along the peaceful road. The struggle of the peasants against the exploitation and suppression by the vestiges of feudalism, if given the correct leadership by the PKI, would develop into its highest form, namely, the agrarian revolution to liberate the peasants from the oppression by the landlords. This struggle would only gain its complete victory if it had been waged by arms under the leadership of the PKI. But the party leadership did not concentrate its leading work on the ever higher development of the peasants' struggle, and did not prepare the party in the face of any eventuality. When the peasants began to rise in direct PKI 49 unilateral actions against the native landlords, these actions were not encouraged to develop into a higher form, but were diverted along different lines and transformed into various accessions that were not directed against the landlords, such as the New Culture movement, the 1001 campaign to raise production, the rat extermination campaign, and the like. Naturally, it is not wrong for a revolutionary peasant movement to launch campaigns to increase production, to exterminate pests and to raise the cultural level of the peasants. But all of this should serve the main objective of the revolutionary peasant movement, namely, the anti-feudal agrarian revolution. Therefore, such campaigns should not be evaluated far too highly, so much so that the revolutionary peasant movement was diverted from its correct orientation and became a reformist movement. In the cities, despite the increasingly heavy burden in the life of the workers, actions by the workers that had political significance gradually disappeared, because they lacked proper leadership. It is true that there were apparently big actions by the workers that had great political significance, such as the takeover of the enterprises belonging to the Dutch, British, and Belgian imperialists. but the actual results of these actions were beneficial only for a handful of bureaucrat capitalists and could by no means improve the living conditions of the workers concerned. Besides, since the party leadership considered the former imperialist-owned enterprises that were controlled by the government as a national property, further actions by the workers were restrained. On the contrary, far too many New York activities were organized directly by the trade unions or through the enterprise councils aimed at increasing production, raising the working efficiency of the enterprises, improving the economy, etc., which did not improve the living conditions nor heighten the revolutionary spirit of the workers. Proceeding from the erroneous view that the armed forces of the Republic are not reactionary armed forces, the problem of working within the enemy's armed forces * was interpreted as integrating the important organs of the state with the people, or strengthening the relations between the people and the armed forces. It plainly means integrating the instrument of violence of the oppressing classes with the oppressed classes. Such a grave error could occur because the party leadership had deviated from the Marxist-Leninist teachings on state. They considered the Indonesian Republic not a bourgeois state and the armed forces of the Republic not an instrument of the bourgeois state. The party leadership forgot the reality that the armed forces of the Republic, as a whole, despite the fact that they were brought into being by the August Revolution, had become the organ of rule in the hands of the classes which ruled the state, since the time when the revolution failed and the state power fell entirely into the hands of the reactionary bourgeoisie. In view of their class origin as sons of workers and peasants, the rank and file of the armed forces might indeed constitute elements who would take the side of the people. But this could not in any possible way alter the position of the armed forces as a whole as an organ of the state which served the interests of the ruling classes. To fulfill its heavy but great and noble historical mission, to lead the people's revolution against imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, the Indonesian Marxist-Leninists must firmly reject the revisionist peaceful road, reject the theory of the method of combining the three forms of struggle, and hold aloft the banner of armed people's revolution. Following the example of the glorious Chinese Revolution, the Indonesian Marxist-Leninists must establish revolutionary base areas, they must turn the backward villages into advanced, consolidated base areas, into great military, political, economic and cultural bastions of the revolution star. While working for the realization of this most principal question, we must also carry out other forms of struggle. Armed struggle will never advance without being coordinated with other forms of struggle. The line of right opportunism followed by the party leadership was also reflected in their attitude with regard to the state, in particular to the state of the Republic of Indonesia. Marxism-Leninism has taught us that the state is an organ of class rule, an organ for the oppressed of one class by another *, that the forms of bourgeois states are extremely varied, but their essence is the same. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and that the supersession of the bourgeois state by the proletarian state, is impossible without a violent revolution Based on this Marxist-Leninist teaching on state, the task of the PKI after the August Revolution of 1945 failed, should have been the education of the Indonesian working class and the rest of the working people, so as to make them understand as clearly as possible the class nature of the state of the Republic of Indonesia as a bourgeois dictatorship. The PKI should have aroused the consciousness of the working class and the working people that their struggle for liberation would inevitably lead to the necessity of superseding the bourgeois state * by the people's state under the leadership of the working class, through a violent revolution But the PKI leadership took the opportunist line that gave rise to the illusion among the people about bourgeois democracy. The development of this opportunist line with regard to the state is as the following. In implementing the tactics of drawing the national bourgeoisie back to the national unit front, the PKI supported the Wilopo administration and other administrations that followed, with the exception of the Burhanuddin Harahap administration that was led by the Musjami party, which had relatively progressive programs. By this policy, the PKI was able to draw the national bourgeoisie in a united front and prevent the formation of reactionary administrations. But subsequently, the PKI followed such practices which abandoned its position as a proletarian party that had to take an independent attitude towards a bourgeois government. The PKI failed in totally discharging its task to expose the bankruptcy of bourgeois democracy. Worse still, the PKI, instead of using the general elections and parliamentary struggle to accelerate the political obsolescence of parliamentarism, had even strengthened the system of parliamentarism. The PKI took part in the first parliamentary general elections with a program for the establishment of a government of national coalition, a united front government of all democratic elements, including the communists. With such a program, the PKI had committed the same error as the petty bourgeois democrats and opportunists who, according to Lenin, instill into the minds of the people the false notion that universal suffrage in modern state is really capable of ascertaining the will of the majority of the toilers and of securing its realization. This demand for the establishment of a government of national coalition became the tactical program of the PKI, which subsequently assumed the form of a demand for the establishment of a cooperation cabinet with the NASACOM as the core. By making the establishment of a government of national coalition the principal political demand, the illusion was spread that the rule of bourgeois dictatorship, where the armed forces under the leadership of the party did not exist, it would be possible to set up a united front government of all democratic elements, including the communists, in accordance with the people's sense of justice, that would facilitate the accomplishment of the strategic aims. The campaign to demand the establishment of a cooperation cabinet with the NASACOM as the core had relegated to the background the propaganda for a people's democratic state, and in that way hampered the development of the revolutionary consciousness of the working class and the rest of the working people. The climax of the deviation from Marxist-Leninist teaching on S8 committed by the party leadership was the formulation of the theory of the two aspects in the state power of the Republic of Indonesia. Since the birth of the two aspects theory Marxist-Leninist doctrines were maintained only when discussing the state in general terms. But in the discussions about the state in a concrete sense, that is to say about the state of the Republic of Indonesia, Marxist-Leninist doctrines on state were completely abandoned. The two aspects theory viewed the state and the state power in the following way: the economic structure of the present Indonesian society is still colonial and semi-feudal. However, at the same time there is the struggle of the people against this economic system, the struggle for a national and democratic economy. The realities of the basis are also reflected in the superstructure, including in the state power, and especially in the cabinet. The forces that are against the colonial and feudal economic system, and the forces that defend imperialism, the vestiges of feudalism, bureaucrat capitalism, and the compradors are both reflected in the state power. The state power of the Republic, viewed as contradiction, is a contradiction between two opposing aspects. This first aspect is the aspect which represents the interests of the people. PKI 51. The second aspect is the aspect that represents the enemies of the people. The people's aspect has now become the main aspect and takes the leading role in the state power of the Republic. The two-aspect theory obviously is an opportunist or revisionist deviation, because it denies the Marxist-Leninist teaching that the state is an organ of the rule of a definite class which cannot be reconciled with its antipode. It is unthinkable that the Republic of Indonesia can be jointly ruled by the people and the enemies of the people. No one will deny that in Indonesian society there are forces fighting against the colonial and semi-feudal economic system. These forces are the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie and, to a certain degree, also the national bourgeoisie. But to consider that these forces have a common concept for a national and democratic economy is erroneous. In this case, there are two different concepts, the concept of the national bourgeoisie and the concept of the proletariat. Whether it is wrapped in beautiful names like national and democratic economy guided economy etc., this concept of the national bourgeoisie has no other demand but the full development of capitalism in the country. The concept of the proletariat is to create a people's democratic economy, which means, the nationalization of all capital and enterprises belonging to the imperialists, compradors and other reactionaries, and the free distribution of lands confiscated from the landlords to the peasants. This will be the transitional economic system to socialism that can be realized only after the establishment of the people's democratic dictatorship, namely, the joint power of all anti-imperialist and anti-feudal classes under the leadership of the proletariat. In the people's democratic economy, the socialist sector, namely, the vital enterprises owned by the people SSTATE, takes a leading position in all the economic life of the country. Prior to the establishment of a people's democratic power, the struggle of the people in the economic field will never possibly give birth to a people's democratic economic structure. The takeover of imperialist-owned enterprises, the existence of old-type state-owned enterprises did not mean the birth of the socialist sector in economy, because these state-owned enterprises did not belong to the people and were not managed by the people's state, but had fallen into the hands of the bureaucrat capitalists. Similarly, the basic agrarian law could by no means liberate the peasantry from the oppression and exploitation by the vestiges of feudalism, disregarding the differences between the economic concept of the national bourgeoisie and the economic concept of the proletariat, and lumping them together in the formulation of national and democratic economy *, without discussing the necessity to establish first the people's democratic power, were tantamount to abandoning the proletarian class stand and capitulating to the bourgeoisie. Obviously, the birth of economic concepts like the Economic Declaration * did not mean that the forces of the working class and the rest of the working people who fought against the colonial and semi-feudal economy were already reflected in the state POWER. People's democratic elements will never grow in a state power which represents the interests of imperialism and the vestiges of feudalism. Contradiction did take place in the state POWER of the Republic, namely, the contradictions between the comprador and landlord elements who represented the interests of imperialism and the vestiges of feudalism on the one hand, the national bourgeoisie who, to a certain extent, took an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal stand, on the other. But the position of the national bourgeoisie could not in any way be interpreted as representing the interests of the people, and that is why it could not be called the people's aspect * in the state power. Such contradictions would never lead to the fundamental transformation of the class nature of the state power. Even when party leaders assumed certain functions in the government, both in the central and in the regional administrations, it could not be interpreted that the quality of the national bourgeoisie aspect in the state power had changed into a people's aspect, because the joint forces of the national bourgeoisie and the proletariat was led not by the proletariat but by the national bourgeoisie. The position of the party leaders in the government that gave them no real power was offered as a political concession from the national bourgeoisie, who needed the support of the people in their contradictions with the comprador bourgeoisie and, to a certain extent, also with the imperialists. With the support of the masses of the PEOPLEWHQ were led by the PKI, the national bourgeoisie could, to a certain extent, undermine the position of the comprador bourgeoisie in the state power. The situation was shown by a rise of policies adopted by the government, such as the abrogation of the Round Table Conference. World Revolution 52. Agreement, the liberation of West Irian, the enactment of the Basic Agrarian Law and the law of crop sharing, the liquidation of the armed forces of the counter-revolutionaries including the Darul Islam and the PRRI Permista *, the acceptance of the political manifesto, the economic declaration, the anti-imperialist foreign policy, etc. The party leadership, who wallowed in the mire of opportunism, overestimated far too highly these developments and claimed that the PEOPLES aspect * had become the main aspect and taken the hegemony in the state power of the Republic. It was as if the Indonesian people were nearing the birth of a people's power. And since they considered that the forces of the national bourgeoisie in the state power really the PEOPLES aspect, the party leadership had done everything to defend and develop this PEOPLES aspect. The party leadership had altogether merged themselves in the interests of the national bourgeoisie. It is clear that the party leadership applied in a subjective way the theory of contradiction in the state power. Furthermore, by considering the national bourgeoisie the people's aspect * in the state power of the Republic, and President Sukarno the leader of this aspect, the party leadership erroneously recognized that the national bourgeoisie were able to lead the new type democratic revolution. This is contrary to historical necessity and historical facts. The party leadership declared that the Tospect theory was completely different from the theory of structural reform of the leadership of the revisionist Italian communist Party. However, the fact is, theoretically or on the basis of practical realities, there is no difference between the two theories. Both have for their starting point the peaceful road to socialism. Both dream of a gradual change in the internal balance of forces in the state power. Both reject the road of revolution and both are revisionist in character. The anti-revolutionary two-aspect theory glaringly exposed itself in the statement that the struggle of the PKI with regard to the state power is to promote the pro-people aspect so as to make it bigger and dominant, and the anti-people force can be driven out from the state power. The party leadership even had a name for this anti-revolutionary road. They called it the road of revolution from above and below. By revolution from above they meant that THFL-PKI must encourage the state power to take revolutionary steps aimed at making the desired changes in the personnel and in the state organs. While by revolution from below they meant that the PKI must arouse, organize, and mobilize the people to achieve the same changes. It is indeed an extraordinary fantasy. The party leadership did not learn from the fact that the concept of President Sukarno on the formation of a cooperation CA-BNA, 8 years after its announcement, had not been realized as yet. There were even no sign that it would ever be realized, despite the insistent demands. Let alone a change in the state power. It is true that Lenin once showed the possibility of actions from above, that is to say when there was the possibility to take part in the provisional revolutionary government on the eve of the Russian Revolution of 1905. Then, the period of political upheavals and revolutions had begun. If there was no possibility to act from above, according to Lenin, a pressure must be exercised from below, and for this purpose the proletariat must be armed. Clearly there was a great difference between the situation described by Lenin where the conditions for the possibility of actions from above as well as the conditions for actions from below existed, and the situation and the conditions in Indonesia for a revolution from above and below meant by the party leadership. The first was put forward in a revolutionary situation, while the latter in a relatively peaceful condition. Furthermore, the latter was also forward in an opportunist way. The two-aspect theory is similar to Kautsky's distortion of Marxist doctrines on Stavkovsky theoretically does not deny that the stat is an organ of class rule. What he loses sight one copyright and glosses over is that the liberation of oppressed class is impossible not only without violent revolution, but also without the destrial of the apparatus of state power which WTF created by the ruling class. To clean itself from the mire of opportunism our party must discard this theory of two-aspect in the state power and re-establish PKI. Marxist-Leninist teaching on state and revolution. One of the serious mistakes criticized in the New Road resolution was the neglect of fostering the National United Front during the August Revolution of 1945. The Communists neglected the establishment of the National United Front as a weapon in the national revolution against imperialism. In the period after 1951, the question of establishing the National United Front was decided as one of the most important tasks of the party. The VTH National Congress of the PKI went even further by deciding that the building of a National United Front constituted the foremost and urgent task of the party. This line was maintained in the VLTH National Congress of the party and thereafter. The National United Front was put in the primary place in the general line of the party and became the first banner of the three banners of the party. All this shows how the party leadership evaluated the National United Front. From neglecting it in the second half of the 40s, they swung to another extremity by regarding the National United Front as the number one question. The VTH National Congress of the party in the main had solved theoretically the problem of the National United Front. It formulated that the Worker-Peasant Alliance was the basis of the National United Front, With regard to the national bourgeoisie, a lesson had been drawn on the basis of the experience during the August Revolution that this class had a wavering character. In a certain situation, the national bourgeoisie took part in the revolution and sided with the revolution, while in another situation they followed in the steps of the comprador bourgeoisie to attack the driving forces of the revolution and betrayed the revolution. Based on this wavering character of the national bourgeoisie, the VTH National Congress of the party formulated the stand that must be taken by the PKI, namely, to make continuous efforts to win the national bourgeoisie over to the side of revolution, while guarding against the possibility of its betraying the revolution. The PKI must follow the policy unity and struggle towards the national bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, since the ideology of subjecty in the party, particularly among the party leadership, had not yet been eradicated, the ARTI was dragged into more and more serious 53 mistakes, to such an extent that the party lost its independence in the united front with the national bourgeoisie. This mistake had led to the situation in which the party and the proletariat were placed as the appendage of the national bourgeoisie. The process along which the mistakes in carrying out the national united front had developed can be briefly traced as follows. In the course of the work to rebuild the party in 1951, efforts were simultaneously made to win the national bourgeoisie over to the side of the people. By utilizing the contradictions between the national bourgeoisie and the comprador bourgeoisie, the party succeeded in gradually winning the national bourgeoisie over to the side of the people. This process was started during the struggle against the August razzia launched by the Sukuman administration and for the replacement of this administration. This struggle was successful and the Wilapo cabinet was reformed. At that time and in the following years the party was still weak and the alliance of the workers and the peasants was not established as yet. So the united front with the national bourgeoisie was not formed and did not grow up upon strong foundations, namely, the alliance of the working class and the peasantry under the leadership of the working class. The party leadership highly appraised the establishment of the united front with the national bourgeoisie and considered that it opened up possibilities for the development and the building of the party and for the realization of the immediate tasks of the party, namely, the formation of the alliance of the working class and the peasantry against feudalism. This appraisal gave rise to the formulation that the fostering of the national united front was the first and most urgent task of the PKI. This formulation clearly indicated that by the national united front the party leadership meant first and foremost the united front with the national bourgeoisie. In a situation in which a strong alliance of the working class and the peasantry was not yet formed, why could the united front with the national bourgeoisie be maintained? There were two reasons. Firstly, because the national bourgeoisie, in their contradictions with the comprador bourgeoisie, needed the support of the working class. Secondly, because the party gave the needed support without arousing the apprehensions of the national bourgeoisie that their position was in any way threatened. The formation of the united front with the 54 World Revolution. National bourgeoisie resulted in the formation of those administrations which, to a certain extent, pursued an anti-imperialist policy and gave little freedom of action to the PKI and the revolutionary mass organizations. No doubt this situation was rather favorable to the work of party building, especially in the countryside, in order to establish the worker-peasant alliance. Furthermore, the formulation of the revolutionary agrarian program provided the political prerequisite necessary for the welding of the alliance between the working class and the peasantry. However, in the course of the cooperation with the national bourgeoisie, the ideological weaknesses in the party, in particular among the party leadership, grew and were influenced by the bourgeois ideology through that cooperation. The growth of the ideological weaknesses in the party gradually deprived the party of its independence in the united front with the national bourgeoisie. The party gave too much concessions to the national bourgeoisie and lost its independent role of leadership. A manifestation of this loss of independence in the united front with the national bourgeoisie was the evaluation and the stand of the party leadership towards Sukarno. The party leadership did not adopt an independent attitude towards Sukarno. They had always avoided conflicts with Sukarno and, on the contrary, had greatly overemphasized the similarities and the unity between the party and Sukarno. The public saw that there was no policy of Sukarno that was not supported by the PKI. The party leadership went so far as to accept without any struggle the recognition to Sukarno as the great leader of the revolution * and the leader of the people's aspect * in the state power of the republic. In many articles and speeches, the party leaders frequently said that the struggle of the PKI was based not only on Marxism-Leninism, but also on the teachings of Sukarno *, that the PKI made such a rapid progress because it realized Sukarno's idea of Nasacom unity, etc. Even the people's democratic system in Indonesia was said to be in conformity with Sukarno's main ideas as expressed in his speech The Birth of Pancasila Star. Thus the party leadership did not educate the working class and the rest of the working people that the leadership of the revolution must be in the hands of the proletariat and their party, the PKI. The party leadership boasted that the birth of the political manifesto meant that the persistent struggle of the Indonesian people led by the PKI had successfully brought the broad masses to recognize the correctness of the PKI's program. And therefore, to implement the political manifesto in a consistent manner is the same as implementing the program of the PKI *. The formulation of a common program for the United Front is indeed a good thing, and in this sense, the birth of the political manifesto, too, was a good thing, because to a certain extent it could serve to unite the mind of the various anti-imperialist classes and groups, with regard to certain parts of the problems of the Indonesian Revolution. However, it is not true that the birth of the political manifesto and its further elaboration meant that the broad masses recognized the correctness of the PKI's program. Because, only certain parts of the part program were in common with the political manifesto. The communists must not be naive and consider that other classes who do not belong to the driving forces of the revolution could easily accept the program of the PKI. They accepted only those parts of the party's tactical program which were not detrimental to their own interests. While those parts which are contrary to their interests, such as on the leading role of the working class, on the revolutionary agrarian reform, etc., were rejected by them. As for those parts of the party's program which they accepted, there was no guarantee that they would be implemented. Meanwhile, the Risi *Tionaris who assumed a dominating position in the state power accepted hypocritically the political manifesto, in an effort to adjust them *selves to the prevailing situation. Therefore, no matter how consistent the political manifest # would be implemented, it could never be the same as the program of the PKI. Consequently, saying that consistently implementing the political manifesto meant implementing the program of the PKI could only be interpreted that it was not the program of the PKI that was accepted by the bourgeoisie, but that, on the contrary, it was the program of the national bourgeoisie which was accepted by the PKL and was made to replace the program of the PKI. The abandonment of principle in the United Front with the national bourgeoisie had developed even further in the so-called General Line OT the Indonesian Revolution * that was formula * lated as follows, with the National Front Havelnel. 55. Workers and peasants under the leadership of the working class. The abandonment of principle in the United Front with the national bourgeoisie was also the result of the party's inability to make a correct and concrete analysis of the concrete situation. In the article The Indonesia Society and the Indonesian Revolution *, it was said that overthrowing imperialism was the primary of the two urgent tasks, the overthrow of imperialism and the liquidation of the vestiges of feudalism. This line was also found in different variations in other documents of the party, such as the spearhead today must be directed at the principal enemy, namely, imperialism, or, the main contradiction in Indonesia today is the contradiction between the Indonesian people on the one hand, and the imperialists on the other hand. From such erroneous views on the concrete situation, came the slogan of placing class interests under national interests *. This was a dogmatic copy of the correct slogan of the Chinese Communist Party raised up for the mobilization of resistance against the aggression by the Japanese imperialists. This error rendered it impossible for the party to build a strong and consolidated alliance of the workers and peasants, despite the spreading influence of the party in the rural areas. Because, under the erroneous slogan of overthrowing imperialism is the primary task *, all contractations among the classes within the country, including the contradictions between the landlords and the peasants, must be subordinated to the main contradiction. The contradiction between the Indonesian people and imperialists *. Ever since the failure of the August Revolution of 1945, except in West Iran, the imperialists did not hold direct political power in Indonesia. In Indonesia, political power was in the hands of compradors and landlords who represented the interests of imperialism and the vestiges of feudalism. Besides, there was no imperialist aggression in Indonesia taking place. Under such a situation, provided that the PKI did not make political mistakes, the contractation between the ruling reactionary classes and the people would develop and sharpen. Cons. PKI, the workers and peasants as its pillars, the NASACOM as the core and the Pancasila as its ideological basis, to complete the national democratic revolution in order to advance towards Indonesian socialism *. This so-called general line of the Indonesian Revolution * had not even the faintest smell of the revolution. Because, from the three preconditions to win the revolution, namely, a strong Marxist-Leninist party, a people's armed struggle under the leadership of the party, and a united front, only the united front was retained. Even then, it was not a revolutionary united front, because it was not led by the working class, nor was it based on the alliance of the working class and the peasantry under the leadership of the working class, but on the contrary it was based on the NASACOM. It was said that without the NASACOM as the core, the National United Front will be like a wheel without an axis. It certainly will not be able to revolve *. National Congress of the PKI *, 1962. The party leadership said that the slogan for national cooperation with the NASACOM as the core will by no means obscure the class content of the National United Front *. This statement is incorrect, because apart from the working class party, there were political parties in the NASACOM representing mainly the interests of the national bourgeoisie, the compradors, the bureaucrat capitalists and the landlords. Ever since the banning of the comprador parties like the Maslumi and the Psi, the compradors and landlords were seeking admittance in other political parties and organizations of nationalist or religious trends. Thus, the class content of the NASACOM was the working class, the national bourgeoisie, and even elements of compradors, the bureaucrat capitalists, and the landlords. Obviously, putting the NASACOM in the core not only meant obscuring the class content of the National United Front, but radically changing the meaning of the Revolutionary National United Front into an alliance of the working class with all other classes in the country, including the reactionary classes, into class collaboration. This error must be corrected. The party must throw to the dustbin the erroneous general line of the Indonesian Revolution * and return to the correct conception of a revolutionary national united front based on the alliance of the 56. World Revolution. Tutting the main contradiction in Indonesia. The primary task of the Indonesia Revolution at the present moment is the overthrow of the rule of the reactionary classes within the country who also represent the interests of the imperialists. In particular the United States imperialists. Only by fulfilling this task, can the real liquidation of imperialism and the vestiges of feudalism be realized. By correcting the mistakes made by the party in the united front with the national bourgeoisie, it does not mean that now the party need not unite with this class. So long as the economic structure of Indonesia is still Colorado-Nile and semi-feudal in nature, there will always be some strata of the bourgeois class who suffer from the oppression by imperialism and the bounds of the vestiges of feudalism. These strata of the bourgeois class are the national bourgeoisie who are, to a certain extent, opposing imperialism and the vestiges of feudalism. On the basis of the worker-peasant alliance under the leadership of the working class, our party must work to win the national bourgeois class over to the side of the revolution. Those were the main mistakes of the right opportunism in the political sphere committed by the PKI, which had developed into revisionism and reached their climax on the eve of the September 30 events. When the deviation to the right had become overall and complete, another tendency that was quite the opposite emerged, namely, A leftist asterisk tendency. The leftist asterisk tendency manifested itself in the overestimation of the strength of the party, the working class and the rest of the working people, the exaggerated appraisal of the results of the people's struggle and the underestimation of the strength of the reactionaries. The political situation in the country at that time indeed began to reveal the existence of tensions. Political victories crowned the actions launched by the people, including the boycott of American films, the expulsion of the U.S. Peace Corps, the closing of the American Motion Pictures Association in Indonesia and the deportation of its director, Bill Palmer, the banning of the Reactionary Cultural Manifesto, the takeover of the British-owned enterprises, the dissolution of the so-called Body for the Promotion of Sukarnoism and the Merba Party, the actions against U.S. aggression in Vietnam, etc. Such actions enjoyed broader and broader support from the people. In some districts the peasants started unilateral actions to win their demands for reduction of rents. Reacting to the victories of the people's struggle, the domestic reactionaries in collusion with the U.S. imperialists were also intensifying their activities, creating provocations against the workers and peasants, spreading forged documents, etc. The thesis on the 45 years of the PKI* stated on the one hand that the bureaucrat capitalists not only are worsening the present economic conditions in Indonesia, but are also trying to seize political power through a coup d'état. On the other hand, it stressed that the growing resistance of the Indonesian people against imperialism, feudalism, and the forces of counter-revolution in the country shows that today an increasingly mounting and ripening revolutionary situation develops in our country. According to Lenin, a revolutionary situation or a revolutionary period is a period when the old superstructure has cracked from top to bottom, when open political action on the part of the classes and masses who are creating a new superstructure for themselves has become a fact. In comparison to what Lenin said, the political situation in Indonesia at that time, even with the takeover of the British-owned enterprises and the anti-imperialist and anti-bureaucrat capitalist demonstrations which took place in rapid succession in the capital and other big cities, could not yet be called to have reached the stage of a revolutionary situation, let alone an increasingly mounting and ripening revolutionary situation. The demands raised in the actions that reached their climax in the demonstrations were essentially still partial demands or the actions by the force of the Indonesian. In the framework of reforms. Meanwhile, peasants, the main revolution, had not yet reached the higher stage nor widely spread. What were alleged as thousands of actions a day in the rural areas were delusive, because such activities as submitting written petitions, repairing irrigation ditches, etc. were counted as peasant actions. Real actions that were directly aimed against the native landlords were not many nor widespread. The conclusion on the ever-ripening revolutionary situation was nothing but the result of a method of thinking which regarded subjective wishes, feelings, and imagination as PKI 57. Reality. The party leadership were afraid to see realities that differed from their subjective wishes. The party leadership were displeased when the regional committees or other party organizations reported that the degree of the development of the mass actions still fell short from the conclusion drawn. As a result, to please the subjective wishes of the party leadership, exaggerated assessments were made on the mass actions, in particular the peasant actions. The party leadership attempted to push forward the ever-ripening revolutionary situation to become a revolution. This was stressed in the statement of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the PKI on August 17, 1965. The statement called on the communists to work harder in order to push the present revolutionary situation forward to its climax, so that the people can achieve not only ever greater victories, but also fundamental victories. This was the climax of the other mistake, the leftist mistake, which dragged the party leadership into adventurism that has brought such a great disaster to the party and the revolutionary movement in general. Soviet Bolsheviks call for the overthrow of revisionist leadership of CPSU. From pamphlet by Soviet Revolutionary Communists. Published in Zari I Populat, December 20 to 21, 1966. The Soviet revisionist leading clique does not represent the Soviet communists and people. The decisive moment is approaching today in the development of the communist movement. In the conditions when each communist party must make a historic decision of its own and pass over either to the road of Marxism or opportunism, it is necessary for the communists of the whole world to listen to the voice of their Soviet comrades. Now it is pretended that their opinion is expressed by those decisions and declarations made by the present leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. But whoever is acquainted to whatever small degree with our country's internal life, whoever has come into contact with the masses of our people and with the rank and file party members, cannot help being aware that all these decisions and declarations, far from reflecting the beliefs and true aims of the overwhelming majority of the Soviet people, of the overwhelming majority of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, run quite counter to them. A firm principled stand and revolutionary selflessness has been adopted by the Communists of China and Albania in exposing present-day opportunism. The documents of the Communist Party of China and the Party of Labour of Albania have fully shown the road of concessions and treachery to the interests of socialist revolution, traversed by the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, after Stalin's death. We consider it our most important task to reveal the causes which brought about antagonism between the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, on the one hand, and the Soviet Communists, and Soviet people on the other. The opportunist leaders of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union must be exposed from the rearguard, from the point of view of their social position within the Soviet Union, where they cannot mask their rotten composition, where they have in fact usurped the state power and have been opposed to the people. To be acquainted with the situation of the opportunists within the Soviet Union will help the communist and workers' parties of the world have a better evaluation of their actions in the international arena, their hypocrisy concerning the revolutionary and liberation struggles, the distortion of the ideas of the struggle for peace on their part. Further, the program pamphlet of the Soviet Revolutionary Bolshevik Communists points out that the whole chain of the contradictions within the present communist movement has been centered around the question of the personality cult. And this is natural. B. 58. Bolsheviks 59. Cause the question involves the first experimentation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is clear that without clarifying this matter, the communist movement cannot forge ahead. The pamphlet describes how, immediately after the 20th Congress of the CPSU, many communists fell into the trap of the critics of the personality cult. But even at that time the opportunists did not manage to win over the most resolute and tested proletarian fighters. Even at that time such comrades, in the first place the Chinese and Albanian communists, laid bare the base and slanderous character of the campaign unleashed by the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Recent events have clearly shown the demagogical nature of the opportunistic cries on the personality cult, their counter-revolutionary and anti-Marxist character. Stalin a consistent Marxist. Soon after the 20th Congress, in the public meetings of the Communist Party organizations of the Soviet Union, mass petitions were put forth by the rank-and-file party members, demanding that the Central Committee make a truer Marxist assessment of the activities of Stalin. These demands were so persistent that the leadership of the party was compelled to carry out persecutions against the various party members and to dissolve a number of party organizations which acted in a very compact way. The force of public opinion, despite its silence, so greatly terrified the opportunists, that they resorted to the most extreme measures. The program pamphlet mocks at the efforts of the opportunists, who for more than 10 years have been seeking, but have not found, in the works of Stalin, theories, special theses, or at least special allusions, which may contradict Marxism-Leninism. Among other things, the document refers to one of Stalin's most important theses, according to which the class struggle, while approaching communism, becomes ever nigher fierce and assumes ever more complicate forms, theses which the opportunist Shave tried to reject. Citing the counter-revolutionary drive unleashed in the Soviet Union after Stalin's death, in which the opportunists took an active part, the document emphasizes that the sharp character of this class struggle serves as the test proof of the correctness of Stalin's theses. The critics of the personality cult, if they want to adopt a somewhat serious stand on the question in order to convince others of their correctness, must explain the strange fact that Stalin, who, in their view, had made so many practical errors, remains in theory a consistent Marxist. Such inconformity does not exist for us because we hold that the activities of Stalin have been fully explained and justified. A man who is to blame for so many sins cannot remain a Marxist-Leninist in theory. Otherwise, it would be the most strange phenomenon in the world. The opportunists need take recourse to criticism of the personality cult in order to cater to their egoistic interests. They need it as a smokescreen, behind which they conceal their ugly faces and deeds. This fact must be brought to light, the more so, because 10 years have elapsed after Stalin's death, while the opportunist leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is now compelled to prove its value not by real successes, but by criticizing those that have long since died. And nevertheless many things are explained by the downfall of Khrushchev. It is common knowledge that this charlatan Lilliput adopted all the political and especially the economic programs proposed by his group. But it turned out that it was only he that was blamed for all the failures of the great 10-year plan. There is no doubt that the opportunist chieftains of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union sacrificed Khrushchev for the sake of Soviet public opinion, quite easily and simply erasing the lamentable results of their joint 10 years' activities and placing the whole responsibility on Khrushchev's goat horns. But feeling that this explanation was of very temporary use and could lead to very undesirable results, the opportunists are now trying to de-emphasize Khrushchev. In fact, making a comparison between Stalin and Khrushchev, we cannot help recalling the words of Marx that history twice repeats itself, but at first it appears in the form of tragedy, while later on in the form of comedy. This history of Khrushchev is no more than a parody for the opportunist campaign of the exposure of the personality cult of Stalin, betraying in Khrushchev a buffoon and a degenerate one. They have betrayed in Stalin a great revolutionary leader and thinker. Further, the pamphlet points out, all the accusations leveled at Stalin by the opportunists can be summarized in one phrase: violation of proletarian democracy. Criticizing Stalin, the document emphasizes, the opportunists compare him to Lenin, thinking that this was the best and most convincing argument for them. We agree that this comparison contributes to the question, but it boomerangs on the opportunists themselves. Irreconcilability, brutality, dictatorial errors, where did they find this vocabulary? Are we quoting Pravda's editorials of recent years devoted to the personality cult? No, these are ordinary criticisms made by the opportunists of the activities of Lenin during the whole period of the Russian Revolution. Why does the present leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union not mention that now? World Revolution 60. Everything that was once attributed to Lenin is being repeated of Stalin. According to the modern revisionists, Lenin turns out to be a supporter of the theses "do not resist evil with violence." To discredit the revolutionary tactics of Stalin, the criticism of whom is of vital and direct importance to them, the opportunists are ready to forget the past and present Lenin in an ennobled form. We are Jacobins on the side of the proletariat. These words of Lenin's must be taken into consideration by those who are seeking to give Lenin the appearance of Jesus Christ. Further, in order to understand how and why so much power was concentrated in the hands of Stalin, the program pamphlet of the Soviet Revolutionary Communists describes the historical internal and international conditions in which Stalin led the country's socialist construction after Lenin's death. The situation created in the party's 15th Congress is significant. Reading the minutes of the Congress, one is surprised at what happened. Those belonging to the opposition demanded that an elementary democratic attitude be taken towards them. They demanded the mere exchange of views, while the whole Congress shouted, "Down with the oppositionists! Long live Stalin!" And there no suppression of democracy occurred, but its affirmation. The Congress defended the revolutionary cause and fought the petty bourgeois phrases. The defender of the revolutionary cause was Stalin, who, for the first time, firmly and definitely advanced the thesis of building socialism in one country. He displayed determination to place agriculture on the road of socialist construction through general collectivization. He led the country's industrialization. We will fight in the battalions of Mao and Hakha. The party and people trusted Stalin. Is it necessary to place such confidence in the leaders at this stage? Everybody who calls himself a Marxist must agree that we should see democracy like all social phenomena from a historical and concrete point of view. In its first stage, the proletarian democracy must find its expression in the most solid centralism of power. The proletariat applied such centralism in face of mortal danger under the conditions of a very fierce class struggle, just as the military discipline is applied on the front. We pose the following question: should one place confidence in the commander on whom the destiny of a revolutionary army depends? It is clear that under the mask of opportunist phrases about democracy, bourgeois individualism, and the attempts to desert in time lay hidden. He who wants to fight cannot fight without a commander. And today, Stalin does not live. We will fight in the battalions of Mao Zedong and Enver Hoxha. High power given to Stalin by the party and people, the pamphlet goes on, was based on his qualities of a great revolutionary thinker, fighter, on the general confidence in him, for he was the determined defender of Leninism ever under the attacks of the rightists, leftists, and various opportunists. To speak about the personality cult of Stalin as an expression of the violation of democracy, as the ignoring of the party's and people's will, is an affront to our people's most sacred sentiments, an affray committed only by those who have not been with us on our first march towards socialism, or by those who cannot forget the hand of the proletarian dictatorship they experienced on their shoulders. Against whom were the persecutions? And here we will dwell on the question of the so-called persecutions conducted by Stalin. The opportunist gentlemen, seeking to conceal the social basis of these persecution, want to present Stalin as a man who, fearing rivalry, captured and shot everyone whom he considered as reasonable. Of course, this is groundless even in relation to the closest circle of Stalin. Otherwise, for example, the members of the opportunist clique must accept that they survived at the time of Stalin because, from the point of view of ideology, they deserved no attention. As to those who do not advocate the ANC resistance to evil principle, the physical reply to the physical attack is clear. But the question is still more complicated when we refer to politics, where the direct results of this or that political act may be manifested after 10 years. Should the construction of industry in the Soviet Union be carried out at the cost of a great deal of effort and unbelievable privation? Was Stalin right when he said, "We must do this or they will destroy us"? We think that the befit answer to this question may be given by the soldiers of the patriotic war who held in their hands the arms produced by the Stalinland industry. And it was precisely the Mensheviks and the errants who opposed industrialization. They screamed at the top of their lungs that agriculture was being sacrificed for the sake of industry. Consequently, they wanted to put the Russian peasantry under fascist slavery. Stalin persecuted the main petty bourgeois ideologue who were nothing but people who changed face and disguised themselves before the Bolshevik registered herein isles the essence of the notorious trial in Moscow. Stalin freed Russia from the fifth registered Bolsheviks. 61. Pointing out to the counter-revolutionary and espionage activities of the persons sentenced to court trials such as Lunakevsky and Co., the pamphlet emphasizes, high 1937 persecutions in the social sense were properly directed. High were spearheaded against the existing bureaucratic apparatus, against the remnants of the exploiting classes and a section of intelligentsia. So is it not clear why these very sections are so brutally attacking the personality cult and why our working masses display, according to the opportunist point of view, a queer love for the memory of Stalin? High opportunist gentlemen with their megalomania speak about the slave-like nature of our people, that our people are in need of a tsar and other mean and stupid things. But as we see, the question is very clear, it has to do with the people's class conscience. In the past they maintained the opinion that the bureaucrats and the former bureaucrats should be smashed. At present, 2. They do not abandon this view. As we know, Stalin carried this out using proper arguments. That is why, the people feel that Stalin is theirs, that he is the representative of the people. The opportunists rehabilitated all those who once suffered under Stalin's hand. The counter-revolutionary bands which took part in the 1905 punitive expeditions, the degenerates who stole the people's property, the German policemen and so on bear the martyrs label. All those people, both in a figurative and real sense, were kissed by the so-called great Marxist, Khrushchev, and the present-day opportunists consider their absolution as their own merit. It is not surprising that the historians were allowed access to archives of the Ministry of Home Affairs only with the personal authorization of Khrushchev. This so-called great defender of justice feared to put on the table these documents which he himself had declared false. His successors continue this sinister course and now seek to substantiate the most monstrous accusations against Stalin which were concocted but not substantiated by Khrushchev. Stalinism, if one wants to give it a general definition, represents in itself the operation of trademarky dictatorship of the proletariat, a number of measures taken by the proletarian dictatorship according to the conditions of a small peasant country for construction on the toasts of social registered M. Finding itself in an adverse economic situation on which unceasingly and on a large scale the proletariat cannot help pplylng its dictatorship by all means. High strugka pto fiat against the bourgeois for THCER in Russia, where it was carried out conjettme, was extremely fierce and accompanied with inevitable mistakes. No doubt. This difficult experience will facilitate and make more rational the actions of the working class of other countries in similar conditions. This experience will help also avoid the kind of situation created in the Soviet Union today. In reality, the growth of bureaucracy has resulted in the creation of a bureaucratic stratum between the revolutionary center and people which hinders and obstructs full unity. By creating and consolidating the state apparatus, a work of great historic significance was done which ensured our economic successes on the road of construction on the basis of socialism. Stalin was in this bureaucratic apparatus, he fought against it with the help of the same apparatus and, for this reason, could not completely defeat it. He saw how the bureaucracy grew although he cut off its tentacles whenever they appeared. In his efforts for revolutionary purity he did not trust all those around him. Stalin is really a heroic and venerable personality. Stalin towers in history as an example for revolutionaries, as a warning to the waverers, as a terror to the enemies. The dangerous consequences of opportunism. High programmatic pamphlet explains the cause which made possible the usurping of the power by the opportunists in the Soviet Union after Stalin's death. It points out that the usurpation of power on the part of the bureaucracy as well as the struggle against it are a manifestation of class struggle. The bourgeois class politics of the Soviet bureaucracy has been clearly manifested in the fact that its first step was the official abolition of the dictatorship of the proletariat. All the efforts of the opportunists, the document goes on, are aimed at deceiving the Soviet people and corrupting the youth, at confusing the revolutionary history and ignoring the fact that all its essence affirms Bolshevism. High opportunists revise Bolshevism and put on its manifestations the label of dogmatism and Talmudism, taking revenge on Bolshevism for their humiliation before it in the past and for the hidden fear they have of it today. High veil of traditional Bolshevik glory, of Marxist phraseology and unclear promises must be torn off. And so before us, appears the enraged selfish, greedy, and at the same time frightened petty bourgeoisie. We are confronted with a class enemy, with an enemy which is still more dangerous for he wears our uniform, for amidst the flames of class struggle we may think that he is on our side and so trust him and later be stabbed on the back. World Revolution. Revolutionary Communists appeals to the communists and people to fight against imperialism, opportunism, and for world revolution, defying every sacrifice. What Marx and Engels have said at the time of the birth of the communist movement, what the Russian workers and soldiers have written on their banner before the October attack, the document emphasizes, have become an actual historical task for us. We must prepare ourselves for this task tirelessly and everywhere, defining all our toughs and actions. We are speaking about world revolution. It is clear that only by fighting the opportunists and defeating them, may the communists expect a new revolutionary upsurge and be ready to lead it. Of course, the orientation towards world revolution turns the petty bourgeois ideologists away from the communist movement, who can accept communism only if it is united with opportunism. In other words, the division which exists now in a number of communist parties is inevitable. The communist movement cannot move ahead by trading in opportunistic policies. In the course of revolutionary events, the ranks of the communist parties will be joined by thousands upon thousands of true proletarians of the city and countryside, who wholeheartedly remain faithful to communism. A great task is incumbent upon us now, to frustrate the domination of the opportunists in the world communist movement, to expose them and to undermine their authority in the eyes of the working people of all the countries, to replace the smoke with fire. The CPSU must be freed from opportunist leadership. Assessing today the prospects of the world revolutionary movement, we can say that they are as great as ever. We live at a time, when, as Molotov has said, all roads lead to communism. Sooner or later, all trends of the revolutionary movement will be merged into a powerful avalanche. No matter what harsh trials befall the communists, whatever internal contradictions develop in the communist movement, they cannot shake the dialectic Marxists. Making preparations for the last battle with capitalism, the revolutionary forces must unite like one man. They must subordinate their partial interest to a sole aim, to a sole will. There was a moment when the Russian Revolution, notwithstanding its great sacrifices, held in its hands the battlefield for the revolutionaries of all countries and carried the banner of the great revolutionary battles at the beginning of the 20th century. Now, the communist movement must go to the aid of the Russian Revolution, of the Soviet Union. And, for this purpose, the open excommunication of the opportunists of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union from communism, the open demand that they withdraw from the leader ship, will be quite sufficient. Such a demand would be a proof of the very great strength and development of the world communist movement. The working people of the Soviet Union would receive it as an act of revolutionary solidarity. The communists in other countries, unfamiliar with the life of the Soviet working people, and judging the situation of the public only by the press, may overestimate the power of the opportunist tendencies. The communists of other countries must know that all this is nothing but rubbish floating on the surface, and no matter how densely it floats, it can decide nothing. The destiny of the Soviet Union is in the hands of the workers and peasants, in the hand of millions of rank-and-file communists, and they will have their say. It should be noted that the criticism which the opportunists leveled at Stalin was a precise attack, and it led to a temporary victory of the opportunists, because it was directed at the ideological purity and honesty of our people, to those features of our people, which have led them to heroism and hard trials. Even in these conditions, the working class of the Soviet Union has not shaken and has not fallen into the trap of opportunist provocation. Its hatred for the opportunists is immense, and only the lack of a concrete program of action is leaving it unarmed for the time being. The Soviet peasantry is passing now to an ever more resolute opposition. Being at first encouraged by the prattles of Khrushchev, it soon realized that the opportunists are weak. No half measures can solve the crisis of agriculture in the Soviet Union. In fact, we are faced here with the boycott of an entire class, and only the true revolutionary and democratic policy, pursued by the dictatorship of the proletariat, will open to the Soviet peasantry prospects for the future. In order to overthrow the bureaucratic order in the Soviet Union, the revolutionaries have to be organized, so that the people's struggle will move swiftly. The tested road is open for us, the road to the regeneration of the proletarian party. In fact, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has been converted into an entirely formal organization, into a screen which gives the rule of the bureaucrats the illusion of democracy. It is clear that the new and true proletarian party will be none other than the regenerated Communist Party of the Soviet Union. All those, that are ready to fight against bureaucracy, all those to whom the great revolutionary victories of our peoples and the cause of revolution are dear, must resolutely take this row. The hour has come. From the many and separate cells of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union must come a mighty avalanche. World Revolution. While in the Soviet Union, opportunism led to the loss of the socialist course and to the disorder of social chaos, the programmatic pamphlet goes on, its consequences are still heavier and more dangerous in the international arena. To justify their departure from the revolutionary ideals in the international arena, the opportunists have found a pretext, that is, the struggle for peace. When speaking about peace and war, and when an abstract choice between them is proposed, it is understandable that every normal person will unhesitatingly choose peace. Playing with these natural and deeply rooted aspirations, the opportunists seek to present the situation as if they stand for unconditional peace, while their opponents are trying to pursue a certain policy which implies a general extermination and aims to build communism on the atomic ruins, and so on, and so forth. The impression is being created as if the cause of safeguarding peace and averting war from the relations among the peoples is independent of the class struggle and can be solved separately from the social problems. War is the inevitable result of the present-day social relations in the capitalist world. To speak about the establishment of peace through a general agreement with the capitalists is tantamount to speaking about the liquidation of the capitalist system through an agreement with its representatives. Only the opportunists do not see that to present peace as the first and main task means to prostrate yourself and to surrender. This is a capitulating stand through which the imperialists have the possibility to use military threats and to attain their aim in every concrete political and international question. Consequently, in striving to save mankind we should advance towards endless concessions. Logically, at the end of this so-called human road we ourselves and all mankind should kneel down and put the imperialist chains around our necks. To fight consistently against war, we must fight against the source and cause of wars in the present-day world, that is, imperialism. In other words, communists cannot single out the question of war and peace and examine it separately, this question must also be seen in terms of their general struggle for socialism. We reiterate that the class arms cannot be achieved within the framework of war and peace. Moreover, from the very moment when the carrot-niggle for peace is put forward as the fundamental line of the world communist movement, it openly runs against the class struggle. Indeed, if the communist parties of the capitalist countries took as their main task the struggle for peace, they would lose their class physiognomy within their countries, they would merge with the current of the peace partisans which is of a democratic character. The implementation of such a policy would bring about the renunciation of every action, however slightly resolute and revolutionary, for the sake of being consistent and of not being in conflict with the rest of the peace partisans, with the representatives of petty, middle, and even big bourgeoisie who are not interested in a revolutionary change. The workers of the capitalist countries are also in need of peace, the opportunists say. They hysterically scream about the threat of atomic death, the loss of every human dignity and being wiped out with bestial terror. But whom do they scare with these threats? The millions of people who are dying of hunger and diseases in the countries of the capitalist and in the dependent countries. Only with such a cynism, opportunists may deceive those who are dying of hunger and lead them to believe that the struggle for peace and not the revolution is the primary task. Is it that the opportunists threatening with threats of doomsday seek to frighten the partisans of South Vietnam and the Congolese insurgents, their women and children? Why should they get rid of tortures through a world clash between capitalism and socialism? Is it not the same for them to die either of napalm or the atomic bomb? Of course, all the oppressed have not been convinced that it is better to die free rather than to live subjugated. But all of them are advancing in this direction. This is the tendency of their development. Consequently, also the threat of atomic war cannot halt the general line of the communists towards socialist revolution. The facts go to show, the pamphlet goes on, that genuine communist forces are being created within the European communist parties. Let them be only groups for the time being, they will certainly grow and part from the revisionist majority and will lead the revolutionary movement of their own countries. Their future successes are secured at present. The proletariat of the greatest capitalist countries is being rapidly revolutionized. Only in such parties such as the French and Italian parties, in which the petty bourgeois tendency of compromise has completely suppressed the truly revolutionary aspirations, can the absurd illusion on the peaceful transition from capitalism to socialism be created. Even if the power, thanks to some miracle, passed into the hands of such a party which from its class nature was mishmash, this would not mean victory of the proletarian dictatorship. Such a party would expect nothing but disintegration, chaos, and liquidation under the attacks of the counter-revolutionary punishers. Such a victory would claim countless victims among the working people who follow the opportunists. The programmatic pamphlet of the Soviet Bolsheviks 64. Their actions, slogans, and leaflets must be transformed into a true partisan struggle. The earth must be scorched under the feet of the bureaucrats. Is it necessary to say that this struggle will produce heroes? The opportunists, with their petty bourgeois cynicism and non-confidence in the people, see nothing else in the world besides material self-interest. But communist heroism and the devotion of our people are limitless. Suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere of the bureaucratic decomposition, some of our people are lost. But show them the road, and they will work miracles. No matter how few and weak the cells of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union may look at first, their organizers must clearly realize the historic importance of the new initiative. Their persecution would undoubtedly arouse all the people and would confront the masses with the bureaucrats, but the bureaucracy would be unable to cope with this. The banner of socialism will soon fly again over the land of socialism. The end of the revisionists, the pamphlet continues, may come very soon. The communists, who have been deceived and have displayed a sort of weakness at the moment when the opportunists attack Stalin, have already become aware of their errors. Just as once the Girondists, the day following the death of Robespierre, realized that they were weak before reaction, so a part of the leaders of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union have become aware of their decadence, seeing results of the criticism of the personality cult on a worldwide scale and the hostility of the working masses of the Soviet Union to this campaign. We may pin great hopes on the cadres of the Soviet military men, educated by Stalin, who realize better than anyone else the doom which threatens the Soviet Union as a result of the activities of the opportunists. Everyone whose heart responds to the appeal of the revolution, whoever has not stopped being a communist, must realize that so long as the opportunists are not definitely exposed, collaboration with them has been only a mistake, while now collaboration with them is a participation in their crimes against the people. To overthrow the opportunists and, after having created a revolutionary government, to smash bureaucracy, this is the task that faces the Soviet Communists. The general political and economic management should be carried out according to the will of the people, in conformity with their beliefs and requirements. There is no doubt that this policy will be revolutionary, communist, internationalist, and the working people of the whole world will say, "This is our policy." Long live our sacred red banner, the banner of socialist revolution, the banner of my J. Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. No matter how hard the opportunists try to besmirch it, it remains unstained. No matter how hard they will try to drag it down, there exist forces in the world which keep it aloft. Honor and glory to them. 1. The hour will not be far when this banner will again flutter over the fatherland of socialism. Long live the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Let our friends and enemies throughout the world hear us. Bolshevism in Russia is springing from the ashes like a phoenix. We Bolsheviks are fully aware that the tasks facing us are very complicated, but we shall proceed even through sacrifices and tortures. The thinking of Lenin is with us. The will of Stalin is with us. The big heart of our people is with us. We are invincible. Ists is in no way different from what is being done by the imperialists. In fact, they have learned it from the imperialists. The Soviet revisionists have always claimed that the economically backward countries can embark on the non-capitalist road if they rely on Soviet aid. But what has happened to India after 10 years of Soviet aid? The road which the Indian reactionaries have taken is not at all the non-capitalist road but that of unmistakably becoming a colony again. Sneaking of US imperialist aid, our great leader Chairman Mao Zedong has pointed out that like Chiang Tai-kung fishing, they have cast the line for the fish want to be caught. But he who swallows food handed out in contempt will get a bellyache. Both Soviet and US aid is neocolonialist stuff. If those who receive and rely on US aid come to grief, as has been invariably the case, the same fate awaits those who receive and rely on Soviet aid. The urgent task of the people of a country like India is to resolutely oppose the USNL Soviet revisionist neocolonialism. They can achieve genuine independence only when they clear their land of the colonialist influence of US imperialism and Soviet revisionism and overthrow their underling, the domestic reactionary regime. Progressive Labor Trade Union 1, Trade Union Program IOC. Party 2, The Big Fight in Antu 5C. 3 District 65, Rutsu Analysis 5C. Publications for NTC Transit Strilhi Analysis 5C. 5 Defeat the Bankers Board of Education Black Liberation. 6 Black Liberation Now IOC. 7 Notes on Black Liberation 25C. The Plot Against Black America IOC. 9 Pre-Civil War Black Nationalism 25C. 10 The What's Rebellion and the Coming Battle 5C. 11 We Accuse 25C. General 12 We Must Buell the Schools IOC. 13 Don't Be a Sucker IOC. 14 We Can't Beat the Rulers if we let them run our team 5C. Progressive Labor Party. GPO. Box 808 Brooklyn, New York 11201. Please send me the following pamphlets. I would like some more information about PL. Challenge __ Spark. Progressive Labor World Revolution. Name __________. Address City State Zip ___. .enossq_JQOEOZ. 0, CLOQ. 5. AZ. 8. OOI. Progressive. Labor. Heerlerge. World Revolutionaire. Revolution. Vol 1, No. 2 Spring, 1968 50C. AP Progressive. Labor Party. Quarterly. Digest. Theory of People's War in Africa. World. Castroism and Olas, a critique South African CP exposed. Mao's contribution to Marxism-Leninism. Indian CP Inter-Party Struggle Documents. IKFL Books AMO Periodicals in English imported directly EROM China BLH. Publications 95 Fifth Avenue N.Y. 10003. Chairman Mao Zedong. A102. Art and Literature, Mao Zedong on. Collection of Essays. 2nd ed., 1960. 150 pages, 1.00A110 essays on philosophy contains, on practice, on contradiction. And the correct handling of contradictions among the people, where do correct JDs come from? 1966, 136 pages, L.00A120 on contradiction exposition of the first law of materialist dialectics. The unity and struggle of opposites is the motor force of development. Development is the result of internal contradiction. Major philosophical work of Mao Zedong to Marxian philosophy. 3rd ed., 1960, 30 pages, paper .35 half cloth .50. A122. On New Democracy discussion of Lenin and Stalin's theories of revolution in underdeveloped countries, Old Democracy versus New Democracy in the Chinese Revolution, the reconstruction of New China and the development to socialism. 2nd ed. 1960 86 pages. Paper .35 half-cloth .50A129 on protracted war. Mao's exposition on three-stage warfare, defensive war, stalemate, counter-offensive war, especially dealing with the war against Japanese aggression. 2nd ed. 1960, 140 pages, .50A142 quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. The Handbook of the Red Guards of the Cultural Revolution. Containing excerpts from the writings and speeches of Mao Zedong on 33 different topics, including, the Communist Party, classes and class struggle, People's War, the mass line, relations between the army and the people, criticism and self-criticism, etc. 1st ed., 1966, 322 pages, plastic cover 1.00. A1. Selected works of Mao Zedong, Vols LLV official English translation edited by the Committee for the Publication of the Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1st ed., 1961-1965, paper 11.00 leather 17.Q0. A6. Selected military writings of Mao Zedong includes, on protracted war, problems of strategy in guerrilla war against Japan, problems of war and strategy. 2nd ed., 1966, 410 pages, paper 2.75 leather 4.25. G234. Historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, this pamphlet and the addended more historical experience of the dictatorship of the Pyjatariat are considered the Chinese views on the 20th Congress of the CP and the events in Poland and Hungary of 1956. 4th ed. Advice translate, 1964. 64 pages, paper .35 half-cloth .50. F229. Long live the victory of People's War. Lin Piaoh originally published in Renmin Ribao in Com Mo. Shin of the 20th anniversary of the victory in the Chur People's War of resistance against Japan. Is Consike the major policy statement on People's War to be registered elated by the Chinese people and has shocked the registered with its profound thoughts on self-reliance and PE and liberation. The village surrounding the cities these registered the role of revisionism with respect to People's War. L. Table of Contents. Milton Rosen, Editor. Letters, from the editors, from the readers to Africa, the African Revolution and the Theory of People's War from the Afro-Asian Journalist, October/December 1967. For the Communist Party of South Africa its counter-revolutionary role from the Azania News, NOS 21-22. 12 The Student and the Revolution from the Afro-Asian Journalist, October 1967. 21 India, U.S. domination replaces British monopoly in India from Sinhua, December 17, 1967. 23 Documents from revolutionaries inside the CPI. Document from Revolutionary Communists of India. 25 Tasks of Indian Revolutionaries. Document number 2 from Desho Brody, November 23, 1967. 31 Editorial from first issue of Liberation, Journal of the Indian Revolutionists. 33 Ceylon, The Contribution of Mao Zedong to Marxism-Leninism from Red Flag, October 3, 1967. 39 China, The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution New Relations Between Leaders and the Masses from Sinhua, December 16, 1967. 47 Revolution in Education from Letter from China, December 23, 1967. 50 Burma, Burma Ablaze from Afro-Asian Journalist, October 1967. 54 North Korea, Australian Communists expose revisionist views of North Korean leaders from Vanguard, December 1967. 57 Vietnam, Special Communique on Historic Tet Offensive from South Vietnam PLAF Command, Sinhua, February 8, 1968. 58 Laos, 22 Years of Successes of Revolutionary Struggle of Lao People from the Vietnam Courier, October 1967. 61 Albania, Hakha rejects revisionist aid. Warns Greek fascists from report to the Fourth Congress of the Democratic Front of Albania, September 1967. 62 Poland, 1966 Message from the Polish Revolutionary Underground from Provisional Central Committee of the CP of Poland, October 1966. 63 Guatemala, Internal Reasons for the Defeat of 1954 Revolution from the Tricontinental, September/October 1967. 65 Argentina, A Critique of Olas and Castroism from Democracia Popular, September 1967. 73. World Revolution, P.O. Box 208, Church Street Station, New York, New York 10008. Printed entirely by Union Labor. Letters. From W.R. Editors to our readers. While the overall response to Volume 1, Number 1 of World Revolution was quite favorable, more enthusiastic, actually, than we had dared to hope for, one question raised by several readers was, why so much on China? Or its variant, why such a heavy reliance on China news sources? The answer is, of course, quite simple. China is the center of the world revolutionary movement. Its news sources are the most comprehensive, accurate and reliable that are available. Of course, as WR extends its contacts with revolutionary movements in various parts of the world, we hope to be able to present our readers with basic policy statements and key articles reprinted directly from the official organs of these groups and parties. In this regard, we think that this issue of WR represents a step forward. However, our exchanges and contacts are still somewhat limited, although improving, and even so our small but zealous corps of voluntary translators are already overtaxed. Finally, it is necessary to state that we strive to select the best material available to us. By best we mean those articles which will help most to enlighten the revolutionary forces here in the United States on the ideas and activities developing in the world revolutionary movement. Needless to say, that our reprinting these articles does not mean that we adjust with every aspect of every article. With this issue we open our pages to J readers for their comments and criticisms. Is beyond the purpose of WR to get into specific polemics with every question that is raised. However, we hope that polemics will develop, our letters to the editor pages. For the positfo of PLP on questions of policy we refer I readers to our main national organ. PR. A confusing and misleading view is put forth concerning the nature and role of the Arab ruling class. WR states that if the Arab rulers persist in putting their trust in the Soviet revisionists rather than relying on their own people, they must expect another and more monstrous trail, and Zhou Tianqi states, with the exception of bureaucrat comprador class, bourgeoisie in the Arab countries has a dollar character. On the one hand, it suffers foot imperialist oppression and has contradict with the imperialists. In a given stage and certain it can take part in the imperialist struggle. But on the other hand economically and politically flabby, it 3. Lates and is prone to conciliation with the enemy. While it is correct to point out the dual character of the national bourgeoisie, it is a most serious and fundamental error to fail to state what is the main aspect. All phenomena have dual and contradictory aspects. Merely to state them in general or to use the words if or but provides no specific analysis, provides no real guide to action. On the contrary, it only feeds illusions and false hopes. In light of the wealth of all the experiences with the Nehrus, the Sukarnos, the Krumas, the Eniwins, the Nassers and their ilk, can we not state forthrightly that the main aspect of the national bourgeoisie is its own narrow bourgeois class interests? As such, the main aspect determining the direction of the national bourgeoisie is indeed its being prone to vacillate and conciliate with the enemy. Because this is true, the national bourgeoisie is completely unreliable. It cannot lead the anti-imperialist struggle to victory, i.e. genuine liberation. It will not persist in the struggle against U.S. imperialism. It will not resist the deceptions and pressures of the Soviet revisionists. And there are no ifs or buts about this. A correct strategy for victory in the anti-imperialist struggle requires the leadership of the revolutionary vanguard party of the proletariat, which must rely on and develop the alliance of the workers and peasants, develop the broadest possible anti-imperialist front, and a people's liberation army. One of the central lessons of the entire anti-imperialist liberation struggle of the post-World War I era is the necessity for Marxist-Leninists to adopt a correct understanding of the fundamentally treacherous role of the national bourgeoisie, and to recognize the fact that as long as the bourgeoisie is in the leadership in the Mideast, we can be sure that the oppressed and exploited masses will be sold down the river again and again. What is lacking in many of the articles on the Mideast situation is a correct class analysis of not only the Arab nations but of Tyrol as well. Comradely, M.S. From India. Dear Sir, on behalf of our discussion group, send heartfelt thanks for sending us a copy of Volume I Number 1. It was extremely useful for 8*. Nowadays, I receive your other journal, PL, and challenge regularly. We will always remember your valuable contribution in our movement. Because your journals help us to foster correct ideas and perspective about Marxism, Leninism and revolution. Already few articles of WR has been translated into our languages and sent to our base areas for study and discussion. Also, I would make another request to you and other US comrades if they can spare and contribute some books, literature, and pamphlets and send it to us which they think fit. We are passing through extreme political and economic crisis. We are forming a new revolutionary party discarding all kind of revisionist outlook, and this is not very easy task, which you can well imagine. I hope you will excuse me because everything cannot be written in a letter. We note with great hope rising tide of anti-Viet War rally and movement in your country and your contribution in it. Please write something about the Black Power movement and the role of Stokely Carmichael, the guerrilla movement and struggles in other Latin American countries, and about Che Guevara. We want to know correct information and perspective from you. Thanking you, yours faithfully, Amulyade, West Bengal, India. Criticizes position on Castroism. December 14, 1967. Dear friends, your letter of December 6 encourages me to continue hoping you may provide that channel through which I can direct my meager means to support the fight for preserving human dignity and perhaps even physical survival of mankind. Thinking of excessive pressure of work and insufficient help, just bare acknowledgement of my letter would have assured me, especially after never receiving that from the Guardian long before Marx and Hegel. The ancient Greeks observed that all things of great value are products of conflict. Like all the big principles in basic theory, this has decisive importance for the revolution. Lenin expressed it about like this: it is one of the most profound postulates of Marx that the revolution grows in strength as the ruthlessness of the counter-revolution increases. Johnson and his den of degenerates lack the slightest conception of this, basing their whole cause on exactly the contrary assumption: they face certain doom. Anyway, that is my introduction rather than apology for trying to tear off some of your hide. If your accusations against Castro are world revolution, 2/3 of the peoples of the world are not yet liberated. Since the World War II, Asia, Africa and Latin America have become the storm center of revolutionary struggle against U.S.-led imperialism and its running dogs, thus accelerating the downfall of capitalism and imperialism. Our new world is entering the era of Mao Zedong's thought, and China has become the bastion of world revolution. Without the thought of Mao Zedong, Marxism-Leninism at its peak, the revolutionary people have no hope of liberation. History has proved and continues to prove the fallacy and bankruptcy of all bourgeois and revisionist theories on liberation, and that they are continuously losing market. They are being thrown in the dustbin of history. Chairman Mao's theory on people's war is a universal truth of Marxism-Leninism which can be applied by the people fighting for liberation to the concrete situation of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It constitutes the line of demarcation between genuine and phony revolutionaries, between Marxist-Leninists and modern revisionists, between those who want real liberation and those who want formal independence. Here we are going to discuss the question of the African Revolution and the theory of Chairman Mao on people's war. The African and the The of People's War. From the Afro-Asian Journal. October 1967. Stage of the Revolution in Africa. Africa now is in the stage of the National Democratic Revolution. This revolution is directed against the main enemies of the African people today: imperialism, old and new colonialism, feudalism, and compradori classes. Out of the total number of countries and regions in Africa, which is 58, more than 40 have achieved national independence. More than 15 countries and regions are still under colonial rule. In more than 6 countries and regions, people have taken up arms, waging struggle to liberate themselves from the Colorado Nihilists. In many African countries under the rule of puppet regimes, people at varying degrees have resolved to take up arms as the sole means to save their countries. In other countries ruled by the left and middle sections of the national bourgeoisie, the broad masses of the people are waging struggles in many forms against neocolonialism, coming under the cover of aid, assistance, and loans, particularly from the USA, against cultural aggression, in support of their brothers still fighting against colonialism and African puppet regimes, and for winning their own democratic rights and freedoms. The imperialists, feudalists, and compradori classes have formed a united front against the broad masses of the people in the vast majority of countries in Africa, oppressing them, suppressing them, and mercilessly exploiting them. The imperialists and colonialists. Forces of the National Democratic Revolution. What are the forces of the National Democratic Revolution in Africa? The main forces of the National Democratic Revolution in Africa are the working class, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie. The working class represents less than 10% of the total population of Africa, which is estimated at about 300 million. The peasants constitute between 70% to 75% of the total population of Africa, that is the vast majority of the people. Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong's thought, teaches us that the worker-peasant alliance is the sure guarantee for the victory of the revolution. Though the working class is the most revolutionary class and the most advanced, yet it cannot alone achieve victory are still plundering African wealth directly and indirectly and drawing fabulous profits from the sweat and blood of the toiling people. Africa, which is considered the richest continent in the world, is ridden by extreme poverty, disease, and illiteracy. Revolution. Less it organizes the peasants and leads them. From this we can see that the peasant question is the main question in the National Democratic Revolution. However, it is not enough to have a working class which strives to organize the peasants and lead them in the struggle against the main enemies of the people to achieve the tasks of the National Democratic Revolution. African history and world history have proved that without a revolutionary party there can be no revolution, and the experience of many countries confirms this truth. For this reason, when we talk about the forces of the National Democratic Revolution, we must also talk about the necessity and need for a revolutionary party, which is the only guarantee for the success of the National Democratic Revolution. 4. 5. Revolution. Ahmed Khair. Two basically different views on the ND revolution in Africa. For many years now, and especially during the last few years, many debates have been held and many different opinions expressed on the National Democratic Revolution, especially in Africa, but all these different opinions can be summed up in two basically different viewpoints. The first is the Marxist-Leninist viewpoint based on the thought of Chairman Mao, and the other is the reactionary viewpoint based on the arguments of either the imperialists, the bourgeoisie, or the revisionists, and which is fundamentally a bourgeois viewpoint. The Marxist-Leninist view based on the thought of Chairman Mao stipulates that to lead the National Democratic Revolution to success, three conditions are absolutely essential: a well-disciplined party. Conditions 4. What is the situation in Africa regarding these three conditions? There are about 100 major political parties in Africa. Out of these, more than 12 were communist parties which have become revisionist. 2 or 3 of these have actually dissolved themselves and joined the national bourgeoisie and, armed with the theory of Marxism-Leninism, using the method of self-criticism and linked with the masses of the people. B. An army under the leadership of such a party, and C. A united front of all revolutionary classes and all revolutionary groups under the leadership of such a party. The revolution. The rest have practically all become social democratic type of parties with new bourgeois programs, organization, and methods of work. On the other hand, while we are witnessing this decline of the revisionist parties, we also witness the rise of Marxist-Leninist parties, circles, or groups. And in addition to a new type of revolutionary nationalist party following at varying degrees the thought of Chairman Mao. Some of the latter are either leading armed struggles or are resolved to conduct armed struggle. Today, in not less than 35 to 40 African countries and territories, we discover this new phenomenon of the appearance either of Marxist-Leninist parties or groups, or revolutionary nationalist parties or groups, guided at varying degrees by the thought of Mao Zedong. This is an excellent situation most favorable to the African Revolution. As for the question of the United Front as understood by Marxist-Leninists, though we find, in not a few cases some kind of alliances in some places among the revolutionary classes varying in scope, yet we do not find in most cases the physical active presence of a united front based on the worker-peasant alliance and under the leadership of Marxist-Leninist parties. However, Marxist-Leninist parties or groups and revolutionary nationalist organizations and groups are paying more attention to this crucial problem. In places where armed struggle is waged under Marxist-Leninist leadership, or is underway, we find seeds of a people's army here and there. From all this we can conclude that the subjective and objective conditions are most favorable for the success of the national democratic revolution in Africa under the leadership of genuine revolutionary Marxist-Leninist parties guided by the thought of Mao Zedong. World Revolution Modern Revisionist View. What is the reactionary viewpoint on the question of the national democratic revolution in Africa? Here I am not going to speak about the imperialist view, for it is clear to every one of us. However, I am going to speak about the view of the Soviet modern revisionist for the reason that it plays now a very damaging role in Africa, and because in actual fact this view fully serves the reactionaries and the imperialists as well. It was a few years ago, when in an international conference, a Soviet revisionist described the national liberation movement as a movement for piling corpses. This greatly aroused the indignation of the liberation fighters in the conference hall, and the Chinese delegation headed by Comrade Lu Ningyi walked out in protest. Later on, and on many international occasions, the Soviet modern revisionists came out more brazenly against the national liberation movement, particularly against armed struggle and people's war as the sole reliable means for the liberation of the oppressed people. All their attitudes and positions stem from their basic original political line, the line of peaceful coexistence, peaceful transition, and peaceful competition. This notorious line, which was formulated during the 20th Congress of the C.P.S.U., under the leadership of the revisionist gang headed by Khrushchev, caused great harm to the national liberation movement, leading to the massacres of thousands upon thousands of communists, revolutionary fighters, and patriots, by the forces of reaction and imperialism. The theories of the Soviet modern revisionists on the national democratic revolution in Africa were summed up by a representative of the Soviet revisionists at a seminar held in Cairo on the question of Africa, national and social revolution from October 24 to 29, last year, 1966. These revisionist theories can be summed up in 3 main points. 1. There is no class differentiation in Africa, or if classes ever exist, have no clear-cut distinction and sharp lines of demarcation. Hence follows the conclusion that class struggle does not occupy any place of importance in the national democratic revolution in Africa today. 2. The main task of the national democratic revolution in Africa today is not to overthrow the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and the compradori class and seize state power by armed force, but to develop the means of production and to democratize social life through the introduction of reforms. 3. To make the transition to socialism, it is not necessary to have the leadership of a Marxist-Leninist party, it is not necessary for the workers to lead the P***ants in revolution and see a power. The national bourgeoisie can lead the whole people to make socialism. The Soviet revisionist representative went to great pains at the Cairo seminar to put across high theory on the absence of classes in Africa by using such expressions as class differentiation proceed extremely slowly, thou there are no class boundaries A and C there are intermediate groups and interpenetration of soda groups and so on and so forth. All this was meant to divert people from tackling the question of the African Revolution on basis of class analysis. Everybody knows that in every African country and region there are exploit * and people exploited, there are oppressors and people oppress *. In short, nobody would deny the existence of clear-cut classes or class struggle except, the ruling classes themselves. Have often heard in Sudan big F***dal plantation owners talking /1 the peasants by were all of the they were all of and that classes Sudan were. Saying that same class, TLW the same farn do not exist everyone W almost the same food and wean the same clothes, etc. We oft hear the same from the leaders bourgeois parties in govern *1 and from compradori elements 1 control of state power. But never heard peasants, worker registered other exploited people say registered. Africa 7 there are no classes and that we are all equal brothers and sisters. Chairman Mao teaches us, class struggle some classes triumph, others are eliminated. Such is his story. Such is the history of civilization for thousands of years. The Soviet modern revisionist allegation that there is no clear class distinction or that there are no classes in Africa is nothing but a metaphysical outlook deliberately propagated to dampen class struggle in Africa and to cater to the needs of imperialism and the reactionaries. The Soviet modern revisionists propagate that the main task of the national democratic revolution in Africa is not to overthrow the rule of imperialism, feudalism, and the compradori classes by the force of arms, but to develop the means of production and to democratize social life through the introduction of reforms. The revolution or reform. All these theories of the modern revisionists boil down to replacing the political revolutionary tasks in the period of the national democratic revolution economic tasks and replacing revolutionary class struggle of workers, peasants, and other. Maybe the oppressed people, by class reconciliation and reform. In a word, the Soviet modern revisionists advocate that political power and struggle for political power have no significance at all for the proletariat, the peasants, and other revolutionary classes in the stage of the national democratic revolution. Not only that, but they go further, advocating that revolutionary classes should completely abandon revolution and become mere advocates of bourgeois reformism. This is tantamount to saying to the oppressed people, particularly in the independent African countries today, that they should completely leave matters they are in the hands of the ruling classes, lest there will be no progress at all. This is precisely is at US and other imperial are advocating among the th/L can today by saying the main thing for independent African countries is to leave economic and social Soviet modern revisionists have declared a long time ago that the national democratic revolution has entered a stage in which the economic tasks have become the most important. At the Cairo seminar last year, the revisionist representative said that the political approach implies a striving fully and deeply to reflect in political theories and actions the requirements of economic development and to find reserves to meet the demands of economic and social progress. He further said the specific nature of the democratic phase of the social revolution in Africa consists further in that in the overwhelming majority of cases there is a real possibility of avoiding civil war between antagonistic classes, of isolating the hostile class elements and compelling them to bow to the will of the democratic majority by peaceful political and economic means. Chairman Mao teaches us that all revolutionary struggles in the world aim at seizing power and consolidating it. And the counter-revolutionaries struggle desperately against the revolutionary forces for the sole purpose of maintaining their political power. In his foundation of Leninism, Stalin said, "To a reformist reforms are everything, while revolutionary work is something incidental, something just to talk about, mere eyewash." He continued to say, "To a revolutionary, on the contrary, the main thing is revolutionary work and not reforms, To him reforms are byproducts of the revolution. He said, the revolutionary will accept a reform in order to use it as an aid in combining legal work with illegal work, to intensify under its cover, the illegal work for the revolutionary preparation of the masses for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. By advocating their above-mentioned theories, the Soviet modern revisionists want to achieve several purposes: a. To give ample proof to the U.S. imperialists of their opposition to revolutionary struggles and liberation wars of the African people, and thus promote the Soviet revisionist peaceful coexistence with imperialism, to push forward the policy of world domination by the United States and the Soviet Union. b. To strengthen relations with the ruling bourgeois, feudal, and compradore classes of Africa by offering aid, loans and assistance to them with the purpose of dictating their policies on the independent African countries, and thus secure, together with international monopoly capital, a share in the loot of those countries. c. To extend the world reactionary front by building together with the local revisionists, pacifists, and reactionaries another front in Africa to oppose the People's Republic of China and the African liberation movement which is developing along the path of armed struggle. The Soviet modern revisionists advocate that to go over to social 8ism, it is not necessary to have the leadership of the Marxist-Leninist Party. It is not necessary for the workers to lead the peasants in revolution and seize power. They say that the national bourgeoisie can lead the whole people to make socialism. The revisionist representative at the Cairo seminar said, building socialism implies, firstly, the creation of powerful productive forces in industry and agriculture, secondly, socialized means of production and creation of socialist relations of production, thirdly, political organization of society on a socialist footing. He said, for many African countries the first stage will be the preparatory democratic period when the material, social, political and cultural preconditions are created for the advance along the non-capitalist way. He further said, apart from revolution, there is another method, the method of competition of different structures. He laid great stress on what he called the practicability of inserting the non-capitalist path by direct and indirect aid of the socialist system. According to the transition theory of the modern revisionists, there are two stages to be covered before the transition to their socialism. The first is called the preparatory period and the second is the non-capitalist development stage. During the so-called democratic preparatory period, progressive forces must concentrate on building material, social, political and cultural preconditions. This means, as a Sudanese revisionist put it in an article published in World Marxist Review, No. 2, 1966, that the struggle centers around the demand that democratic rights and liberties be restored and extended. This demand is attracting all supporters of democracy, even the adherents of Westminster democracy. The Revisionist Communist Party of Sudan stressed in its program its firm determination to defend democratic and constitutional methods. A revisionist leader from Senegal stressed that the transitional democratic revolution establishes a national democracy. Chairman Mao teaches us that as a matter of fact, freedom and democracy do not exist in the world revolution abstract, only in the concrete. In a society rent by class struggle, if there is freedom for the exploiting classes to exploit the working people, there is no freedom for the working people not to be exploited. There is no democracy for the proletariat and other working people. As for the stage of non-capitalist development advocated by the Soviet revisionists, it is nothing in actual fact but a form of capitalism. In all the countries following the so-called non-capitalist road of development without exception, we find exploitation of workers, peasants, and other toiling masses, we find foreign investments by world monopoly capital, we find suppression of revolutionary people, etc. The Soviet revisionist representative, after taking great pains explain the non-capitalist $, went on to say, in the light of this one cannot agree with contention that power alone shocks be the source of socialism. Socialism, a higher type of democrat, derives from the people. It is buoyed by all the working people. After having now laid down foot difference between the two registered of view, the Marxist-Leninist PA-JR of view and the revisionist ONE.FR the National Democratic Revolution in Africa. Now let us see what the result of the revisionist POP of view as far as the National Democratic Revolution in Africa concerned. 9. The African Revolution and the Theory of People's War. From the Afro-Asian Journalist. December 1967. Ahmed Khair. Damage of Soviet revisionism to the African Revolution. Here, we are going to give a few concrete examples. A. Betrayal of armed struggle. The revisionists are the agents of the enemy in the ranks of the fighting people. Their main task is to sabotage the revolutionary tanks from inside to serve imperialism and reaction. Since the appearance of modem revisionism in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and its control of the leadership in the party and the state, the Soviet ruling clique left no stone unturned to make the revolutionary African people abandon the road of armed struggle and take the road of peaceful coexistence, peaceful transition, and peaceful competition, claiming that small sparks may set a world conflagration and small wars can grow into big wars. Thus basing themselves on these revisionist treacherous theories, they betrayed the armed struggle of the Algerian people. For 7 years the Algerian people fought against the French imperialists with arms. Yet the Soviet modem revisionists never dared to recognize the Algerian National Front for Liberation. Khrushchev declared that the Algerian problem was an internal problem of France. The Algerian Communist Party, which was controlled by the French Soviet revisionists, did not dare to support the armed struggle of their own people nor take part in it. Thus the disgrace the Algerian revisionists brought on *he name of communism is unprecedented in an African country. The Soviet modern revisionists betrayed the armed resistance of the Congolese people under the leadership of Lumumba and voted for the dispatch of troops under the flag of the United Nations in the Security Council to suppress the resistance of the people. Lumumba together with thousands of patriots were slaughtered and the Congolese revolution suffered a serious setback. The Soviet modem revisionists have traded with the cause of PEOPLE's liberation in Africa with a large number of African puppet regimes in search of their own narrow nationalistic interests. The Soviet modern revisionists exerted great pressure on many African revolutionary fighters to abandon the road of armed struggle and come to terms with resistance. In places where their pressure failed they resorted to creating splits, confusion and anarchy. B. Catering to the needs of the bourgeoisie, the Soviet revisionists have become liquidationists in the world communist movement. On their advice several communist parties have dissolved themselves, merged as individuals in national bourgeois parties or transformed themselves to social democratic parties as in the case of Egypt and Sudan. C. Spreading fear of struggle among the masses. Eviani knows that the Soviet revisionists are spreading the fallacy that a small spark can bring about a world conflagration and that national liberation wars can become big wars affecting the destiny of the whole of humanity. Poisoned by such ideas, some so-called communists in Africa have become experts in spreading panic among the masses of the people. Here are a few examples. A leading revisionist in the African Revisionist Party who said, "Our people everywhere in Africa have fought and continue to fight for their liberation but on one condition, namely, that we fight with modern arms in hand. We are no longer prepared to call on our people to fight with sticks and stones as they have done for decades at the cost of thousands of lives. Surely it is not too much to expect that our friends in Africa and all over the world will at least ensure that the people of Africa are trained by the thousands and fully armed to fight the enemies of progress on our continent." And a leading revisionist in Senegal who said, "The absence of land hunger in Senegal should caution us against the automatic acceptance of diverse theories of peasant revolution." He continued, "In our case, although they constitute the majority, the peasants are very backward. And it is the bulk of the radical-minded petty bourgeoisie who are fighting for a genuine national democratic revolution aimed in the long run, at building a socialist society." 10. World Revolution. A leading Sudanese revisionist said, "At the present stage of the liberation movement in Africa truly revolutionary changes can be effected only in conditions of genuine democracy, with the PEOPLE enjoying full rights in the conducting of their political, social, economic, and cultural affairs. Another Sudanese revisionist said, in countries which chose the non-capitalist way of development, the one-party system helped, as before, to consolidate the front. Here, the people's participation in political life is not a matter of inter-party struggle but of developing intra-party democracy. The task of the most advanced, Marxist forces in these countries therefore consists not in creating opposition groups, but in obtaining various forms of participation by the masses in the management of the state and the economy on the basis of consolidating the ruling party. The above mentioned are only a few examples to show how Soviet modem revisionism caused harm to the liberation movement of the African Revolution by completely distorting the essence of the national democratic revolution, its tasks, its target and its enemies. However, in spite of all the attempts of the Soviet and African modern revisionists, the revolutionary forces in Africa are growing fast in experience and numbers. As the enemy is sharpening his swords, we must sharpen ours too. The significance of Chairman Mao's theory on people's war for African revolutionaries today. A. It can only be initiated and led on the basis of complete reliance on the broad masses of the peasants who are politically mobilized and voluntarily accept proletarian leadership. Having this character, it completely and thoroughly refutes the theory of the invincibility of bourgeois and reactionary armies however highly equipped they may be. Chairman Mao said, "The revolutionary war is a war of the masses, it can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them." He also said, "What is a true bastion of iron? It is the masses, the millions upon millions of people, who genuinely and sincerely support the revolution. That is the real iron bastion which it is impossible, and absolutely impossible, for any force on earth to smash. The counter-revolution cannot smash us, on the contrary, we shall smash it." Here, Chairman Mao expressed boundless and unquestionable faith in the masses, because the masses are the real makers of history. Contrary to this, the reactionaries have faith only in their armed forces. But these armed forces of the reactionaries are generally recruited in Africa from among the poor who had no other way of earning a living, hence they usually go into action lacking real conviction and the just motive. What controls them is absolute commandism and the authority of the state. While the people on the other hand are bound by a common cause, an ideology, and a fairly high level of political consciousness. Chairman Mao said, "Once the correct ideas characteristic of the advanced class are grasped by the masses, these ideas turn into material force which changes society and changes the world. Let us take an example from the history of our country, when the Sudanese leader Mohammed Ahmed al-Mahdi rose in revolt against the Turkish rule in Africa. Sudan in 1881, he had nothing to depend upon except the masses of the people and mainly the peasants. In the course of 4 years of revolution, the people who were armed only with sticks, spears and swords, defeated thousands upon thousands of colonial troops with modern equipment including British troops under General Gordon who suppressed the Taiping revolt in China. In the Battle of Khartoum alone 11,000 aggressor troops were massacred together with General Gordon in 1885. This victory which brought independence to Sudan for 16 years to follow was due chiefly to reliance on the people. Though the people were poorly armed, they were fighting a just war, while the colonial troops, although well armed, were fighting an unjust war. Because people's war cannot do without the principle of self-reliance, that is reliance on the people, it completely refutes the modern revisionist theory that external aid and assistance is of vital importance to the victory of the revolution. Because a people's army in a people's war begins by the formation of small guerrilla units whose members are bound together by a proletarian ideology, it lays down the foundation for a people's army of a new type, the type of the People's Liberation Army of China in which the party commands the gun and the gun must never be allowed to command the party. Because it requires the establishment of base areas, which are essential for the military strategy of the war and also for the training of cadres for administration, economic planning, and construction. It refutes the bourgeois theory of pre-trainiervk of such cadres before the revolution as advocacy by the revisionists and reactionaries. From all this, we conclude that to believe in people's war does not only mean that one is revolutionary and wants revolution, but also means that he can enable himself to refute the bourgeois theories on the invincibility of reactionary armed forces, on the necessity of dependence on foreign aid, on the building of powerful armies and on the necessity of training cadres for administration, economic planning and construction. Herein, among other things, lies the significance of people's war for the African people. The armed forces commanded by the reactionaries in Africa, including those countries and territories which are not yet independent, constitute less than 5% of the total population of Africa, which exceeds 300 million. All these forces are concentrated in the cities, which are the base areas of the reactionaries. As for the vast countryside of Africa, only an insignificant number of reactionary forces is scattered here and there. To better illustrate this, let us take the example of Sudan. Sudan is a vast country whose area is 1 million square miles. Out of its 14 million people, 85 live in the countryside. Of these, 15% are nomads and the rest are peasants. The 15% of the city population is distributed among 70 big, medium, and small towns. The total strength of the army and police force is less than 30,000. Mountains, jungles, forests, lakes, and rivers are to be found in many parts of the country. It is a well-established fact that when one travels deep in the countryside, one very seldom sees a soldier or a policeman anywhere. This picture exists more or less in many African countries. During the last few months, peasants in several places in Sudan in spontaneous movements killed a number of big landowners. In the southern part of Sudan bordering the Congo, Uganda, and Kenya, national minorities are discriminated against and suffer from severe exploitation and oppression. On the eastern border of Sudan, armed liberation struggle conducted by the people of Eritrea under the rule of Ethiopia has been going for the last 5 years. The suffering of our people is increasing by each passing day. A few figures can give a picture of the situation. There is one hospital in Sudan for every 225,000 persons. One doctor for every 28,000 people. In the countryside there is one doctor for each 41,000 persons. There is one clinic without a trained doctor against each 9,000 persons in the countryside. Sudan consumption per person of sorghum, which is the staple food, dropped by almost half during the last 5 years. The death rate in the *6 northern provinces is more than 15 out of every 1,000 persons. This rate rises to over 30 in each 1,000 in the 3 provinces of the south. The country is being turned into an American colony. Contradictions have become very sharp among the ruling classes, and during the last 10 years since independence Sudan had 10 governments, none of which could be stable. In short, the objective situation is excellent for the struggle of the people. Since the appearance of modern revisionism, and in spite of it, the number of countries and regions in Africa conducting armed struggle did not decrease, but has increased. Many more parties and organizations have decided to wage armed struggle. The thought of Chairman Mao is increasingly spreading among all African revolutionary people. The imperialists, particularly those of the USA, have never been so isolated as they are today. The success of the national liberation wars waged by the people of many countries in Asia and Latin America, and particularly the success achieved by the Vietnamese people, are giving great encouragement to the African people. The bourgeois theories on African liberation are going bankrupt everywhere in the continent of Africa. The African people have actually waken up to the truth that political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. They have waken up to the truth that the seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. In a word, the situation is excellent. We are absolutely confident that, guided by the theory of Chairman Mao on people's war, the whole of Africa will be liberated, and Africa, without imperialism, without revisionism, and without exploitation, will return to the hands of the African workers and peasants, to the other working people, and the red banner of Mao Zedong's thought will be raised higher than ever before. The Communist Party of South Africa *. Its counter-revolutionary role. By K.A. Jordan. Some comments on the statement from the doc by Abram Fisher. I believed when I joined the illegal Communist Party that South Africa had set out on a course which could lead only to civil war of the most vicious kind. Algeria provided the perfect historical example of that. I believed, moreover, and still believe that such a civil war can never be won by the whites of this country. They might win some initial rounds. In the long run the balance of forces is against them, both inside and outside the country. But win or lose, the consequences of civil war would be horrifying and permanent. Clearly it is imperative that an alternative solution be found, for in truth civil war is no solution at all. Abram Fisher. World Revolution is very grateful to the Southwest Africa National United Front for making available to us an important revolutionary statement of the Pan-Africanist Congress of South Africa. This analysis will enable many revolutionaries abroad, particularly in the United States, to understand the revisionist and dangerous nature of the South African Communist Party to the cause of black South Africans. He who wants to change the old society, but recoils from the only effective methods of doing so, ends up by accommodating himself to that society. He thereby accepts the values and class morality of the old society, the services of those rulers and supporters he frantically seeks to enlist in order to effect social change. As a result, he enters into concubinage with them, and embarks upon a course of action which, far from bringing about the desired social change, merely leads to proposed surface modifications of the old society. We call such a person a reformist, or a left-wing fellow traveler of the status quo, in whose eyes the cause of liberation is not compelling enough to permit the use of all means to attain it. But when a person, having set himself the goal of radical social change, is prepared to use the swiftest and boldest methods to achieve it, means and ends are in complete unity, and we call him a revolutionary. We have before us the speech which Abram Fisher, leader of the Communist Party of South Africa, delivered from the dock in the South African Supreme Court, which sentenced him shortly thereafter to life imprisonment. It is called What I Did Was Right and brought out by Mayabai Publications, London. An introduction to it says that he was sentenced in Pretoria in March 1966 for preparing to overthrow the Verwoerd government by violence. This stands in sharp contradiction to the theme of his statement, which expressed the traditional policy of the CPSA, to avert a popular revolution by seeking the cooperation of the government, through mass pressures and individual acts of bloodless sabotage, to undertake certain political changes in a democratic direction. Our comments on his speech are therefore virtually an analysis of the policies of the CPSA, who saw to it that it was widely circulated and did so with acclamation. Hence we often refer to excerpts from Fisher's speech as CPSA statements. But, first of all, it is necessary to record that Fisher embarked on his course of action with deep personal conviction and a remarkable display of valor. This evokes our admiration and solidarity with him against the rulers of the country. To be sure, his speech from the dock is a touching document of great personal courage and sincerity. Having said that, there are many who will disagree with the methods his party adopted to achieve their professed aim of democratic change. They are methods which the CP1 have doggedly followed for a number of years in our own country, methods which lead further and further away from the goal of liberation and which tend to set back the struggle each time they are employed. Fisher's speech summarizes those CP methods, and in taking it as the point of departure for another criticism of them, we do so in the hope that the wiser counsels of revolutionary socialism will finally prevail through the Azania movement for the effective prosecution of the struggle. Did Fisher's own end a crushing life sentence by the rulers justify the faith he had won them that they would play the game accord, carrot, Io. Africa 13. To the rules and finally sit down with his party in perfect unity to listen to the voice of reason and then make provision for a peaceful transition to democratic rule? More concretely, did the ends of his party justify the means? Did those means not lead further and further away from the ends they had in mind? It is this complete dislocation between ends and means, as expressed in his court speech, that is the essential tragedy of the Fisher story. For running like a red thread through CP policy is their willingness to accommodate the rulers at every turn, to the extent of watering down the liberation program, so that they might become amenable to the idea of sharing power with the oppressed. By accepting the assumptions and presuppositions of the ruling class, he met them unarmed on their battlefield, their own reasoning in the teeth of opposition, and became a captive of their special morality. In consequence, his political ends receded and became more obscure as the means of attaining them became more ineffectual. CP. Marxism as old-fashioned. Liberalism. The CP make their retreat from Marxism under cover of Marxism. This is due to the fact that Marxism, as a doctrine and method of securing power, has come to grip the imagination of the oppressed everywhere. A political party that openly scraps this ideology therefore does so at the risk of losing its popular support. The CP change themselves from professed Marxists to old-fashioned liberals, but can do so only by changing Marxism itself into a liberal doctrine. Poor Marx! He is not here to defend himself. Yet the CP are merely following in the wake of the Kremlin bureaucracy, who are trying to make Marxism peaceful and respectable in order to justify their collaboration with imperialism, in order to stave off world revolution in general and colonial revolutions in particular. The CP regard Marxism simply as a social science which entitles one to understand the world. Thus, according to them, most the Marxist principles are today accepted by many historians and economists who are by no means themselves Marxists. This observation by Fisher is an attempt to give Marxism a liberal respectability. It is true, of course, that many bourgeois scholars have come to recognize the law of class struggle and use the method of historical materialism in their studies. But the crux of Marxism, which the CP openly reject, is armed revolution to seize state power and establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, or the rule of the majority over the minority. Marx was very clear on the kernel of his doctrine. In a letter to J. Wade Meyer he writes, "No credit is due to me for discovering the existence of classes in modern society, nor the struggle between them. Long before me bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this class struggle and economists the economic anatomy of the classes. What I did that was new was to prove that the existence of classes is only bound up with particular phases in the development of production, *11, that the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, that this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society." The CP do not subscribe to this pith of Marxism, because it conflicts with their concern over the fate of the privileged whites and their current collaboration with imperialism. They say, Marxism is not something violent or subversive, and add, we never aimed at a despotic system of government. Nor were efforts ever directed to establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat in this country. Whereas Marx says that force is the midwife of every old society carrying in its womb a new one, the CP rule out force completely as well. This naturally flows from their abhorrence of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which in Azania simply means an armed black majority crushing the privileges of the whites in general and the imperialist owners of the means of production in particular. Fisher is quite frank that he is more concerned over the fate of the whites in a war of liberation than he is over the blacks. "I believe," he says, "that a civil war can never be won by the whites of this country, and that in any event the consequences of civil war would be horrifying and permanent. What the horrifying and permanent consequences are, he does not spell out, but it is clear that he regards the impress of a black proletariat on the state, resulting from a revolution, as more menacing than the retention of white minority rule by force of arms. It is precisely this fear for the future of the whites and their place as a special group in a new society that leads the CP to rule out revolution. For say, the sole questions for the future of all of us are not whether the change will come, but only whether the change can be brought about peacefully and without bloodshed, and what the position of the white man is going to be in the period immediately following on the establishment of democracy. In essence, this means that they are prepared to witness for an indefinite period to perpetuation of white domination by ruthless persecution and slow mass murder of black majority rather than to opt for a swift revolutionary way out that can put an end to 300 years of race wars and genocide. They 14 World Revolution cannot agree to spill a little blood now in order to save a lot more blood later, because the blood of the white minority might be involved. And so they have to emasculate Marxism of its revolutionary core and relegate socialism to the hereafter. In consequence, concession after concession is made to the status quo. Neither at that stage nor at any stage since then has a socialist revolution been on the agenda in South Africa, the CP assure us. Of course not, when the CP always had a vested interest in certain aspects of the status quo and when their collaboration with imperialism rules out any action that threatens the expropriation of imperialist interests in Azania, like the mines and private manufacturing. I believe that socialism in the long term has an answer to the problem of race relations, that is, a socialist state. But by negotiations, other immediate solutions can be found. They must, however, not be imposed but worked out in cooperation, and that is what the Communist Party has stood for. Having placed socialism into cold storage, the CP proceed to water down even the minimum democratic program with their emphasis on change by negotiations between the oppressor and the oppressed, exploiter and exploited. The type of state the CP calls for is neither fish nor fowl. What they want is a state embracing all the classes and the old race groups. They feel that immediate dangers can be avoided by what we always refer to as a national democratic revolution. The immediate proposals of the CP are put forward within the framework of the Freedom Charter for urgent discussion by a national convention, not in order to establish a socialist state but for the building of a national democratic state. It is hard to believe, but it is true that in this day and age the CP still sees a dichotomy between democracy and socialism, when it has been proved by life itself that democracy can be consolidated only by introducing socialist measures as soon as the revolution is victorious. To limit the program of the democratic revolution to the framework of capitalism is not to guarantee the success of democracy but to repudiate it. History testifies that a democratic revolution must either grow over into socialism or suffer defeat at the hands of those against whom wholesale expropriatory measures are not taken in good time. He who would strengthen democracy, says Rosa Luxemburg, should want to strengthen and not weaken the socialist movement. Thus the CP whittle down even the democratic program by their insistence that a national convention of the oppressors and the oppressed should meet to form a national democratic state. So that where the imperialist mining magnates and manufacturers, Afrikaner land barons and industrialists, should agree to meet the unarmed black workers and poor peasants for a peaceful transition to democracy, even a simpleton knows who will hold the whip hand and with whom effective political and economic power will really lie in this national and democratic state. The Marxian conception of the state is that it is the organ of rule of the dominant class which oppresses other classes. It consists of an ensemble of coercive institutions like the standing army, a permanent bureaucracy, courts of law, prisons, and a parliament. Today the state is either the dictatorship of the proletariat or the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, even where the power of the latter is screened by the institution of parliamentary democracy based on universal suffrage. The CP envisage a type of hybrid state in which the blacks are brought safe into the councils of the nation at a purely parliamentary level, while real power is wielded outside by the bankers, the stock exchange and the owners of the means of production backed by the standing army. This type of state has been established peacefully in a number of African countries by imperialism for the purpose of gaining local support for the further entrenchment of that foreign monopolists whose power hides behind the facade of parliamentary government. This parliament is just a talking shop and acts as a safety valve for the grievances of the people as well as a clearinghouse for imperialer stooges. It can in no way pass laws aimed breaking the imperialist grip on the country. Lavand, says Marx, cannot be higher than the economic structure of society or the cultural development conditioned by that structure. What the CP is asking, therefore, is usual neocolonialist solution to Azania-1 problem so as to keep intact white and free of economic and military power, while the black one dissipate their energies in a parliamentary foul run. This is precisely the motive of THCP proposed national convention. Of course, it has never happened in history for the propertied classes to sit in conference with the people they oppress so as to hand over peacefully and voluntarily a part of their **cr. Marx mercilessly ridiculed the German liberals who, in 1849, called a parliament to draw up a constitution for a united Germany and to present it to the Austrian overlords for ratification. This parliament or convention of dense-cratic nannies and bourgeois lawyers liberated for weeks on constitutional nicety gloriously unconcerned with the question effective power to enforce their constitution decision-making. When, therefore, the Austri rulers had crushed the revolts that had brought Africa 15 out in various parts of their empire, they could turn their attention to this assembly of old women as Marx called them and disperse them without any trouble. Together with the ANC, the Communists called an all-in conference in March 1961 and decided, according to Fischer, to make one more peaceful call on the government to hold a convention, at least to discuss the constitution for the new Republic of South Africa, failing which there should be a 3-day stay-at-home at the end of May. This conference was really all in the sense that the agents of imperialism were also called upon to lend their support to the idea of a national convention. And if the government still remained intransigent, there was to be a strictly controlled strike of limited duration so as not to estrange and jeopardize the interests of imperialism, whose cooperation the CP wanted for an Oppenheimer-Luther-like coalition within the framework of neocolonialism. To be sure, it has been the traditional policy of the CP to give electoral support to the so-called progressive wing of capitalism, as represented first by the United Party and latterly by the Progressive Party, through both of which imperialism is contriving to promote its interests. The CP did this on the spurious grounds of preferring the lesser evil. In reality, it was calculated to bring about a popular front between imperialism and the more moderate and responsible African leadership, with the object of ousting the nationalist regime and establishing a multiracialist imperialist semi-colony in which an aspirant African bourgeois could have a vested revolutionary. It is fair to say that, in view of the counter-revolution that has gripped Africa for almost 2 years now, the African communist is doing some rethinking on the uncritical support it has hitherto been giving to the so-called non-communist path which neocolonialist national democratic states have followed in Africa. The author of Crisis in Africa, published in this number of the theoretical organ of the CPSA, calls for the formation of revolutionary Marxist parties to the African states to struggle for the complete liquidation of imperialism and the formation of workers' states to open the way to reconstruction on the lines of science-CE principles laid down by Bolshevik-Leninism. It is obvious that the CP cannot wear one different African states and a completely one **Ren**1 LNA 2111. One whose more advanced industrialization makes her riper for the ideas VPP now advocate in the countries of the degree our trademark. It is time for ideological stock-taking. All-in conference was held in Peter Maritzburg. The Congress Alliance and the CP forget that effective democratic constitutions are the result of the conquest for power, not a prelude to it, that they are the epilogue of successful revolutionary battles, not a prologue of them. Not that the CP had any plans for a revolution. They were merely applying their traditional policy of class collaboration with the rulers in order to secure some inconsequential reforms. They thereby sowed, with cool calculation, the illusion in the minds of the masses that they could achieve liberation, not by relying on an independent revolutionary struggle but on the goodwill of the rulers. This had the effect of diminishing mass awareness of their organized might to settle their destiny according to their own lights. What the CP wanted was what Marx called a partial, merely political revolution which, with the backing of the forces of law and order, could be achieved peacefully, without arousing the most downtrodden masses who have more radical chains to break. Every communist party worth its salt bases itself squarely on the most exploited sections of the people. The CP stood in dread of the most exploited sections of Azania, because they feared a thorough renovation of society. The CPSA fear of a revolution by the black masses. Several times in the course of his speech, Fisher proudly pointed to the CP record of warning the rulers that unless they altered their policy a revolution would be unavoidable. In fact, the CP willingly and knowingly acted as the barometer of the political pressures building up among the masses so that rulers could either take measures in good time to deal with an impending political storm or heed the advice of the CP to introduce such reforms as would stabilize the situation in the country. Fisher says that it was his duty to be active in the CP in view of the dangerous circumstances which have been created in South Africa. He speaks of the extremely dangerous situation into which South Africa is being led by the policies of the government, of the present dangers in South Africa which would impel people to act. The situation created, he warns, would immediately be explosive and lead overnight to extreme unrest and violence. South Africa, he continues in the same vein, had set out on a course which could lead to a civil war of the most vicious kind, and concludes, had our white political leaders preached the possibility of interracial cooperation, we might already have reached a position of safety. 16 World Revolution. What kind of language is this, coming as it does from communists? It amounts to this: the CPW perspires in fear at the prospects of armed revolution and find it more horrifying than the continued race violence and genocide committed by the rulers. There is no other interpretation one can place on these remarks. The CP was exhorting the government to act at once before the liberation struggle came under the influence of a leadership that aimed at nothing less than a radical social overturn by methods of armed struggle. In this connection they refer to their services to the rulers. Fisher cites the Umkhonto Manifesto, which says, "We of Umkhonto, we Slows we, have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awake everyone to a realization of the disastrous situation to which nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it is too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate stage of civil war." 2. The first actions which Umkhonto undertook to bring the government and its supporters to their senses were some highly controlled and restrictive sabotage against carefully selected targets which could be attacked without endangering life and limb, which, if successfully attacked, would disrupt the process of governing. The CP does not tell us that these futile methods not only increased the intransigence of the whites, but exacerbated their race prejudice, compelling the government at the same time to strengthen their armed forces and arm the whites more effectively. Earlier, Fisher had made reference to the Defiance Campaign against unjust laws in 1950. It was a peaceful demonstration, but violence was used against the protesters, violence in the form of arrests of innocent people and actual violence in the way of shootings. Yet even this natural reaction by the rulers against those who wanted to change the system of oppression did not deter the CP from using the black masses more than 10 years later in an attempt to bring about reform in order precisely to forestall a revolution. That the use of the black masses to champion the lost causes of the CP led to their ruthless persecution and death in many instances, does not apparently worry the communists as long as a revolutionary upsurge could be averted. What is significant here is that, while the CP irrevocably rule out force and revolutionary violence by the masses, the race violence of the ruling classes is simply deplored each time it occurs, and this in response to the peaceful methods of the CP and the Congress alliance. This is a double standard of Morrick which naturally flows from their concern the white voters and the existing proper relations. Thus the CP acted in order our kind of terrorism which we have always fought to prevent. Equally damning is the CP view of Uzanian revolution as nothing else than beginning of a race war. The calculated RA wars of the rulers down the centuries hold terror for them. But as soon as the BIA masses undertake some sort of concert action to counter the race wars of the whites in order to protect themselves and improve the conditions of life, then the CP views this the beginning and aggravation of racial STRL. Listen to this. There had been grave unrest in many parts of country due to the application of apartheid laws in Zaire and Sekhukhune, in Durban, and warm baths, in Zeeland and Pondoland. All these pointed to the almost inevitable outbreak/violence in its most dangerous form, i.e. indiscriminate violence purely on racial grounds. Thus the steps taken by the poor peasants these areas to resist the measures of rulers to destroy their crops, cull their ca and destroy their villages in order to fc them to work for starvation wages, are called by the CP violence in its most danger form, more dangerous, that is, than the violence of the state against defenseless people. The CP is more concerned over those ganist actions by the masses which stimulate race antagonism and lead to loss of lives than it is over the actions of the state which increase race antagonisms and the loss of lives 100 times. The CPSA seeks the retention of race categories. We have seen that, far from basing themselves on the most exploited sections people, as every genuine communist F** does, the CPSA stood in dread of them, the racial consequences of their maize-arbilization. When they were organized at 8- then the CP simply used them as a order to negotiate from strength with the classes for petty reforms, and this with scant regard for the lives, the SAC**, and the morale of the black masses. The attitude of the CP to the race in Azania is intimately connected with collaborationist politics and their limited hashtag. Africa 17. Cratic objectives. Their goal of a multiracial imperialist state in Azania rules out a class approach to politics completely. Instead, the CP operates purely within the assumptions of race divisions laid down by the despotic states. As a predominantly white organization, the CP could have done a service to the movement if they had attempted to work among the white workers, especially the Afrikaner workers, and help to bring them to their working class senses. Not that whites should only organize whites and blacks organize blacks, but they were obviously more accessible to the economically less privileged white workers than the black leaders of the movement. They could have made propaganda among the white workers by showing that, because they are used by imperialism and the Afrikaner bourgeoisie as an instrument for the oppression of the blacks, the ruling classes thereby strengthen their domination over them. The working class consciousness of the whites can be aroused by showing that, while the wages of the blacks remain low and the wages of the whites high, the latter are constantly being exposed to the threat of wage cuts by the employers who would try, by the most devious routes, to hire cheaper labor irrespective of color. This is, in fact, one of the objects of so-called border industries. In the words of Marx, they can be taught the lesson that labor with a white skin cannot be free while labor with a black skin is in chains. On this basis, some measure of working class solidarity between white and black workers can finally be forged. The CP preoccupation with race categories and their interest in the imperialist connection even ruled out such a narrow class approach. The CP concern is how men of different races live and work together in harmony and peace to cooperate for the good of all. They seek to be all things to all men and end up being nothing to anybody. All the peoples, S.I.'s Fisher, must be given a voice in their own affairs and in the whole of the country which they work in, and they must be taught that races can live and work together in harmony. The CP does not even measure up to the Liberal Party of South Africa that have opted for a non-racial democracy under which there will be no distinctions based on race and each aid simply regarded as a human being, and not a member of a distinctive species. Emphasis is placed by the CP on the Freedom Charter of the T-Ons Alliance, which foreshadows the restoration of the race categories in a democratic South Africa. It says, all people shall have rights to use their own language and to their own folk culture and customs, and national groups shall be protected by law against insults to their race and national pride. In the colonial world, imperialism's traditional policy is the division of the people by exploiting tribal, religious and race differences. This is part of the policy of divide and rule. Imperialism is thus able to establish its hegemony over the colonies and semi-colonies on the basis of such differences. To this day, imperialism fosters such racial differences in order to thwart the movement for national unification and full independence. In Azania, imperialism and the Afrikaner bourgeoisie had erected within the framework of an integrated society the barriers of race in order to exclude the Africans from the body politic on the grounds of their inferiority and the need to safeguard the cultural supremacy of the white race. This served as the basis for the economic super-exploitation of the Africans. The creation of Cape-colored and Indian groups, with just so much social privilege as will keep them apart from the Africans, yet not enough to close the social gulf between them and the whites, was designed to sow the seeds of race divisions among the oppressed so that the whites could maintain their supremacy. These groups were calculated to act as social buffers for a small white minority against a turbulent black majority and in this way maintain a social equilibrium. Quite obviously, also as the POC communique with the ex-colored People's Congress observed, the myth of white purity and superiority would have exploded if they had been incorporated in the white power structure. With the rapid politicalization of the masses in Azania and the growing awareness that, despite their forcible division on racial lines, all of them share a community of interests, they are sloughing off coloredism, Indianism and tribalism in order to form a unified national movement. For the CP and the Congress alliance to peddle such things as race pride and emphasizing the need to maintain race differences is the most abject capitulation to the white racialists that we can find anywhere. The emphasis on race pride and customs that divide us is an insidious attempt by progressive whites in the movement to preserve their identity and prevent themselves from being swamped by the black majority. The CP therefore repeatedly refer to the position of the whites as a special group in a democratic Azania, because they are seeking a built-in Bill of Rights for the white minority as a form of protection against the dangers of black majority rule. This is not only a manifestation of racial fears, but race prejudice. The CP envisage the retention of the race categories in a future Azania because their 18 World Revolution political goal excludes the abolition of the exploitive relations in which these categories are rooted. So that the CPANC clamor for race harmony and race tolerance is an attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable interests of the exploited black masses with imperial and local capitalist interests and thereby keep the liberation movement within the bounds of the existing property relations. The emphasis on race pride is consequently calculated to undermine the growing class solidarity between the black and brown workers and to blunt the edge of the class struggle between capital and labor. Interracial cooperation is a special technique to keep in check the pretensions of the black masses and gain security against them. On the other hand, revolutionary socialists form a unified organization that transcends the barriers of race and that is squarely based on the most downtrodden sections. The most exploited and militant workers and poor peasants cannot have any race discrimination. How can they when they are victims of race discrimination every minute of the day? They realize that at the root of race discrimination lies economic exploitation that must be tackled in a most revolutionary way. The racial fears and animosities of other groups do not enter into their reckoning. But it is precisely when they are on the move that the class positions of the more privileged layers take on the form of racial fears and animosities. Since in some way these relatively privileged groups are already commit to the struggle, something must be done to contain the growing mass movement. So by the well-known device of transferred diagnosis, they attribute their own racialism to the militant workers, warn them not to alienate the Sioux, nor to veil meaning sections by going it alone, and call on them not, stir up racialism by making unreasonable demands and embarking on a reckless course of action. The CP may have a difficulty which we must try to meet if they contend that, by reason of the all-pervasive influence of race and racialism down the centuries, one cannot expect the feelings of race and race prejudice to reverberate into thin air on the very morrow of the evolution. No one is saying this. Indeed, the task of eliminating the haunting traditions of racialism and race feeling will continue for some time after the revolution. What we do say is that it ill becomes a revolutionary leadership simply to reflect passively the consciousness of the masses. The duty is to transform a race consciousness into a national consciousness so that people do not look at their problems through the prism of the time-hallowed race categories. Above all, the mass of the people must develop a class consciousness that can alone undermine and eliminate feelings of race. With the consummation of the Revalie therefore the new state abolishes the statute race categories so that all simply becoti members of a single nation, without spec treatment or special representation for a section of the nation on the grounds of physj, appearance and color difference. It is as in the interests of the erstwhile white minority as it is in the interests of all to cooperate simply as human beings. For to perpetuate differences on such lines is to conspire perpetuate racialism. The establishment of such a unified nature, so necessary for the development of the productive forces on the basis of complete equity, does not preclude but in fact guarantees rights of every individual to practice THQ customs he holds to J. This is an elementary principle. The continued existence of religious communities like Jews, Muslims, and Indians in a non-Ra1 Azania does not contradict the principle THS1 relation to the state and political representation. All are treated as individuals. If the CP are concerned over the place CL white majority in a democratic Azania and SI to retain it as a distinct group, so that, according to Fisher, it may secure a fair SRF of political and economic power, then they nolding to revolution to ransom and entrench I that very racialism among the whites which I fear in to blacks. Indeed, how can a dictator's I of workers and poor peasants embracing I majority of the nation, share power with I privileged group that moreover elects to st. I aloof from that nation? The CP may profitably reflect on the PCI which the French CP followed in Algeria one long time during the Civil War. For, in the iterasts of the French settlers in Algeria a manifestation of their national chauvinism French CP persistently called for the Redi, of Algeria as an inextricable part of this disastrous policy exacerbated the race-ings among the colons and encouraged the make a last-ditch stand, when the Friend with their professed Marxist principles have exhorted them to cooperate with THFTR illusionary forces to help rid the country of FRFI imperialism, and in this way shortened to civil. Marx says that for a total revolution opposed to a partial revolution, a class RIB organize *D that is not in but of civil s. There must be a formed sphere of society continues, which claims no traditional aid but only human status, a sphere with a universal character because its suffering universal and which does not claim a part * totally opposed to the assumptions of the political system. They naturally take to armed struggle, because they are incessantly subjected to violence. The assassination of Vervoort does not alter the situation in Azania, but the masses were none the less jubilant, because they realize, in the words of Malcolm X, when he commented on President Kennedy's assassination, that the chickens are coming home to roost. A proposal has recently been made by the revisionists and agents of the imperialist powers that the blacks should now be given training in the administrative aspects of government, so that when the time comes they will be fully prepared to work the machinery of state in Azania. It is certainly a convenient arrangement whereby the blacks become enmeshed in the administrative machinery to serve and be subordinate to the economic and military power of imperialism. But the black masses of Azania will prepare themselves to handle all aspects of their own affairs, not in the houses of the rich nor in academic seminars whose job is to brainwash and to confuse. They will equip themselves only in the veldt and forests, the mountains and high grasslands of their own country, where a life and death struggle will teach them to organize, to learn techniques, to improvise and to produce. The use of violence as an end in itself is naturally not the answer. It is only by changing their environment in the furnace of a revolution that Azanians can also change themselves and be fit to master their own affairs. The Student. N. The Revolution. A Congolese Study. From the Afro-Asian Journalist, October 1967. Here we will touch upon some guiding lines concerning the methods of mobilization of the students in the revolution. These few ideas are intended for those in leading positions just as much as for the student masses. Apart from a small handful, the majority of students are conscious, to a greater or lesser degree of confusion, of the appreciation of imperialism, colonialism, neocolonialism, feudalism, and reaction. They readily accept revolutionary ideas. These ideas exist in their minds in a muddled, one-sided and fragmentary fashion. it is up to the vanguard to elaborate and systematize them in order to mobilize the students well in revolutionary practice. A colony is dominated by imperialism in four ways: politically, economically, militarily, and culturally. 1. A colonist country is culturally backward. This is why the intellectuals in general and the students in particular occupy a position of notoriety in these countries. 2. On the other hand, in a colonist country the students come from various backgrounds, strata, and classes. It follows that their revolutionization is important, for this will help them to integrate themselves with the workers and peasants, to make the policy of the United Front triumph in the struggle against imperialism, neocolonialism, feudalism, and reaction, and for national democracy, the first stage in socialist construction. A. The students' movement plays a vanguard role in the struggle for national democracy. For example, the FIANF has always been and will always remain the banner holder of the African Revolution, defying the multitude of pseudo-students' organizations being nursed by the CIAB. In a national liberation war, the students' movement can supply cadres for the revolutionary base areas. Within our ranks, revolutionary comrades have already arisen in the service of proletarian internationalism. One of them, Leonard Mitotadei, sacrificed his life most gloriously in the struggle against U.S. imperialism and its lackeys. The conclusion is that the proletarian party must pay particular attention to the revolutionization of the students. 3. The liberation of a colony and the two roads: A. The road of compromise with imperialism, principally U.S. imperialism, and neocolonialism, the road which leads to darkness, to a divided country, drowned in misery and impotence. B. The road along which one dares to fight and defeat imperialism, neocolonialism, and feudalism, road leading to a country of a new type, full of light, united, strong, free, prosperous and powerful. The students do not always see clearly the necessity to struggle resolutely against imperialism, in particular U.S. imperialism, neocolonialism, feudalism, and reaction, which might grant a colony formal independence with its flag, its parliament, its national anthem, its titled aristocracy, its generals, etc. A. Certain people imagine that with the aid of U.S.-led imperialism a colony can liberate itself. This is why they go in for the cult of Western democracy, science, institutions and civilization. They declaim against the revolutionary theory under the false pretext of maintaining one's individuality, of respecting the U.S.A. and its customs, and of being aware of local conditions, but they themselves, who advocate respect for customs, are very ready to disinnure themselves in the light of the Dominus Vobiscum, the Old and New Testaments of the Bible, the witness of Jehovah. B. Others do not see the reactionary nature of the governments set up by the colonialists. This is why it is necessary to raise the level of the students' political consciousness, A. In exposing by concrete facts the true nature of imperialism both inside the country and outside it. B. In exposing by concrete facts the anti-people and reactionary character of the governments sold out to neocolonialism. Imperialism, neocolonialism, feudalism and reaction widely spread their deceitful propaganda and carry out their schemes to benumb the youth. One must therefore make use of the concrete facts to educate the students so that they drop their illusions. It is necessary to give the students some ideological formation on the basis of world revolutionary experience to raise their level of consciousness and to encourage them to integrate themselves with the masses so that they can read, with 22 World Revolution, the help of the alphabet of World Revolution, the book of objective reality in which they are living. 1. Students have a tendency to think that the liberation of a colony is an easy matter. They talk loudly in the cafes, they recite works of revolutionary authors, they read poems, etc., but it is difficult for them to integrate themselves with the masses. 2. Intellectuals, before they integrate themselves with the masses, before they decide to go and serve the masses of the people, always have a tendency towards subjectivism and individualism. Their ideology is empty and their actions wavering. This is why it must be understood that enlightened revolutionaries are like seeds, and the masses are like the soil. We must unite with the masses, take root and blossom among them. This is the only criterion for judging whether an intellectual is revolutionary or not. 3. Revolutionary intellectuals must get along well with the masses, look after their interests and help them to solve problems. Practical work must be inspired by this principle. In this way we can fully mobilize the masses of the people and guide them under the leadership of the party to defeat imperialism, neocolonialism, feudalism, and reaction. 4. To integrate oneself with the masses needs a spirit that all students lack. One must investigate to understand the minds of the students. Generally, the students who hesitate or refuse to integrate themselves with the masses fall into 4 categories. A. Those who think that to liberate the country it is necessary merely to work for economic development. These are individualists who hope for high salaries. 1. 2. B. Those who are not interested in politics. They study for a diploma and a good job. C. Those without any particular objectives, they kill time, they think that life being short, one must enjoy oneself while one is young, they think only of dancing, girlfriends, boyfriends, drinking, etc. D. Those who are openly reactionary, from reactionary backgrounds and who themselves want to be part of the ruling class. It follows that one must be in a position to refute all these illusions with concrete facts to mobilize the greatest number of students that it is possible to mobilize and isolate those who are openly reactionary. Under the leadership of the proletarian party, one must have the courage to struggle, but one must also know how to struggle. I know how to link the struggles to solve the everyday problems of the students with the political struggle. This is the condition for raising the level of consciousness. If one thinks only about the political struggle without taking into consideration the vital interests of the students, one cannot mobilize them for long. One must apply the principle from the masses, and back to the masses. The masses must liberate themselves in discovering their real interests. I give correct orders, not too advanced, nor too behind the times. One must have in mind the raising of the level of political consciousness. Orders should agree with the following 3-point principle. A. Be correct, the order should be justifiable in the eyes of the masses. B. Have an advantage, orders should have a real advantage for the masses. C. Have limits, don't always be on the offensive, know when to choose the moment for attack. 3. Integrate oneself with the masses and learn from them. Every student must ask him and the service of the disinherited self why he studies. Masses. To have a lot of knowledge and a good salary, or to serve the disinherited masses of workers and peasants. A. One must be able to give a reason to life, to know thanks to whom is it possible to live. Read it. It is thanks to the working people. B. One must understand the sufferings and happiness of the people, consider them as our own sufferings and happiness in order to win their confidence and better mobilize them. 4. Often the intellectuals think themselves indispensable and consider that the people are ignorant. Only the conception of classes, the mass line, can enable one to get rid of his superiority complex and look after the life of the people, rectify methods of work, resign oneself to sacrifice and put oneself in the service of the people. The people, and the people alone, are the emotive force in the making of world history. The masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant, and without this understanding it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge. When the workers and peasants understand the revolutionary theory, when their consciousness has been aroused, they want to take action immediately. Once the correct ideas have been grasped by the masses, they become a material force capable of changing the world. However, the intellectuals, although they understand the principles, are more often than not vacillating, hesitant, afraid of losing their titles, their special considerations, their elegance, etc. The workers and peasants, on the contrary, have nothing to lose in going into action but their chains. That is why they are resolute and determined in the struggle against imperialism, neocolonialism, feudalism, and reaction. Whilst the intellectuals work to transform the objective world, to make revolution one must also get rid of old habits and conceptions of the world in order to put oneself From Xinhua News Agency, December 17, 1967. U.S. domination replaces British monopoly in India. Today, U.S. imperialism has already broken Britain's monopolistic position in India and established its own domination over the country, having taken a firm grip on its economic lifeline and complete control over its recessionary ruling clique. U.S. imperialism has become the biggest creditor of India. Up to August this year, U.S. economic aid to India totaled $7,800 million, making up 60% of the total amount of foreign aid received by India, far exceeding the amount from British imperialism. The U.S. aid to India has exceeded its $5,900 million aid to the Chiang Kai-shek reactionaries of old China by $1,900 million. U.S. imperialism has become the biggest trader with India. In 1965–66, U.S. trade with India made up 38% of India's total imports and 18% of India's total exports, while India's imports from Britain have dropped to 16% and exports to 18% of the total. India has become one of the biggest markets for U.S. commodities in the world. The rate of increase of private U.S. investments in India also far exceeded that of the British. During the period from 1948 to 1966, the total amount of foreign investments in India increased 4 times, while U.S. investments increased 21 times. By 1963 to 64, U.S. investments accounted for 61% of the total foreign capital flowing into India, exceeding that of Britain and ranking first. U.S. capital is mainly concentrated in the key economic departments of India. What is particularly noteworthy is that surplus agricultural produce is the main instrument by which U.S. imperialism penetrated into and exercised control over India. An Indian economist has said that this is a lethal weapon to the U.S. diplomatic arsenal. Seizing on India's food shortage in the past years, the United States dumped large quantities of surplus agricultural products on India and became its biggest food supplier. Since 1951, U.S. imperialism has dumped on India surplus agricultural products to the total value of $4,500 billion, or 58% of the total U.S. aid to India. Of this, food grains amounted to 51 million tons, or 1/3 of the total U.S. grain export. The more U.S. agricultural produce dumped on India, the deeper the crisis of India's agriculture and the greater India's reliance on U.S. agricultural produce. This has become a vicious circle. Now food supplies in big and medium Indian cities all depend on U.S. grain. Furthermore, U.S. imperialism also intends to turn India into a dumping ground for U.S. cotton and tobacco. Last year, the U.S. even demanded that India reduce half of its acreage under cotton and large area under tobacco. The traitorous Indian government obeyed the order and set up a committee to carry out this work in betrayal of India's national interests. Through the dumping of its agricultural produce, U.S. imperialism has controlled half of the Indian currency in circulation, thus having a vital grip on Indian finance and economy. The Indian Weekly Blitz has pointed out that since India has so much of her currency mortgaged to the U.S., America knows that India will have to agree to whatever terms it dictates and, if need be, can have a pound of flesh. With the influx of U.S. aid, commodities, and capital, the United States quickly got its stranglehold on India's economic lifeline and set up side by side with British imperialism and Soviet revisionism separate spheres of influence in various economic departments of India. At present, U.S. imperialism has gained control over India's agriculture, the foundation of Indian national economy, and over India's communication, transport, electricity, petroleum, chemical, atomic energy and other key industrial departments, with Britain retaining its superior position in the textile industry and in plantations and the Soviet Union controlling part of the government-run heavy industries. Through its aid, U.S. imperialism has the power to decide the policies and lines of the Indian government. The U.S.-controlled Aid India Consortium held a meeting every year to discuss the question of aid to India. At this meeting, the consortium first of all examined India's economic plan, state budget, and policies to see whether they conform to US needs or not. Last year, the US ordered India through the World Bank to devalue the rupee by 36.5%. The reactionary Indian government carried 24 World Revolution. This out obediently and brought heavy losses to the Indian people. Through its aid, U.S. imperialism dispatched over 1,500 experts and advisors to work in the economic, political, military, and cultural fields in India, forming a complete network which controls the entire country. In face of U.S. imperialist aggression and control, the Indian journal Blitz exclaimed, "An American East India Company has emerged, which is swallowing up India's economy, freedom, and sovereignty. U.S. plunders India ruthlessly. U.S. imperialism robs India's industrial raw material and strategic resources in large quantities." In 1951, when the U.S. Congress first discussed the question of aid to India, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the U.S. House of Representatives said covetously, "India possesses a number of materials regarded by the United States as strategic or critical. The first U.S. India wheat loan agreement stipulated that India must pay with the strategic materials, manganese, and mica. The more the U.S. aids India, the greater the flow of Indian strategic material to the U.S. Former U.S. Ambassador to India, Bunker, admitted in an article published in the New York Times in 1959 that 2/3 of the total amount of mica the U.S. needed for its guided missile and electric industries, 1/3 of the manganese needed by its iron and steel industry, and 1/2 of the castor oil needed by its aircraft industry came from India. U.S. imperialism rakes in huge profits in India. U.S. capitalists enjoy the special privileges of paying less or being exempted from income tax and of having the right to fix the prices of their products as they like. U.S. investments in India net on the average a profit of 13 to 15%, and some even try to reach 20%. This far surpasses the average profit of 10.2% the U.S. gets from the whole world. By building factories in India, the U.S. aggressors can get their capital back in a few years' time and reap enormous profits. For example, the U.S. Standard Vacuum Oil Company New York opened an oil refinery in West Bengal state. The company got back 60% of its investment in 1 year and the whole of it in 2 years. U.S. imperialism charges high interests for loans. By the end of 1966, India owed the U.S. loans amounting to $7,200 million at an annual interest of 5 to 7%. In fiscal 1965-66 alone, India paid $63 million to the U.S. as interest. U.S. imperialism makes huge profits by compelling India to buy expensive U.S. commodities. According to U.S. regulations, India must spend some 80 to 90% of U.S. air carrot to buy U.S. goods, which are often 30 to JP% higher in price than in the war JP market. As a result, U.S. exports to INFJ increased by 270% while its imports from India increased only by 70% in the past 10 years. Consequently, India's trade deficit with the U.S. reached 18,600 million rupees, which account for 44% of India's total foreign trade deficit. U.S. imperialism has also laid down at half of its aid commodities must be shipped by U.S. vessels and the freight charges paid $. U.S. freight charges are 50 or more % higher than other countries. The ways and means by which the U.S. imperialists rob the Indian people are innumerably. Every dollar the U.S. imperialists squeeze from India is stained with the blood and sweat of the Indian laboring people. U.S. imperialism buys off pro-U.S. compradors to serve as U.S. lackeys. Through their aid, the U.S. imperialist buy over and foster pro-U.S. compradors serve them as running dogs and tools. One of the U.S. methods is to set up U.S. India joint enterprises to buy over big financial group. One which control India's economic and politic lifeline. There are now 487 big U.S. Indie, joint enterprises. In some companies the US owns 50 to 70% of the shares. The US gives priority to these joint enterprises * in extending loans. The Tata family alone borrowed over $150 million of loan from the US and the World Bank. On the other hand, India's national industries and commerce * are boycotted, and the number of them that have gone bankrupt is increasing. Another means of the US is to directly bulletin over big shots and important officials in the reactionary Indian government. Indian bureaucrats including the present Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Planning and former Grain and Agricultural Minister were bought over by the US a long time ago. An Indian official said frankly, as long as Ind is as tame as a lamb the US will forceful one protect India's interests. No one can deny the fact that the reaction's one Indian ruling clique has already become a lackey of US imperialism, which is lord of the traitorous reactionary Indian degree earnment. 25. FH 9H Bankruptcy Revisionist Fallacy. With a view to writing off the anti-imperialist struggle of the revolutionary Indian people, the Indian revisionists, under the cloak of Marxism-Leninism, have deliberately aired up the truth about the US imperialist aggression against, and control over, India. They alleged that India is an independent country and that the Indian government, which is only collaborating and compromising with imperialism, is not its lackey. Accordingly, they argued, the spearhead of struggle should not be directed against the imperialists. However, the hard facts of US imperialist aggression, control, and exploitation of India has laid bare the renegade features of the Indian revisionists who act as apologists for US imperialism. India is a semi-colonial country controlled by several colonial powers, old and new, headed by US imperialism. The relations between the reactionary Indian ruling group and US imperialism are those between a master and its lackey. In order to liberate themselves, the Indian people must resolutely make a national democratic revolution and overthrow the monstrous rule of US imperialism and its lackey, the reactionary Indian government. The broad masses of the Indian people have endured suffering and tribulation caused by the cruel oppression and exploitation by US imperialism and its lackey. The economic and political crises are daily become more acute. An increasing number of the Indian people have realized the truth elucidated by Chairman Mao, the great leader of the world's revolutionary people. US imperialism is the most ferocious enemy of the people of the world. They have realized that US imperialism has become the biggest international exploiter and the main bulwark of colonialism in the present era. Surging anti-US flames are blazing in the vast land of India. The Indian people are resolved to take the road to liberation as pointed out by Chairman Mao for the oppressed people and wipe out US imperialism and its lackey, the reactionary Indian government, with revolutionary armed struggle. Documents on the struggle. Inside the CP of India. Document number 1. Brief notes. Communist Party. There are in India two organizations calling themselves the Communist Party of India. One of them is controlled by the renegade Dange clique of modern revisionists. The Dangeites, under the instruction and support of their masters, the Soviet revisionist ruling clique, have openly taken the path of class collaboration. The other party contains cadres of whom the majority constitute, along with certain sections of the middle-ranking leadership, the TRUE Revolutionary Vanguard. These revolutionaries have fought Khrushchev revisionism from 1956 onwards. During the Indian attack on China in 1962, when the leadership of the then United Communist Party of India denounced Great People's Republic, the revolutionary rank and file were in open revolt against the leadership. The rank and file demanded a purge revisionism and a clean break with the treacherous revisionists. A new party congress was held in 1964, but unfortunately the neo-revisionists, who had not been tasked till then, managed to dominate the. We received this document from revolutionary comrades inside the Communist Party of India who stated that, This document is the last of a series of interconnected directives for the use of the revolutionaries within Communist Party of India, translated from Bengali original. All over India the struggle is developing beyond the stage described herein. Soon it will perhaps be time for the revolutionaries to sum up their new experiences in another document. Forums and, in order to divert the just anger and revolutionary zeal of the cadres, they confine the whole struggle against revisionism within the sphere of a battle for leadership. In spite of many gaps, the program adopted at the Congress correctly called for a people's democratic revolution, based on a firm alliance of the proletariat and the peasantry. But the neo-revisionist leaders only talked about such a revolution and continued their revisionist game. 26 World Revolution in their actions. The recent actions of the revolutionaries have, however, exposed the neo-revisionists, and they have been reduced to peddling absurdities. In their desperate frenzy they have been saying tilings like, radio Peking may not be in the hands of the Maoists, the Peking Daily is not always infallible, etc. All this of course in a vain attempt to divert the masses' attention from the firm fraternal support the revolutionaries of China are giving to the revolutionaries within the Indian Communist Party. Girao, a word of North Indian origin, now widely used all over India. Workers in factories, offices, etc. are said to girao when they surround the owners and managers and take turns detaining them for as long as their demands are not met. Of course, the capitalists and their henchmen do not like to be so confined, so that TLI workers usually face a combined force of armed policemen and hired thugs. But in spite of many murders committed by these combined forces, the workers continue to girao, and the advanced sections of workers are also instituting retaliatory measures. Kisan Sabha, this is the amen of the All India Peasant Association. Like the All India Trade Union Congress, this organization's top leadership is shared by the Khrushchev-Kosygin revisionists and the neo-revisionists. In West Bengal state, where the peasants' armed struggle is developing very fast, the president is a Dangiite and the general secretary a neo-revisionist member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of India. These two gentlemen are now ministers of the reactionary United Front government that is murdering peasants and workers every day. This leadership is, however, not allowed to interfere in the activities of the revolutionaries in the ranks. The glorious Naxalbari struggles were initiated and continue to be led by the Darjeeling District Kisan Sabha under the leadership of the revolutionaries within the Communist Party of India. Benami lands, vested lands, and land tenure. For a brief review of the historical background of land tenure in India, see the published articles of Marx in the New York Tribune during the 1850s and 1860s, now collected in On Colonialism, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1965. Until 1954, the Zamindars had the right to nearly all the land. They collected whatever rent they could extort and paid a fixed amount to the state. In 1954, due to unprecedented mass pressures, the reactionary Congress government brought into effect legislation which abolished the zamindari system and fixed a limitation on land holding at 25 acres. Anyone who held land above the limit had to hand over the surplus to the government. Lands thus handed over or lands which should have been thus handed over are known as lands vested in the government or vested lands. The ruling clique of landlords and their allies never intended a redistribution of land. The legislation was only a sop to mislead the people and provide a debating example of peaceful transition for the revisionists. The landlords continued to hold huge acreages by conspiring with corrupt officials and keeping ownership under fictitious names. Lands so held are described as Benami lands. Carry forward the peasant struggle by thoroughly combating revisionism. Struggle against economism, develop the mass movement. Since the elections, the party leadership has been diligently proving the correctness of our misgivings. The Political Bureau has directed that struggles must be waged to save the non-Congress ministries from the clutches of recession. In other words, the principal work of Marxists is not the intensification of class struggles but to hold a brief for these ministries. For this purpose a convention of party members was called to lay firm foundations for economism among the working class, and after that an industrial peace was negotiated. Under the leadership of the cabinet. Furthermore, the workers were told not to use Girao as a weapon. Can class collaboration be more naked than this? The capitalists are given full freedom to exploit, and at the same time the workers are told not to struggle. On joining government established by a huge people's struggle, the Communist Party has chosen the way of class collaboration. The Chinese leaders predicted quite some time ago that those who were neutral on the international ideological differences would vary. India 27. Quickly take the opportunist road. Now the leaders of China have stated that these neutralists are actually revisionists and that they will soon join the counter-revolutionary camp. We are witnessing this truth in our country today. Before our eyes there is the betrayal of the working class. And now let us add to it the pronouncements of Communist Party leader Harikrishna Konar. At first he promised that all land vested in the government would be distributed among the landless peasantry. Then, the amount of land to be thus distributed was reduced. At last he announced that this year things will remain as before. The question of exemption from land revenue was left to the mercy of junior land revenue officers. The peasant was shown the way of applications and petitions, and he was ordered not to forcibly occupy any land. Harikrishna Babu is not only a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, but he is also the secretary of the West Bengal Kisan Sabha. It was his Kisan Sabha that in 1959 called for a movement to wrest vested lands and Benami lands, and it was against this movement and in the interests of the land-owning classes that the government let loose a suppression campaign and ordered the peasants to vacate the lands. But in spite of that, the peasant in many instances refused to give up the land and maintained possession on the strength of the village's unity. Has the Kisan Sabha leader supported their struggle after becoming a minister? No. He has said that vested lands will be redistributed. Who will get them? The J.L.R.Os will take the advice of the Kisan Sabha on that. But will that advice be accepted? Harikrishna Babu does not say. But Harikrishna Babu is quite clear on the point that peasants must not forcibly occupy the lands if the J.R.L.Os disregard the advice of the Kisan Sabha. What can one call this? Is it not simply being a lackey of the government and the landlords? Even the Congress did not dare to hold such a brief for the feudal classes. Thus, to abide by the directives of the party leaders amounts to unquestioning acceptance of the exploitation and rule of the feudal classes. It is therefore the responsibility of communists to expose this leadership's anti-proletarian reactionary role before the party members and the people and push forward on the policy of intensifying the class struggle. Let us assume that the landless and poor peasants accept Harikrishna Babu's proposals and submit petitions. What will happen then? Vested lands contain some untilled land, but most of the lands are cultivated lands. These latter already have cultivators who are either sharecroppers or licensed by the government. The redistribution of these lands will inevitably generate conflicts among the poor and landless peasants, and taking advantage of these conflicts, the rich peasant, who is a partner in feudal power and influence and who has great opportunities for bureaucratic manipulation, will install himself in the leadership of the peasant movement. So we see that Harikrishna Babu will not struggle now, and has on top of that made arrangements so that the peasant struggle may not take a militant form in the future. The struggle against economism. We have, however, adopted the program for a people's democratic revolution whose chief task is land reform in the interests of the peasantry. Land reform in the interest of the peasantry can take place only when we have smashed the power of the feudal classes in the countryside. To do this we must appropriate the lands of these classes and distribute them among the poor and landless peasants. We will never do this if our struggles are confined within the limits of economism. In all areas where the struggle was only for the redistribution of vested lands, we have seen that the peasant who has been given the licensed possession of vested land drops out of active peasant struggles. Why? The reason is that within 1 year that peasant changes his class character and becomes a middle peasant. Thus the economic demands of the poor and landless peasants are no longer their demands. It is thus that economism breaks the unity of struggling peasants and plunges the poor and landless into the depths of despair. Believers in economism judge every struggle according to the amount of paddy seized and the amount of land received by the peasant. They never judge a struggle according to whether the fighting consciousness of the peasants has increased or not. Naturally, they do not try to increase the class consciousness of the peasants. Whereas we know that no struggle is possible without sacrifice, Chairman Mao has taught us that wherever there is struggle there must also be sacrifice. At the beginning of the struggle, the power of the people will always be less than the power of the reactionaries. That is why the struggle will be long. But the people being a progressive force will increase its strength every day, and the reaction being a decaying force will decrease its strength every day. Thus, if the people are not inspired to make sacrifices, no revolutionary struggle can be successful. Economism drags us away from this principal revolutionary standpoint and 28 World Revolution leaves us stranded with a bourgeois standpoint. The party leaders have done precisely this through their various activities. If we review various peasant struggles in the past, we will see that the leaders have always imposed from above compromises on the peasants, whereas the responsibility of the party leaders was to establish the revolutionary leadership of the proletariat in the peasant movement. This task was not undertaken in the past and is not being undertaken now. Now they are asking for a dependence upon the law and the bureaucracy. Lenin has said that if a progressive law were passed but the responsibility for its implementation rested on the bureaucracy, then the peasant would not get anything. It is therefore quite clear that our leaders have strayed far from Lenin and the revolutionary wave. Agrarian revolution is the immediate task. This task cannot be postponed, and without it the peasant cannot be benefited. But the agrarian revolution must await the smashing of state power. To attempt an agrarian revolution without first smashing state machinery is straightforward revisionism. The first and principal task of the peasant movement today is, therefore, smashing of state machine. If this task cannot be carried out throughout nation or all over state, will peasant mark time until that date? No. Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong teaches us that if in any one area peasantry can be imbued with political consciousness, then work of smashing state machine can be carried forward there. This is precisely formation of a liberated zone. A liberated zone is a peasant area from which all class enemies have been ousted. To build such a zone we require peasant armed power. Just as arms made by peasants are components of this armed power, so are guns. We will judge whether peasant is politically imbued or not by whether he has proceeded towards collecting guns. Where will peasant get guns from? The class enemies have guns and they live in the village. The guns must be snatched away from them. They will not part with guns willingly, so force must be used to come into possession of guns. For this the peasant militants must be trained to set class enemies' houses on fire and to use all other techniques. Apart from this, we will get guns by sudden attacks on armed forces of government. In whichever area we manage to organize this gun-snatching campaign, that area will soon be transformed into a liberated zone. For this we require widespread propaganda among areas peasants regarding politics of armed struggle and also small clandestine groups of militants for conducting the gun-snatching campaigns. The members of these groups will propagate politics of armed struggle and at same time fulfill the given task of gun collection. Collection of guns does not change appearance of struggle. The collected guns must be operated, and only then will there be an unfolding of peasant's creative power and a qualitative change in the struggle. This task can be carried out only by the poor and landless peasant, the firmest ally of working class. The middle peasant is also an ally, but his consciousness of struggle is not as intense as that of poor and landless peasants. He requires a little more time. For this reason Communist Party must thoroughly analyze class relations. That is why China's great leader Chairman Mao Zedong completed this task right at the first and thus unerringly pointed out the path of revolutionary struggle. In our organizational work principal task is to establish leadership of poor and landless peasants in peasant struggle. To organize TO peasant movement in TO politics of armed struggle will ensure the leadership of TO poor and landless peasants because they constitute the most revolutionary force among TO peasants. A separate organization for agricultural laborers will not help our task. In fact, it will foster tendencies of economistic trade unionism and increase TO conflicts among TO peasantry. It will not increase TO unity of the allied classes because in our agricultural system TO exploitation by the feudal classes is primary. In this context, there is TO question of compromise with TO small owners. What should be TO communist attitude to this problem? In all cases of compromise we must decide whose side we are. We cannot support any class against the interest of those we support. In the peasant movement, TO communists have over and over again renounced TO interests of the poor and landless for TO interests of TO mid-DLE classes. The poor and landless peasants lose their morale by this. We must also have separate viewpoints toward TO middle peasants and TO rich peasants. If we consider TO rich peasants TO same way as middle peasants, then TO poor and landless peasants despair. On TO other hand, if we consider TO middle peasants the same way as we consider TO rich peasants, then TO middle peasants' enthusiasm for struggle will be lessened. That is why communists must learn to analyze TO class relations among the peasantry of an area AC according to TO teaching of Chairman Mao. Over and over again TO wrath of TO Indian peasantry has burst forth, and every time the peasantry has sought TO way from TO Communist Party. We did not tell them that TO politics, India, of armed struggle and the campaign to collect guns were the only way, the way of the working class, the way to liberation and the founding of a world without exploitation. Throughout India, in every state, the peasant is restless. The communists must show them the way, and that way is through armed struggle politics and the campaign for the collection of guns. We must firmly assert this to be the only way. The great proletarian cultural revolution of China has declared war on every type of selfishness, groupism, revisionism, servile following of the bourgeoisie and singing the praises of bourgeois ideology. The flames of that revolution have reached India. That revolution beckons us to prepare our minds firmly for every kind of sacrifice, to remove the obstacles on the path one by one so that victory will certainly be ours. No matter with what terrible aspect imperialism advances or how insidious the net that modern revisionism spreads in order to help it, the days of the reactionary forces are numbered. The bright sunlight of Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong will banish all darkness forever. Develop the mass movement. Naturally, the problem arises whether there is any further need for mass movements based on partial demands. There is certainly such a need now, and it will remain in the future. India is a vast land and the peasantry is divided into many classes. Thus in every area and among all classes the level of political consciousness cannot be the same. Thus an opportunity will always exist for peasant mass movements based on partial demands, and communists must make good use of this opportunity. How should we conduct these movements for partial demands? Tactically, we should try for the largest peasant participation, and our principal aim should be to see whether the peasants' class consciousness is enlarged and whether it moves forward towards armed struggle. Mass movements based on partial demands will intensify the class struggle and increase the political consciousness of overwhelming masses of the people. Overwhelming masses of peasants will be inspired to make sacrifices and the struggle will spread to new areas. These movements for partial demands can take many forms, but communists must always propagate the necessity for a higher form of struggle. Under no circumstances will it be proper to circulate as best whatever form the peasants adopt. In reality, communists will always propagate revolutionary politics among the peasants, i.e. the politics of armed struggle and the campaign for gun collection. But in spite of this propaganda the peasants may decide on mass deputa. 29. And if they do so, it will be our duty to lead them. During the period of White Terror the effectiveness of these mass deputations cannot be minimized because these will draw into the struggle large numbers of peasants. Movements for economic demands are not wrong, but to conduct these movements with the technique of economism is a crime. It is also a crime to proclaim that economic struggles will of themselves assume political forms, because that would simply be the worshipping of spontaneity. None of these show the people the path to be traveled or bring clarity to their viewpoint, nor do they imbue in the people a spirit of sacrifice in the struggle. At one stage of the struggle there remains only one task. Without carrying it out, the struggle cannot arrive at a higher stage. In this epoch, that special task is the politics of armed struggle and the campaign for the collection of guns. Without the performance of this task, the struggle will not arrive at a higher stage, it will in fact disintegrate and organization will cease to grow. In India, the revolution can take only one road, the road pointed out by Lenin, the road that traverses the formation of a people's armed force and a republic. In 1905, Lenin wanted these two to be joined wherever possibly, if not over the whole of Russia. Chairman Mao Zedong has enriched the Leninist way and taught us the tactics of the people's war through which China has liberated herself. It is this road that has been taken in Vietnam, Thailand, Malaya, Philippines, Burma, Indonesia, Yemen, Leopoldville, Congo, and various other nations of Africa and Latin America. In India, too, the Nagas, the Mizos and the people of Kashmir have taken this path of people's armed forces and the rule of the Liberation Front. That is why the working class must firmly declare that it must lead the democratic revolution by firmly allying itself with its principal ally, the peasantry. The responsibility for organizing the peasant movement and the duty of taking the struggle to the armed phase belongs to the working class. The vanguard of the proletariat must go to the countryside to participate in armed struggle. This is the principal task of the proletariat. Collection of arms and preparing rural base areas. This is proletarian politics, the politics of power seizure. The working class must be inspired by this political ideology. The call to organize the workers into trade unions does not increase the workers' political consciousness. Of course, this does not mean that we should not organize trade unions, but that the Revolutionary Party cadres will not be confined to trade unionism. Their main task will be to spread within the working class the politics of armed struggle and the campaign to 30. Collect guns and also to build up the party organization. Political propaganda and the explication of the importance of peasant struggles is also the task of the party among the middle classes. In short, on all fronts the party is responsible for explaining the importance of peasant struggles and inviting other forces to join that struggle. We will arrive at the stage of conscious leadership of the democratic revolution to the extent that we proceed on this task. The struggle against dogmatism. The opposition to this principal Marxist-Leninist way comes not only from the revisionists. The revisionists are quite simply taking the road of class collaboration, thus it is easy to remove their mask. The other opposition within the party comes from the dogmatists. These grant the need for revolution and realize that revolution is only possible through armed struggle. But they imagine that armed struggle can only come about after the spreading of mass movements throughout India. Before that, small or large armed clashes may take place, but the seizure of power is not possible. So far as they are concerned, they hope for another version of the October Revolution to occur in India. They apply their bookish knowledge about the success of that revolution to India's case without alterations. They forget that the February Revolution took place before the October Revolution and that, through it, the bourgeois parties and also the workers, peasants, and soldiers Soviets came into power. Due to the existence of this dual power, working class leadership became effective with the Soviets, and when the petty bourgeois parties within the Soviets handed over power to the capitalists, the working class found it possible to carry out the October Revolution. These dogmatists do not analyze the concrete reality of India, and they do not learn from the struggles in India. The main cause for the success of the Russian Revolution was the correct application of the tactics of the United Front. The tactics of United Front are equally important in India, but the tactics of the democratic revolution in India will take another form. In India, the Nagas, the Mizos, and the Kashmiris are struggling under the leadership of the petty bourgeoisie. In the democratic revolution, the proletariat must move forward by forming a united front with them and also with the bourgeois and petty bourgeois-led struggles that will break out elsewhere. The basis for these alliances will be the anti-imperialist struggle and the right for self-determination. This right is accepted by the proletariat along with the right to secede. Those who dream of the Indian Revolution being carried out in the same manner as the October Revolution are revolutionaries, but their doctrinaire standpoint prevents them from giving firm leadership to the struggle. They do not understand the significance of the peasant struggle and, as a result, they unconsciously become propagandists for economism. They cannot appreciate the teachings of Chairman Mao or the lessons of the revolutionary struggles of the Asian, African, and Latin American peoples. One section of these people becomes the admirer of Che Guevara and does not stress the work of organizing the peasantry, the principal revolutionary force in the Indian Democratic Revolution. As a result, they inevitably fall into left-wing deviations. We must pay special attention to those persons and slowly re-educate them through experience. Under no circumstances must we become intolerant of them. Apart from these, there is another group of comrades who accept the Chinese Party and the great thought of Mao Zedong as the only correct way. But they consider how to be a good communist as the only ladder for self-cultivation and thus fall into grave deviations. The only road to self-cultivation is the road of class struggles, as pointed out by Lenin and Chairman Mao. Class struggle is the only school for communists. A communist can emerge pure only by going through the flames of class struggle. We must evaluate our experiences of the class struggle in the light of Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong and derive our lessons. The central point about education in the party is the application of Marxism-Leninism in the field of struggle to arrive at general principles from that experience and then to take those principles, enriched by experience, back to the masses. This is what is known as the principle of from the people to the people. That is the main point of party education. These revolutionary comrades do not realize this principal point of party education and thus fall into idealist deviations. Chairman Mao Zedong has taught us that learning is impossible without practice. In his words, doing is learning. Self-improvement is only possible through the transformation of the circumstances by revolutionary practice. Revolutionaries of the world unite. Long live the revolutionary unity of peasants and workers. Long live Chairman Mao Zedong. The tasks of Indian revolutionaries. Document number 2. Complete text is here translated from the Vergale, as published originally in Des Hab. Roti, number 20, November 23, 1967. After a meeting of revolutionary comrades of CPI, a coordination committee has been formed. On behalf of this committee, the following statement was issued on November 11, 1967, a very promising revolutionary situation exists in our country. All those conditions, which according to Comrade Lenin were necessary for a revolutionary situation, are present in India today. But CPI's neo-revisionist leadership has betrayed the people and the party. They have betrayed India's revolution. In spite of their mighty protestations, it is becoming as clear as daylight that this clique of traitors has taken the path of revisionism and class collaboration and have forsaken the revolutionary struggle for the capture of state power. When the revolutionary comrades within CPI were waging a praiseworthy struggle against revisionism within the party and were able to expose the Dangeites, they regarded the present leaders of CPI with much respect and had great confidence in them, a confidence which they have now shamelessly betrayed. Of course, the history of betrayal dates long before the split within the CPI. For one thing, the present neo-revisionist leadership was always terrified lest the inter-party struggle should actually be transformed into a genuinely revolutionary movement and did its utmost to obstruct any such transformation. Instead of conducting a principled ideological struggle, they simply used the opportunity provided by the Dange letters * to conduct the fight against the Dangeite revisionists. In time their maneuver began to bear fruit. This handful of plotters was able, surreptitiously, to introduce here and there in the party program, concepts and ideas that are against Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong. In the name of making an independent analysis, they have refused to recognize India's servitude under neocolonialism, refused to admit India's semi-feudal and semi-colonial character and refused to accept the strategy and tactics of the Indian Neo-Ali's democratic revolution that must follow from these characteristics. Instead, they maintain that India is developing an independent capitalist economy and that the Indian big bourgeoisie is still a national bourgeoisie with an anti-imperialist role. They have abandoned the strategy for world revolution and more especially for the revolution in Asia, Africa, and Latin America so magnificently developed and elaborated by Comrade Mao Zedong and later so succinctly formulated by Comrade Lin Piao. With regard to the ideological controversy within the international communist movement, their refusal to comment and their apparent neutrality was, in reality, a way of concealing their support for Kruskevian revisionism. In both national and international affairs the seed of Titoism was sown with great cunning, a seed that was to emerge as a full-grown tree in the shape of the Madurai Statement and resolutions. 2. It is necessary to remember that at various times since it was founded our party leadership has been seized by revisionists, adventurists, and opportunists. As a result, the glorious class struggles waged by revolutionary comrades and the revolutionary masses under the banner of our party have been repeatedly betrayed. In the course of these fierce struggles workers, peasants, toiling people, and many invaluable party cadres have given their lives or endured much hardship to earn some victories. But as a result of the treachery of the ruling clique in the highest ranks of party leadership, the people have been cheated of the gains that could have been obtained from these victories. Revolutionaries within the party have repeatedly waged a sharp and principled struggle within the party. Many times they have rebelled publicly. Many times has the international communist leadership come forward to help our party and to show us the way. Every time, however, those opportunists, whether of the right or the left who have managed to get control of the party machine, have completely ignored the internal criticism and the help and advice from the international leadership and arrogantly rejected them. The events of Naxalbari earlier this year form a turning point in the history of our country and our party. The revolutionary comrades in West Bengal's Darjeeling district began an 32 World Revolution. Open rebellion against the political line of the revisionist leadership and its policy of capitulativism. The difference between this and other inter-party struggles lay in the fact that on this occasion the inter-party struggle was linked with revolutionary action. The struggle in Naxalbari, under the leadership of communists and revolutionary workers, was based on the thought of Comrade Mao Zedong and developed into a genuine peasants' armed revolt which is the only correct road for the Indian people's democratic revolution. No sooner had this great revolutionary movement of the Darjeeling peasants started than the leadership of the international communist movement, in other words the Chinese Communist Party under the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong, gave it comradely encouragement and its deepest care and attention, and, quickly, long smoldering inter-party dissension had broken out into open rebellion. News of the struggle of Naxalbari peasants spread to many parts of the land, arousing the peasants to start militant uprisings, sometimes spontaneously, sometimes under the leadership of revolutionaries. But the most important contribution of Naxalbari to the Indian Revolution is that it exposed and laid bare before the world the sham revolutionaries with their EMP-tie slogans in the leadership of the communist and other leftist parties. Furthermore, in their determination to destroy this revolutionary peasant base, these pseudo-revolutionaries did not even shrink from allying themselves with the Indian reactionaries to make full use of both police and military brutality to crush Naxalbari. Comrades will surely have noticed that recently revolutionary peasant uprisings are starting or about to start in different parts of the country. In this situation, as the vanguard of the proletariat, it is our bounden duty to develop these revolutionary struggles in every way possible and to lead them. With this intention, revolutionaries from various regions and from various arenas of struggle both within and without the party must immediately join forces and coordinate their activities so that, under the leadership of Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong, a revolutionary party can be established. After the last and ultimate act of betrayal at Madurai, it is obvious that we can no longer delay. Hence it is imperative to start coordination straight away. To achieve this, we, comrades from several states of India who have been thinking and fighting along these lines, have met in Calcutta to form an All India Coordination Committee. On behalf of this committee we hereby declare that the following will be the committee's foremost tasks: to develop struggles, especially Naxalbari-type movements, among militants of all strata and to coordinate them. To resist economism and to advance peasant revolutionary struggles, to develop revolutionary struggles amongst all strata of workers and toiling masses. To wage an unremitting ideological struggle against revisionism and neo-revisionism and to spread the thought of Mao Zedong, which is the highest pinnacle of Marxism-Leninism in our time, among the people, and on this basis to unite the different elements within and without the party. To begin the work of creating a revolutionary program and tactics based on a positive analysis of India's objective conditions according to the brilliant thought of Mao Zedong. Just as Naxalbari has shown the road forward for the Indian people's revolution, so has it torn off the mask and exposed the real features of the neo-revisionists who have not gained control of the party leadership. The time is ripe for us to establish a genuine revolutionary party. We bear a heavy duty on our shoulders, but like true revolutionaries we shall have to undertake it. We shall have to strive earnestly to become apt pupils of Comrade Mao. We appeal to all those revolutionary comrades still within CPI to repudiate publicly the neo-revisionist leadership's machinations and join with us openly to build a true communist party. Footnotes: Dange's letters of 1924 offering his services to the British government. 2. A draft on the ideological dispute and T resolution on divergent views with the CPC adopted by the Central Committee of CPI Madurai in August, 1967. India. First editorial from Liberation. Notes. Liberation appears at a time when India is in the throes of an acute economic and political crisis, when the class struggle within our country and outside grows sharper and sharper, when the imperialists and their stooges, aided by the Soviet revisionists, are waging a brutal, fascist war against the peoples in 3 continents. In India, the big bourgeoisie, big landlords and their masters, the US and British imperialists, are bleeding the people white. To deceive the starving, super-exploited people of this country, the ruling classes seek to preserve the facade of parliamentary democracy and resort from time to the worst kind of chauvinism, a game in which revisionists and neo-revisionists have joined them. On the other hand, brutal, fascist attacks are being made on the working class and the peasantry and on the national minorities whenever they rise in revolt. But the forces of liberation are marching from victory to victory all the world over. 700 million Chinese people, who are in the van of the worldwide struggle for freedom, world peace, and socialism, are building a socialist society with amazing swiftness. The great proletarian cultural revolution has swept away from the minds of the Chinese people the thoughts and habits alien to socialism and ensured a future which will not tolerate reversion to capitalism as in the first socialist state of the world. The heroic Vietnamese people, applying correctly Mao Zedong's strategy and tactics of people's war, are dealing shattering blows to the most powerful of all imperialisms. The people of Southeast Asia have taken to the path of armed struggle against imperialism and its native stooges. Revolutionary storms are also blowing over Africa and Latin America. Within the USA, the citadel of world reaction, the Afro-Americans, supported by sections of poor whites, are valiantly fighting to break the age-old fetters of slavery. Here, in India, an unprecedented revolutionary situation is fast developing. The brave peasants of Naxalbari, armed with Mao Zedong's thought, have raised the banner of revolt against feudal oppression, against the rule of the reactionary classes. For the first time in India's history, the revolutionary peasant movement led by the working class has been able to smash a weak link in the feudal. This article, entitled Notes, is the first editorial of the new magazine, Liberation, published by the revolutionary communists of India who are in the process of building a real communist party based on Marxism-Leninism, the thought of Mao Zedong. The Naxalbari peasants under the guidance of the revolutionary communists have opened a new chapter in the revolutionary movement in India. Naxalbari, within a short time, has already become a symbolic term for people's revolution. It has caught the imagination of the struggling workers and peasants all over India. Liberation opens and closes its pages of its first issue with the following quotes from Chairman Mao Zedong. Therefore, the united front, armed struggle, and party building are the three fundamental questions for our party in the Chinese Revolution. Having a correct grasp of these three questions and their interrelations is tantamount to giving correct leadership to the whole Chinese Revolution. Introducing the communist. An erroneous leadership that endangers the revolution should not be accepted unconditionally but should be resisted resolutely. Comprador bourgeois imperialist chain despite all the terror unleashed by the rulers. Naxalbari marks the beginning of a new era in India's history, the beginning of the end of the old regime of exploitation by imperialism and its parasites. The message of Naxalbari, the message of agrarian revolution led by the working class as the only path to complete national liberation and socialism, is spreading and dispelling from the minds of our peasantry and working class the gloom of despair and instilling into them a revolutionary consciousness and a revolutionary urge. Naxalbari has smashed the barrier erected by revisionist politics to isolate the toiling people of India from the world revolutionary forces battling against imperialism and all reaction in China, Vietnam, Burma, and other countries. It is Naxalbari which has given the revolutionary working people of India their rightful place as 34 World Revolution. A contingent of the world revolutionary forces. Naxalbari has also torn the mask off the neo-revisionist clique led by Ranadive, Namboodiripad, Sundaraya, and co., and spells its doom. The perfidy of these neo-revisionist leaders like that of the Dangiites knows no limit. When the long-delayed social revolution is breaking out, they are acting as the last reserve of the reactionary ruling classes, which are now caught in the meshes of a deepening economic and political crisis. Hiding their real intentions under a cloak of left phraseology, they have discarded Marxism and stepped forward to defend the old hated regime, but the revolutionary forces will no doubt cast them into the dustbin of history and march forward towards people's democracy and socialism. Liberation dedicates itself to the noblest of all causes, the liberation of the toiling people. It dedicates itself to the cause of the Indian Revolution and takes the pledge to wage an uncompromising fight against the imperialists and native reactionaries, including the revisionists and neo-revisionists. Liberation sends its warmest fraternal greetings to the great Chinese comrades, the valiant Vietnamese comrades, the brave comrades in Burma, Thailand, Laos, Indonesia, Ceylon, the U.S. and all other countries, who, guided by the thought of Mao Zedong, Marxism-Leninism of our era, are fighting relentless battles for national liberation, world peace, and socialism. Marxists as defenders of parliamentary democracy. In a circular dated October 17, 1967, to all party units, the Politburo of the CPI says, these events show to what lengths the ruling classes are prepared to go in their desperate attempts to get over the deep economic and political crisis in which they are now caught. They are prepared to attack the very basis of parliamentary democracy to save their hated rule. The PB has again raised the slogan of midterm elections for a fresh verdict of the people and urged all party units to continuously hold meetings and demonstrations throughout the country, to rouse public opinion and the democratic forces to these dangers that are threatening the very fabric of parliamentary democracy and rally their support to defend it. It is interesting to recall that the same slogan, the slogan to strengthen parliamentary institutions and to extend democracy, was raised by the CPI during the election campaign in 1962 before the split. Parliamentary democracy, of which both the Dangiites and Marxists are so enamored, is, as every Marxist knows, the organ of the dictatorship of the exploiting classes over the toiling people. Engels said that the contemporary representative state is an instrument of exploitation of wage labor by capital. A democratic republic, added Lenin, is the best possible political shell for capitalism, and, therefore, once capital has gained control of this very best shell, it establishes its power so securely, so firmly, that no change, either of persons, of institutions, or of parties in the bourgeois democratic republic, can shake it. We must also note that Engels very definitely calls universal suffrage an instrument of bourgeois rule. It was the British imperialists who planted parliamentary democracy on the Indian soil as the organ of the imperialist feudal dictatorship over the toiling people of India. When the British handed over political power to their Congress agents, this ready-made organ of class rule was adopted unaltered by the new ruling classes, the comprador bourgeoisie and the landlords. The Central Legislative Assembly of the British colonial days, elected by the propertied and privileged classes, was given the high-sounding name of the Constituent Assembly and served as the Parliament of the Sovereign Republic until the early months of 1952. The facade of parliamentary democracy has served the reactionary ruling classes well, and the revisionist leaders of the CPI have all these years shared and instilled, to quote words of Lenin, into the minds of the people the wrong idea that universal suffrage in the modern state is really capable of expressing the will of the majority of the toilers and of ensuring its realization. Now that the various contradictions between imperialism and the people, between feudalism and the peasantry, between the bourgeoisie and the working class have been growing sharper and sharper, the reactionary ruling classes of India are finding it increasingly difficult to preserve the facade of parliamentary democracy. They are ready to scrap the parliamentary institutions whenever there arises a threat to their regime of oppression and exploitation, and whenever they are unable to rule in the old way. So when the people are again and again rising in revolt against the bourgeois landlord. India 35. State, when a vast wave of struggle for land and food and national liberation, of which Naxalbari is only the prelude, is about to sweep the country, the reactionary ruling classes have pressed their last reserve, the neo-revisionists Nambudiripad, Ranadive, Jyoti Basu, Sundaraya and co. into the battle to save their hated rule. Faced with a fast-developing revolutionary situation, these neo-revisionists have betrayed Marxism-Leninism and joined the counter-revolutionary camp. By waving the banner of parliamentary democracy, they indeed seek to defend the joint dictatorship of the comprador bureaucratic bourgeoisie and landlords. Their campaign in defense of parliamentary democracy and their call for midterm elections are nothing but a clever ruse to screen from the people the sharp social contradictions, to divert their attention from the urgent revolutionary tasks of developing peasant struggles under the leadership of the working class on the Naxalbari line, and to paralyze the revolutionary section of workers and peasants. But their attempt is doomed to fall. Despite their left phraseology, they can hardly conceal their true character, the character of unashamed lackeys of the ruling classes. U.S. government and the role of Marxists. It is worth recalling a formulation of this treacherous clique. After they had joined the coalition governments in West Bengal and Kerala, the West Bengal Committee of the CPI made the following declaration in a communique entitled W.B. State Committee Reviews Elections, Charts Immediate Tasks. Further, the ministry is formed on the basis of a conglomeration of 14 parties with different policies and ideologies, and they are united with the aim of serving the people's interests. It has to function on the basis of a non-class outlook. What a gem of a Marxist formulation! Can there be any non-class outlook in a class-ridden society? In the name of a non-class outlook, the treacherous leaders of the party of the working class surrendered the proletarian outlook, proletarian politics, to the outlook and politics of the exploiting classes represented by the Bangla Congress and the like. So they never hesitate to join hands with other reactionaries to hunt and shoot down brave peasants and peasant women trying to break the shackles of feudal exploitation and throw hundreds of others into prison. They even outdo other counter-revolutionaries in vilifying the revolutionaries of the party who are leading the struggle of the peasants. They share responsibility for a food policy which denies food to the people and enables the Atars and black marketeers to reap a harvest of gold out of the misery and suffering of the people. They have not also hesitated to fire upon and murder workers. After October 2nd, the vile surrender has become more and more glaring, though the renegades seek to cover it up with militant slogans. We do not want strikes and lockouts. We seek an amicable settlement of labor disputes, commented the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Jyoti Basu, after the cabinet meeting. More than 60,000 workers lost their jobs in West Bengal during the first 6 months of the coalition government. There is lockout in several large factories and industrialists are insisting on more retrenchment of workers, but the Marxists, who have done little to defend the workers, go on prating of conciliation, arbitration and industrial peace. Their policy has encouraged G.D. Birla to praise Namboodiripad and to declare, "I am very happy in Kerala. I do not mind the communists running the government there." In answer, Jyoti Basu, Politburo member, CPI, said, the West Bengal government acknowledged the fact that efforts should be made to harmonize relations in industry. It had therefore decided to meet industrialists and trade union leaders soon. Mr. Jyoti Basu, the Stat-Eman's staff reporter added, felt the trade union leaders were partly responsible for the present state of affairs. While recession played its part, in a few cases labor might have demanded too much, and in many cases employers wanted to teach labor a lesson. Is this the voice of a Marxist or of a flunky of the bourgeoisie? Mr. Harikrishnan Konar, CPIM Minister for Land and Land Revenue, told reporters informally after the meeting that in the struggle between Yatdars and Bargadars on the land front, there would in future be much less of the impatience and childishness displayed by certain sections of the peasantry from time to time in the past. He also said that he would urge the cabinet to utilize military personnel in the coming procurement drive if such a need arose. On the one hand, the government of Jyoti Basu and Harikrishnan Konar are bringing units of the Central Reserve Police, setting up police camps in the villages and perfecting the state machine to drown in blood any struggle of the sharecroppers and landless agricultural laborers for food and land. On the other hand, Mr. Konar and his men are trying to sabotage the struggle from within in the face of attacks from the Yatdars and their government. As 36 World Revolution. Secretary of the Krishak Sabha, reported the Statesman on October 20, 1967, Mr. Konar had also issued circulars to his organization's units asking Sabha workers to impress upon the Bargadars the need for avoiding clashes with Yatdars who might try to use force to take away paddy from the fields. The Sabha should organize its workers so that Bargadars could deposit their produce at Panchayat Kamars. Thereupon BDOs and JLROs should be requested to distribute paddy, after thrashing, among Bargadars and Yatdars. To quote Lenin, revolutionary democratic phrases to gull the rural simple Simons, bureaucracy and red tape for the benefit of the capitalists, that is the essence of the honest coalition. These lackeys of the big landlords and the bourgeoisie claim that by continuing in the UF governments they are strengthening the party, building mass organizations and extending the party's mass base, and thus preparing for the revolution to come. That the claim is hollow is not difficult to prove. How can you strengthen a communist party by repudiating Marxism-Leninism, making fascist attacks on the revolutionaries within the party, and by preaching bourgeois ideology? How can you build mass organizations by siding with the reactionary classes in class battles and firing upon workers and peasants? How can you prepare for the revolution by opposing class struggles and destroying and disrupting the party and mass organizations? Naxalbari has torn the mask off them and made it possible for a genuine communist party, rid of their influence, to emerge. These neo-revisionists contend that by clinging to office they are providing relief to the people. It is utter revisionism to hold that in this era of rapid disintegration and decay of the capitalist system it is possible to offer relief to the basic masses in a semi-colonial country like India without bringing about any changes in the relations of production and the character of the state. They deliberately ignore what Lenin said. The entire history of the bourgeois parliamentary, and also, to a considerable extent, of the bourgeois constitutional, countries shows that a change of ministers means very little, for the real work of administration is in the hands of an enormous army of officials. This army, however, is undemocratic through and through. It is connected by thousands and millions of threads with the landowners and the bourgeoisie and is completely dependent on them. This army is surrounded by an atmosphere of bourgeois relations, and breathes nothing but this atmosphere. It is set in its ways, petrified, stagnant, and is powerless to break free of this atmosphere. It can only think, feel, or act in the old way. This army is bound by servility to rank, by certain privileges of civil service. The upper ranks of this army are, through the medium of shares and banks, entirely enslaved by the finance capital, being to a certain extent its agent and a vehicle of its interests and influence. It is the greatest delusion, the greatest self-deception of the people, to attempt, by means of this state apparatus, to carry out such reforms as the abolition of landed estates without compensation, or the grain monopoly, etc. This apparatus can serve a republican bourgeoisie, creating a republic in the shape of a monarchy without a monarch, like the French Third Republic, but it is absolutely incapable of carrying out reforms which would seriously curtail or limit the rights of capital, the rights of sacred private property, much less abolish those rights. That is why it always happens, under all sorts of coalition cabinets that include socialists, that these socialists, even when individuals among them are perfectly honest, in reality turn out to be either a useless ornament or a screen to divert the people's indignation from the government, a tool for the government to deceive the people. This was the case with Louis Blanc in 1848, and dozens of times in Britain and France, when socialists participated in cabinets. This is also the case with the Chernovs and Tseretelis in 1917. So it has been and so it will be as long as the bourgeois system exists and as long as the old bourgeois, bureaucratic state apparatus remains intact. Soviet aid to India. According to a message from Moscow, dated October 13, 1967, about half of the aid of 1 billion rubles, which the Soviet Union promised in July last year to grant India for 1966-70, will be channeled into industry. At a press conference in the Soviet capital, Mr. Fakhruddin Al-Ahmed, India's Minister for Industry, declared that the development of the Indian engineering industry was inseparably from Soviet aid. He has worked with Soviet officials to arrange cooperation in the field of engineering, and the signing of an appropriate agreement is expected later. It may be of interest to know that the loan the USSR has agreed to grant for 1966-70 far exceeds Soviet economic aid to this country during 10 years of Khrushchev's premiership. Another interesting thing is that Soviet aid is increasing at a time when US aid is declining. In its lust for world domination, US imperialism has so overstretched itself that for India 37. The last few years it has been faced with a severe balance of payments crisis. This crisis, caused mainly by overseas military expenditures, foreign aid programs and private capital investment in foreign countries, is forcing the US government to reduce its foreign commitments. It is chiefly through foreign military and economic aid that the US imperialists maintain their neocolonial regime in the underdeveloped countries of the world. But the mounting costs of their aggressive war in Vietnam and of the massive military build-up in Southeast Asia make it increasingly difficult for them to pour as much aid in countries like India as is needed by reactionary regimes to survive. That is why, imperialist aid to these regimes is being supplemented on an increasing scale by Soviet aid. Soviet aid is usually hailed by reactionaries and revisionists of all hues as disinterested, generous and without strings. Is this praise really deserved? Is its nature really progressive, altogether different from that of imperialist aid? If it is progressive, it would have helped India to break the shackles of foreign capital and enabled her economy to develop along independent lines. But facts prove the contrary. In 17 years from 1948 to 1965, foreign capital investments in the private sector in India increased from 255 rupees crores to about 1000 rupees crores, and investments of private US capital from 11 rupees crores to 250 rupees crores. India's total debt to US imperialists until the end of the last year amounted to about 5,500 rupees crores. For meeting the huge balance of payments deficit, for keeping the wheels of her industry moving, and for feeding quite a large section of the population, the reactionary rulers of India are chiefly dependent on the bounty of the US imperialists. India's reactionary ruling classes would not have survived so long but for this vast aid which has strengthened her neo-colonial fetters. As long as the Indian state is the state of big landlords and the comprador bureaucratic bourgeoisie, the mainstay of imperialism in the country, the question of independent development can hardly arise. Marxism teaches us that from whatever source aid may be received, it goes to enrich and strengthen the ruling class at the expense of the toiling people. Even communists have been duped too long by the revisionist theory that Soviet aid can help India's economy to develop along independent lines despite the imperialist stranglehold over it. Far from attacking this stranglehold, Soviet aid has only strengthened it. How can Soviet aid be disinterested when the Soviet revisionists have seen to it that Soviet economy is based on the profit motive? If economic relations within the country are ruled by the principle of buying cheap and selling dear, can the economic relations with a foreign country be guided by a principle of an opposite character? It is absurd to think that Soviet aid is socialist aid when capitalism is being restored in the Soviet Union. The Soviet aid to India has only forged new shackles of the neocolonial kind and is as disinterested and unselfish as the imperialist aid. By using this weapon of aid, the Soviet revisionists have extended their influence over India's ruling classes as the junior partner of imperialism. Today the Soviet Union occupies the third place in India's foreign trade and is the chief supplier of military hardware. The Soviet aid, which India has so far received, has been invested in heavy industries controlled by Indian bureaucratic capital. The USSR has been able to tighten her grip over some of the vital sectors of India's industry. She controls a fourth of the steel output, half of the oil refineries and a fifth of the electricity generated in India. She maintains a monopoly of the work of designs and supply of machinery and machine tools for the enterprises set up with her help. Let us take the example of the Bokaro steel plant now under construction. The Soviet rulers have refused to associate Indians with the work of designs and insist on having entire control over tile steel works during the period of its construction. Like the imperialists, the Soviet revisionists are forcing India to buy at high prices Soviet goods which are poor in quality. They also force India to spend the entire amount of aid on purchases in the Soviet Union, that is, the entire aid is tied to exports. It is also worth noting that the Soviet leaders exact prices for machines and machines tools, which are 20 to 30% or higher than the prevailing international prices. That is why, the Economic Times commented that though the rate of interest on Soviet loans appears to be a mere 2.5%, the actual rate, which is quite high, lies concealed in the exorbitant prices of the goods supplied by the Soviet Union. She has plans of building industries in India in collaboration with Indian capital and of exporting their products to the markets in Southeast Asia and Africa. These are only some of the ways in which the USSR seeks to exploit the labor and resources of India and to control her economy together with the US imperialists. The very pattern of trade between India and the Soviet Union is neocolonial in character. The Soviet Union buys cheap from India primary or semi-processed products like jute, tea, 38 World Revolution, wool, leather, and tobacco, and sells to this country at high prices machines, tools, tractors and other products of her industry. India is a typical example that shows how, by wielding the weapon of aid, the Soviet revisionists seek to buy up the Indian reactionaries, collaborate with US imperialists to maintain these reactionaries in power, do everything possible to prevent revolutionary developments and establish their domination over a foreign country jointly with the US imperialists. It is the objective needs of capitalism, which the Soviet revisionists have restored in their country, that force them to collaborate with the US imperialists and build up their own neocolonial empire. That is why, in the name of International Socialist Division of Labor, they have tried to stifle the economic development of the other socialist countries. To quote from the Progressive Labor of February-March, 1967, under the International Division of Labor, the Soviet Union's allies supply food, raw materials, and capital to the Soviet Union and, in turn, the Soviet Union force manufactured items on her allies. In the final analysis, remarked the Times Review of Industry, the Comecon members cannot maintain their development without help from the USSR, and any possibly aspirations to greater political independence on the part of the East European countries must be governed by this knowledge. The Soviet Union is building up a sphere of economic and political domination and, to quote again from the same issue of the Progressive Labor, like any other nation which is developing an economy based on private profit, the Soviet Union needs areas to exploit. That is why, the Soviet revisionist clique is feverishly trying to prop up every reactionary regime on earth with economic and military aid. To help the US imperialists to contain socialist China and to do everything conceivable to put out the flame of national liberation war. That is why, the US, as the broadsheet of October, 1966, said, is no longer afraid of the Soviet Union's influence in India, and indeed counts on its help. Because of the immense prestige that the Soviet Union still enjoys among exploited peoples, its revisionist rulers are as deadly enemies as the US imperialists. Soviet aid is indeed a Trojan horse used by US imperialism to ensure their joint domination over India and countries like India. US aid. By M.A. Aziz. The contribution of Mao Zedong to Marxism-Leninism S.Y.N. San Magathasan. The position inside the international communist movement today bears a certain resemblance to the situation that existed immediately after the Great October Revolution in 1917. The success of Lenin and the Bolsheviks in leading the revolution in Russia had naturally discredited the old-line social democrats who had opposed revolution and instead preached peaceful transition through parliamentary means. A great revolutionary intellectual ferment took place inside all the old social democratic parties of the Second International. Under the guidance of Lenin, the revolutionary left inside these social democratic parties broke with the revisionist theories of the leadership of the Second International and came forward to form the new Third Communist International. A similar ferment has been taking place inside the international communist movement during the past few years. Under the guidance of Comrade Mao Zedong, the greatest Marxist-Leninist alive, and inspired by the success of the Chinese Revolution as well as of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, revolutionary groups from inside the old communist parties have been breaking away politically and organizationally from the revisionist leadership of these parties. Many new Marxist-Leninist groups and parties have emerged in recent times. The study of Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong is important for the building of these new Marxist-Leninist parties. The most important requirement for these parties in order that they could fulfill their tasks as the vanguard of the working class is that they should be armed with Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong. This question was stressed by Lenin in his two classical works Two Steps Forward, One Step Backward and in What Is to Be Done as well as by Stalin in the Short History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Therefore, the most important task for the newly emerging Marxist-Leninist parties is to arm their respective parties with correct theory. This means to arm them with the theory of Marxism-Leninism. But, today, the study of Marxism-Leninism must also include the study of the thought of Mao Zedong, which is the Marxism-Leninism of the modern era. In other This article has been written by Comrade N. San Magathasan, member of the Political Bureau of the Ceylon Communist Party, on the basis of discussions he had with leading members of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China during his recent visit to China in May-June 1967, reprinted from Red Flag, organ of the Ceylon Communist Party. October 3, 1967. Words: we must study the contributions made by Comrade Mao Zedong to the development of Marxism-Leninism. This is important not only for the Communist Party of China but also for all other Marxist-Leninist parties. It is not presumed that it would be possible within the confines of one or two articles to deal exhaustively with all the contributions made by Comrade Mao Zedong, which are both rich and varied, to the developments of Marxism-Leninism. Such a comprehensive study would need more time, energy, and research. This article, therefore, is merely a step in that direction and a far from complete one. Lenin used to say that Marxism is composed of the following three integral parts: philosophy, political economy, and the theory of class struggle. When we study the thought of Mao Zedong, we can see how he has developed these three component parts of Marxism. Philosophy. On philosophy, a great number of questions can be touched upon. Let us take, for example, Comrade Mao Zedong's speech at the Yan'an Forum on Art and Literature. This speech is indeed a very important one among the works of Comrade Mao Zedong. It is true that this speech deals with the principles of proletarian art and literature and that it creatively developed and gave a systematic exposition of the Marxist-Leninist theory of proletarian art and literature. However, in this speech, Comrade Mao Zedong not only deals with art and literature, he also speaks about many other things pertaining to Marxism-Leninism. If we read this speech from a philosophical angle, we can see that it is 39. 40 World Revolution, permeated with Marxist philosophy, and that it deals with the relation between being and consciousness, between matter and mind. It deals with the main philosophical idea: where do ideas come from? It deals with the question of the individual and the masses, of politics and literature, of motive and effect. Comrade Mao Zedong solved these questions with the aid of Marxist dialectics. In this way he gave an important exposition of Marxist dialectics. He stressed in detail the relation between motive and effect. Idealists only pay attention to motive and neglect effect. Mechanical materialists pay attention only to effect but not to motive. But communist parties and Marxist-Leninists should pay attention both to motive and effect. In the speech at the Yan'an Forum on Art and Literature, Comrade Mao Zedong raised 5 requirements for revolutionary workers on literature and art. They were: class stand, attitude, audience, work and study of Marxism-Leninism. Class stand. By the class stand he meant the proletarian stand. If our class stand was wrong, all ideas would be wrong. By attitude he meant the difference in our attitude towards the enemy, our allies, and our own people. We must adopt different attitudes towards each of these secessions. Towards the enemy our attitude must be to thoroughly expose them and to firmly overthrow them. Our attitude towards our allies should be to unite with them while, at the same time, carrying out proper struggles against them. We unite with them as far as their progressive side is concerned and struggle with them as far as their erroneous side is concerned. Our attitude towards the revolutionary masses should be to praise them and to sing for them. They may have shortcomings and make mistakes. But our attitude should be to be patient with them and help them with good intent. Thus, Comrade Mao Zedong made it quite clear that we should have a different attitude towards each of these sections. This is a general theory of Marxism-Leninism. This is an important matter of principle in the class struggle and has great significance in the Great Cultural Revolution in China. It has also real significance for the realization of the Revolutionary Alliance and for the fight against a handful of persons in authority in the party who have taken the capitalist road. The thought of Mao Zedong has really creatively developed Marxism-Leninism. It has been elevated to a higher level. Therefore, although it is 25 years since the speech on art and literature at the Yan'an Forum, it has real significance for today's cultural revolution. Although the speech deals with art and literature, it is permeated with Marxist-Leninist dialectics. On contradiction, let us now take Comrade Mao Zedong's most important philosophical article, on contradiction, and study it closely. It was written 30 years ago. In this article, Comrade Mao Zedong has very obviously made a creative exposition of Marxist-Leninist dialectics. Take the first sentence in this article: the law of contradiction in things, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law of materialist dialectics. This is a most profound statement. It is a very short sentence, but it would take a day to explain it. Simply, this law means that motion is inherent in all forms of matter and that motion, i.e. development, takes place as a result of the development and clash of the contradictions that are always present, and further, between the major contradictions and between the different aspects of each contradiction there is both identity and struggle, and that, through the process of developing contradictions, a thing or a phenomenon changes into its opposite. Thus, Comrade Mao Zedong states in one sentence the basic law of materialistic dialectics. A most systematic exposition of Marxist dialectics by one of the founders of scientific socialism, Engels, is to be found in one of his most famous works, Anti-Düring. This is a very important book because it refutes all forms of fallacies spread so assiduously by Düring. The most important mistake of Düring was that he had negated the law of contradiction. He held that contradiction was artificial. Engels made a comprehensive criticism of Dühring and refuted his wrong theories. He established the fact that the law of contradiction was an objective law of matter. He stated that movement is contradiction, i.e. to say, things are moving and developing because of inherent contradictions, and that by the law of contradiction we mean the law of the unity of opposites. Basic law. That is why Comrade Mao Zedong has described the law of contradiction as not just another law of materialist dialectics but its most basic law. In the second sentence of his article, Comrade Mao Zedong has quoted Lenin's statement that dialectics in the proper sense is the study of contradiction in the very essence of objects. It is, therefore, very important for us to understand that the law of Ceylon contradictions, that is, the law of the unity of opposites, is the most basic law of materialist dialectics. In his book, The Science of Logic, Hegel, the philosopher, had stated that there were three basic laws in dialectics: the law that quantitative and qualitative changes give rise to one another, the law of the unity of opposites, the law of the negation of the negation. These were the three basic laws of dialectics put forward by Hegel. Marx and Engels recognized and affirmed these three basic laws of Hegel but put them in the opposite order. Hegel had presented these three laws not as laws of objective dialectics but as subjective dialectics. That is, he did not regard these laws as inherent in objective things but only as governing the law of man's thinking, i.e. in the logic of the thinking of men. In other words, Hegel interpreted dialectics from an idealist point of view. However, according to Marx and Engels, the law of contradiction and the law of the unity of opposites was a law that is inherent in objective things, whereas man's knowledge of contradiction is but a reflection of the objective law in man's thinking. Therefore, Marx and Engels had satirized Hegel and pointed out that he had stood truth on its head. Marx and Engels reversed this position and pointed out that these laws of dialectics are inherent in objective things. This was made clear by Engels in his Anti-Dühring and Dialectics in Nature. A new development arose in Lenin's time. The question arose as to which of the three laws of dialectics is the most basic. In the third sentence of his article, Comrade Mao Zedong refers to Lenin's article on the question of dialectics and points out that Lenin often called this law the essence of dialectics. He also called it the kernel of dialectics. Although Lenin pointed out that this law was the kernel of dialectics, he did not live to point out the relation between this kernel and the other two laws of dialectics. Later, when the philosophical circles in the USSR dealt with these things, they pointed out the three laws but put them in different order. They put them in the following order: 1. The law of the unity of the opposites. 2. The law about quantitative and qualitative changes. 3. The law of the negation of the negation. This was the formula used in the USSR for a long time. In 1938, in the short history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Stalin presented four features of the dialectical method. 1. All phenomena are interconnected and interdependent. 2. All matter is in a process of motion and movement and development. 3. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. 4. Everything develops on the basis of the struggle of the opposites. Stalin, thus, put the law of the unity and struggle of the opposites as the last one instead of as the first one. When the philosophical circles in the USSR dealt with the three laws of dialectics, or when Stalin wrote about the four features of the dialectical method, both sections were putting the law of contradiction and the law of the unity of the opposites on an equal footing with the other laws instead of treating it as the basic law of materialist dialectics. Developed Marxist dialectics. Comrade Mao Zedong has systematically studied the laws of Marxist-Leninist dialectics and has developed Lenin's thesis contained in his work on the question of dialectics. Comrade Mao Zedong does not deny the law about quantitative and qualitative changes or the law of the negation of the negation. Engels had dealt with all these things in his Anti-Dühring. But, what Comrade Mao Zedong does point out clearly is that out of these three laws, the most basic law is that of the law of contradictions and the law of the unity of opposites. In Till's way, he has put this question in a monistic way. He has refuted the theory of putting these three basic laws on a parallel footing. For example, Stalin says that the second feature of the dialectical method is the law of motion or development. Actually, motion or movement is inherent in contradiction, and this had been pointed out by Engels in his Anti-Düring when he said motion itself is a contradiction. If we grasp that the law of contradiction, i.e., the law of the unity of opposites, is the basic law of materialist dialectics, then we can understand that all the other laws of dialectics spring from this basic law. Thus, it is clear that by asserting the primacy of the law of contradiction, the law of the unity of the opposites, Comrade Mao Zedong has creatively developed Marxist-Leninist philosophy and dialectics. Although Mao Zedong's article, On Contradiction, is his most important contribution on Marxist philosophy, he has also developed Marxist philosophy on a number of other points. Another important philosophical work of 42. World Revolution. Comrade Mao Zedong, in his article on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, in this work, he deals with the question of how to handle contradictions among the people as opposed to how to handle contradictions between the enemy and ourselves. He also deals with the theory of how contradictions of different natures can be converted into each other. He also uses the law of contradiction to explain how to deal with the struggle between different views and ideas inside the party. Already, in his article, On Contradiction / Comrade Mao Zedong had pointed out that opposition and struggle between ideas of different kinds constantly occur within the party. This is a reflection within the party of contradiction between classes and between the new and the old in society. If there were to be no contradiction in the party and no ideological struggles to resolve them, the party's life would come to an end. Inter-party contradictions. This was the first time that Comrade Mao Zedong used the law of contradiction, the law of the unity of the opposites, to explain the question of opposition and struggle between different ideas within a party. This is a creative development of Marxism-Leninism. In the past, in the history of the Communist Party of China and in other parties also, insurrect views prevailed about the attitude to opposition and struggle between contradictory ideas inside the Communist Party. Some comrades admitted the law of contradiction when they dealt with phenomena outside the party. However, when they came face to face with contradictory views inside the party, they failed to use the dialectical method and, instead, used the metaphysical approach. In other words, they failed to understand that contradictions are universal and would also exist inside the party too as a reflection of the contradictions outside the party. Therefore, when these comrades came across contradictions and struggles inside the party, they thought that it was terrible and bad. It was as an answer to such metaphysical approach that Comrade Mao Zedong pointed out the universality of contradiction and that, therefore, opposition and struggle between different ideas constantly occur inside the party too. This was nothing strange because it was a reflection of class contradictions outside and the struggle between the old and the new inside the party. If these contradictions and the consequent ideological struggles to resolve them cease to exist within the party, then the life of the party would itself cease. Only if we understand this aspect of inter-party struggle and its virtual inevitability in any living and developing party can we understand the struggle that developed inside the Communist Party of China against Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping. When the imperialists saw the Cultural Revolution in China and the exposure of Peng Chen and Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping, they thought that the Communist Party of China would be finished. When the Soviet revisionists saw the same phenomenon, they also thought that the Communist Party of China would collapse and that the leadership of Comrade Mao Zedong would be overthrown. Even some friends did not understand this question correctly and felt sad and thought that things inside the Communist Party of China were not so good. They did not understand that, if such contradictions and ideological struggles to resolve them did not occur, then the life of the party would come to an end. The reasons why these comrades get these wrong ideas is that they do not look at these ideological struggles from a dialectical viewpoint. That is why, at the very beginning of the Cultural Revolution, Comrade Mao Zedong said that the Cultural Revolution was a sign of the sound development of the Chinese party. Therefore, comrades and friends should look at the phenomenon of the Chinese Cultural Revolution from this Marxist-Leninist dialectical standpoint. They will, then, realize that it is a good thing and not at all a bad thing. They will then realize the tremendous significance of the struggle against Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping and their wrong views. They will also understand that if this struggle had not been carried out, revisionism would have triumphed in China, capitalism would have been restored and China would have changed color. This has been proved by the experience of the Soviet Union. The theory of class struggle. How has Comrade Mao Zedong developed the Marxist-Leninist theory of the class struggle? This matter is dealt with very brilliantly in an editorial of the Peking People's Daily under the heading, A Great Historic Document. This article is a result of the attempt to study how Comrade Mao Zedong has developed Marxism-Leninism. A very important problem in the history of the development of Marxism-Leninism is raised in this article. This article divides the history of the development of Marxism-Leninism into 3 stages. It describes 3 landmarks. To quote, Marx and Engels founded the theory of scientific socialism. Lenin and Stalin developed Marxism, solved a series of questions of the proletarian revolution in the era of imperialism. Salon 43. And solved the theoretical and practical questions of establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat in one country. Comrade Mao Zedong has developed Marxism-Leninism, solved a series of questions of the proletariat revolution in the present era and solved the theoretical and practical questions of carrying on the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. These are 3 monumental milestones in the history of the development of Marxism. Comrade Mao Zedong's special contribution to the development of the Marxist-Leninist theory of class struggle is that he gave a positive answer to the question whether classes and class struggles exist even under socialism. The above-mentioned article poses this question clearly in the following way: are there still classes and class struggle in a socialist society, particularly after the socialist transformation of the ownership of the means of production has in the main been accomplished? Do all the class struggles in society still center round the question of the fight over political power? Under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, do we still have to make revolution? Against whom should we make revolution? And how should we carry out the revolution? Marx and Engels could not possibly solve this series of major theoretical problems at their time. Lenin saw that after the proletariat seized power, the defeated bourgeoisie still remained stronger than the proletariat and was always trying to stage a comeback. At the same time, the small producers were incessantly generating capitalism and the capitalist class anew, thus posing a threat to the dictatorship of the proletariat. In order to cope with this counter-revolutionary threat and overcome it, it was therefore necessary to strengthen the dictatorship of the proletariat over a long period of time. There was no other way. However, Lenin died before he could solve these problems in practice. Stalin was a great Marxist-Leninist who actually cleared out a large number of counter-revolutionary representatives of the bourgeoisie who had sneaked into the party, including Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Radek, Bukharin, Rykov, and their like. But where he failed was in not recognizing, on the level of theory, that classes and class struggle exist in society throughout the historical period of the dictatorship of the proletariat and that the question of who will win in the revolution has yet to be finally settled. In other words, if all this is not handled properly, there is the possibility of a comeback by the bourgeoisie. The year before he died, Stalin became aware of this point and stated that contradictions do exist in socialist society and if not properly handled might turn into antagonistic ones. Comrade Mao Zedong has given ill attention to the whole historical experience of the Soviet Union. He has correctly solved the series of problems in a whole number of great writings and instructions, in this great historic document and in the most significant practice of the great proletarian cultural revolution personally initiated and led by him. This is a most important sign indicating that Marxism has developed to an entirely new stage. In the early years of the 20th century, Marxism developed into the stage of Leninism. In the present era, it has developed further into the stage of Mao Zedong's thought. Marx and Engels raised the question of the revolution of the proletariat. They also raised the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin developed this theory and put into practice by carrying out the Great October Revolution. The Soviet Union became the first country where the dictatorship of the proletariat became a reality. Comrade Mao Zedong developed this Marxist-Leninist theory of revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat and carried out the revolution of the proletariat in his own country. The dictatorship of the proletariat became a reality in China, a country with a population of 700 million people. He also solved the question of how to make revolution in the present era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing to world-wide victory. He has also solved the question of how to make revolution under conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 3 landmarks. The position can, therefore, be summed up as follows. Marx and Engels raised the question of proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of tidy proletariat. Lenin made this a reality, in Soviet Union. Comrade Mao Zedong not only made this a reality in China but also solved the question of how to make revolution under conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. He also solved the question of how to prevent the dictatorship of the proletariat from changing color, of how to prevent the restoration of capitalism and of how to consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is obvious, therefore, that Comrade Mao Zedong has creatively developed the Marxist-Leninist theory of uninterrupted revolution. The central question with regard to class struggle is the question of state power. The aim of the proletarian revolution sees state power. Marx and Lenin pointed out that he who world revolution only recognizes class struggle is not yet a Marxist. A real Marxist is one who not only recognizes the class struggle but also extends this recognition to the necessity for the dictatorship of the proletariat. The question is whether, after the proletariat has seized state power, after the dictatorship of the proletariat has become a reality, it is still true to say that the central question with regard to class struggle is still the issue of state power. It was impossible for Marx and Engels to have answered these questions in their time. As we have already shown, Lenin did realize that after the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the vanquished bourgeoisie will be stronger than the proletariat that vanquished it and that it always tries to stage a comeback, and that small producers would constantly give rise to capitalism and the capitalist class. Lenin made this question very clear in his book Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kosky. In this book, Lenin said that the period from capitalism to communism was a whole historical epoch, and that throughout this historical epoch, before communism is established, the vanquished bourgeoisie was bound to attempt to stage a comeback, they were bound to turn their attempts into action. This was a great Marxist-Leninist prohesi. Comrade Mao Zedong has only further developed this profound observation by Lenin. Take Lenin's remark that a whole historical epoch existed between capitalism and communism. Comrade Mao Zedong meant precisely this when he said that, after a socialist society had been established, it would take 50, 100 years or more before communism is established. This statement of Comrade Mao Zedong has been slandered as Trotskyism. In actual fact, it is Leninism. Old line revisionists. The old line revisionists, Bernstein, Kosky etc. were against carrying out a socialist revolution in the Soviet Union. Their theory was known as the theory that production is everything. Thus, they hold that because capitalist production in Russia was not developed, socialist revolution was impossible, and that the October Revolution could only pave the way for capitalism in Russia, and that when capitalist productive forces had reached a certain level in Russia only then could it naturally and peacefully grow into socialism. This was their theory of the peaceful transition to socialism. This fallacious theory was clearly expressed by Kosky in 1918 in his pamphlet, On the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, and also in his Bolsheviks Who Are in a Desperate Situation, Inside the Russian Party. Later, Zinoviev, Trotsky and Bukharin used this theory of old-line revisionists to oppose tidy socialist revolution, socialist construction, and the theory that socialism could be built in one country. At the 7th session of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, Trotsky made the statement that the superiority of socialist production in Russia could be shown not now but only after 50 years or 100 years. When Trotsky enunciated this fallacy, Stalin seriously refuted him. Because, the superiority of the socialist system of ownership over the system of private ownership in the capitalist countries was made quite clear at the very beginning itself, immediately after the revolution, when private ownership was abolished and public ownership established. Stalin pointed out that Trotsky's false theory was the same as that propounded by the social democrat economist, Sukhanov, who held that, because production was not well developed, therefore the October Revolution could only pave the way for capitalism and not socialism. Therefore, the position of Trotsky was that he was opposed to socialist revolution and socialist construction. Trotsky's false theory had nothing in common with the theory put forward by Lenin that the period from capitalism to communism was a whole historical epoch. It was also opposed to the theory enunciated by Comrade Mao Zedong that this period will take several decades or 1 century or several centuries. Both Lenin and Comrade Mao Zedong were discussing how long the period would be between capitalism and communism. Those who distort these facts and try to slander Comrade Mao Zedong by identifying his views with those of Trotsky are not really attacking Trotsky but merely reinterpretify him. They are doing it either through ignorance or a deliberate intention to slander Lenin and Comrade Mao Zedong. Stalin had already dealt with this false theory of Trotsky and identified it as the same as that put forward by the social democrat, Sukhanov, who gave 2 reasons why socialist revolution and construction could not succeed in Russia. The first was that capitalist production was not sufficiently developed. The second was that the peasants in Russia were backward and their cultural level was low. In his work, On the Revolution in Our Country, Lenin pointed out that although the cultural level of the Russian peasantry was low, it had made the revolution along with the proletariat and that it was in favor of socialism. Lenin admitted that it was true that capitalist production was not so developed in Ceylon 45. Russia as in some European countries. But why was it impossible to greatly develop production after the proletarian revolution and under the dictatorship of the proletariat? From which book had Sukhanov learnt that things could not be done this way? It was Napoleon who said, "Plunge into battle first before you want to see the outcome of it." Lenin maintained that after the means of production of the bourgeoisie and the imperialists and the land of the landlords had been confiscated, it would be possible to develop production greatly. Which road? The great proletarian cultural revolution initiated by Comrade Mao Zedong is precisely directed against the fallacy of Koskay, Sukhanov, Trotsky and Bukharin, which is a thesis opposing taking the socialist road and advocating taking the capitalist road. The representative of these views in China today is Liu Shaoqi. In the summer of 1949, when China just won liberation, Liu Shaoqi said that because capitalist production was not sufficiently developed in China, it was not possible to take the socialist road. He said then that the problem in China was not that there was too much capitalism but too little. He also said that capital exploitation was not a crime but a credit, and that the workers were not against exploitation but would welcome it. Therefore, he held that, after liberation, China should take the capitalist road instead of the socialist road. This is exactly the same theory as put forward early in respect of the Soviet Union by Koskay, Sukhanov, Trotsky etc., and which was known as the theory that production was everything. The thought of Mao Zedong and the line advocated by Comrade Mao Zedong is sharply contrary to and diametrically opposed to the theory of these people. The thought of Mao Zedong is the same as that of Lenin, who then stoutly urged, after the October Revolution, that they should firmly oppose taking the capitalist road and should firmly take the socialist road. What is the basic difference between the two lines contending in the great proletarian cultural revolution? The main question is the struggle between the two roads: should China take the capitalist road or the socialist road? The struggle between these two lines existed in the past. It exists at the present and will exist in the future also. That is why Comrade Mao Zedong has said that the present cultural revolution is only the first one and that, in the future, there would be many more. The reason for this is that it is not merely A question of overthrowing the old exploiting classes and finishing with revolution for all time. New exploiting elements always crop up and a new bourgeoisie is always created. When Lenin dealt with this question in his book, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kotskaya, he pointed out that, throughout the historical period of transition from capitalism to communism, the former exploiting classes will try to stage a comeback and that they will try to turn their attempts into action. Here Lenin was referring to the former exploiting classes. But in left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, he pointed out that not only will the old exploiting classes try to stage a comeback but that, in socialist society, a new bourgeoisie would be created. Lenin raised these questions but, as has already been pointed out, died too early to have been able to solve these problems. Stalin's mistake. Stalin was a great Marxist-Leninist who, as the People's Daily editorial referred to earlier points out, solved a number of theoretical and practical problems connected with proletarian revolution and the question of building socialism in one country. But, on the theory of the class struggle, he made mistakes. It is not correct to say that after the October Revolution, Stalin completely neglected the question of the class struggle. Actually, before 1928, Stalin stressed very much that class struggles should be carried out in the Soviet Union. Stalin's speeches before 1928 to the Komsomol and to Control Commission dealt with this problem. He criticized certain people for forgetting class struggles in times of peace. But, what was his shortcoming? After 1928, when the problem of the kulaks had been solved, when collectivization of agriculture was completed, he said classes had been entirely eliminated and no longer existed. This incorrect idea was clearly expressed in his report on the Soviet Constitution in 1936. Stalin's shortcoming was that in the field of theory he did not recognize that, throughout the entire historical epoch from capitalism to communism and under the dictatorship of the proletariat, classes and class struggles would continue to exist in society. While Stalin recognized the existence of classes and class struggles before 1928, he did not recognize their existence after that period. But the fact was that, even after collectivization of agriculture and after the new Soviet Constitution, the class struggle against the bourgeoisie still existed. The danger of a restoration of capitalism still existed. However, facts taught Stalin and, in his last years, he was conscious of this in some ways. Stalin perceived the truth about the existence. 46 World Revolution. Of classes and class struggles 1 year before he died. He then said that in socialist society contradictions shall exist and that if such contradictions were not properly handled they could become antagonistic ones. This view was expressed in his last work Economic Problems of Socialism in the U.S.S.R. But, nevertheless, it must be stated that even in this book Stalin not only failed to state how the problem should be solved but that he also failed to give a clear exposition of the problem. In the present era, Comrade Mao Zedong paid attention to all the historical experiences of the Soviet Union. The 50th anniversary of the October Revolution falls this year. It is going to be celebrated under conditions where the revisionists have seized power and carried out the restoration of capitalism. This is a bitter experience and deserves the serious attention and study by all Marxists-Leninists. There are also the experiences of the Chinese Revolution. It is as a result of studying these experiences that Comrade Mao Zedong has held that, in a socialist society and under the dictatorship of the proletariat, classes and class struggles exist although the form is different. Comrade Mao Zedong has not only elaborated this theory in his works but also by personally initiating the great proletarian cultural revolution he has correctly solved a whole series of questions concerning how to make revolution under conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is the most important landmark in the development of Marxism-Leninism by Comrade Mao Zedong. It indicates that Marxism-Leninism has developed to an entirely new stage. Marxism, which was first developed to the stage of Leninism, has now been further developed to the stage of Mao Zedong's thought. The communiqué of the 11th plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, which it adopted on August 12, 1966, states the question as follows. Comrade Mao Zedong is the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era. Comrade Mao Zedong has inherited, defended, and developed Marxism-Leninism with genius, creatively and in an all-round way, and has raised Marxism-Leninism of the era in which imperialism is heading for total collapse and socialism is advancing to worldwide victory. It is the guiding principle for all the work of our party and country. And San Magathasan. The Great Proletarian Revolution. New relations between leaders and the masses. From Xinhua, December 16, 1967. A wholly new type of relationship is growing up between the cadres and the masses of China based on Chairman Mao's teachings. The new relations reflect the development in depth of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution and are an important factor in the excellent situation prevailing throughout the country. In the fight against the handful of capitalist rotters in the party during the past year and more, the proletarian revolutionary forces have everywhere won decisive victory. At the same time they have gained new ground in the struggle to eliminate old ideas and practices, old customs and habits left over by the exploiting classes. All this has helped to create the climate for a new kind of relationship between the cadres and the masses. Now cadres and masses are helping one another politically and ideologically, learning from one another in their work, and showing concern for each other's well-being. In turn, this is pushing the cultural revolution forward and stimulating production. This cadres-masses relationship is marked by the following characteristics. 1. The new unity between cadres and masses is under the banner of Mao Zedong's thought, which is taking command everywhere and on every front. Since seizing power, the revolutionary committees have been giving first place to the study of Chairman Mao's works, and this is true of the revolutionary committees at all levels, in the cities, counties, rural communes, factories, and schools. An hour every day and 2 additional half-day sessions every week are allocated to this study. Such study has become an inseparable part of daily life almost everywhere, and even thunderbolts fail to interrupt it. Many of the cadres take part in the study of Chairman Mao's works together with the masses. The most important aspect of this study is application. People are arming themselves with Mao Zedong's thought and using it to command their actions, including the handling of ions between the higher and lower levels. Take the case of Li Chunchu, the secretary of the party committee of the Tsingtao No. 9 cotton mill. Before the Cultural Revolution, Tai was busy doing 2 things: having meetings with comrades at the higher level where directives were received concerning the work and assignments were made, secondly, having meetings with comrades at the lower level where he listened to reports and allocated work assignments. He was so busy that he hardly ever had any time to go among the workers. During the Cultural Revolution, when the workers sharply criticized him as an overlord and bureaucrat, he found this hard to swallow. Only as the workers gave instance after instance and reasoned with him did he come to see the seriousness of the problem. For several months he went to work in a workshop, lived and ate with the workers and studied together with them. He realized the truth of the various opinions put forward by the workers. He saw how wrong he was in the past when he lightly charged workers with individualism for strongly arguing one point or another. Li Chunchu is now chairman of the Revolutionary Committee. In other words, he is head of the provisional organ of power in the cotton mill. However busy he is, he has made it a rule to work 2 days every week in the workshops, and the workers now have a good feeling towards him. Their disgust with him has vanished as completely as he has shed his bureaucratic ways. Playing a great part in the creation of these new relations between them has been their joint effort in applying such teachings of Chairman Mao as the following. Our point of departure is to serve the people wholeheartedly and never for a moment divorce ourselves from the masses, to proceed in all cases from the interests of the people and not from one's self-interest or from the interests of a small group, and to identify our responsibility to the people with our responsibility to the leading organs of the party. All our cadres, whatever their rank, are servants of the people, and whatever we do is to serve the people. How then can we be reluctant to discard any of our bad traits? Wherever our comrades go, they must build good relations with the masses, be concerned for them and help them overcome their 47. 48 World Revolution. Difficulties. We must unite with the masses. The more of the masses we unite with, the better. 2. The Qatars are giving priority to the establishment in their own minds of the concept of serving the people wholeheartedly, and to the practical application of this principle. This is recognized as fundamental in the establishment of the proletarian world outlook, and as an issue affecting their philosophy of life, the purpose of their lives. This is how Wu Yi, a naval Qatar with 30 years experience in revolution, put it recently at a class for the study of Chairman Mao's works. My own experience is that the question of how a Qatar sees himself is a very important one, that is, whether he sees himself as someone officiating over the people or as a servant of the people. If he solves this correctly, he will always identify himself with the masses and behave just like an ordinary soldier in an army company, or an ordinary member of a rural commune or an ordinary worker in a factory. If he adopts the other point of view, he will act in a high and mighty way and cut himself off from the masses. 3. The Qatars regularly take part in collective physical labor, either as full-time or part-time workers. This is regarded as an important measure which ensures that the leadership does not become divorced from the masses and that the leading Qatars will not degenerate into bureaucrats. The Qatars take care to maintain a fine tradition of plain living and hard work, one of not accepting special, preferential treatment. In some places, decisions have been taken by the revolutionary committees to make sure that Qatars always remain servants of the people. The heaping of praise on individual members of the revolutionary committees is discouraged. Qatars going among the masses are expected to invite people to express their opinions and criticisms. Periodical rectification campaigns are undertaken. Extravagance is prohibited, likewise the presentation and acceptance of gifts in the name of individual Qatars. They are not allowed to use public funds for the entertainment of guests or use publicly owned motor cars for private purposes. Regulations are made along these lines in order to prevent corrosion by bourgeois ideology, and they are strictly observed by the Qatars. All this represents practical application of Chairman Mao's teaching that the Qatars of our party and state are ordinary workers and not overlords sitting on the backs of the people. By taking part in collective productive labor, the Qatars maintain extensive, constant, and close ties with the working people. This is a major measure of fundamental importance for a socialist system. It helps to overcome bureaucracy and to prevent revisionism and dogmatism. 4. The Qatars are making a great effort to apply the mass line. For example, in the Shanghai No. 4 bleaching and dyeing mill, the members of the Revolutionary Committee were for a time so busy that they seldom went to the workshops to meet the rank and file, and they almost dropped study of Chairman Mao's works. When they realized that the workers' criticism of them had increased, they became worried. With this problem in mind, they turned to Chairman Mao's works. They came to the conclusion that, however busy they were, the study and application of Chairman Mao's works must be given priority, and they took measures to ensure that they would no longer be buried in office work. They joined the productive labor and study classes in the workshops and listened to the criticisms and opinions of the workers, particularly of those who most strongly opposed them. They worked out draft plans for the improvement of the work on the basis of mass opinions, consulted the workers on the necessary rectifications, and on the basis of their suggestions, made plans to carry them out. Through this working method of from the masses, to the masses, recommended by Chairman Mao, they turned their relatively backward workshop into the most advanced unit in the creative study and application of Chairman Mao's works, pushed forward the mass repudiation of revisionism throughout the whole mill, and dealt successfully with the problem of former Qatars who had committed mistakes. They now understand Chairman Mao's teachings much more profoundly. Chairman Mao says, "The people, and the people alone, are the motive force in the making of world history, and the masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant, and without this understanding it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge." The members of the revolutionary committees in many places maintain extensive, Constant and close ties with the masses. They go to either communes, factories, or some other units at grassroots level, stay and work there for a fairly long period, or alternatively make a fact-finding tour covering a fairly extensive range. They have interviews with the masses and deal with problems raised by them in letters. They maintain close contact in many other ways. For example, recently in the Kenchao area of Gyeongsi Province, 300 people drawn from the PLA and the revolutionary mass organizations went, in small teams, to 18 counties and towns to publicize Mao Zedong's thought, learn from the masses, and help them. China. In every possible respect. Other ways of ensuring close ties include regular meetings and forums, and the selection of certain factories or schools as bases for constant contact and cooperation. 5. The stress is on collective leadership and on constantly strengthening the unity of the leading core. Chairman Mao says, the secretary of a party committee must be good at being a squad leader. A party committee has 10 to 20 members, it is like a squad in the army, and the secretary is like the squad leader. To fulfill its task of exercising leadership, a party committee must rely on its squad members and enable them to play their parts to the full. To be a good squad leader, the secretary should study hard and investigate thoroughly. If the squad members do not march in step, they can never expect to lead tens of millions of people in fighting and construction. Chairman Mao also says, the unification of our country, the unity of our people and the unity of our various nationalities, these are the basic guarantees of the sure triumph of our cause. In the No. 1 machine tool plant, Qinghai Province, the Revolutionary Committee holds that only when there is unity of the leading core in a factory can there be unity of all the workers in that factory, and only then can the tasks of revolution and production be fulfilled well. They also agree that there must be collective decisions on important matters, and one person is not allowed to make the final decision or act arbitrarily. Their policy is to place different opinions on the table for discussion. Gossip behind people's backs is forbidden. They encourage mutual help and learning from one another but forbid mutual attack. Leaders of the revolutionary mass organizations learn from old cadres' rich experience of struggle, help them to see their past mistakes and encourage them to take up new responsibilities. Old cadres learn from the revolutionary spirit of the young revolutionary rebels, relate to the young rebels their own experience in struggle, and explain the methods of work. It has been found that one way of strengthening unity among the members of the leading core is by constant ideological remolding. They place high demands on themselves in taking the lead and setting the pace both in work and in study, and try to set a good example in plain living and hard work and in fighting self-interest and fostering devotion to public interest. 6. The cadres and masses are working closely together for the transformation of any section of the superstructure unsuitable to the 49. New socialist economic basis. Many units are making big thoroughgoing changes in administration and management. This is being done on the following principle: the changes must give prominence to proletarian politics. They must be convenient for grasping revolution and promoting production. They must be in line with the idea of better troops and simpler administration, and they must be suited to serving the people at the grassroots level. Offices are being merged and non-productive staff reduced. Now that administration and management have been simplified and made more flexible, it is much easier to put the mass line into practice. Many members of the technical staff have been transferred to the workshops, where they take a direct part in production while still continuing their original job of designing or research. Designing and research are thus linked more closely with production, and at the same time the revolutionization of the minds of the technical personnel is facilitated. 7. The cadres and the masses are together in the campaign to fight repudiate revisionism. It is generally accepted that to remold people's world outlook through fighting self and repudiating revisionism is the key to establishing a correct basis for the individual cadre, that of a servant of the people, a willing pupil of the masses. It is the key to the establishment of a relationship of mutual support, mutual confidence, and close cooperation between new and old cadres and between the higher and lower levels. Rectification campaigns are often conducted by the revolutionary committees, and the lead ERS of the revolutionary mass organizations and Young Red Guards sometimes participate in them. During these campaigns there is criticism and self-criticism against any bourgeois influence among them. Wang Mlngfei, a leading political cadre of the former Municipal Party Committee of Xilongtao, recently said, "There is nothing fearful about old age. What is fearful is political degeneration. Not many years ago I became a fairly high official in receipt of a fairly high salary. I swaggered about and the gap between the masses and myself grew wider and wider. I no longer sought to progress politically, and the idea of doing less work, living longer and enjoying my late years in comfort grew in me. I was going revisionist comfortably." Chairman Mao reminded us that we must carry the revolution through to the end and not stop halfway. "Now I am studying with the young people. It's made me feel young again. That is how a revolutionary should always feel young, regardless of his age." At the Guiyang electric motor plant, old and new cadres made a serious study of Chairman Mao's latest instructions and reached the conclusion that to maintain close ties with the masses, it is imperative to go among the masses in the fight self, repudiate revisionism campaign and put oneself under the supervision of the masses. They attend classes for the study of Chairman Mao's works with the masses, and expose and criticize their own selfish ideas. Wherever they take part in physical labor, they join with the masses there in fighting their own self. They fight self at their own workshop meetings, and at meetings of the whole factory. They publicly expose their own selfish ideas and tell others how they overcame them. In heart-to-heart talks with people they also fight self, frankly admitting their own thoughts based on self-interest and seeking the help of other people in combating them. They are carrying on ceaseless revolution, constantly remolding their world outlook in the interest of the proletariat so as to prevent revisionism, combat the class enemy which vainly hopes for the degeneration of China's third or fourth generation and ensure that China's political color will never change. The new kind of relationship growing up between cadres and masses is indicative of the excellent situation in the great proletarian. Cultural revolution. The revolutionary masses are ideologically aroused. In every field of activity, they are learning to use Mao Zedong's thought in the solving of problems. Successors to the proletarian revolutionary cause are steadily maturing, and the ranks of the cadres are being purified. As a result of all this, the collective economy has been greatly consolidated, production is leaping upward and the socialist state is firmer and stronger. Of all the characteristics of the present excellent situation in China, the most outstanding and fundamental one is the fearlessness of the people, the communist spirit generated by selflessness. The masses fear no thing. They are fully confident that armed with Mao Zedong's thought, they can overcome any obstacle or difficulty on their way ahead. With the growing comradeliness in the revolutionary relationship between the cadres and the masses, the several 100 million people of China are becoming united as one man in the single purpose of destroying what is bourgeois and fostering what is proletarian. As the Shanghai workers say, let the class enemy tremble and wail in despair, we'll make the leap, as Chairman Mao has said, from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom, and, under the brilliant guidance of Mao Zedong's thought, go forward from victory to victory. Revolution in Education. Letter from China by Anna Louise Strong, number 54, December 23, 1967. Every school system in history has aimed to train its new generation to serve the interests of the ruling class. The contradictions of education under capitalism produce among American students a rising discontent that I shall not here discuss. Mao Zedong has many times stated the aims of education for China under the dictatorship of the proletariat. A recent book of quotations by Mao on education gives over 500 on this subject alone. The shortest and simplest may be unofficially translated. Our educational policy must give moral, intellectual, and physical education so that those receiving it become working people with socialist consciousness and with culture. This is so simple and brief that its full meaning becomes clear only by contrast to the opposite view which it challenges. China's education had been based on a feudal, dynastic past in which education, tested by examinations, produced a governing elite. This system was modified by importations from the capitalist West and patched over with ideas from the Soviet Union. Even after liberation, the schools had to rely on bourgeois intellectuals for teachers. These were reinforced by people in high authority who sabotaged Mao's ideas for years. His view, for example, that all education should be combined with productive labor, was twisted to apply to a second-rate education for peasants and workers, while the real education still aimed to produce a governing elite by pushing ahead a bright minority, usually of bourgeois or intellectual origin, and testing them by examination marks. Such ideas drew strength from the past and from the school authorities and challenged Mao's ideas down to the time of the Cultural Revolution. They are now called revisionist ideas. Mao breaks definitely with any idea that education should produce a governing elite. It should reduce, not widen the gulf between mental and manual labor and develop an entire generation fit for socialism, in which workers, peasants, armymen, intellectuals are all-round human beings, working class in ideas, armed with science and culture. Nobody has ever yet made consistent attempts to create such an educational system. Lenin included education in his 1917 party program, which proposed free and compulsory general and technical education to the age of 16, adding that it should be closely associated with the performance of socially productive labor. Lenin did not live to carry out this view. Mao did. When classes in colleges and secondary schools closed down in China in summer of 1966 and remained closed for a year, this was not seen by most of the Chinese people as a catastrophe but as a period of preparing a new system. The school buildings did not close when they ceased to have classes. Enough students always remained to carry on the Cultural Revolution locally and to act as hosts to visiting Red Guards who were accommodated by millions in all main centers and chiefly in the schools. For these revolutionary students were touring the country by tens of millions, working in factories, helping peasants with sowing and harvest, learning camping and military drill from army men, exchanging revolutionary experiences with students from other schools and provinces. They were declaring that they got more education from this year of roving than from any previous year of school. It was being said and indirectly attributed to Mao's authority that a child gets a really useful education in his first 6 years, when he learns his relation with father, mother, water, fire, food, and other realities. He then spends the next 12 or more formative years shut up in a room getting a second-hand education from books. All knowledge must be tested by practice in real life. Part of the knowledge picked up by the traveling students was the story of Kangta, one of Mao's achievements in education in Yan'an days, the anti-Japanese military and political college that prepared leadership for the resistance to Japan. An exhibition of Kangta, set up August 1, 1966 in Peking, was visited by millions of Red Guards in following months. Friends living near the hall told me lines of thousands queuing up to see Kangta often snarled traffic for blocks. Kangta, with Lin Piao as president and Mao himself as occasional lecturer, lasted from 1936 to 1945, giving birth to 12 branches in different parts of China as these were liberated. Together these colleges turned out 100,000 graduates from courses of 6 to 8 months. They linked teaching with research and practice, combined study with productive labor. The students built their own classrooms and dwellings, grew their own vegetables and wove their own cloth. Then they went to the front where they beat Japan and Chiang Kai-shek and established socialism in China. What magic in that 6 or 8 months course produced such leadership? Chinese who studied there tell me that they used Mao's works plus current events as teaching material and that they put politics in command. This means nothing in the West where politics, especially in the United States, has become a dirty word. One goes back to Aristotle for the meaning of politics as the science of organizing and directing mankind's collective affairs. This was what they studied in Kangta. They began by making a class analysis of China's society in relation to the emergency of war with Japan. Who are the forces of revolution? Who are the enemies? Who are the allies, actual or potential, temporary or permanent. Next they learn the mass line, how to draw out the ideas and will of the masses, the workers, peasants, and soldiers, and work these over into organizational forms which the masses would accept as their own. That, in Kangta, was the basic learning of politics. Learning this, they spread swiftly over tile land to organize resistance and later to build the new China. To this basic knowledge all special knowledge could later be added when needed. For instance, when the People's Liberation Army took their first big city, they had already prepared for weeks to administer it. They set up a camp of refugees from that city plus skilled administrators from smaller towns and worked out through joint discussion the future operations and the personnel responsible for them street by street. When they finally took the city, their advance forces came in with posters that told the population their intent and asked everyone to stay quietly on his job. Kangta graduates organized this, having learned politics. The story of Kangta was part of the knowledge the Red Guards got in Peking. When they finally assembled for classes in summer of 1967, they were eager and full of ideas. They were told that, in creating the new education, the teachers were a crucial force because of their experience, and the workers and peasants were masters of the country who must be consulted, but they themselves, the JZ revolutionary students, were the main force in developing a new education. So they promptly set to work and produced many pilot plans in many parts of China. These may be viewed with scorn by some professional scholars in the West but will probably be hailed by many Western students with startled delight. I shall give some samples here. A college in Shanghai. Tongji, the College of Civil Engineering in Shanghai, is a university of long standing which this year is 60 years old. From 1,000 students on a 25-acre campus at the time of liberation in 1949, it grew to its present 7,000 students on 260 acres of land. Its students achieved their revolutionary committee in June. This consists of 45 members, 35 of whom are students, the chairman being a senior student aged 23. This is the active body that runs the university, the president having been thrown out and the 8 previous faculties abolished. A group of the students told their plans to Sol Adler on his recent trip to Shanghai. He describes them as very intelligent and articulate. Until the Cultural Revolution, they explained, the college was dominated by bourgeois intellectuals. They disdained students from worker and peasant families as stupid and preferred students of bourgeois origin, especially pushing prodigies who might make records and later shed honor on their professors. They glorified foreign examples. In architecture they taught us how to build law courts in London, government buildings in Berlin or Washington, Notre Dame in Paris. They also taught China's feudal architecture, such as the design of the building in Dream of the Red Chamber. We were not told to learn masonry or carpentry but to become great artists with a painter's eye, a musician's ear, a philosopher's brain and a poet's feeling. We were told that architects are not ordinary workers but conductors in an orchestra. After 5 or 6 years of this we needed 2 years practical work to get our feet on the ground. Students had disliked this kind of learning for a long time. In 1958 Mao called for a revolution in education and there was some revolution in design in Tongji but bourgeois elements in the administration sabotaged it. In 1966 the Cultural Revolution revived tendencies that had long existed. Revolutionary students formed a Red Guard organization called The East is Red. It began with 700 members. Conservatives formed an opposing group which started with 4,000 students. It disintegrated fast when its nature became clear. By December 1966 the East is Red was the strongest mass organization in the college. It took active part in Shanghai's municipal revolution in January, and also formed its own Grand Alliance, which later progressed to its 3-in-1 Alliance and its Revolutionary Committee. When classes reopened in July 1967, the students wanted more serious and permanent changes than those made in 1958 to 60. They therefore chose an inspection team of 100 students to visit factories and construction sites around Shanghai to get opinions of workers, peasants, and construction men on what kind of education was needed. They spent the 2 months of August and September in this kind of consultation before making their present plans. They were also guided by Mao's May 7 directive on education contained in a letter he wrote to Lin Piao in 1966, in which he said that the students' main task is to study, but they should also learn industrial work, farming, and military affairs, and concluded, the period of schooling should be shortened, education should be revolutionized, the domination of our schools by bourgeois intellectuals should not be allowed to continue. Tongji University and its 8 faculties have been replaced by a new organization called the May 7 Commune in honor of Mao's May 7th directive. This must not be confused with the rural communes engaged in agriculture. It combines the university with a designing organization and a construction organization and carries on tuition, designing and construction all at once. Courses that formerly took 5 or 6 years are now reduced to 3 years with a liberal mixture of physical labor, which is not merely token practice work on the campus but actual production on a construction site where veteran workers give instructions. If a student operates a crane, he does it under a man who is a crane operator. Subjects like mathematics and physics are taught in classrooms but also combined with problems of construction on the spot. Such is Tongji's present experimental status. Sample of middle school. We next glance at number 6 middle school in Shanghai, in a working class district with 2,000 students from 12 to 19 years of age. One group of them quickly gathered around Adler and the talk was lively. It gives you a lift to visit such schools, says Adler. These students had also visited factories and communes and discussed education with workers and peasants. Many had visited Peking and seen chairman Mao in a review of Red Guards. Chief characteristic of this school is their plan to combine with a primary school and cut the total 12 years to 9 years of genera. China 53. Education for pupils from 6 to 15, after which they will take a full-time job in factory or on a farm for 2 years. Future decision will be based both on scholastic abilities in school and the standing the youth wins among his fellows in work. He may return to special schools for special types of education. Many middle schools are suggesting this 9 years schooling to the age of 16 followed by 2 years full-time job. It is better for the students, they said in Shanghai. You don't know what you want to do until you try a job. 16 is a good age to begin deciding. 12 years is too long for unbroken attention to books. The students here discussed many details of method. Their comments on examinations were clearly derived from Mao's statement that present examinations are surprise attacks on students. Some subjects, they said, don't need examinations, in others the students should be allowed to bring their notes and reference books. In any case they should be tested for reasoning ability, not for memory. History textbooks will all have to be rewritten. In discussing agriculture we invite an experienced peasant to talk. In physics we ask a worker or technician. More important than all methods they considered the question of world outlook. The former teaching poisoned even working class students, they said. They instanced a student whose mother was a streetcar driver. The boy was ashamed of this. One day it rained hard and his mother brought him an umbrella. When other boys asked who she was, he said that she was a neighbor. This kind of world outlook, judged the students, must go. Accounts from many colleges and middle schools appear in China's press. In one Peking middle school students do the teaching while the teachers assist. In others they invite an experienced peasant or worker to lecture. In some the students hold debates. In one school the students first met, decided what information they wanted and invited the teacher of their choice to come and give it. At first some teachers were afraid when the classes opened, they had been subjected to criticism by students and feared they had lost their dignity and could not enforce discipline. One of these consulted the PLA man who was helping the school get started. He told her she was thinking too much in terms of self and advised her to tell the students how she felt at her first class. She did so by basing her talk on Mao's article about Bethune. She confessed that she herself had been afraid of her students and had not lived up to the standard set by the Canadian doctor of selfless devotion. The students listened with rapt attention and later gathered around to say, "We didn't know you were like this. If we had, we would not have criticized so hard." A new type of student-pupil relation is growing up, based on mutual comradeship rather than awe. Based on Mao. All these activities are based on Mao's teachings about education. I end with what Mao said over 30 years ago when he wrote on practice as the test of truth. In the present epoch, the responsibility of correctly knowing and changing the world has been placed by history, on the proletariat and its party. This process of changing the world, in accordance with scientific knowledge, has already reached an historic moment in the history of the world and of China, a moment unprecedented in human history, that is the moment for finally banishing darkness from the world and from China and for changing the world into a world of light such as has never previously existed. These are the ingredients stirred by the Cultural Revolution into the making of a new education, created by students and teachers on consultation with workers, peasants, and army men. All present forms are experimental, but the forces at work inspire hope. China Report. Subscribe now. Introductory. Rates. Strengthen the friendship between the Chinese and American peoples. Published monthly /Box 326, Cathedral Station, New York 25, NV 10025 12 issues 32.00. Comrade Thukken Then Tun, Chairman of the Communist Party of Burma. Burma. Ablaze. By Minlat Yekon. From the Afro-Asian Journalist. October 1967. Burmese people's struggle against colonialism and imperialism began ever since 1824 when the British started their annexation of the country. The struggle assumed various forms, legal and illegal, armed and unarmed. It ranged from modest defense of religion or culture to the anti-fascist armed revolt, from the outdated peasant rebellions to the highest forms of proletarian actions. Various classes have taken their turns at the helm of the Burmese Revolution, but Burmese historical experience itself has amply illustrated the fact that the working class must lead the nation in its fight for freedom. The young working class is also living up to its historical role. Especially after the foundation of the Communist Party of Burma on August 15, 1939, the working class and its party ushered in a brilliant stage of the Burmese Revolution. It was precisely under the leadership of the CPB that a National United Front, the anti-fascist PEOPLES Freedom League, was formed, and that the first military triumph, the victorious anti-fascist revolt of 1945, was won. In the post-war years, the British colonialists found that they could no longer ignore the Burmese demands for national independence. They were, however, reluctant to come to terms with the communists in the FPLO and therefore engineered to oust them from the National United Front. Exploiting the vacillation and opportunism of leaders like Major General Aung San, U Nu, Uba Sui, U Kai Onyin and others, the older politicians who were known for their collaboration with colonialism infiltrated into the League. The older and the younger bourgeois leaders joined hands to expel the CPB from the FPLO. As if this were not enough, the imperialist diehards even murdered Aung San, whom they did not fully trust. Only when the national forces were gravely split did the British colonialists hand over the administrative power to the FPLO and to U Nu, a demagogic personality. At the same time, they took great precautions to keep Burma as a semi-colonial country even after the declaration of her incomplete independence on January 4, 1948. It must be mentioned at this juncture that, although it came rather recently to Burma, Marxism established firm roots in the land and spread like wildfire. The word capitalist became abusive epithet while socialism came to be recognized as a password in Burmese politics. The pre-war struggles against British Burma 55 colonialism were fought out under the banner of socialism. During the war also all the anti-fascist fighters in the ranks of the FPLO were taught Marxist ideas. The dominant demand after the war, as it is still now, was for the establishment of a people's democracy, well set on the road to socialism. Thus, when the bourgeois one leaders betrayed the revolution, compromised with the Colorado nihilists to set up a semi-colonial country under bourgeois dictatorship, much discontent was provoked and political disagreements sharpened to a critical point in 1947-48. Thus, as soon as UNIL's cabinet used force in a bid to smash the vanguard, the Communist Party of Burma, on March 28, 1948, the people retaliated with guns in their hands. The Burmese Civil War has been in progress ever since. During these 19 years there were times when the revolutionary tide ran high in the country, as there were times when the revolution suffered certain setbacks. But the communists and their allies were able to persist in the armed struggle and to foil all attempts by the bourgeoisie to consolidate their dictatorship. Far from stabilizing their positions, the bourgeois leadership hopelessly split up into three factions of UNU, UBA Sway and General Ne Win. The last-mentioned clique took advantage of the political impotency of the other two and staged a bloodless coup d'état in 1958. But the brutal methods that the military clique employed in their wholesale suppression of the progressive forces soon won for them the intense hatred and resistance of the people, and UNU, the demagogue, was again restored in 1960. All these shuffles, however, were of no avail, and the People's Revolution continued in its steady ascent. In 1962, Ne Win staged a second coup d'état and totally replaced the parliamentary form of bourgeois dictatorship by a military form. This time the Ne Win clique took great pains to keep up a socialist visage. As has been mentioned, socialist ideas dominate in Burma, and after World War II no political party of any significance has ever dared to drop the demand for socialism. The reactionary BA Sway group are members of the Asian Socialist International. UNU's clique preaches a form of Buddhist socialism. Other petty bourgeois parties also flirt with Marxism. Learning from his bitter experiences in 1958 to 1960, Ne Win now declares his phony Burmese way to socialism, which is nothing but a political weapon aimed to disrupt the people's struggle for real socialist ideals. The nationalization activities of the military clique primarily serve this purpose. Some nationalization of domestic enterprises are simply steps by which the bourgeois group in power destroys the other groups for its own benefit. Nationalization of foreign property is also made with detailed provisions to safeguard the interests of the owners not only in future perspectives but also at the present stage. There is no wonder that with all this hullabaloo going on about Burmese socialism, neither imperialist gunboats nor colonialist paratroopers had attacked the Ne Win regime as has been the practice elsewhere. The military government strictly avoids the mass line in all its socialization moves. After all, what is nationalized by order of the military dictator can also be denationalized by its order. The agrarian arrangements are also provisional. The government only suspends the payment of rents but refuses to expropriate the land from the landowners and distribute it among the tillers of the soil. It is Ne Win's desire, first of all, to crush or at least weaken the revolutionary forces with the aid of these progressive-sounding activities, and later to revise all these measures to pursue an openly reactionary road. From the very beginning the military government failed to hide its true features from the people. They witnessed the infamous massacre of students on July 7, 1962, they know of the arrests, tortures, and murders of many progressive elements. They are victims of the barbarous policies of destruction carried out in the countryside. There are too many crimes committed by the Ne Win clique, too many proofs of their reactionary nature. Due to their ruthless exploitation of the people and to the rapacious policies of wanton plunder practiced at all levels by their henchmen, the economic situation of the country has also declined to unknown depths. One of the outstanding phenomena can be seen in the present catastrophic shortage of rice that has brought famine, never known before, to Burma. With the rising discontent of the people, the revolutionary forces have also strengthened their ranks to deal the Ne Win government heavy blows militarily as well as politically. Comparatively speaking, Ne Win has had better successes in donning the mask of active neutralism in foreign affairs. but this has been falling off as the US aggression of Vietnam intensified and the struggles of the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America gathered momentum. During the recent Israeli aggression of the Arab countries also his commitments to, and ties with, the imperialist bloc were further revealed. Now, faced with a growing economic crisis and also military and political defeats at home, the Wen clique can no longer wear its mask of neutrality. In order to woo more economic, military, and political aid from the imperialist camp led by the US and the modern revisionists headed by the Soviet leaders, it has openly staged the recent anti-China and anti-Chinese campaign throughout the country. But this plot only served to expose the reactionary nature of the military government even further. The Wen clique will fail in its maneuvers to stop the tide of the Burmese Revolution. In spite of all measures taken by the ruling class, the people have been carrying on a glorious armed struggle for the last 2 decades. It is also an outstanding characteristic of the Burmese Civil War that all the national minorities are also up in revolt, guns in their hands, against the government. In May 1959, the National Democratic Unity Front, that includes the Communist Party of Burma, the Karen National Unity Party, the New Mon State Party, the Kaya National Progress Party and the Chin leadership, was established. It can also be hoped that, in the not too 56 World Revolution distant future, the Shan and the Kachin revolutionaries will join hands with the NDUF in the fight against the common enemy. In the recent years, the operation zones of the revolutionaries have increased considerably, affecting 31 districts or 67% of the country's total area. Since 1965 the People's forces have been attacking and temporarily seizing small and medium-sized towns. The recent victories like those at the towns of Gyeongbok and Pyeoppan are typical examples. The Communist Party of Burma issued a call in 1964 to annihilate the enemy in squads, and this became a reality since 1965. The revolutionary forces are now even wiping out the enemy at platoon strength. One of the recent battles, for instance, near Pakong, where our forces killed 10 enemy soldiers, including 1 captain, wounded 13 others and seized a large amount of arms and ammunition, is also an example. Incidentally, the Pakong battle is supposed to be one of the many punishments inflicted on the enemy for his crime of engaging in anti-Chinese atrocities. In future we may count with the military government following a more overt reactionary line, depending even more than ever before on US imperialists and the Soviet revisionists. As long as it was able to feign leftist tendencies, some sections of the people held certain illusions towards it, but now, thoroughly exposed internally as well as abroad, no American military aid nor Soviet political intrigues can save the Wen clique. The people are bound to triumph because their cause is just and because they are led by the Communist Party of Burma, which is loyal to Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's thought. They have also the National Democratic Unity Front that is growing in prestige day after day. The Burmese people enjoy the support of the great Chinese PEOPLE, 700 million strong, and they are winning the sympathy of all the progressive peoples the world over. The Burmese people have traversed the arduous path of revolutionary struggle for many long years. During the last 19 years also they have accumulated much experience. It is they who will sweep the imperialists, the revisionists and the domestic reactionaries away from their country. It is they who will build a completely independent, peaceful, united and prosperous people's democracy in their land. People's War in Vietnam. Burma by MG Day. Australian Communists expose revisionist views of North Korean leaders. From Vanguard, organ of the Australian Communist Party, December 21, 1967. An effort is being made to circulate in Australia in the English language the views of certain of the leaders of the Korean Workers' Party. This is done particularly by the circulation in Australia of papers called Pyongyang Times and People's Korea. The latter is published in Japan. This material uses words against revisionism. It even uses quite strong words. It even contains correct general statements against revisionism. but what it never does is to identify the chief center of revisionism in the world, namely the Soviet revisionist clique. It is like condemning murder in general without ever naming the well-known murderers or bringing them to book. To do that is to protect the murderers. And this is the very purpose of these Korean documents. The struggle against revisionism is a concrete specific struggle. It is a struggle aimed at a known target. That target is the Soviet revisionist clique. This clique is but the other arm of US imperialism. No one today seriously denies the alliance of US imperialism and Soviet revisionism. This North Korean clique lends itself to all the calls of the Soviet revisionist clique for so-called United Socialist Action in Vietnam. This so-called United Socialist Action is aimed at helping the Soviet revisionist clique more effectively to sell out the Vietnamese people. It is a fraud pure and simple. It is to let the chief collaborator with US imperialism have a bigger say in the Vietnam question. It is to let one conspirator right into the house of the victim of the conspiracy so that he can let the other conspirator in. Under the cover of general words against revisionism, these persons in North Korea are actually serving the Soviet revisionist clique and the US imperialists. Their service takes the form, too, of attacks upon the Chinese communists. True, they do not mention the Chinese communists by name. But by clear implication, innuendo, and insinuation they ceaselessly attack the splendid Marxism-Leninism of the Chinese communists. They attack the highest development of Marxism-Leninism, the thought of Mao Zedong. They call it dogmatism. Lenin long ago pointed out that Marxism was not uncommonly assailed under the slogan of combating dogmatism. The North Koreans do just that. Why do they do it? Because basically they are revisionist. They hate Marxism-Leninism, the thought of Mao Zedong. They fear the US imperialists, so they try to please them by attacking the Chinese communists. This is in keeping with the cringing cowardice of all revisionists. What makes it all the more disgusting is that almost 500,000 Chinese young men died in the struggle to throw the US imperialists out of the northern part of Korea. The Chinese people gave selfless aid to Korea in its reconstruction. The Chinese communists would be the last to raise such questions, but no honest person can forget them. The boasting bragging of the leader of this Korean clique that he was the first to combat revisionism looks very hollow in the light of facts. The Korean people, however, will in the end call this clique to account and throw it into the rubbish bin of history. No one should be misled by the so-called anti-revisionism of this Korean clique. It is using the words of anti-revisionism to peddle the real revisionism of the Soviet revisionist clique. It is closely allied with the Miyamoto clique of the Japanese Communist Party. It has a close affinity too with the non-Marxist-Leninist Castro group in Cuba. It is no accident that those three have stepped up their circulation of foreign language material. Pyongyang Times openly praises the Miyamoto revisionist clique in the Japanese Party. This clique attacks the Chinese communists and Mao Zedong. It, too, peddles the line of the Soviet revisionist clique. It has recently reached agreement with the Aaron's revisionist clique in Australia. All this is but a division of revisionist labor. The Soviet revisionist clique pursues one line, the North Korean clique a slightly different line, the Miyamoto clique still another, Castro again a different line. But what they all have in common is revisionism. Because such people have accumulated some political capital and have deceived honest people in the past, the revelation of their true features is a gradual process. But events move so fast now that revelation is speeded up. It is necessary for us to struggle against these people and revisionism in all its variations. 57. Special Communiqué on Historic Tet Offensive. The communiqué said, in the 6 days from the night of January 29 to February 4, the Liberation Armed Forces and people of South Vietnam wiped out more than 50,000 enemy troops, including over 10,000 U.S. aggressor troops, and disintegrated 200,000 puppet troops. Many U.S. and puppet army units were annihilated, including 3 armored regiments and 29 battalions. Our armed forces and people mounted surprise attacks on 30 airfields of the Americans and puppets, including those at Da Nang, Tan Son An Hut and Bien Hoa, destroyed more than 1,500 enemy planes and over 4,000 enemy cars, and sank or damaged 50 warships and gunboats of the enemy. In response to the call to battle issued by the Presidium of the Central Committee of the South Vietnam National Front for Liberation, the Liberation Armed Forces, together with the local people and various kinds of patriotic armed forces, launched fierce attacks on all fronts on the night of January 29 or in the small hours of January 30. The people in cities and villages that were held by the enemy for the time being rose in battle simultaneously. With the force of an avalanche, the 14 million people in South Vietnam have advanced courageously, performed spectacular exploits in fighting such as never known before in the war against U.S. aggression and for national salvation, and brought the revolution in the South to a new high tide. The armed forces and the people in South Vietnam mounted attacks and rose in struggle in 6 major cities: Saigon, Hue, Da Nang, Nha Trang, Qui An, and Da Lat, and in virtually all provincial capitals and cities. Up to February 4, they launched extensive attacks and struggles against 37 provincial capitals and cities, hundreds of district cities and towns, and the vast countryside that was occupied by the enemy for the time being. A great number of top military and administrative organizations of the U.S. puppet clique in various cities, such as the U.S. Embassy, the residence of the puppet president, the headquarters of the General Staff of the Puppet Army, the command of the Puppet Navy, the command of the U.S. Marines, and the general headquarters of the Puppet Police were attacked by the South Vietnam PLAF. Command issues Special Communique No. 2: the unprecedented spectacular victories won by the dauntless South Vietnamese people and their armed forces in sweeping attacks on all fronts, attacks characterized by close coordination between armed forces and civilians, between cities and countryside, and from within and outside, have been reviewed by the Command of the South Vietnam People's Liberation Armed Forces in its Special Communique No. 2 issued on February 7, 1968. We are reprinting in full the text of an article which appeared in Xinhua February 8, 1968 on this historic communique. Liberation Armed Forces and People. Attacks were also mounted against the commands of all the 4 military sectors of the Puppet Army, the commands of 8 of the 11 divisions of the Puppet Army, the headquarters of 2 special sectors of the Puppet Army, the commands of 15 puppet regiments and 2 U.S. field commands, etc. The South Vietnamese Army and people attacked 30 enemy airfields, including 11 of the 14 major airfields of the U.S. puppet clique, the Da Nang, Chu Lai, Nha Trang, Dong Tak, Bien Hoa, Tan Son An Hut, Phu Bai, Qui An Han, Pleiku, Kendo, and Phan Rang airfields. The other 19 airfields attacked were those at Don Ha, Ai2, Dac Can, Hue, Tay Loc, Ngoc Man, Ban Mi Thout, and Ki, Bong Sun, Com Turn, Dong Ba Dien, Vin Long, Soc Trang, Ba Shuyan, Six Ton, Tra Vin, Ben Tre, Mai Tho, and Dong Nu. Altogether more than 1,500 enemy planes were destroyed at these airfields. The South Vietnamese Army and people also disrupted various land and water communication lines of the enemy, completely paralysing such important arteries as Highways 1, 4, and 14. During this period, the South Vietnamese Army and people destroyed more than 4,000 enemy military vehicles of all kinds, including large numbers of tanks and armored cars. They also sank or destroyed 50 enemy warships and gunboats. 58. Vietnam. All enemy radio stations in the 6 major cities and many wired radio stations in various cities were destroyed. Many enemy logistic bases, tunups, and depots lor strategic stockpiling were also assaulted. High South Vietnamese Army and people captured or destroyed millions of tons of ammunition, oil, and all kinds of war instruments. According to initial reports, the South Vietnamese Army and people wiped out altogether more than 50,000 enemy troops, including over 10,000 U.S. troops, and disintegrated 200,000 puppet troops. Many U.S. and puppet Army units were annihilated, including 3 armored regiments and 29 battalions. Many units of puppet troops were disintegrated, including 3 regiments, 12 infantry battalions, 1 armored sub-regiment and 4 military training centers. The South Vietnamese armed forces and people captured tens of thousands of arms of all kinds and destroyed hundreds of guns of different caliber. The communiqué said that fighting in close coordination with the various revolutionary armed forces, the people of all strata in various places rose in action to overthrow the local regimes of traitors and running dogs, smashed the enemy rule, wiped out those notorious puppet officials whose hands were stained with the blood of the people, freed more than 20,000 people from enemy prisons and established revolutionary regimes. The communiqué said that in the revolutionary storm, the political and armed forces of the people have grown very rapidly in size and strength. Millions of people, men and women, young and old, irrespective of difference in political beliefs, religious creed, and nationality, have united as one, struggled vigorously and contributed their part to the cause of the liberation of the motherland. The various alliances of national and peace forces in Saigon, the Alliance of National, Democratic, and Peace Forces in Hue and various other revolutionary organizations came into being and took up the glorious tasks of the nation. The People's Liberation Armed Forces have given full play to their tradition of being determined to fight and to win. Various armed self-defense units, the militia guerrillas and various insurgent contingents have emerged. Many patriotic armed outfits have come into being. With arms captured from the enemy, they fought side by side with the people against the enemy and for national salvation. Great commotion arose within the rank and file of the puppet army and the puppet administration. Many officers and men and even whole units of the puppet army and many functionaries of the puppet regime have crossed over to the side of the people in response to the call of the motherland. Preliminary reports said that puppet soldiers rose en masse and gave up 169 strongholds and posts in 11 provinces alone and joined the ranks of the revolutionaries. Patriotic soldiers in the puppet army who oppose the U.S. aggressors and the Nguyen Van Thieu Nguyen Caoky clique have set up organizations of their own. In face of the crushing military attacks by the revolutionary armed forces of all categories and the lashing storms of struggle of the people rising everywhere, the U.S. aggressors and their lackeys have suffered disastrous defeats in all fields, militarily and politically, strategically and tactically, and have been driven into dire straits. They have been pinned down everywhere and beaten to the quick in all key places. The U.S. aggressors have been forced to scatter their forces, with their combat strength weakened immensely. The puppet army is fast disintegrating. The corrupt and decadent puppet regime is falling apart. The foundations on which the neocolonialist policy of the United States is based in South Vietnam are crumbling at their very root. The victories won in the past few days by our armed forces and people are enormous, all-round victories of utmost importance. They have made it clear that the South Vietnamese people and their armed forces are invincible. Their invincible might comes from the unity of the entire population rallying millions as one man with a common will under the glorious banner of the National Front for Liberation. This testifies to the joint might of people SWAT, the incomparably rich and creative forms of fighting and struggle, and the various armed and political forces which have fought brilliantly, fiercely and extensively and have won spectacular victories. These victories have also shown that our position is more secure and our forces become stronger than ever. Out-armed forces and people have given full play to their initiative in attack. They dashed forward in unison. The more they fought, the greater their victories. They attacked without let-up in the flush of their past victories, score ever bigger ones and will go on fighting until complete victory is achieved. Our moral, organizational, and other strength becomes bigger in the course of the fighting. We develop our OWF, strength while fighting. We are fully capable of defeating the enemy under any circumstances. The communiqué said that these victories are inseparable from the sincere support of our brothers and friends in the 5 continents who are giving us energetic assistance and 60 World Revolution encouragement. The communiqué said that the great victories won by the armed forces and people in the South have also shown that although U.S. imperialism possesses a huge aggressor force with 1,200,000 men and although it has resorted to all the most brutal and crafty means, it still finds itself bewildered and helpless before the marvelous striking power of our armed forces and people in the South. The failure of the United States is obvious. Even if it carries on its last-ditch struggle obstinately and madly and increases its troops and means of war, it cannot possibly put an end to its dangerously awkward predicament and is doomed to complete defeat. In execution of the order of the Central Committee of the South Vietnam National Front for Liberation, the command of the People's Liberation Armed Forces warmly commends the matchless, courageous fighting spirit and outstanding ability and talent of all the cadres and fighters of the main force units, regional armed forces and militia guerrilla units, which have continuously dealt such heavy blows at the enemy on all the battlefields that he is scared out of his wits. It warmly commends all the compatriots for their love of the motherland and the nation and their unyielding spirit, compatriots who have stood up with a common resolve and, together with the various revolutionary armed forces, attacked without let up and won one victory after another. It warmly welcomes and praises the spirit of rising in struggle of the patriotic organizations, patriotic people's groups, revolutionary armed units, insurgent army units and other revolutionary armed organizations, which, together with our compatriots and the People's Liberation Armed Forces, have performed brilliant military exploits. Our armed forces and people are continuing their fierce and wholly triumphant battles and are performing one spectacular feat after another. The communiqué called on all armed forces and people to bear in mind the teaching of President Ho Chi Minh: the nearer the victory, the greater the hardships. The enemy, like a cornered beast, will react more madly. Therefore, our armed forces and people should further strengthen their solidarity, fight perseveringly, harder and without let up, so as to win still bigger victories. The communiqué urged all the armed forces and people of Vietnam to unite as one man and continue their triumphant advance to exploit their victories and keep up the attacks on the U.S. puppet clique, so as to wipe out still more enemy effectives, smash the U.S. imperialists' aggressive designs, crush the puppet army, overthrow the puppet regime and completely win the struggle against U.S. aggression and for national salvation. Everything's okay. They never reached the mimeograph machine. 22nd anniversary of the Proclamation of Independence of Laos from Vietnam Courier, October 1967. Successes of 22 years. Revolutionary struggle of the Lao people. Military successes. A. Achievements of 9 years of struggle against the French colonialists. 3,000 battles were fought in which 17,000 enemy soldiers were put out of action, including 1,000 officers and 20,000 firearms of various descriptions and over 300 tons of military equipment seized. B. Achievements in the struggle against the U.S. imperialists and their henchmen. From 1954 to the end of August 1967, 79,000 enemy soldiers were wiped out, including 31,440 killed, 18,690 wounded, and 28,870 who were captured or surrendered. Thousands of tons of arms and ammunition were seized. Between May 17, 1964 and September 21, 1967, 665 U.S. aircraft were downed or destroyed. Over 30 motorboats and craft were sunk or set ablaze. Building of the liberated areas. From 2 regroupment provinces in 1954, the liberated areas covered in 1962 2/3 of the Lao territory with half the country's total population. Laos was a backward agrarian country with a poor economy and a declining culture. Now, in 5 years of national construction, the liberated areas alone have recorded the following achievements. Agriculture, up to now 40 small and medium-size hydraulic works have been built to irrigate 8,000 hectares of rice fields. After the successful experiment made in 1965 on the cultivation of the winter-spring rice, at present 5 provinces boast 2 crop fields. Handicrafts, within a short period of time, 16 enterprises have been built in the liberated areas, such as weaving and rice husking mills, ready-made clothing factories, earthenware, motor car repair workshops, etc. Commerce, communication lines have been repaired and developed. State shops have been set up in all districts, to supply means of production and other goods directly to the people and buy forest and agricultural products from them. Culture and education. There are 824 general education establishments including 7 secondary schools, 3 elementary teachers' schools, 1 secondary teachers' school, 4 schools to train teachers for infant classes. Since 1963, 550,000 textbooks have been printed. The Lao language is taught in primary and elementary schools. The Mio script has been popularized. Health service. There are in the liberated areas 10 centrally run or provincial hospitals with 850 beds and specialized departments, a widespread network of infirmaries, first aid stations, and maternity homes, and a dozen mobile medical teams. Over 200 doctors, assistant doctors, and pharmacists and 4,000 nurses. A number of drug stores producing over 10 tons of medicines a year. 61. Hakha rejects revisionist aid. Warns Greek fascists. From Hakha's report to the 4th Congress of the Democratic Front of Albania, September 14, 1967. The Greek monarchic fascists have been stating for the last 25 years in SUC session that they are in a state of war with Albania for the persuasive reason that fascist Italy, which attacked and occupied Albania in 1939, attacked also Greece. It requires only the logic of a Greek fascist to blabber for 25 years at a stretch about this ingenious and unique idea. But we say to the Greek fascists, don't you see that the People's Republic of Albania does not give a damn that you state you are in a state of war with it? But behind this absurd intention there stands another aggressive intention far more absurd, that of territorial revendications on our country by the pseudo-palikars of Athens. They claim South Albania since, according to them, it turns out to be Greek territory. Greek monarchic fascists and their allies in the Balkans and abroad imagine to be living when the chauvinist cliques of the Balkans, assisted by imperialist powers, used to attack Albania, chop it up, snatch away large tracts of land and enslave a large part of its population. We say to the Greek monarchic fascists and their friends, keep your heads on, for history is not repeated twice. Who dares encroach upon the sacred borders of our fatherland will meet his doom. The fascists of Athens and those of Janina who are ruthlessly oppressing the Greek people, who have set up their odious military dictatorship, who filled their jails and islands of extermination with people, howl like dogs to the moon and imagine that the day has come for pieces of meat to fall from the moon for them. They hold fairs, deliver speeches, and revendicate South Albania. We say to the Greek monarchic fascists, no men have yet been born to be able to intimidate the Albanians. The boundaries of Albania and Albanian territory are protected by a PEOPLE and party who shower bullets on all those who would dare to encroach upon them. But it is our duty to warn them, do not tread on air, for in case you embark on any venture, you will be heavily punished. If you encroach on our borders, we will turn you to mud. If you think that you possess superiority in men and armaments and that you would gulp down socialist Albania in no time, try it and see how much your skin is worth. If you are planning to bring the flames of battle to our borders, we tell you that these flames will burn down your own homes, and then we will clear accounts with you, and the wrongs and gross injustices committed against Albania throughout history by the Balkan chauvinist cliques and various imperialists will most certainly be righted. One other thing we should like to say to the Greek monarchic fascists and US imperialists, their acolytes and instigators in crime. It is no only the borders of Albania that are insurmountable, since they are protected by a brave people and an eagle-like party, but Albania is neither alone nor isolated. If you encroach upon our boundaries, bear well in mind that the AI which will come to socialist Albania in its defense will know no state boundaries whatsoever. We believe that the Greek monarchic fascists will have no misunderstanding about this matter. The Greek monarchic fascists are both shabby and extremely greedy, straining their bloody eyes in all directions. They forget the heavy blows the brave Turkish people, led by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, dealt at Venizelos hordes, and who are again prepared to deal another blow at them, if they infringe upon the vital and sovereign interests of their brave brothers of Cyprus, the legitimate rights of which people the Albanians and their government have upheld and will continue to uphold also in the days to come. Now a few words about the modern revisionists headed by those of the Soviet Union, We say to these, you are allies of the US imperialists and Greek monarchic fascists against the People's Republic of Albania, therefore it is futile for you to shed crocodile tears and call upon that rag of a Warsaw Treaty to allegedly come to Albania's aid. The Albanians know you tooth and nail, though they may be atomic teeth at that. We are not at all scared of you, and we take no notice either of your crocodile tears, the Warsaw Treaty, or your fake aids in time of danger. We are able to cope with every danger successfully by ourselves. If you raise the dagger masked with demagogy against us, have no misgivings that we shall point the rifle at you, and the thunder of our rifle will be heard in the Soviet Union and in your countries where the mighty 62 fist of the heroic Leninists and Stalinists, of the brave fraternal Soviet people, will be raised over your heads like a windstorm. Your end will then have been sealed. We believe that modern revisionists led by Soviet revisionists will have no misunderstandings about this matter either. Socialist Albania will live for ages as a free, sovereign, and independent country. It will always stand out as an example of the vitality and heroism of a marvelous and patriotic people, closely united in the democratic front round their heroic party of labor, which, within these last 25 years, has made New Albania strong and inviolable, surrounded by the fiery devotion of sincere friends and of the revolutionary people of the world. 1966 message from Polish Underground. Dear comrades, in Poland, 10 years ago, the modern revisionists usurped power in the country through a counter-revolutionary plot. They established close relations with the revisionist leadership in the Soviet Union and, following the example of inveterate imperialist agent Tito, embarked on the road to restoring capitalism. The Polish United Workers' Party has been transformed these recent years into a social democratic party of the bourgeois type. Under its old revolutionary label, it assumed a new bourgeois content. After the Poznan counter-revolution, when the political situation continued to be fluctuating, it was publicly stated, whoever would dare to raise his arm against people's power should rest assured that the people's power would cut off his arm, but, after the October turn was effected, no arm, not even a finger, was injured. The counter-revolutionary criminals were acquitted and a curtain was drawn over the bloody Poznan affair as well as the entire 1956 counter-revolutionary turn, so that the working class might not trace the real threads of the Trotskyite, nationalist plot direct against the proletarian revolution in Poland. Now the real revolutionaries are subjected to terror. Now, because they have defended the interests of the working masses and the dictatorship of the proletariat, numerous communists have been jailed and condemned for various terms of imprisonment, as for instance, Józef Zneczyński of Warsaw, Władimir Rowiński of Girodowie, and others. Under such critical conditions, when the working class of our country has remained, in fact, without its own revolutionary organization, the Polish Communist Party has been set up and carries on its work in a clandestine way, organized by the Marxist-Leninists for the purpose of organizing the struggle against the traitors to socialism and to prevent the restoration of capitalism in Poland. 1716 Polish working class. The following is a section of the message of greetings from the Provisional Central Committee of the Communist Party of Poland to the 5th Congress of the Party of Labor of Albania. While the message was written in October, 1966, its importance lies in the fact that in Poland, as throughout Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, there have emerged revolutionary Marxist, Leninist parties and organizations which are functioning among the masses with the aim of overthrowing the revisionist traitors to socialism. Emancipation, a struggle which wound up with the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. During the 22 years of socialist construction, the working class has grown and has become a great revolutionary force. High spite of the counter-revolutionary turn, there are in Poland a large number of revolutionary cadres. There are communists throughout the country in the Social Democratic Polish United Workers' Party, in the mass organizations of workers, peasants, and youth, in the organs of public security and defense of the country, in the cities and the countryside. The truth about the counter-revolutionary turn in Poland cannot be covered up either by slogans about creative Marxism-Leninism and socialist construction or by libels against true revolutionaries. Not even jails can close the eyes and mouths of our revolutionary working class or check their willpower to fight against the traitors to socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The fight continues and will spread and become more acute as the traitors to the proletarian dictatorship are further exposed until it leads to the complete exposure of the revisionists and the triumph of the dictatorship of the proletariat. No restoration of capitalism will come about in Poland. Dear comrades, the Polish people are following with great 64 World Revolution. Has major and brilliant experience in revolutionary struggles. Lenin has often emphasized the massive character and combative spirit of the revolutionary activities of the proletariat of Warsaw, Lodz, and Silesia. During the war, the Polish working class led the people in their struggle for national liberation and social concern and anxiety. The aggressive policy of the US imperialists, for they are at the same time directly challenged by TO militarists of TO Federal German Republic who make no secret of their own rapacious intentions towards Poland. The German military power was rebuilt by TO US imperialists for definite aggressive purposes, for the fight against communism under the Star-Spangled Banner of TO United States of America. The present revisionist leaders of our country maintain that US imperialism threatens Vietnam, whereas Poland is menaced by the German Federal Republic supported only by certain aggressive circles of the Pentagon. This is one example of TO action of TO US policy of bridges / of the so-called economic aid and cultural collaboration between East and West, within TO framework of the imperialist theory of peaceful evolution towards capitalism. For US discounts and credits to liquidate debts already incurred as well as for hopes of any further alms from TO hands of TO US imperialists, the murderers of the Vietnamese people, TO modern revisionists whitewash TO aggressive policy of TO US imperialists and lull to sleep the vigilance of their own people before TO menace threatening them. The revisionist lead ERS of TO Soviet Union embrace the US imperialists, over TO heads of TO Polish people, not for the good of socialism, but for TO sake of their new schemes as a great power in order to dominate TO world. Kremlin today has embarked on secret diplomacy for there are a good many things it is obliged to keep from its own people and from TO laboring masses of the world. Yesterday Khrushchev declared that TO Soviet atomic umbrella protects all socialist countries, whereas today it turns out that this umbrella does not include Vietnam, as socialist a country as ever can be. And who can assure us that tomorrow Brezhnev's umbrella will not incline TO other way and leave another socialist country outside it to be sacrificed to US aggression or German militarism? A guarantee of TO kind does not exist by TO present Kremlin leaders. It is only relying on one's own efforts, on one's close links with TO laboring masses of TO country and on TO alliances with true revolutionaries that TO dictatorship of TO proletariat is consolidated because, then, the spearhead of TO class struggle is directed towards TO home bourgeoisie and international reaction. Dear comrades, the battle of the new against the old and outworn has an international character, it is waged on all fronts and sets gradually in motion and draws to it all TO reserves. The wheels of history accelerate their course and compels one to take a decision, either with the revolution or with imperialism. There is no third way. Every political wavering at decisive periods of revolutionary battles becomes TO merciless source of defeats and disgrace. According to Lenin's definition, TO centrist road is a political quagmire of opportunism and of TO decay of revolutionary forces. Modern centrism is nothing other than the Yugoslav way to capitalism. Nothing can save from defeat either TO US imperialists or the traitors to socialism and their lackeys in other countries. The forces of revolution are invincible. From Melbourne Herald, January 2 Carrot. Revisionism without comment. How to make $1 million in icy Russia. Australian Associated Press. Moscow, Sun. The white-coated ice cream peddlers of Soviet Georgia are slowly but steadily becoming millionaires, the newspaper Soviet Trade reported today. One such peddler, who hawks ice cream cones at 20 kopecks each, reported profits of 150,000 rubles from his private enterprise. The scores of peddlers like him buy the ice cream already in cones, for 10 kopecks, although they each time they make a sale are 20 kopecks, the proper price they are 10 kopecks to the good. In sunny Georgia, the ice cream trade is brisk. One peddler reported sales of 1,500,000 cones or 150.000 rubles for himself and 150,000 for the state, according to hard-headed Georgian bookkeeping. Several of the peddlers *be charged have been sacked for 20 kopecks, 10 for the *rgjng more than the ice cream and 10 for the *th are supposed to be charged have. Cream cones #Soviet trade, but no one charges them for the cones, Soviet.trade said. Reported. But the penal ties have generally been light and the trade is still flourishing. Internal reasons. For the defeat by Manuel Galic. WR reprints this article on the smashing of the Jacobo Arbenz government of Guatemala in 1954 by U.S. imperialism because it provides a detailed, factual account of the background and some of the internal weaknesses of the revolutionary forces at that time. Although the article has some obvious weaknesses and does not arrive at a completely Marxist-Leninist analysis of the 1954 events, it is apparently written by a sincere patriot whose summary of these events and the mistakes made must be carefully considered. Reprinted from the Tricontinental, Theoretical Organ of Solidarity of the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America _______________________ The Guatemalan Revolution of 1964. The entire world knows that U.S. imperialism crushed the Guatemalan Revolution in 1954. But not everyone knows the internal causes that made possible that defeat. Manuel Galic, 54 years of age, relates his personal experience, from which general conclusions may be drawn. The official posts which he held in his country permit him to speak with authority on the subject: President of the Revolutionary Congress during the government of the Revolutionary Council, Minister of Public Education and President of the Electoral Tribunal in the government of Arevalo, Minister of Foreign Relations and Ambassador in Montevideo and in Buenos Aires for the government of Arbenz. Profile of a strong man. A student rebellion set off the popular movement that overthrew Jorge Ubico in 1944. This occurred in Guatemala, a still unfree territory of America, neo-colony of U.S. imperialism and integral part of one of its far-reaching tentacles, the banana industry. All of these elements are important in this brief history of something more than a generation in one of the sorest spots of Latin America. Jorge Ubico WNS, a general who had twice aspired to the presidency, in 1922 and 1926. On both occasions, he had been defeated by other generals, although not because they were more popular than Ubico, a factor that has rarely entered into the Latin American electoral picture. It was merely that in 1922 and 1926, the winning generals already occupied the presidency, which made their presentation of a superior number of votes an extremely simple matter. In 1922 the incumbent general was José María Orellana, precursor of what are today referred to as guerrillas, who, as Army Chief of Staff, had overthrown the country's civilian president on behalf of the Yankee railroad monopoly that has encumbered Guatemala since the beginning of this century. With his grasp on power guaranteed by that act of nocturnal perfidy, Orellana had had no difficulty in passing from interloper to constitutional president. Although this occurred exactly 45 years ago, the same variety of metamorphosis undergone by Orellana has been repeated an infinite number of times in Latin America, under the same imperial auspices. Onganía, Stroessner, Costa y Silva, Barrientos, Somoza Jr., and López Arellano are current living exemples in Central and South America of the species which has produced, over the years, some really unforgettable specimens, worthy of embalmment and exhibition in special museums. The first Somoza, Trujillo, Pérez Jiménez, Castillo Armas, and others of the same gang. Orellana died of what the people call angina pectoris one fine morning in 1926, and the presidency passed, by merest chance, to an obscure general named Lázaro Chacón, who, precisely because of his innocuity, occupied the post referred to in Guatemala constitutional terminology as first deputy, the person designated to succeed to power in the event of the temporary or definitive absence of the president. Overnight angina pectoris, like Cinderella's fairy godmother, brought Chacon from anonymity to the presidency. According to the Constitution, Chacon was empowered only to convoke elections for the next constitutional period and was forbidden to participate in them by his status as provisional president. This was not respected. Via electoral sleight of hand, Chacon, president, ad interim, became Chacon, proprietor of the post. Ubico played at opposition, and lost, naturally. In 1931, nevertheless, Ubico was backed by none other than that great elector, Mr. Sheldon Whitehouse, U.S. ambassador. What had he done to earn a place under that protective wing? During the preceding 9 years, while occupying minor posts as local political boss, Ubico had demonstrated his outstanding capacity for applying the notorious fugitive law on the slightest suspicion. At the same time, the United Fruit Company was clearly worried. Throughout the preceding decade, the workers' movement in Guatemala had been growing in strength. Ideological agitation in the form of Bolshevik ideas had reached the railroad lines and the banana zones. Unions had sprung up in the principal cities, and the conviction that strikes were an effective weapon of struggle had taken root. Clearly, it was time to place a strong man in power, and that general who had carried out so many assassinations in Ratal was the ideal man for the job. A particular factor in his favor was his demonstrated phobia of Mexicans, who often crossed the Guatemalan frontier. All Mexicans for Ubico were revolutionaries, all revolutionaries were Bolsheviks, and all Bolsheviks were delinquents, condemned, a priori, to death. Such an excellent philosophy easily won him the tutelage of Whitehouse. A convenient circumstance facilitated the plans of Whitehouse and calmed the alarm of the United Fruit Company. The non-homicidal and relatively tolerant Chacon, whose weakness had allowed red ideas and organizations to prosper, was struck down by a cerebral hemorrhage on a December afternoon in 1930, throwing the country into a brief period of anarchy. Chac's legal successor, the civilian first deputy, was overthrown by a military coup d'état 2 days after taking office. The author of the coup, another Orellana, was eliminated by Whitehouse by means of payment of $20,000, withdrawn from the national treasury. The plot to place Ubico in power was then organized with a minimum of difficulty under the direction of Whitehouse. The president of the Supreme Court of Justice, an elderly, inoffensive and obedient gentleman, was called to assume the presidency and, in a lightning move which caught everyone off guard, elections were called in which no one voted for the simple reason that no one knew either where or when he was supposed to do so. But numbers appeared on billboards, by PROV-ins, bestowing an overwhelming triumph upon Jorge Ubico, who awakened on the 14th of February 1931 as the new president of Guatemala. He immediately threw himself into the fulfillment of his mission, total destruction and extirpation of red ideas and organizations. Ideological latitude of an unhappy generation. Although it seems incredible, in 1944 we did not know the meaning of imperialism. We had certainly heard of it, but were ignorant of its complexity, its voracity, its objectives of continental and world domination, the economic mechanism that moves it, its tricks, its resources, its implacable coldness in business matters, its lies, its doctrines, and its dogmas, that is, of all that we were later to suffer and know too well, when it was too late. And, nevertheless, we were the vanguard of the university movement against Jorge Ubico, which meant the vanguard of the entire country, since until then, let us say between 1942 and 1944, no other organized forces existed even in incipient form. Ubico had been bloodily efficient. We harbored a nebulous anti-Yankee sentiment, aroused perhaps by an emotion that was, more than anything else, mestizan and Latin American, and a basic and chauvinistic national jealousy which repudiated the image of the prepotent and intrusive Yankee. As early as the beginning of our primary school studies, we had been die-hard Sandinistas, eager to march off to Nicaragua to join the forces of the hero of Segovia, to help them throw the gringos out of Central America. A decade later, our repudiation was as much sexual as national, since it was equally intolerable to us that Yubico had seated bases in the airport at La Aurora and in the port of San Jose to the Yankee military, and that soldiers from these bases swarmed over the capital on Saturday nights, like great herds of capering goats, to insult our manners and customs in drunken and obscene clashes. We held the worst possible opinion of, and considered traitors to their race, blood, and people, the gringueras, semi-prostitutes who felt flattered to walk arm in arm with blonde, gum-chewing gringos dressed in khaki. And we gleefully participated in any scuffle that was organized against a drunken or impertinent Yankee, for example in Ciro's. None of this was anti-imperial ideology. It was only instinctive reaction reduced to a most undoctrinary postulate. Gringos, tremendous sons of bitches. Our closest approaches to ideology were fervent sympathy with the Spanish Republic, sincere indignation at its solitude and its defeat, and very rational hatred, yes, of fascism and Nazism. Because, at the same time that we were able to perceive what both meant for the world, we saw the tyranny that oppressed our own country as a grotesque, insect-scale version of the totalitarianism rampant in Europe. We did not know that this stupid and totalitarian tyranny was the handiwork of Yankee imperialism and the effect of that imperialism, pleasing to Franklin D. Roosevelt himself. For that reason, we were sincerely on the side of the Allies. The giant Amapolas nevertheless, Yubico signed a death decree against us as Nazi. Fascist agitator. That textual phrase it unforgettable for you star. Fortunately, high * police did not manage to get hold of us and we were able to secure asylum in the Mexican embassy. Had we not done so, we should have fallen into the hand * of the head of Yubico's police, David Ordonez, and of the head of the * investigating police, as the secret police was then called, Jose Linares. Such a possibility in 1944 was enough to give any Guatemalan goose flesh and set him trembling. 13 years and 4 months * of an uncontrolled, city * tick, sanguinary, tupid and genuinely savage tyranny had abolished, by the sole and brutal will of Yubico and the total compliance of the human garbage that served him. As ministers, deputies, judges, etc., all traces of constitution, laws, courts, legal recourse, rights, principles, APD guarantees. The national press, without exception, was nauseatingly fawning and self-censored. Among foreign magazines, only Life in Spanish and Selecciones entered the country. Books were the object of a rabid inquisition. Old copies of De Capital were removed from the library of the Faculty of Juridical and Social Sciences to avoid poisoning the students. Official use of the word worker was prohibited. Such term * as union, strike, proletariat, labor justice, and social law * were blasphemies punishable by torture and several years of prison. Ideologically, even the university students were illiterate in 1944. We hated the tyranny simply because it offended our human dignity. And we worked like ants during 2 years to unify and organize the university in the midst of that universal fear. We began as a cell in the law school. Later, we set up a law association and, finally, in 1943, the AEU. At least, those of us who participated in that initial cell wanted to direct the agitation that we promoted in the university consciously toward the overthrow of Yubico. Our challenge was finally issued in mid-June of 1944 in the form of an ultimatum, and we used the word to Yubico, threatening a general strike if our demands were not settled within a period of 24 hours. The most daring of these demands was for university autonomy. It was at that point that we were condemned as Nazi-fascist agitators. But a miracle occurred. Behind us arose the Guatemalan people, which, until then, had seemed to be mere zombies, without blood or soul. The poor, teachers, artisans, women from the markets, housewives, employees, workers from our few factories, school children and adolescents, bootblacks, everyone moved into the street, surrounded the Palacio Nacional and shouted for the resignation of the tyrant. The spontaneous demand was significant. Resign. We are hungry. Professionals, lawyers, intellectuals, some merchants, some industrialists and even some resentful farm owners, what might be called our bourgeoisie, joined the rebellion. The people resisted cavalry charges, saber thrusts, burns, shots, tear gas and club bangs. Some fell, among them a teacher, Maria Chinchilla, who became a heroine and a symbol. These were the days of June, which were followed by a silence that terrified Ubico. Buses, trains, taxis, even bicycles, were immobilized. Movie houses, law offices, pharmacies, stores, schools, hospitals, and courts all closed their doors. For an entire week, Guatemala City seemed dead. Helpless against this unrecognizable Guatemalan people, Ubico resigned and left the country. He fell apart, like Alberti's giant Amapolas. The revolution of October 20, the people did not seize power at that moment, although they were on their way to it. A band of thieves and opportunist asterisk fell upon the vacant seat of public authority and imposed, via the Legislative Assembly, the designation of an imbecile with the rank of general, Federico Ponce, as president ad interim, with the idea of imposing him later as constitutional president and perpetuating themselves, with him, in power. Slow-witted by nature, they named themselves the Liberal Party, which constituted an additional provocation of the people, since Ubico had also called himself a liberal and progressive liberal. No other phrase was more detested than this. But these individuals, like Ubico, like the country itself until then, still lived in the previous century and saw the great, popular anti-Ubico, anti-Ponce movement as a maneuver of the Cachurdo. As the people began to speak of the exiled Professor Juan José Arevalo as a possible candidate to oppose the underhanded maneuvering of the Ponce clique, the group in power invented the term Arevalo conservatismo. Hitting closer to home, it called us anarquistas. Bells were ringing. But behind all of this, with its flavor of comic opera, of grand guignol, lay a number of factors. There were the coffee plantations which Ubico, by Yankee order, had expropriated from their powerful German owners, led by Nottebohm and Company, as enemy property. The clique which had taken possession of the Palacio Nacional had its eye especially on those plantations. But the great popular movement that grew steadily more gigantic as it spread from the capital to the entire nation, stood in its way. Even rural Indian sectors, the most lethargic in the country because they were the most humiliated and exploited both in depth and time, responded to the agitation of the students, and were now consolidated in a political party which we named the Frente Popular de Liberación. Although no one knows precisely why. New political parties had sprung up among the people, purely electoralist and lacking any ideological platform, but stoutly willing to struggle against the Ponce clique, which they saw as a continuation of all that Ubico had represented. Embryonic labor organizations were raising gearheads and voices against exploiting enterprises, especially the railroads and the banana industry. And, finally, something new and decisive had occurred. Army officers from the rank of major on downward, who saw the shape of things to come or simply wished to cleanse themselves of the filth which the tyranny had smear-carrot them, were speaking of instituting a democratic government. Within that officialdom, an exception was a 29-year-old captain who sensed the depth of what was occurring, the most far-sighted and determined of them, a man of deep social and patriotic sensibility. His name was Jacobo Arbenz. Other discontented army officers had more or less private reasons for rebelling against Ponce, but their democratic sense was superficial and short-lived, as became evident shortly thereafter, and totally apparent 10 years later. As we shall see, the roots of what was to occur in 1954 were already present in 1944. But, During the night of October 19, these officers distributed arms to the people and led them in battle against the clique in the Palacio Nacional and against the forts and military elements that obeyed it. The 20th was a day of popular triumph that marked the end of what the people called the 108 days of struggle against the Ponce clique. The triumph had been won by the popular masses throughout the country, almost spontaneously and admirably mobilized, in open defiance of the forces of repression, the spies, informers, and assassins to whom Ponce had given free rein since August in an attempt to halt the movement toward Arrivalismo. Why Arrivalismo? An explanation is necessary, since it confirms the general ideological illiteracy that existed, without excepting Arevalo himself, who had been chosen by the voluntary will of the masses to be the civil leader of the revolution. The masses, certainly, were clearly aware of the need to wipe out the shameful political past of the country and to open new horizons. In that respect, they were clear-sighted. But they were mistaken in their solutions, because they believed that the shameful past could be liquidated by the mere overthrow of Ubico in June and the triumph over Ponce in October, and that new horizons would automatically open with the honest and overwhelming election of Arevalo, the pure white candidate. Unsullied by politics, a civilian, / 39 years old, a doctor of philosophy and pedagogy, Arevalo was also a courageous and eloquent man who knew how to speak to the people in a language previously unknown among the cowardly and conformist intellectuals who had most often been unscrupulously servile in their attitude toward the country's de facto governments. Thus the popular battle cry and standard was Viva Arevalo, which the indigenous masses deformed in their own way to Viva Revelos. Since no one knew what a real revolution consisted of, we thou ght that it was complete with the fall of Ponce. And so it was baptized, and continues to be known as the Revolution of the 20th of October. But it was as yet no such thing. It was, yes, a great conquest, won at the cost of great sacrifice and great courage on the part of the people of Guatemala, the greatest, perhaps, in its history. But, so far, all that had been won was the right to begin, as Fidel Castro said in 1959, referring to the Cuban Revolution. But we did not begin where we should have. A revolutionary junta integrated by the leaders of the armed struggle of the 2 feet of October, Major Francisco Uvire Arana, Captain Jacobo Arbk, and with Jorge Torriello, civilly adopted drastic measures were both just and necessary, b. insufficient to give the movement genuinely revolutionary character, the germs of the reaction that wn to place itself on the side of imperialism in 1954, destroying process of transforming the cow try by then genuinely revolt. Scenery were left intact. Constitution, that had never be used, was abolished, the mod legislative assembly left by Ubia and used by Ponce, was dissolved. Some 60 old line generals were expelled from the country. 3 men of the new government pledged themselves not to run for the presidency and to respect popular will, overwhelmingly favorable to Arevalo. All former police agencies were liquidated and a civil guard was created, composed of workers new Congress. Students, teachers, studenti were elected to a and then to a constitutional assembly. The people acclaimed these measures, but their almost total political inexperience, as I have explained, prevented them from demanding a greater and genuinely revolutionary deepening of the movement. With enormous goodwill, Revolutionary Junta issued Decree No. 17, on the 28th of November 1944, that now, in the light of our own and others' experiences, seems pathetically candid and demonstrates the degree of ingenuousness of those of us who considered ourselves revolutionaries. We were the generation that had grown up sequestered in the tyranny of Ubic. The first article of that decree stated: the following are declared to be fundamental principles of the revelation of the October 20th. Decentralization of the executive power and effective separation of state powers. Suppression of presidential. Guatemala 69. Designates and their substitution by a vice president. 3. Alternation in power, abolition of re-election and recognition of the right of the people to rebellion when this is attempted. 4. A new constitution and the organization of the army in such a form as, to guarantee its apolitical position and permit its fulfillment of the function for which it was instituted, the defense of liberty, the constitution, and national integrity, creating through the new organization an effective guarantee for its members that their profession rest on solid bases that cannot be destroyed at the whim of the chief executive, who will have no authority in regard to the technical or professional apex of the military organization, these being delegated to a superior military council for the purpose of assuring the social and professional position that the members of this organization deserve. V. Democratic organization of municipalities through the popular election of members. 6. Effective autonomy of judicial power. 7. Autonomy of the national university. Ven. Constitutional recognition of political parties of democratic tendency organized in compliance with law, and representation of minorities in the nation's electoral colleges. 9. Obligatory suffrage and secret ballot for the literate. Obligatory suffrage and public ballot for the illiterate, but limiting the exercise of this right to municipal elections. Recognition of citizenship for women prepared to exercise it. Effective administrative probity. The army remained intact. Minus generals who were useless in any event, it is true, but with colonels and other officers, who gave the impression, in the first moments, of having re-educated themselves overnight, of having abandoned their militarist habits, their traditional authoritarianism, their sense of superiority in regard to the rest of society, their brutal past, in other words, to have become civilized. It was an illusion. In every high-ranking officer with, of course, a few honorable exceptions, the spirit of the old army of the tyranny remained alive, notwithstanding the fact that the military apparatus was now known as the National Army of the Revolution. Thanks to their last-minute incorporation and unquestionably effective participation in the events of the 20th of October, the army officers considered themselves the sole authors of the revolution, owners of it and judges of both what it could do and what it could not do. From the first moment, they, totally ignorant of all that was not military, showed suspicion of what they considered communism. Until 1949, although grumblingly, they remained respectful of the civilian authority represented by President Arevalo because he had in his favor the overwhelming moral force of popular support. But the leaders of the revolutionary political parties themselves set about to weaken this moral force, inviting the military to abandon its attitude of respect. Also left intact was the fiercely dominant class of coffee barons. Dependent on its major client, Yankee imperialism, it was made up of semi-feudal landowners who had always both supported, behind the scenes, and leaned upon the strong-arm regimes of the past as their guarantee of the permanence of the existing agrarian structure, backward, unjust, barbarous, the cause of national inertia and the landowners' instrument for exploiting the rural masses, in their majority indigenous. The coffee barons and other, equally parasitic, landowners, not only survived the 20th of October as a class but infiltrated the revolution and even contributed to marking its course, for some of these or their lawyers, bankers, newspapermen, and other agents directly or indirectly on their payrolls, were elected to the Constituent Assembly, elected amid the enthusiasm of the candid and euphoric democracy that followed in the wake of popular triumph. No one spoke in those days, nor in the first years of Arevalo's administration, of agrarian reform, which should have been the first revolutionary measure, carried to its ultimate consequences, prior to convoking a constituent assembly or preparing a constitution and electing a president who would be bound to its text. The constitution proved to be a counter-revolutionary hybrid. As something really new in constitutional legislation in Guatemala, it included a section of social guarantees and recognized, in abstract, certain rights of the working class. In exchange, ably wrapped up in highfalutin phraseology, it consolidated the agrarian structure of the country and, with it, the interests of the landowning class. It also consolidated the army as an autonomous entity with self-jurisdiction, almost as a fourth power of the Republic. At the same time, the executive authority was rigorously limited, as if the deputies, instead of legislating for the future, had legislated for the past, so as to shut in the same cell, full of articles, clauses, and provisions, the ubicos, the ponces and all the other wild beasts which had governed prior to the 20th of October. And, to what purpose? When other wild beasts, similar to or even worse than they were, came to the forefront in 1954 from the ranks of the same army that had called itself the National Army of the Revolution, the cell was demolished by a single blow, as though it had been made of cobwebs. So far, imperialism had only sounded a few deep growls in response to the demands presented by the railroad and banana workers during the combative 108 days of Ponce, who, like Ubico and Orellana, had acted as a gendarme under the orders of Bradshaw or Turnbull or any other proconsul of the Boston Group. On October 21, the Yankee ambassador, Boaz Long, presented him 70 World Revolution self in the Palacio Nacional to indicate to the * junta that General Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes, one of the three exceptions made in the roundup of generals, should be the provisional president. The reply of the junta was excellent. Boaz Long and Ydígoras Fuentes, tutor and pupil, were obliged to depart rapidly from Guatemala. Except for this incident, TNE imperialists limited themselves to observing the course of developments. The famous mastodon of intervention, Spruil's Braden, presided over the U.S. delegation at the inauguration of Arevalo, and congratulated the outgoing junta and the incoming president for their untarnished and brilliant revolution, precisely because, until that moment, no such revolution had taken place. Arevalo decorated Braden with the Gran Cruz de la Orden de Quetzal. The word imperialism still formed no part of the vocabulary of our political leaders. The unhappy task of the revolutionary parties. Those of us who had so abominate the phony Partido Liberal Progresista, composed of Jorge Ubico and his toadies and no one else, proved to be, ironically enough, the true progressive liberals in the strict sense of the word. Institutionally, the Guatemalan state had not varied substantially. It continued to be a liberal bourgeois democracy, with moderate progress made in labor legislation, which, nevertheless, did not affect its essential character. The difference lay in the fact that the government was now in the hands of men who were sincerely convinced of the value of the principles of liberal democracy and were disposed to respect those principles, that is, to faithfully support the Constitution. That, at least, was the case of Arevalo and of many of those who accompanied him in his government. And we believed that this would suffice to change Guatemala, to make it into a happy country, and that this was the revolution. In reality, the country had changed in one respect. From within the government, we did everything possible to wipe out the dark, anachronistic, and brutal past. Political liberty could be breathed in deeply in a way that had been impossible in the previous half-century. And we tried to educate ourselves rapidly in an ideological sense, knowing that we were several decades behind the times. And this began to anger imperialism, the clergy, the landowners, a group of the military leaders, the old and adulatory press of the past that insolently called itself independent, and the United Fruit Company among the most lavish, nor from the Inter-American Press Association, dominated by Colonel Jules Dubois, well-known bloodhound of imperialism. But among the very political parties that called themselves revolutionary, that is, among the leading groups, united until this moment, the same reaction took place, and the parties began to split apart. The well-known splinters began to appear. Some of us believed that the unlimited exercise of liberty by all, without discrimination of any kind, was positive and revolutionary. Others, from ignorance or other motives, maintained that the revolution was being infiltrated by communists, basing their arguments on the existence of unions, strikes, and the restiveness of an incipient Marxism among the younger political and labor leaders. Those who assumed this position, among them two of the ex-junta triumvirate, Arana and Torriello, and other influential political figures such as Mario Mendez Montenegro, who committed suicide in 1966, moved gradually to the right under the slogan, "We didn't make the revolution for this," until they found themselves literally walking arm in arm with their former enemies, the ex-Ubico supporters, the ex-POA followers, members of the AGA, the more fanatic Catholics, and all of the reactionary elements of the country. Mendez Montenegro was one of the leaders of the frustrated attempt at a coup in 1949 again at Arevalo. Arana, author of T-Conspiracy and head of the armed forces elected by Congress, we killed when a government picket guard attempted to lay hands on him for being what he was, a conspirator. The Constitution itself served you cover in the shadow of which the forces of reaction moved freely. Counter-revolutionary parties pro-life raided, the press attacked and launched misleading campaign * conspiracies camo into fascia. The church pro-elitized, and converted the pulpit into a political tribune. The AGA and the Yankee Railroad and banana monopolies lavishly subsidized newspaper campaigns and conspiracies and sent infiltrators into the ranks of the army. The publication of the Labor Code of 1947 and its respectful observance by the government set off the big guns of imperialism. Its powerful publicity media in the United States and all of the reactionary forces in Guatemala synchronized their offensive. The government of Arevalo was communist. Arevalo, as he demonstrated his word and deed, was anti-communist. All of this, of course, was natural. Imperialism is imperialism, and reaction is reaction. To attempt to placate them, to explain that THIA was merely liberal democracy, bit the laws and union organization and labor policies were within the constitutional framework, and that none of this was even remotely communist or socialist or anything of the sort, since the political philosophy that inspired the Constitution was not only remote from, but contrary to, Marxian-Leninism, was to waste ona. Guatemala 71. Time. Imperialists and reactionaries grew steadily more insolent, and the latter perfected their organization. What was not natural, what was absurd, was that the political parties that called themselves Revolutionary El Frente Popular Libertador (ACD6 and Revolucionaria) and Renovación Nacional became involved in a bitter internecine struggle. What was more, the fierce attacks were not only inter-party but interfactional within the parties. It was not even a question of ideological polemics, although the word communism was interminably bandied about, for these parties had no ideology. They were Arevalistas and later Arbencistas or anti-Arbencistas. The question was to obtain more cabinet posts or more key bureaucratic positions or more seats in Congress or the control of more municipalities, with an eye to obtaining new electoral gains. An endless fight. This was, perhaps, the greatest service that the revolutionary political parties rendered to imperialism and national reaction. The sole exception in this regard was the Guatemalan Labor Party, the infant communist party that had been organized clandestinely in the last days of AR6 Valo's administration and was legalized under that of Arbenz. The dog-eat-dog struggles ended by completely undermining the confidence of the masses in the governmental parties. The union movement, which was developing and unifying itself, wanted as little as possible to do with the parties. The campaigners were disconcerted by the proselytizing of each political party against the others. Weren't they all a part of the government? The army that, even in 1949, was partially loyal to civilian authority and shared with the political parties and unions the task of armed defense of constitutional order, ended by seeing the politicians as a band of opportunists and demagogues and by growing much more receptive to the insidious and misleading calumnies of the imperialists and reactionaries and to their promises, flattery, and bribes. The result of the errors of 1944, the Colonel Jacobo Arbenz, who took possession of the presidency on March 15, 1951, was no longer the Captain Jacobo Arbenz that had signed the Revolutionary Junta Decree of November 28, 1944. He was now a genuine revolutionary who knew what the essential problems of Guatemala were and what their solutions were, and he was resolutely determined to apply them as drastically as reactionary and imperialist opposition might make it necessary. he was aware of the enemy's extraordinary ferocity and capacity for violent reaction against the slightest harming of its interests. What matters is not that that is exactly what happened. The fact is that he stood up to it, conscious of his historical responsibility and of his pact with the people who had elected him. He proposed agrarian reform and prepared to carry it out against all of the forces that opposed it, the powerful landowners of the AGA, the press that was paid by these landowners, the archbishop and his Oriists and fanatics in brief, against all of Guatemalan reaction, and also against the country's most powerful landowner, the United Fruit Company, and all that stood denied it for the lands expropriated from the monopoly, the Department of State, the Pentagon, the CIA, the OAS, etc. The question was now set forth in genuinely revolutionary terms. Against all that array of reactionary classes, Arbenz assumed the representation of the poor of the earth, the campesino without land or with very little land, the workers of the banana and coffee plantations, exploited for centuries, only somewhat less than slaves. Or slaves. But if Arbenz was not the same as in 1944, the situation was not, either. If we had the political capacity in 1944 to install a revolutionary dictatorship, to create a popular army instead of leaving the old army virtually intact, to crush the reactionary landowners and clergy, to carry out agrarian reform without consideration for legal and juridical obstacles, thus giving the revolution an immense and solid popular base, it is improbable that Roosevelt would have undertaken any aggression against us, as he had not undertaken it 6 years before, against Cardenas's expropriation of Mexico's oil wells. The second, the U.S. military capacity and it was not prepared to embark, were not prepared to embark upon intervention or outright military aggression in Latin America. The revolution would have been consolidated and discussions would have been held afterwards, concerning the payment of indemnification to the United Fruit Company, which we never denied them for the lands expropriated from the monopoly. But we already know why none of this was done. In 1952, when the long overdue Decree 900 on agrarian reform was issued and the program to liberate the national economy was carried into effect under the guidance of Arbenz, the mediocre Truman was President of the United States, virulent McCarthyism infected the U.S. political atmosphere, the CIA was already the invisible government and wielded the classical big stick, as it had done in Iran against Mossadegh, Hiroshima and Nagasaki had been carbonized by atomic bombs, and the socialist camp had not yet recovered from its deep war wounds. Yankee imperialism was omnipotent. Even so, Arbenz counted on the support of the people. And he received it amply and firmly. But he overestimated, not only he, but everyone, the revolutionary quality or, at least, the patriotism of our army officers. And this proved to be dangerously 72. World Revolution. Erroneous on their part. Even if it had not been so, nothing could have been done. The time for arming the people and for organizing them into a revolutionary army, to replace the reactionary army that was in the military barracois and command posts, had passed. It might have been possible in 1944, but by 1952 it was impossible. And that was the definitive factor. The army sold out to imperialism. It betrayed Arbenz and the revolution. Arbenz called on the people and the people responded. He ordered that the people be armed, but the bribed officers who held the keys to the arsenals disobeyed the order and, contrariwise, passed over with these arms to the side of the enemy, to the side of reactionary retaliation, to the side of the past that returned in the figure of Castillo Armas, chaperoned by Yankee Ambassador Purifoy and Papal Nuncio Verolino. Perfectly symbolic. The real revolution, which had barely commenced, was strangled in its cradle. Now they know what must be done, and how to do it. The 1954 defeat without a struggle was the worst disaster suffered by the Guatemalan people in modern history. I believe that it can only be understood by going back to 1944 and even earlier, as I have tried to do here. My intention has not been to point an accusing finger at anyone or to define responsibilities, which no longer has any point, but to offer an experience, an example, to the new revolutionary generation, not only Guatemalan, but Latin American, not so much of what must be done as of what should not be done when, as must sooner or later occur, it takes power. The 10 years between 1944 and 1951 were not sterile, nor have the sufferings of the Guatemalan people in the past 12 years been in vain. From both periods a new generation has arisen that has not lived in limbo as occurred with the generation of 1944 before it took power. The present generation has capitalized on all of the experiences of our generation and knows the causes for our defeat. For that reason, it is putting up the only fight capable of eliminating them, revolutionary war. The new Guatemalan rebellion is not directed merely against a government, be it military or civilian, de facto or elected by the misled masses. Now, the objective of rebellion is clearly defined: liberation of the country from imperialist neocolonialism. Now, the magnitude and the methods of the enemy are well known, and no one is in doubt about the cost of this struggle. It will require immense sacrifices, and many obstacles must be overcome. This has been true of all of the revolutions and wars of liberation in history. It was true of the one that liberated Latin America from European colonialism in the last century. But, like all of these revolutions and all of these wars of liberation, that of Guatemala will eventually triumph within the great framework of Latin American redemption. We'll hang on in Vietnam forever. 1 by Talu. K. Critique of Olas and Castroism. Part 2. Subversion of political science by the apologists of guerrillaism. As a culmination of its meeting, Olas AP proved a 20-point catechism of the revolution in Latin America. It is inspired by conveniently selected experiences of the Cuban Revolution, which it raises to the boss for all the revolutions of the continent. It summarizes in its 20 points the theories advanced about the Cuban experience, explains the weaknesses and limitations of the Cuban conception, but leaves bare the fundamental political base of Olas, its ambiguity and eclecticism, its hopelessly confused position somewhere between revolutionary political science and sonorous phraseology. It demands a reply by all those who cannot remain indifferent before this authentic profession of faith of adventurism. The recent conference of Olas closed an ideological stage of the Cuban Revolution and inaugurated a new one which goes from insecurity to petulance, from timidity to absolutism, from immaturity to ideological distortion. The Cuban leaders trample underfoot the revolutionary experiences, shamefully characterizing them as dogmatic pretexts, as scleroid orthodoxy. In this way they part company with the revolutionary conception of the world, from Marxist-Leninist theory which served Fidel Castro as a symbolic point of departure to proclaim to the world the transformation of the Cuban Revolution into a socialist revolution. The similarity, more apparent than real, more superficial than profound, with the conception of revolutionary violence does not absolve Castroism of its opportunism. Castroism converts a form of struggle into an end in itself, into an embryo capable of doing away with subjective and objective conditions, the action of a Marxist-Leninist party, the incorporation and participation of the popular masses. The conception of popular revolutionary war becomes a series of armed struggles outside the socio-historical context. The spontaneity of the masses is extolled, and, finally, it idealizes to the point of historical distortion, the successive stages and changes operating throughout the Cuban Revolution. If the departure of Castroisry from the Revo. The following article provides extensive excerpts of Part 2 and Part M of an analysis of the Latin American Organization of Solidarity from the Democracia Popular, official organ of the Party of Labor of Argentina. Revolutionary conception is a sad story, so is its attitude toward worldwide and continental neo-revolutionism. Hardly a year ago, when the Communist Party of Cuba signed with its Latin American colleagues a declaration of principles couched in the usual empty phrases of the neo-revisionist lexicon, the Communist Party of Cuba made manifest its duality of judgment, its lack of ideological soundness, its economic dependence on the USSR, its scorn for the principle of self-reliance, of putting the emphasis on internal factors. While posing as an enfant terrible, it nevertheless danced to the tune of the Soviet baton. Later, on the eve of the Tricontinental, it magnified and distorted an incident with the Chinese comrades using abrupt language, a language they had never used before, to criticize the shameless capitulationist positions of the USSR and the CPSU. In March of the same year, Fidel Castro gave his violent speech against the Communist Party of Venezuela, criticizing its rightist position. In this speech he attacked the CPV and all the other base revisionists, avoiding a pronunciation of principles. He took the circumstantial, the anecdotal, but he was careful to avoid linking the rightist deviationists with the old C.Ps. He left out any sort of reference to the capitulationism of the bureaucrats as a worldwide tendency headed by the CPSU. He avoided all reference to neo-revisionism and hypocritically chose the compromise of condemning a counter-revolutionary faction which has prostituted the name of communism. Castro's criticism, then, is a petty bourgeois criticism, a typical reaction motivated by CIR. 73. 74 World Revolution. Circumstantial facts. He takes aim at the satellites but leaves untouched the counter-revolutionary solar system. Why? We believe that in the course of this article, the reader can find the key to the enigma. Castro prefers to be equidistant between extreme points, although in actual fact he is breaking with only one pole, the revolutionary one. The OLA's proclamation. The language of the proclamation is ambiguous, but of one thing one can be certain: it has nothing in common with the ML method. Nevertheless, point 40 says, Marxist-Leninist principles orient the revolutionary movement in Latin America. But what the proclamation does not explain in any of its points is how, in what way, this orientation of ML principles functions. It is our conception that ML ideology acts through a party whose duty is to map out the strategy and tactics of the struggle, to draw up a program which embraces the fundamental principles of the revolutionary goals, and to lead, orient and raise the popular struggle in accordance with the concrete conditions of time and place. About these so-called dogmatic ideas, the proclamation says nothing. It mentions only scattered vanguards, people in the abstract and a priori methods of struggle. Point 50, for example, maintains that the armed revolutionary struggle constitutes the fundamental line of the Latin American Revolution. This can be a mere expression of will or, by omission, could imply that in other places this line is not fundamental. In no place do we find any reference to the struggle of antagonistic classes, the political character of these struggles, the successive transformations that it must undergo. On the contrary, the implication is that optimum objective conditions for the revolution exist uniformly throughout the continent. Of the existence of subjective conditions not a word. The mere will to do so is enough to initiate revolution. If faith can move mountains, why can it not suffice to overthrow a government? Points 70 and 80 point to the objective maturity of the armed struggle, and 90 expresses in a sentence the whole gamut of necessary and sufficient factors to carry the revolution forward. To the peoples of each country and their revolutionary vanguards belongs the historical responsibility to advance the revolution. This beautiful theory has one little detail that needs clearing up. These vanguards, are they to be formed in each country or will they be exported from the outside? Are they synonymous with ML parties or with groups of revolutionaries without any other specific ideology than to overthrow the governing power and without any other unifying force than that of agreeing on the particular technique to be used to fight the enemy? Are they vanguards simply because they are taking part in the armed struggle? The proclamation does not clarify the concept of vanguards. However, from the works of the Cuban leaders we can draw certain valid conclusions in order to round out our definitions. The pamphlet La Guerra de Guerrillas and the article The Experience of the Cuban Revolution by Che Guevara and all the works of Fidel Castro are perfectly clear and categorical. In them the necessity of a ML vanguard is completely omitted, or underestimated. The last speech of Fidel Castro leaves no doubt. It entones a hymn to empiricism and gives expression to an ultra-left variety of spontaneity. In order to consider the objective and subjective conditions excellent, the proclamation ignores and makes uniform the reality in each country, it ignores and makes uniform revolutionary theory and substitutes a few general formulas valid for all the countries of the continent. Polemic against Che Guevara. It is necessary to transcribe extensively an important part of Che Guevara's article, which the objective conditions for the struggle are given by the hunger of the people, their reaction in the face of this hunger, the terror unleashed to suppress the popular reaction and the wave of hatred that the repression creates. Subjective conditions are lacking in AMER-ICA, the most important of which is the consciousness of the possibility of victory by means of violence directed against the imperialist powers and their internal allies. The conditions are created through armed struggle, which makes increasingly clear the necessity for change and the destruction of the army by popular forces and its subsequent annihilation. Assuming that the conditions come about through the army of the armed struggle, we must explain once again that the setting of this struggle is the countryside, and that, from the countryside, a peasant army which pursues the great objectives for which the peasantry fights, will take the cities. On the ideological base of the working class, whose great thinkers discovered the social laws which rule us, the peasant class of America will furnish the great liberation army of the future, as it did in Cuba. This army, created in the countryside in which the subjective conditions for taking power are maturing, can and must defeat the oppressor army, initially in skirmishes, fights, surprises and later in great battles, after it has grown from its condition of a minuscule guerrilla band into a great army of liberation. The stage of the consolidation will be, as we indicated earlier, the liquidation of the old army. If all these conditions which existed in Cuba can be said to obtain in the rest of the countries of Latin America, in other struggles of the dispossessed to conquer power, what will happen? Would it be feasible or not? Yes, it is feasible. We can assert, firmly, that this article of Che constitutes the programmatic base of Diola's proclamation, its theoretical base. And from our quotation the following conclusions can be drawn. A. Objective conditions for making the revolution now exists in all Latin America. B. The class called to be the axis of the revolution is a non-individualized peasantry and, by the same reasoning, the principal setting of the struggle is to be the countryside. C. The awareness of the possibility of victory by violence constitutes the principal subjective factor. D. The revolutionary party is unnecessary, the guerrilla band, from its small inception, and later the army of liberation make up the military-political detachment of the revolution. E. At a later stage, the guerrilla band, or the liberation army can base itself on the ideology of the working class or, better expressed, increasing the ideological capital with these new contributions, from which it can be deduced that the working class brings the ideology but not its practice. Which is very nice but rather insubstantial, even lamentable. These programmatic bases lead to the following conclusions. 1. Latin America is practically a single country, with a single geographical, political, economic, social, cultural, and military reality. 2. The setting, the countryside, and the protagonists, the peasants, are a condition common to all of Latin America. 3. The guerrilla army is the party, the foco concentrates the fundamental activity of the class struggle. Point 100 states, the guerrilla army, as the embryo of the liberation army, constitutes the most effective method for initiating and developing the revolutionary struggle in the majority of the countries. In this point we can find a certain shade of difference from Guevara's thesis. We understand it as a concession to the moderates and neo-revisionists at OLAS. Che at first admits of some distinctions between certain countries of Latin America, although later he denies them strategic value and does not find it necessary to apply other tactics. Then he says in another place, the countries which, without being effectively industrialized, have developed these medium and light industry, or, simply, have undergone a process of concentration of their population in large centers, will find it difficult to raise a guerrilla army. In addition to the sparsity of the analysis and his omission of examples which contradict the conclusion of the analysis, he leaves in a cloud the cause of the concentration in urban centers. But this little contradiction does not faze Comrade Guevara. Not at all, because a few lines later he maintains. With regard to what we were saying earlier about large urban concentrations, in conditions of backwardness, it may be advisable to develop protracted struggle outside the city limits. More explicitly, the presence of a guerrilla foco in any mountain, in a country with populous cities, maintaining a perennial foco of rebellion, makes it difficult for the repressive powers, even in the course of years, to liquidate guerrillas with social bases established in a terrain favorable for a guerrilla struggle where people exist who consistently apply the tactic and strategy of this type of warfare. Further on, Che notes that we would not venture to assert that the success of a popular rebellion having a guerrilla base within the city would not be possible. No one can object to this idea theoretically, at least, this is not our intention. After this, Che does an about-face and opposes all the causes which bring about the triumph of a guerrilla force in an urban zone. The only objection we are going to raise is that the urban guerrilla force does not constitute, within the practical ideological patrimony of the ML arsenal, the most elevated form of the struggle in very special conditions. To wind up his conclusion, Chu writes, these are the considerations which make us think that, even in cases where urban predominance is very great, the central political foco of the struggle can develop in the countryside. Whether consciously or not, the central thesis of Guevara tends to cause an important truth to disappear, the predominant role which the proletariat plays in a whole series of Latin American countries. From this we can trace the tendency to minimize industrial development and, finally, the existence of a numerous prole. 76 World RTVULUIIQN. Tariat, the key actor theoretically and practically of the revolutionary drama of the continent. But Guevara, in order to strengthen his guerrilla and peasant schemes, overestimates the countryside and the peasantry and underestimates the industrial development, the existence and role of the urban proletariat, the great contradictions in the cities and the national differences. Guevara admits of peculiarities, but they are not too important nor do they prevent the application of the recipe to any country. Certainly there are differences in Latin America. An Argentine peasant does not have the same mentality as a common peasant of Peru, Bolivia, or Ecuador, but land hunger, always a desire of the peasant, provides the general tonic of America, and since, in general, they are even more exploited than those of Cuba, the possibility that this class will take up arms is increased, ends his analysis. To tell the truth, we do not know what to admire more in the optimistic and simple affirmation of Che, his contempt for objective reality, or his ignorance of elementary details of the revolutionary science of ML. Because to speak of the peasantry in general without distinguishing the peasantry which forms part of the capitalist agrarian structure, as is the case in Argentina, Uruguay, Mexico, and Chile, or in Bolivia, where a type of agrarian reform was concocted which, not only did not basically resolve the problems of the Bolivian peasantry, but which upgraded the ancient semi-feudal situation to the point where it could become the mainstay of Bolivian recession and the case of the Peruvian, Colombian or northeast Brazilian peasantry subjected to ferocious exploitation and made into modern serfs of the large landowners. Does it not sound ridiculous to write about the distinct mentality of an Argentine peasant and then nevertheless, persist in considering him the axis of the revolution in Argentina? Casting a glance at our chacareros, arrendatarios and small and middle agrario-capitalist proprietors who go about incorporating new acquisitions to attain a standard of living in keeping with the last word in material comfort, to suppose that in them resides the social base of the Argentine guerrilla force and to see in our countryside the setting for the liberation struggle which can have for an immediate goal agrarian reform is to lose all sense of reality. On the other hand, the marrow of the question if found in the different mentality of the peasantry, did Comrade Guevara ask himself whz were the material roots which determine the different mentalities? Perhaps they arise from some sociological motivation. Or maybe they are a whim of fate. Or perhaps a diabolical plot the climate. Would it not be, we ask ourselves, due to the fact that the distinct roles which the peasantry have in relation to the actual productive relations give rise to the particularity which differentiate the peasant mentalities of the continent? Is it not the social existence which conditions the conscience of the Pesac and not their conscience which gives them their particular mentality? But Guevara has need of an exploited peasantry which extends the length and breadth of the continent of Latin America for his theory TT function. And he has also to deny the troublesome exceptionality which is attributed to the Cuban Revolution in order to set it up as the model for all the national and social liberatiate struggles of the continent. On pages 14, 15, and 16 of the above-cited article, Che Guevara makes a point of demonstrating that exceptionality does not exist, but on the contrary, the Cuban Revolution ushered in the revolutionary era of the Latin American continent. And in an effort to champion the Cuban experience he does not hesitate to assert, never in America has there been produced a fact of such extraordinary circumstances, such deep roots and such transcendent consequences for the destiny of the progressive movements of the continent as our great revolution. To such an extreme that it has been called by some as the most important event in America, and that it follows in order of importance the trilogy constituted by the Russian Revolution, the triumph over the Hitlerian armies and the consequent social transformations, and the Chinese Revolution. And so there can be no mistake, in order to fan the enthusiasm of the revolutionaries of America and the world, he characterizes the content of the Cuban Revolution with the following attributes: and so was born, in January 1959, the first social revolution of the whole Caribbean zone and the most profound of the American revolutions. From that we can infer that Comrade Guevara, buoyed up by an uncontrollable enthusiasm, has forgotten a small fact, the honorary collaboration in the first social revolution of Yankee Imperial Argentina 77. Ism, Jules Dubois, Prio Socarrás, Gran San Martin, Urrutia, and so forth. To make a comparison that is not at all arbitrary, it would be like making the Argentine Socialist Revolution in collaboration with the CIA, Silvano Sanlander, Aramburu, Frondizi, and General Sino RNAs. Vietnamese People's War contradicts Ola's proclamation. Endorsing the ideas of Che, the Ola's proclamation incorporates in point 140 Cuba as the boss for the revolution of our continent, expressing that, 140, the Cuban Revolution, as a symbol of the triumph of the armed revolutionary movement, constitutes the vanguard of the Latin American anti-imperialist movement with the exception of an insignificant subtlety, the Cuban Revolution, which for Che constituted the first social revolution in the area of the Caribbean, functions as the symbol of the revolutionary armed movement, constitutes the vanguard of the Latin American anti-imperialist movement. Because every social revolution in the continent will have an anti-imperialist content, it does not follow that every movement or anti-imperialist revolution will necessarily have a sense of social revolution. Unless the term social means one thing to Che and something very different in the Ola's proclamation. But the observed omission of the Indo-Chinese Revolution in Che's statement is not repeated in the case of the proclamation. We read in point 190, the heroic struggle of the Vietnamese people lends to all revolutionary peoples who fight imperialism as inestimable help and constitutes an inspiring example to the people of Latin America. No one can doubt that the bloody struggle of the Vietnamese people constitutes an inestimable aid for the cause of world revolution. And that it has been the object of ignoble deals on the part of Soviet revisionism, which does not hesitate to deliberately sacrifice the cause of the Vietnamese people in exchange for world peace, coexistence, and Pacific emulation, all euphemistic subterfuges which attempt to hide the objective of the capitulationist line of the USSR, to improve the material well-being of the Soviet people, even though to realize this they must deliver up the present and future of the Vietnamese nation and people to the North American cannibals. And that the sinister plots hatched against the interests of the Vietnamese people by the contemporary Huns led by the modern Attila, Johnson, and the Soviet pacifists was not judged with even a minimum of severity by the leaders of the Cuban Revolution, who, in shameful compensation, hysterically attacked the People's Republic of China and the CPC. But what really jars us is the final part of point 190, all the self-interpretations of the Cuban Revolution, ... We think that the improvisation and utilization of chance factors should be de-emphasized, that empiricism as a road to power should be rejected, and a scientific analysis of reality should be applied. To say that the struggle of the Vietnamese comrades constitutes the inspiring examples for the Latin American people is something very serious, and every serious question deserves consideration. The whole content of the proclamation is the negation of the Vietnamese experience. It is to make a mockery of it, taking note of the surface similarity without daring to study its lessons, its origins, its development, the diverse stages that had to be gone through in the course of the long and bloody struggle against the particular enemies of the revolution. And the first conclusion that should be drawn is that the Indo-Chinese did not count on the help of the colonial power of the various imperialisms interested in participating in the division and exploitation of the Vietnamese people. That the Indo-Chinese Revolution was directed by a communist party. That in the midst of the diverse forms of struggle the conditions for a single anti-imperialist and anti-colonial front were forged, that the oneness with the people arose from the incorporation and participation of the masses in the political struggle. That this struggle was raised to the extent that definite conditions were generated that culminated in a revolutionary war involving all the people. That the struggle of the Vietnamese people is the consequence of a national internal process in which the ripening of the objective and subjective conditions were held, oriented, and directed by the Indo-Chinese communists. That the Indo-Chinese Revolution, finally, was not decreed by any external organization but was the consequence, the result, and the derivation of internal historical conditions, managed and brought to the ultimate outcome by the communists. And moreover, the Indo-Chinese Revolution did not begin by the guerrilla force as the embryo of the Liberation Army, nor by installing any foco which was able to awaken the sleeping conscience of the people, but that the developing conscience of the Vietnamese carried out at the proper time and place guerrilla war, regular war, and took over local powers snatched from the enemy. The guerrilla force and the foco did not seek the adhesion, encouragement, and aid of the people, but emerged as a more advanced form of the people's struggle directed by the party. And let it be well understood by its Communist Party, which by no means was ever replaced by the 78 World Revolution guerrilla force or the army, but which, on the other hand, operated as a revolutionary instrument subordinated to the leadership of the party. So the Vietnamese People's War cannot serve as a catechism for OLAs, to give it a halo it does not deserve, an origin which is opposite, a method while genuine in Indochina becomes artificial when the other premises of the revolution are not observed. We end recalling the so be it of the proclamation, the duty of every revolutionary is to make the revolution. This is certain, but if making the revolution is the duty of every revolutionary, the first thing which must be done is to mark off the territory. Making a revolution is more complex than fighting a guerrilla war. The hidden meaning of the dictum can be translated as follows: the duty of every revolutionary is to make guerrilla war. With this transformation the formula loses depth but gains in precision. And while the guerrilla struggle can be an aspect of the revolution is something much more complicated, arduous, scientific, and multiphased than guerrilla warfare. Every guerrilla is a part of the revolution, but not every revolutionary need be synonymous with a guerrilla. From this we draw a new conclusion: every revolutionary can be a guerrilla but not every guerrilla can be a revolutionary. Thus we arrive at a much clearer and logical OLA's formula: the duty of every guerrilla is to fight guerrilla warfare. And with this, we have enunciated the true dimension, without leaving room for any mistake, of the slogan with which the OLA's proclamation closes. For us, the duty of every revolutionary is really to make, and not to play at or with, the revolution. At each moment, in each historical circumstance, emerge the duties of the revolutionary organization. And as we have seen, for OLAs, revolution and guerrilla war are twins, or better stated, Siamese concepts. Making revolution, for Marx and Engels, founders of scientific socialism, was to clarify revolutionary theory, participate in the heroic activities of the movement, and to activate and expand the organization of the millions of proletarians of the world. Making the revolution for Lenin consisted in the creative development of revolutionary theory, forging an organization of revolutionaries and participating in all aspects and with diverse methods in the class struggle to the point of triumphant culmination, the proletarian revolution, and the same is true for Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, etc. The duty of every revolutionary is to avoid high-sounding phrases, the artificial fires at pseudo-revolutionary verbalism, and to duly appreciate the value of revolutionary theory, without which there can be no revolutionary movement. 7 long years have passed since the Cuban guerrilla war. We believe that the best service anyone can do for the Latin American Revolution is to establish that the duty of every revolutionary is to make a profound self-criticism. Part 3, Some Conclusions. This critical work has suffered under the double tyranny of space and time. It is part of a larger effort. We felt it imperative to speed up its appearance because we believe that at present in our continent, left adventurism is the principal danger in the ranks of the left revolutionaries. The cult of guerrilla Cubanism does not represent simply a theoretical risk, but a practical method which attracts, dazzles, and destroys a good number of militant youths who discover in guerrilla tactics a rapid and tragic road of escape for sincere aspirations to make the revolution by a shorter road. Since January 1959, an infinite number of practical and theoretical attempts have succumbed in the face of two unquestionable enemies, the bullets of the repressive forces and the quicksand of objective reality, both opposed by idealistic and fragile arms. Heroic activities and groups of revolutionaries have given up their lives for the revolution. Their blood has been sprinkled over the American countryside, their flesh is the fee extorted by the unsatiable enemy of the cause of the Emancipatlon of Latin America. A self-criticism. For several years we have kept silent and maintained a stoic patience without daring to pass judgment on the historical fact which brings about a particular type of struggle. The fear of anathema, of becoming the black sheep of the revolutionary movement, has put us in an unenviable position, that of consenting without approving, of respecting grudgingly the idealized version of the Cuban Revolution, of tolerating, in the name of a discreet solidarity, that accident become converted into law, of accepting that to rarity become a Procrustean bed on which every step, method, and action of revolutionists must be placed in the future to assure the success of the socialist revolution in Latin America. We have assumed the responsibility self-critically for our complacency, our complicity. We chose T.N. Argentina. 79. Swim with the current rather than run the risk of being called by the infamous name of dogmatists, cafe revolutionaries, reformists, verbal revolutionaries, and Fabians of action. This was, we admit, an act of political cowardice. We did not have enough courage to go against the current, to delineate the field of struggle, to put historical facts in their true perspective, to weigh the conversion of a process which, undoubtedly, was predestined by following its normal course to miscarry into a new bourgeois democratic experiment, and which by a quirk of fate became something completely different which escaped the vision and mission of its protagonists. Lacking analytical rigor, and a critical spirit, we ended up acting like opportunists rather than revolutionaries. In our personal case the responsibility is much greater, since, 10 years ago, and under the signature of Eusebio Priat, we severely criticized the disingenuous role of the guerrilla force. We did it on the basis of an exhaustive documentation and without concerning ourselves with the insults of the liberal left. We take the blame but are not going to belabor it. We will try by self-criticism to rectify our mistakes. It is never too late to make amends. We are aware, moreover, of our limitations. We know that it is much easier and practical to submit to the opinion of the majority, but we choose the more difficult and thorny path which questions the reason of the many. We wish to get something out of the lesson, we wish to learn from the mistakes, we wish to place ourselves in the ranks of those who believe that the road to revolution does not begin with the fragments of the guerrilla force and the installation of focos, but with the comprehension, diffusion, and application of dialectical and historical materialism. By the long, monotonous, wearisome, and not always glamorous task of linking revolutionary theory with the comprehension and action of the working and popular masses. No socialist revolution began with a contempt for theory. Power grows out of the barrel of a rifle, said Mao, but from a thinking, organized, Scientific rifle. Before tacking up the rifle it is necessary to make aware, to provide objectives and to win the active approval of the popular masses, the true protagonists of history. The former is political romanticism which develops into adventurism. It means to elevate the rifle and not its conscious carrier into the driving force of history. And this theory is no longer viable. We do not wish Latin America to be transformed into a vast cemetery where many of the best supporters of the new fighting generations will be buried. When one asserts, as did Che, that the objective conditions for the struggle are given by virtue of the hunger of the people, their reaction. In the face of this hunger, the terror unleashed to pacify popular reaction and the wave of hatred that the repression creates, one falls victim to a simple voluntarism which is not in keeping with reality nor experience. It appears that Che plays down certain changes operating in various countries of Latin America, the application of reformist remedies which, though they have not changed the lot of dependence and exploitation, have attenuated, and cloaked it. And he forgets or ignores, that hunger incites to struggle as well as submission. That hunger as a motivation lacks directed force, that the hungry masses are degraded to unimaginable limits if their hunger is not joined to that awareness which only revolutionary theory can bring them. Che, then, is an accomplished and perfect exponent of the revolutionary who bets everything on spontaneity, who ends up by elevating spontaneity to a cult. Here we must cite a passage from Lenin when he stated that capitalism develops, organizes, disciplines the workers but it also crushes, oppresses, causes degradation, misery, etc. But, in the last analysis, it is not a question of selecting quotations nor drawing comparisons but of seizing the essence of an extraordinary theoretical work which converts socialism from the utopia of well-intentioned liberals into a revolutionary science capable not only of understanding old relations of production but of destroying them in order to build a new world. In criticizing Che and Cuban leaders, we must deplore the enormous squandering of the time and talent of the founders of scientific socialism and their disciples. They could have spared humanity sorrow and suffering if, rather than theorizing, they had applied the formula. The duty of every revolutionary is to make revolution for Cuban use. Let us add a final point. We are indebted to the readers, in somewhat desultory notice born of urgency and necessity, we have made reference to the most obvious and vulnerable manifestations of guerrilla Castroism. To polemises against Fidel Castro, the example of a practical revolutionary, or against Che Guevara himself, self-anointed first theoretician of guerrillism, is, if you will, a relatively easy task. Recently, as a result of an accidental notoriety, the revolutionary movement numbers among its ranks a new revolutionary theorist. We are referring to Regis Debray, who in his works, especially his Revolution in the Revolution, has attempted to raise guerrilla empiricism to the level of revolutionary theory. We can say,